Weather alert. A typhoon passing through our city tomorrow will reach above level 12. Starting from midnight tonight, everyone in the city must stay indoors and avoid danger. Our school library will close early for maintenance. Please students return to your dorms or homes promptly. Library closing in 10 minutes. The broadcast repeats continuously. Joa Lan opened her eyes. She saw neat bookshelves, clean study desks, and a few students here and there. She was sitting at a corner desk, just waking up from a nap, with exam prep books and notebooks spread out before her. Her notebooks were filled with words and grammar, written neatly. Joa Lan paused for a moment, then snapped back to reality. This was the C University Library, the world before the apocalypse. She had somehow reborn after death. Bright sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, everything peaceful and quiet. The long mist, warm, normal world. Buzz, buzz. 2 soft vibrations. On the desk, her smartphone lit up with a message notification. It was the same as the library broadcast, saying the typhoon crossing the area would suddenly intensify to a disaster level tomorrow, and residents should stay home and not go out. Above level 12, according to the weather department. Humans still underestimated nature's power and unpredictability. Having experienced everything, she knew that tomorrow, the typhoon would be more than level 12. It would reach above level 20. No, beyond human understanding. It wasn't just hitting Sea City's coast. It was sweeping across the entire world, exceeding even the top meteorologists' predictions. It ravaged for 10 days, destroying buildings, flooding rivers and seas. Countless lives lost, the global population halved. Then came various natural disasters, nuclear explosions, biological mutations, mutant creatures attacking or hunting humans everywhere. Society collapsed completely. Humans struggled to survive in every corner of the world, enduring great hardship. Joa Lan had survived over 4 years, but she died. Like many survivors, she awakened special powers in the apocalypse and became an evolver, but she couldn't escape nature's might. She died in a massive earthquake and tsunami. Unexpectedly, after death, it was like a dream. She was back in time. Her phone displayed the date. October 5th, 202X, Wednesday, the 10th day of the 9th lunar month.
10:21 morgens.
Outside, the sun shone gently and a light breeze blew. Rare clear weather during recent typhoons and rain. It was the last peaceful moment before the apocalypse. Tomorrow, the end of the world begins. Should she go through those hellish 4 years all over again? Joa Lan pressed her lips tightly.
No, she didn't want to.
I absolutely do not want to go through again. That kind of hunger, fighting for survival, living day to day with no certainty, it's too painful. Why did heaven let her be reborn? Does it think her suffering wasn't enough? Gurgle. Suddenly, her stomach growled. The familiar feeling of hunger hit her. Joa Lan looked down at her still somewhat rounded belly and gave a silent, bitter smile. This isn't the body she had in the apocalypse, starving to the point of being skeletal. She is still a bit overweight now, with a big appetite, and she starts feeling hungry before lunch. In normal life, that's just regular hunger. But all her nerves, worn out from the long starvation in the apocalypse, have their own ideas. Her stomach suddenly feels like it's on fire. Hunger. The kind of hunger that makes her almost faint. Joa Lan instinctively held her stomach, frowning in pain. Sorry, the library is closing. Please leave quickly, said a librarian pushing a cart of books as she passed by. Her voice was cold but charming. Very nice to hear. But Joa Lan, suffering from stomach cramps, had no time to enjoy it. Okay, I'll leave right away, she replied weakly, pocketing her phone and leaving her seat. Her stomach hurt too much. No matter what, she needed to fill her belly first. In the tough times of the apocalypse, she had hoped many times to have a proper meal, not moldy or spoiled food, or strange mutated beast meat, or even those disgusting things she couldn't eat at all. Thinking this, she accidentally tripped over a table leg. Be careful. Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm caught her. It was the passing librarian. Thank you, Zhou Lan instinctively said, looking up at him, and froze. Isn't this the someone? Zhou Lan's eyes instantly filled with tears, her nose stinging. Are you okay? Your face doesn't look good, he asked with concern. He was tall, handsome, with a serious, tough appearance softened by gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He was polite but had a cold expression, with a look of curiosity in his eyes. Zhou Lan stared at him, her lips trembling. How could she meet him right after Rebirth? Yi the king of, a top expert from a powerful base in the Apocalypse. He was intimidating and feared by many. Unreachable, admired, and worshipped by countless people. But Zhou Lan found him too unsettling. He had only interacted with her 3 times, yet she lost 3 precious packs of instant noodles because of him. 1 was spicy beef flavor, and 2 were mushroom chicken flavor. This was the Apocalypse. Before the Apocalypse, she wouldn't have cared if she lost 300 packs of instant noodles. But in the Apocalypse, where a single bun could cause a fight to the death. I remember once she went hungry for 8 days. Even her enhanced body couldn't hold out. She finally found a remaining house among the ruins of the village. She fought desperately to defeat 2 mutated giant spiders that had made a nest there. She was badly injured, crawling and searching through the entire house. At last, in a dusty corner of the kitchen, she saw a package of expired Master Kong braised beef noodles. The most classic flavor. She was so touched she cried. She was grateful that fate had been kind to her. Her trembling, starving hands finally tore open the package. Just as she was about to take a bite, suddenly, loud fighting sounds came from outside. A fierce wind approached, definitely stronger fighters battling nearby. She dared not delay and quickly fled before they saw her. In a world of chaos, there's no reason in fighting. Moving too slowly means risking being caught or even killed for food by stronger fighters. In her haste, her instant noodles fell. She had no courage to turn back and pick them up. After reaching a safe distance, she saw that one of the fighters was Yi Qi. They had won, and her noodles were picked up by Yi Qi's teammate. Those noodles were her life-saving food after 8 days of hunger. Hiding in her shelter, she dared not show herself. She was angry and starving, and she fainted. It was a miracle she woke up later and kept going. This happened 3 times in total. I don't kill Bo Run, but Bo Run died because of me. Yi Qi didn't directly take her life, but she lost her noodles because of him. 3 packages, equivalent to 3 lives in this world. It's like a deep-seated grudge, an unbreakable hatred. Xiao Lan clenched her fists, staring at Yi Qi with a face that was both handsome and irritating. She endured, but finally couldn't hold back. Her stomach cramped painfully. A burning sensation made her shiver all over. My noodles. After being disturbed 3 times, I never found them again. I never ate them again.
Yegu.
She burst into tears. Tears flowed like a fountain. Her nose ran uncontrollably. The frustration and despair accumulated during the apocalypse overflowed in tears and sobs. Classmate? Yi Qi looked a little surprised, frowning. What was this chubby, short girl, weighing over 140 pounds, doing? Why was she crying so fiercely after glaring at him? But before he could ask further, the crying Xiao Lan suddenly exploded, launching a series of punches without warning. Her fighting skills, honed through life and death battles in the apocalypse, were precise, fierce, and relentless. Straight punches, hook punches, elbow strikes. In just 1 second, Yi Qi was on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. That's what you owe me, Xiao Lan declared through gritted teeth, looking down at him. At this time, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. The future powerful psychic, Yi Go, was just an ordinary person, and she was free to take revenge. Some might say her revenge was unreasonable. But at this moment, Yi Go hadn't harmed her with instant noodles or caused her to get beaten up unjustly. What is reason anyway? Did Yi Go ever talk about reason when she caused her to lose face? Xiao Lan finished fighting and felt refreshed. She wiped her nose and tears with her sleeve and strode away confidently. Yigo had caused her to lose 3 packs of noodles, so she beat him up a bit. She thought she had taken enough revenge. But she was eager to eat, so she didn't bother to argue with Yigo anymore. She was generous and forgiving like that. Xiao Lan held her stomach, which was cramping, and hurried down the library stairs. Oh no. Her exam books and bag were left in the library. She suddenly remembered she only brought her phone. The thought flashed by quickly, and she kept running, not planning to go back for her things. The world was ending. Who still cared about exams? Meanwhile, on the second floor of the library study area, Yi Qi, dizzy, stood up from the ground and just happened to see Xiao Lan's strong back running away through the window. Her tiny, frantic legs were really too glaring. He was careless. His face darkened. The spots on his cheeks and chin, where Xiao Lan had hit him, hurt terribly, and he felt dizzy. A short, chubby girl with a small nose and small eyes. Her most noticeable feature was probably her fat. Yet, she surprisingly had skills he hadn't noticed before. How did she manage to overcome her body's fat and punch so quickly and accurately? That was unbelievable. And her attack was too fierce. If anyone else had been hit like that, they probably wouldn't be able to stand for a few minutes. Why did that girl hit him? Are they having a fight? Looks like it. The girl was crying so badly and said he owed her. A heartless? He looked so decent. A few students nearby, still in the library, whispered quietly. Yi Qi's already dark face grew even darker. He picked up the notebook left on the table by Xiao Lan with his long fingers. The cover clearly had her class and name written on it. He moved to a quiet, deserted place. Immediately investigate Xiao Lan from Class 303 of the Finance and Accounting Department at C University's School of Economics and Management. Conduct a full investigation and don't miss any details. His commanding voice was cold and sharp. The call ended immediately. Yi Qi turned around, his killing intent fading. He adjusted his glasses and went back to push the small cart full of books. He was once again a low-profile librarian. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan rushed to the nearest convenience store on campus, bought a bowl of instant noodles, and asked the clerk for hot water. She wolfed down the noodles. The hot food filled her stomach, easing her burning stomach nerves a little. Her resentment toward instant noodles eased slightly. Jolan turned her head and stared at the other foods in the convenience store. 1 can of cola. No, 2 cans. Happy and indulgent. She hadn't drunk this kind of soda in 4 years, and she gulped it down quickly. How many bags of chips? She tore open packages fiercely. Cucumber flavor, tomato flavor, barbecue flavor. All eaten in a rush. I want spicy strips too. Give me this creamy mousse cake. Chocolate ice cream. That, and this. Ignoring the surprised looks from the shop assistant, Jolan bought and ate everything in the store wildly. After a while, although her nerves still screamed for food, her stomach was already full. Jolan felt regretful. If only she had a portable space like in the end-of-world scenario, she would buy the entire convenience store without hesitation. Just as she thought of that, her vision suddenly blurred. A space appeared. What's this? Isn't this the portable space she awakened in the 3rd month of the apocalypse? It had somehow followed her from the end of the world. Inside, there were some clothes and weapons, things she had collected over time before. Looking at the vast space of 300 acres and dozens of floors high, Jolan's spirit lifted. How much good food could she store here? In the apocalypse, resources were scarce. She had never fully utilized her space before, it had always been empty, but now it was different. The apocalypse hadn't started yet, and she still had over 30 million yuan in her bank account. In her previous life, when the apocalypse came, society collapsed, money became worthless, and her savings were wasted. Thank heaven for my rebirth. Jolan's eyes shone brightly. With the space in hand, she had new ideas about rebirth. Take everything on the shelves, hurry up and check out. Thank you. Jolan took over the entire convenience store. Amid the shop assistant's surprised and confused look, she hurriedly prompted the scanner to pay quickly. After waiting a while, finding the process too slow, She transferred 20,000 yuan as a prepayment. Pack it all and deliver to this address. I'm not home, just leave it at the door. Leaving her small apartment outside the school, Jolon didn't hesitate and ran off.
Go. Hurry.
It was now just past 11 a.m. There were 13 hours until midnight when the city would be sealed off. She wanted to spend the next short while spending all 30 million. One convenience store's goods were far from enough. She needed to buy lots and lots: rice, flour, grains, oil, chicken, duck, fish, meat, drinks, snacks, all kinds of food and drinks. She would stockpile everything in her space. Then she wouldn't have to suffer hunger during the apocalypse anymore. And she wouldn't have to fight and hide like in her previous life. Tomorrow, when the apocalypse arrives, she plans to find a safe place to hide. She will enjoy hearty meals: braised pork knuckles for lunch, chicken with mushrooms for dinner, seafood barbecue with small beers tomorrow, breakfast of fried buns, and late-night pizza with cheese and steak. Every day, she will eat delicious food and drink well. She wants to make up for all the hunger and suffering she endured during the last apocalypse. She quickly runs outside her school apartment to get her car keys. Xiao immediately drives her second-hand Wuling, which she bought for 8,000 yuan, straight to the nearest wholesale market outside the school. 100 jin of Dandong rice in a bag. I want 2,000 bags. Chongchun, Chabuchair, Taishan, Faisai, Longhua rice. All of them, 2,000 bags each. 20 minutes later, at the wholesale market, a rice shop owner repeats Xiao's shopping list, his tone rising in surprise. He leans back in a bamboo chair, fanning himself with a small fan, and looks her over. She's wearing a t-shirt, jeans with a ponytail, a backpack, short and chubby, innocent-looking, a typical girl who hasn't been hardened by society. Young lady, don't joke around. Just asking, have you finished your homework? Xiao feels speechless. She rubs her soft, chubby face. Since elementary school, she's been running small businesses and is pretty good at making money. Part of her savings, over 30 million yuan, comes from her own efforts. But her youthful appearance often leads to misunderstandings. No problem, she thinks. She pulls out a stack of bright red 100 yuan bills from her bag. Fresh from the bank, a stack of 10,000 yuan, still sealed. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks, 20 stacks in total. Exactly 200,000 yuan. She maintains her composure and lies smoothly. I'm Chi. My family runs a chain supermarket. My dad trains me to buy supplies. Profit and loss don't matter much. I mainly want to gain experience. I don't know much about purchasing, so I plan to ask the wholesale market owners for advice. If you're not willing, I'll ask the next shop over.
Hey.
Young lady. No, Miss Chi. You've come to the right place. Buying from me is the best choice. No need to go anywhere else, no need. The rice shop owner jumps up from his chair, eyes shining, staring at Xiao like a wolf eyeing a fat sheep. The owner thinks to himself, opening a supermarket without buying from suppliers directly and instead coming to the wholesale market is really foolish. This is a gift from heaven. Your shop isn't very big. I need over 10,000 bags of rice. Can you supply that? Xiao pretends to doubt. Yes, absolutely. The shop isn't big enough, but I can arrange more stock immediately. Then it has to be quick. Deliver it here before 3 p.m. Xiao writes down an address. A large warehouse with a cold storage room, recently rented through a familiar contact. She also prepared a detailed order list. In addition to the famous brand of rice mentioned earlier, she ordered 2,000 bags each of Bai Mian from Wadeli, Zhongyu, Hatao, and Guchuan brands. Why specify brands? Because these brands make tasty rice and flour. Since she decided to enjoy good food, she didn't want just to eat enough. She wanted to improve the quality of her food. She ordered 10,000 barrels of high-quality cooking oil from various brands. She also ordered 500 jin of assorted grains from different brands. To encourage the supplier to deliver early, Xiao Lan paid 30% of the total cost on the spot. The total was about 5 million yuan. Xiao Lan transferred 1.5 million yuan and paid an additional 200,000 yuan in cash as a deposit. The boss was so happy, he kept praising her generosity. Hurry up with the delivery. I won't be watching over you anymore. I'm busy buying pork, beef, and lamb. It's not enough to just have rice, flour, and oil. She also needed meat, lots of meat. Pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, seafood. She planned to stock at least 1,000 jin of each. Since pork is consumed daily in large amounts, she aimed for 10 or even hundreds of tons. She absolutely wouldn't let herself suffer in the end times. Never.
Wait.
Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. You want to buy meat, right? My brother-in-law runs a cold storage for meat. I'll contact him right away. The shop owner's eyes shone even brighter, eager to help. Xiaolon thought, good, this will save me trouble. It's not just frozen meat, I also want lots of fresh meat. No problem, I'll arrange everything for you. And for fruits and vegetables, I want them to be very fresh. I have contacts at the wholesale market. I also want to buy many other kinds of side foods. If you can contact suppliers and guarantee delivery on time in the afternoon, I'll give you 0.1% commission. Of course, I can do that. With generous rewards, the small boss took on the entire stockpiling task. Xiaolon then made a long list. Besides meat, she ordered large quantities of food and drinks, anything she could see in a supermarket. Having a knowledgeable wholesale agent was better than her running around herself, and it saved time for her to buy other supplies. But just after leaving the food market, before going anywhere else, her stomach growled loudly. She was hungry again. Her stomach was already full from snacks at the convenience store, but her nerves had been strained for so long that as soon as she found food, her hunger reflex kicked in fiercely. A burning sensation gnawed at her stomach. Xiaolon painfully covered her stomach. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out all over her body. This was a side effect of starving in the end times. She almost shivered as she climbed into the small truck, her face pale as she started the engine. Uncle Gua, one deluxe four-person set. Quick, quick, quick. Outside C University's food street, Xiaolon drove over, sweating slightly, and immediately entered a spicy hot pot restaurant she used to frequent before the apocalypse. The owner, Old Gua, greeted her with a warm smile and handed her a bowl of homemade papaya sweet water. No other customers had it, but Xiaolon did. A four-person meal? Are you meeting Xiao Li and Xiao Tang? The four-person spicy hot pot set was quickly served. It was placed in a large, open blue and white porcelain basin, topped with bright red lantern peppers and fresh green cilantro stems. The vibrant colors made her mouth water. Using a wooden spatula, she stirred the ingredients, with fragrant meats and vegetables coated in a tempting layer of oil. There were wood ear mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, bean curd skins, fried bean curd skins, dried tofu, wide rice noodles, potato slices, lotus root slices, kelp knots, and shiitake mushrooms. All her favorites, the ones she always ordered before the end of the world. There were also green vegetables like bamboo shoots, romaine lettuce, lettuce leaves, and cauliflower. Fish balls, shrimp balls, beef balls, fish tofu, these round foods. Plus chicken wings, chicken feet, large shrimp luncheon meat slices, duck blood, pork belly slices, and other meats. For bowls of rice, pressed tightly and sprinkled with sesame seeds, looked fragrant and shiny. Xiaolon asked Old Gua for a big bowl, poured all 4 bowls of rice into it, and started eating with chopsticks. It smelled so good. It was delicious. The taste of good food she hadn't had in 4 years. Her first proper meal in over 4 years. Xiaolon believed she had grown tough from surviving the end of the world, but at this moment, she was overwhelmed by the aroma of the hot pot. She almost cried into the big bowl. After society collapsed, everywhere was ruins. There were no restaurants anymore. She remembered when the apocalypse first arrived, she had to eat raw rice for over a month to fill her stomach. The rice had been soaked in heavy rain, moldy, almost making her sick. Later, even raw rice was hard to find. Survivors fought over food and clean water, sometimes resorting to violence, women selling themselves, men stealing from others, or even fighting each other. Cannibalism became common. When human settlements started to appear sporadically, the situation improved slightly. But order was only a little better, supplies still scarce. If an evolver left the base to hunt mutated beasts for a day, returning with a crystal core, the contribution points earned might only buy a bag of expired dried tofu. Such was the cruelty. Dreaming of eating a hot pot with a mouthful of oil? Only in dreams. Old Gua came out from the kitchen again to serve other customers. He looked up and saw Xiao Lan had finished a 4-person deluxe meal all by herself. It had only been about 5 minutes. Only a pile of chili and pepper remained in the bowl. Didn't you say you were dining with Xiao Li and Xiao Tang? Eating alone? Her appetite is incredible. Old Gua observed Xiao Lan's chubby figure, his expression deep like Detective Mori Kagoro, sensing he understood the truth instantly. When did she start gaining so much weight? Drinking wine and asking the sky. The sky says, eating like this, you'll gain weight and spend more money. But then, he was even more shocked. Uncle Gua, I want 200 sets of this deluxe 4-person meal. No more customers today. Hurry and tell all the staff to prepare them. Work at full speed and don't stop. I'll come to pick up the food tonight. Xiao Lan pulled out 4 stacks of money from her bag on the spot. Each 4-person meal costs 150 yuan, so 200 sets total 30,000 yuan. Plus an extra 10,000 yuan for hard work. Little Xiao, what are you doing? It's for the school club dinner. There are many people, so I need a large amount. All right, understood. Xiao Lan had made up her mind. She not only wanted to eat fragrant hot pot now, but also in the future. Her space has an unlimited preservation function. Put a bowl of hot pot inside now, and it won't spoil for years. When taken out, it's still hot and tastes the same as now. If the city hadn't locked down at midnight, Old Gua's shop could produce much more than just 200 servings. She wanted to order tens of thousands of servings to enjoy for many years in the apocalypse. Not just hot pot. After leaving Old Gua's shop, she visited all her favorite food shops on the street, placing orders one by one. One shop ordered 300 servings, another 500. Paid in full with cash, tens of thousands of yuan, nearly 10,000 servings of delicious food from all over the country. But relying only on her own orders was too slow. Time waits for no one. Xiao Lan called and transferred 1 million yuan each to Xiao Tang and Xiao Li, telling them to go shopping at other food streets in the city. She opened 2 shops outside C University. They were hired to watch the stores. Obedient and useful. Just hung up the phone.
Whoosh.
A strong wind suddenly rose from the ground. It directly knocked over an unused teppanyaki food cart on the street. Passers-by ran and shouted. This wind was too strange. Several shop signs were torn off, one of which hit a passing young man.
Bang!
A loud crash startled everyone. Are you okay? Quick, help him. The wind appeared suddenly and disappeared just as fast, within about 10 seconds. People on the street hurried over to lift the sign and help the young man. Fortunately, the sign was made of cloth stretched over a metal frame. When it fell, the metal frame didn't hit the young man. It only covered him with cloth, causing him to fall but not get hurt. Everyone sighed in relief and helped the young man up, talking among themselves. These days, it's really strange. Weird winds keep rising in the city. Several have happened, and yesterday, a gust in the east part of town even killed someone. Could it be related to the typhoon? Have you seen the online news? Not just our city C. Other places have even stronger winds. Near City D, a whole prison building was torn apart by a tornado. Yeah, I heard some rumors. Many people died, and some even escaped during the chaos. Xiao Lan was standing by the roadside. Just now, when the wind picked up, she was passing by Lao Gua's hot pot shop again. She held onto a stone bench at the door to steady herself. Otherwise, with such strong wind, her 140-pound frame could have been blown away. Hearing the chatter, Xiao Lan sighed quietly. People now just think the sudden wind is strange, a sign of the unusual weather this year. They haven't yet linked it to the end of the world. After all, apocalyptic scenarios only appear in sci-fi movies and novels. In everyday life, who would believe such things? I think this wind is abnormal. Maybe the end of the world is coming. Xiao Lan tried to join the conversation. Ha ha ha, little girl. Your imagination is so wild. If the end really comes, then we won't have to go to work. Come on, even if the world ends, you still have to work. The whole city might collapse, but the boss won't let you be late.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter and dispersed. Xiao Lan forced a smile. She knew this would happen before she even spoke. If everyone knew the end of the world was coming and took precautions to stay safe, wouldn't fewer people die? Could society's structure hold? Even if creatures mutated later, as long as the basic order of human society remained, things might be better, less bloody and brutal. But right now, the streets were busy, the city was lively, and everything seemed peaceful. Who would believe that a simple wind could bring about the end of the world? Her early warning was useless. Xiao, come in and see if this kind of bean curd skin works in the hot pot, Lao Guo called her from inside the shop. She was about to go shopping again, when Lao Guo called her. She wondered and entered the shop. You know which kind of bean curd skin I love most, right? But Lao Guo waited until she was close, and then lowered his voice mysteriously. Did you see the person behind the street tree?
They've been watching you for a while.
That's a habitual thief on the street, probably eyeing your bag. A young girl shouldn't carry so much cash alone when going out. Xiao Lan looked in the direction Old Guo indicated, and sure enough, a man was idly wandering nearby, occasionally glancing over. Xiao Lan smiled and patted her backpack. It's okay. I've almost spent all the money here. Would he dare to rob me in broad daylight? Still, be careful and go back to school early. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Guo, for the reminder. I'll pick up my dinner tonight. Xiao Lan left the hot pot shop and deliberately wandered around the street for a while before getting into her car. Sure enough, the thief was not far away, watching her. It seemed like he was looking for a chance to strike. She drove away, and the thief only stopped in his tracks afterward. But through the rearview mirror, Xiao Lan saw him take out his phone and make a call. Was he contacting his accomplice?
Kiu Lan Mai.
She was no longer an ordinary girl from back then. With her skills from surviving the end of the world, she could easily defeat 3 such thieves by herself. So she paid no mind and stepped on the accelerator toward her next shopping destination. The truck disappeared into the distance. Not far from where the truck had stopped earlier, behind a tree on the street corner, a young man appeared. He quietly spoke into a tiny microphone inside his collar. Captain, her car has a tracker now, so we can monitor her movements at any time. Should I follow her in my car? Since Xiao Lan left campus, he had been following her. He knew everything she did this half-day. He heard Yi Qi's calm, deep voice through the earpiece. No need. Keep watching Target 6 closely. Yes, Captain. It looks like the person targeting her is a thief. Don't interfere. Just observe and wait. Understood. The young man blended into the crowd, ordinary and unremarkable, a typical street pedestrian. Meanwhile, on a wide lawn at C University campus, Yi Qi made several calls to assign tasks to his team. He worked for the national security system on a highly confidential mission in C City. One of the targets, number 6, was at C University's event. He was stationed at the library to keep watch. Surprisingly, Target 6 didn't do anything unusual, but sitting 2 study desks away from her, Xiao Lan gave him a surprise. Being attacked and knocked down was secondary, her behavior was too strange. Spending hundreds of thousands or even millions, buying large amounts of rice, flour, and oil that could affect residents' daily lives, something felt off. It seemed like a big conspiracy was brewing. His phone vibrated. Yi Qi opened the message, which contained the latest investigation results from the intelligence department. A third-year girl with over 30 million in her account, and all her sources of income appeared legitimate. The over 20 million yuan is the inheritance from her adoptive parents, including savings, house demolition compensation, proceeds from selling a large supermarket and compensation, and insurance money from accidental death during travel. More than 6 million yuan was earned by Xiao Lan from stock trading since she was young. The remaining few million yuan come from her profits over the years from various small businesses. She is very good at making money. In addition, she owns an apartment, a countryside vacation villa, 2 shops, 2 cars, and a large amount of stocks and funds. All her assets are obtained legally and are not related to the criminal groups being investigated by Yi Qi. Yichi looked at the investigation results with a slight frown, lost in thought. Achu. Xiaolan had just parked her car at a factory in the suburbs when she sneezed loudly. Is someone thinking of me? She rubbed her nose, but didn't pay much attention. She quickly toured the warehouse with the factory owner and paid the bill. This factory makes PVC foldable water tanks. They are made of high-density polyethylene, which doesn't rust or leak, and is soft and moldable. Outside, there is a stainless steel frame. When set up, it becomes a large water tank, usually used for fire water storage or simple outdoor swimming pools for homes, with a large capacity. When not in use, it can be folded up like an uninflated balloon, taking up little space. A 20 cubic meter tank costs over 6,000 yuan. Xiao Lan bought all the stock in the factory's warehouse, more than 1,000 tanks, totaling over 6 million yuan. Paying in full was impossible. To save money, Xiao Lan needed to buy many things and maximize the efficiency of converting her 30 million yuan savings into supplies. Cash transactions make it easier for the other party to evade taxes, so she negotiated the price down to 550,000 yuan, bringing several large bundles of cash and paying a 30% deposit on the spot, over 1 million yuan. Why buy so many foldable water tanks? Xiaolan plans to use them to store water. In the post-apocalyptic world, water is extremely scarce. For example, if obtaining food in the apocalypse is rated 3 stars in difficulty, then getting drinking water is 5 stars. People can go 3 days without eating, but will die if they don't drink water for 3 days. In the apocalypse, most water sources are polluted, and drinking contaminated water can cause illness, poisoning, hinder evolution, or even death. Water is more important than food. Xiaolan's dream of a luxurious life absolutely depends on having enough water. Mineral water and drinks are already on her wholesale shopping list, with a small grocery store owner helping to stock up. But that's still not enough. Xiaolan needs even more water supplies. Buying bottled water everywhere is too slow and expensive. It's better to buy a water tank and get free water from lakes in the wild. There is plenty of water and enough space to store it without any problem. Some say that wild water can't be drunk. Just set up a water purification system. Over 1,000 foldable water pools can hold more than 20,000 tons of water. One person could use it for 200 years. If she only washes clothes and takes baths and only drinks water, it would last even longer. Delivery will arrive soon. Jolan gave the warehouse address and asked the factory owner to arrange delivery. Then she hurriedly left the foldable water pool factory to work on other things. Now she has food and water. What else does she need? After rebirth and eating non-stop to soothe her hungry nerves, Jolan gradually calmed down. She started thinking about the future. In the end of the world, supplies are scarce, and it's hard to get everything. Once she no longer worries about food and drink, she needs to stock up on essential daily items to live comfortably. Girls need a lot of sanitary pads. In her past life, those few days each month were really hard. She couldn't find sanitary pads or toilet paper, so she often looked for cloth scraps in the ruins, tearing them into strips to use. The feel was terrible. They shifted easily, absorbed little, and caused leaks. Most importantly, they were unhygienic. They could easily cause bacterial infections and inflammation. Besides sanitary pads, she also needs wet wipes, soap, lotion, and other things to stay clean. In the end of the world, water is scarce and clean. Toxin-free water is even scarcer. Drinking enough water is hard, so everyone avoids washing hands and face, and bathing is out of the question. People are filthy, and bathing is a luxury only the strong and powerful at the top of the base can enjoy. But after her rebirth, Jolan refused to live in filth and smell. She wants to take baths. She wants fragrant shower gel. She wants soft, clean towels, bath towels, and scrubbers. She wants a big bathtub. Wait, cold showers are uncomfortable, but heating water by herself is too troublesome, and hot water cools down quickly when heated. She needs a water heater that can keep water warm. That means she needs electricity. But in the end of the world, the power system is almost completely broken.
So,
she needs a generator. Diesel, coal, solar, small wind turbines, various power sources must be arranged. To start a generator, it needs fuel, right? The sun and wind are everywhere, but she must stockpile diesel, coal, and gas in advance. Is it worth it just to take a bath? Yes, it is. Having endured the destruction of the end times, Xiaolon treasures simple things like a full meal and a hot shower, which are usually taken for granted in normal life. She has a strong obsession with these comforts. Moreover, getting a generator isn't just for taking showers. It can also power other appliances like an oven, electric stove, induction cooker, refrigerator, washing machine, and air conditioner. As long as there is electricity, all these devices can work. She aims to bring the primitive life of the end times closer to a normal society level. Thinking of this, Xiao Lan's eyes light up. With the space in her hand and enough supplies stored, she wouldn't just avoid hunger and thirst, she could live comfortably like before the disaster. So, she stops the car halfway, takes out paper and pen, and carefully makes a list of supplies she needs. She wants good food and drinks, and she checks off the water supply. She needs clean items for bathing, so she notes those down. To sleep comfortably, she plans to get a soft, cozy big bed with matching bedding and blankets, with multiple sets for each season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, so she can change them easily. The bedding should have various thicknesses and be made of high-quality materials like cotton, silk cotton, or latex. The covers and pillowcases should be pretty and pleasing to look at. She also considers a rug under the bed, with different colors and textures. At the head of the bed, she plans to place a bedside table, a lamp, and a shelf for storage. At the foot of the bed, she wants a matching chaise lounge, and beside it, a large wardrobe. Actually, maybe a walk-in closet would be better, so she can wake up naturally each morning, walk groggily onto the soft carpet, stretch, and then open the closet door to pick out her outfit for the day. It would be so wonderful. So, she decides to buy furniture for a walk-in closet and stock up on plenty of clothes, shoes, and hats for all seasons. In the end times, clothing shouldn't just look good. It needs to be durable and tough. Otherwise, in the ruins, where fights and life-or-death battles can happen anytime, wearing high heels and short skirts would be impractical. Of course, there's a strong woman in the end times who left a deep impression on Xiaolon. She loves wearing high heels and fighting, and her heels don't hinder her combat skills. Her hot, tank top and short shorts look is very fierce. But that's an exception. Xiaolon considers herself an ordinary person and doesn't aim to be like her. She plans to stock up on brand-name outdoor jackets, sportswear, jeans, and affordable workwear from hardware stores. These are the practical outfits for the end times. Nice clothes. I should buy some suitable ones too. Xiaolon thought for a moment and decided to add a touch of whimsy to her practical choices. Since her space was large enough, she stored some pretty dresses, shoes, and bags. When conditions are safe enough, she could wear them, so why not? All girls love to look nice, and she, even being a bit overweight, was no exception. She rationally marked her clothes with labels from XXXL to S, meaning she bought every size from extra large to small. Currently, she weighed over 140 pounds, but in the future, she might lose weight, so she wanted to stock up on different sizes.
But then she paused.
In her past life, she was thin during the apocalypse because conditions were tough. Now, if she stocked up on good food and drinks, could she still lose weight? Who cares? No matter her size, she decided to buy all the sizes she needed and wear whatever she wanted later. She planned to buy at least 100 pieces of each type of clothing, since the apocalypse could last many years. Her walk-in closet was almost ready. Next, she added a curtain. A comfortable bedroom setup was nearly complete. No matter where she stayed during the apocalypse, Xiaolon could quickly set up her bedroom with these items and sleep comfortably. What about the living room? The kitchen? The dining room? The bathroom? The study? The entertainment and media room? Yes, all of them. After enduring so long in the tough world where resources were scarce, Xiaolon developed a strong desire to own various supplies. Oh, and she also wanted a gym. She planned to arrange different fitness equipment to stay strong and prepared for any crises during the apocalypse. Xiaolan made a very long list of supplies for food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities. Suddenly, her phone rang with a cheerful tune. It was Xiao Li calling via video. Xiaolan answered, and a cute girl with twin ponytails and big eyes appeared on the screen. It was Li Wenjing, a university junior from C University. Big Sister Lan, I followed your advice. I went to 3 food streets and over 10 famous restaurants. I didn't miss any KFC or Pizza Hut, and I bought snacks from street stalls too. I ordered so much food that I spent 1,000,000 yuan. Some street food carts looked so amazing that I couldn't resist. I bought the entire cart and all the ingredients. Big Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Maybe I was a bit impulsive. If you don't want the food carts, I can return them. The cute girl excitedly explained everything, a little nervous at the end. Don't worry, just keep them. You're the best at spending money, Xiaolan said sincerely. She admired her. How had she never thought of buying street food carts? If she had enough ingredients, she could make all kinds of street foods any time in the future. Blue Sister, then let's keep the food truck. You bought so much food. What are you going to do? Xiao Li's face was full of excitement after shopping. Deliver warmth to the charity home.
Huh?
Don't ask so many questions. There are still many things to buy. Keep going. Xiaolan ended the video call and sent Xiao Li a list of daily supplies she had just made. Transferring money was too complicated, so Xiaolan directly opened a secondary account on her phone for Xiao Li, linking it to her main account. She told her to buy as much as she wanted. Don't worry about spending money. Buy in large quantities. Xiao Li happily sent a string of big kisses. Don't worry, Blue Sister, I got this. She was so excited, she almost overflowed the screen.
Kiều Lan chúc cờ.
This girl loved shopping and shopping, so giving her the shopping list was the right choice. She was hired by Xiaolan to manage an off-campus clothing store. She was simple and cute, and they got along well. From employer and employee, they became friends. Unfortunately, in her past life during the apocalypse, Xiao Li's building collapsed, and she was gone. Xiaolan was very sad about that. This time, Xiaolan thought she must save her early, so she wouldn't let her die tragically in the ruins. With plenty of supplies, she could easily support Xiao Li through the apocalypse. Next, Xiaolan listed many more supplies. Then she restarted the vehicle. It was almost time for the scheduled delivery from the wholesale market, so she headed to the warehouse to receive the goods. On the way, she saw useful shops and markets, so she stopped to buy a lot of supplies. The back of her small wooling truck was spacious, with tinted glass that couldn't be seen through from outside. She loaded the goods in, closed the door, and used her mind to store everything in her space. She kept buying and storing along the way. She also bought a few street food carts that looked nice, and when she reached a quiet, unmonitored place, she quickly stored them in her space. She kept shopping and driving until she arrived at the warehouse. The owner of the grain shop was unloading a long line of trucks. Rice, flour, grains, oil, meat, poultry, eggs, dairy, seafood, fruits, vegetables, mineral water, drinks, snacks. Mr. Qiao, look. Not only these trucks, but many more are coming one after another. These are all connected through my contacts. The grain shop owner eagerly took credit. You're quite impressive. Xiaolan happily gave him a commission for the purchase and sent him away. The remaining trucks unloaded one after another, paying a deposit of 30% to 70% on the spot. The drivers and loaders left in groups, unaware that Xiaolan kept closing the warehouse door every so often, moving all the stored items into her space. She opened the door again for the next batch of trucks. This busy process lasted over 2 hours. All the supplies, worth more than 20 million, including the foldable water tanks she ordered later, were finally stored away. A big harvest of space. While resting at the entrance of the warehouse, Xiaolan pulled out her contacts and sent a group message. Dinner at Suihua Grand Hotel at 7 p.m. She sent the message to familiar shop owners like the grain shop boss, Lao Gu from the food street, and the water tank factory owner. These are the people who contributed to her stockpiling efforts today. After sending the message, Xiaolon added some details. She asked the grain shop owner to bring family members, business partners, truck drivers, and loaders. She told Lao Gu and other shop owners to bring their helpers, family members, and the helpers' families. She also invited her classmates, teachers, friends, and business acquaintances, asking them to bring their families too. She emphasized that family members included not just spouses but also parents and children, everyone close. What was her plan? Xiaolon was gathering these people under the pretense of a meal. Then after eating, she would lead them to a safe place together. Otherwise, if a strong windstorm hit at midnight and raged for 10 days, most buildings in City C could be destroyed, and half the people might be buried under collapsed buildings. Today, she was smiling and talking to them. Tomorrow, they could be dead bodies. And not just dead, disfigured, bloodied, and broken. Only Xiaolon, who had been reborn, knew which buildings could last and become safe shelters. Buzzing sounds. Her phone vibrated repeatedly. People who received the message responded one after another. Some agreed immediately, some made excuses, and others asked why they should attend. Xiaolon carefully replied to each one. She told different lies to persuade them to come, making sure they brought their loved ones. This was the best way she could think of to help them escape the storm. In the end, about half of the over 100 people responded positively to the dinner invitation. The rest declined. Xiaolon put down her phone and rubbed her chubby face hard. She couldn't go around shouting, "I'm reborn. The end of the world is coming soon. Everyone hide in a safe place because of me." No one would believe her. Plus, revealing her rebirth would make her a target. When the real disaster arrived, people might see her as a prophet or a monster and capture her for experiments. That's not an exaggeration. In the apocalypse, Xiaolon had seen several mutated creatures and research facilities that studied both monsters and humans. They even captured evolved humans for dissection. She definitely didn't want to end up on the table. Helping others was okay, but she had to protect herself first. Xiaolon was just an ordinary person, hoping for a peaceful life. She had no desire to save the world. Based on her mood and what she could do, she just wanted to help a few people she knew and stay safe herself. Jolon made a phone reservation for a group meal at Suehua Grand Hotel and prepaid the bill. Then she got up and drove away. There's still a long list of supplies that haven't been sorted out yet. Keep stockpiling. Blue Sister.
Hey.
Passing by a gas station, she unexpectedly met Xiao Tang. He was refueling his used small car, left behind by Jolon at the store. Calling him wasn't enough. This was the first time since her rebirth that she saw her childhood friend and brother. She felt excited. Tang Xiaoyao, her childhood neighbor, is 3 years older but has always been like a little brother to her. His name means carefree, but he's not really carefree. He's very serious and honest. He joined the army right after high school, and after leaving the army this year, he didn't want to do the work arranged by his hometown. Instead, he went to City C, where Jolon was studying at university, to help her run her new coffee shop. In her previous life, when the apocalypse started, they happened to be together. After the storm, they survived together, enduring harsh conditions. 2 months later, Xiao Tang died, saving her. He was cut into pieces by wild animals and died painfully. After Jolon escaped, she wanted to retrieve his body but only found bones and leftover flesh. Those beasts roasted him and ate him as food. Those memories are too painful to recall. After Jolon became stronger, she accidentally encountered those same criminals again. She fought back and tore them apart, roasting them and throwing them to the mutated beasts. But Xiao Tang could never come back.
Xiao Tang.
Jolon rushed to hug her brother tightly.
They meet again in this life.
She misses him so much, more than she ever missed Yiping, more 100 or 1,000 times. Blue Sister, hey Blue Sister.
Xiao Tang Stecker.
You're too heavy. Blue Sister, you weigh over 140 Gene, and I only weigh 120. He nearly died from being choked when she draped her arms around his neck. He wanted to hold onto Jolan's hips to ease the pressure on his neck, but when he reached out, Jolan's waist was too thick for him to hold. Go away, go away. What's wrong with over 140 gene? Fat is precious. Zhou rolled her eyes and let him go. In the apocalypse, gaining a little weight was hard. Everyone was starving and crying out loud. Zhou used to worry about her body fat, but after surviving the apocalypse, she saw her fat as a sign of life's nourishment. Blue sister, the seeds are in the car. Can you take a look? Xiao Tang opened the car door and trunk. Inside the passenger seat, back seat, and trunk, there were many boxes and bags of various colors and types, all bought on her orders from several seed shops along the way. Whether it's vegetables, grains, or flower and tree seeds, he has taken everything available in the store. There are also some fertilizers, nutrient soil, petri dishes, and similar items. When Xiao was receiving goods in the warehouse, Xiao Tang called to say the meal order was complete. Xiao treated him like Xiao Li and sent him a new shopping list to buy items everywhere. Xiao Li mainly handled daily necessities, while Xiao Tang was responsible for generators, fuel, flashlights, water dispensers, fire safety supplies, and other miscellaneous items. Lanjie. Most of the items on the list are ordered. They will all be delivered to the warehouse soon. Okay, let's switch cars. You keep the seed bags and I'll continue shopping. Although Xiao was excited, he didn't linger on old times with his brothers. He wanted to quickly buy supplies before the end of the world, as there would be plenty of time to catch up later. Xiao Tang was surprised. Still buying? Yes, this time you go buy medicines. Xiao gave Xiao Tang a new list. He listed items like hemostatic drugs, anti-inflammatory medicines, fever reducers, bandages, medical tape, tweezers, scissors, alcohol, and other first aid supplies. These are essential for survival in the end times. Battles can happen anytime and anywhere. Injuries without proper treatment can be deadly. Many people die from infections after injuries during the apocalypse. There should also be a stock of medicines for common illnesses like colds, diarrhea, headaches, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, low blood pressure, low blood sugar, allergies, dehydration, and more. Anything available in pharmacies now should be kept in stock because no one knows what illnesses they might encounter later. Medical equipment for diagnosis should also be accumulated. More is better. Xiao found an old acquaintance who was a manager at a pharmaceutical factory in his contacts. He told Xiao Tang to bring a red envelope bribe to contact him directly at the factory warehouse for bulk shopping. Pay in cash, give enough kickbacks. Don't be afraid to spend money. We need speed and quantity. Also, arrange for medical devices and equipment. It's all medical related, so he probably has contacts. Xiao patted Xiao Tang's shoulder and advised, since the small wheeling vehicle can't hold everything I need, rent a truck with a driver from the car rental. Rent several trucks, and have them follow you to deliver everything to the previous warehouse. Lanjie, what are you planning today? Even Xiao Tang, who was usually obedient and quiet, couldn't help but ask more. Xiao intense shopping spree was very unusual. It's not like he has so much money to spend just for fun, and it doesn't seem like he's opening a supermarket either. Too late to explain. Hurry up, the faster the better. How I spend the rest of my life depends on today.
Huh.
Okay. Xiao looked very alert, startling Xiao Tang, who quickly agreed without asking questions or wasting time. She refilled the fuel and drove away quickly. Brothers are so honest. She believes everything she says and follows all her instructions. Xiao sighed with emotion. She silently vowed in her heart, Xiao Tang, in this life, I will never let you suffer again. Driving the car she exchanged with Xiao Tang, Xiao found a quiet place. When no one was around, she stored all the seeds in her car into her space. Due to soil changes in the apocalypse, normal crops can't grow, and they have mutated. Xiao thought that if she wanted to eat fresh vegetables or fruits later, she wouldn't find them easily. It's better to grow her own. She decided to stock up on seeds first. But the nutrient soil from the seed shop wasn't enough. She needed more fertile farmland soil. Since her car was inconvenient, Xiao rented a truck from the auto shop. First, she ordered some meals from the food street and then went to a building materials market to buy supplies. She bought many hammers, nails, axes, screwdrivers, and large tools for construction and renovation. All these heavy tools were loaded into the truck's enclosed cargo area and stored in her space when no one was looking. She made a round trip to buy more and then stored everything. After working for a while, she accumulated many tools. In the apocalypse, reinforcing her home is essential. Otherwise, it could be easily broken by others. These tools could also be used as weapons, hammers for fighting mutants or wild animals. She also bought many knives and other cutting tools. Xiao Lan specifically went to a daily-use knife shop and bought a large variety of knives. Along the way, she returned to the warehouse to collect supplies Xiao Li and Xiao Tang had purchased. She didn't forget to go back to her apartment and gather the delivery boxes left in the corridor from the campus convenience store. Whenever her stomach burned with hunger or she felt the urge to eat, she would find a nearby restaurant to soothe her stomach and eat delicious food. She bought this and that, busy and bustling, and before she knew it, night fell. The time for the city lockdown at midnight was getting close. Xiao Lan drove straight out of the city. Following the highway, she headed toward the sparsely populated fields and wilderness. A wind started too. The clear sky turned dark with thick clouds, no stars, no moon, and no streetlights in the countryside. It was a sign of an approaching storm. The last peaceful moment before the apocalypse. When her headlights went out, everything was pitch black. Xiao Lan got out of the car and walked into a farmland. In the darkness, she moved her mind and collected all the soil from the surrounding fields, along with the plants growing there, into her space. Suddenly, there was chaos. No, frogs croaking, crickets chirping, ducks jumping, and field mice, snakes, and wild rabbits scurrying around. In the farmland, small animals that live or just pass by are present. Xiao Lan's space only contains inanimate objects. When soil is put in, the living creatures and crops on that soil are automatically expelled from the space. The little animals are quite confused when they land. Why are all the healthy plants growing in the soil falling apart? Has the soil changed? Xiao Lan shrugs and says sorry to the panicked little animals. She dug down 3 feet to remove the top fertile soil, preparing it for future seed planting, leaving only the soil underneath for the small animals. If the apocalypse comes tomorrow, good luck to you all. Humans might catch and eat you out of hunger, or mutate into stronger beings and eat humans. The wind has picked up a bit. Xiao Lan waves goodbye to the fields and the animals she met early, saying farewell. Good luck to you. Everything is fate. Everything is like smoke and clouds. Everything is an endless beginning. Everything is a fleeting pursuit. Oh, I can't help but recite it again. Xiao Lan shakes her head, trying to forget the shadow from her memory. The few encounters during the apocalypse left a deep impression on her. So much, so that she also developed the habit of suddenly reciting poetry at random times, just like that person. What is poetry? Why would anyone like such incomprehensible things? Casually, she catches a few wild rabbits and snakes, kills them, and puts them into her space, preparing snacks for later. Living creatures can't go into the space, but dead ones can. Xiao Lan drives past the fields toward a nearby wild lake. Sea City is near the sea, with many rivers and lakes in the suburbs, forming a network of waterways. She arrives at the lake, but doesn't get out of the car. Instead, she uses her mind to open several PVC water tanks inside her space and transfers the lake water into them. She drives along, collecting water, then takes a detour back to the city from another direction. There is a water treatment plant in Sea City, and not far ahead is a large reservoir. Now, she has clean water and the equipment to treat it. She didn't do this during the day to avoid witnesses and trouble. Such a large piece of land and a huge lake's water level drops significantly. Who wouldn't scream and report if they saw that? So, she waits until nightfall to do it. On a dark, windy night, she steals water and soil. No, she doesn't really steal. It's the work of a reborn person, so can it really be called stealing? Xiao Lan rubs her chubby face and says, "This is what I call resource allocation." Returning to the city, after passing by several gas stations, she quietly siphoned fuel from their underground tanks, moving the fuel into a storage tank along with a portable container. However, she didn't take all the fuel, leaving enough for their needs before midnight. She also paid 30% of the fuel cost. Using cash she carried, many stacks of $100 bills, she quietly placed the money in the corner of the gas station's duty room. Gasoline is different from water in lakes or soil in the wild. It isn't a natural resource, but someone else's property. She didn't want to steal from others while society was still civilized, even if civilization might soon collapse. She has principles. Yes, but not many. Since she didn't have enough money to pay the full price, she paid only 30%. She headed back to the city. It was 8:18 p.m. In 3 hours, the city would be locked down. The dinner at Suehua Grand Hotel had already started, and Xiaoli was assigned to keep the situation under control there. They hadn't finished collecting orders from several food streets. Xiao Lan drove the truck, rushing to pick up more meals. 8,000 servings of chicken family set, 300 banquet-style dishes, 800 hot pot meal sets. After collecting from a few places, Xiao Lan closed the truck's cargo door quietly, secretly storing the fast food boxes into the space, then continued collecting from more places. Hey girl, you're pretty good, can drive a truck too? On an offbeat food street outside the school, Xiao Lan had just finished collecting from a few places and parked in a quiet alley. When she went into the truck to gather the meals, suddenly, the truck door was pried open from outside, and 3 men jumped in. Each held a watermelon knife. They greeted Xiao Lan with rough manners, then closed the door again, trapping her inside. The blinding flashlight shined on Xiao Lan's face, and the men chuckled. Girl, you're quite plump, not really our type. Your legs are too thick, your stomach's too round, but your chest is pretty big, huh? The men leered and stepped closer, cornering Xiao Lan in the tight space of the truck. One man reached out to grab her chest. But just as he did, Xiao Lan squatted quickly and dodged aside. Wow, lots of meat, and you're quick, the man sneered. Suddenly, he reached out again, grabbing her hair and pulling her up. Another man came over, twisting her hands behind her back and trapping her. A watermelon knife was pressed against her neck. Hurry up, her clothes, quick and quiet. Don't make too much noise. Really doing it? Of course. Once we get the money and kill her, we can escape. The road will be tough, and we won't be able to eat meat for a long time. If she's fat, so be it, just make do. What about leaving evidence?
Ugh.
They have all committed robbery and murder. If caught, they will face the death penalty. What's the big deal about adding the crime of assaulting a woman? A few people discussed and pressed Xiao Lan against the wall of the train carriage. The most lecherous one even started to take off his pants. Please, let me go. I'll give you all my money, Xiao Lan begged. Your money is in that bag in the driver's cabin, about 100,000 or so. Enough for us to spend, ha. Xiao Lan trembled and said, I still have a lot on my card, 2 million. As long as you don't hurt me, it's all yours. You're really rich. Where's the card? In the third pocket of my backpack in the driver's cabin. If you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you the password. All right, we won't kill you. Just tell us the password. The men put their knives away. Xiao Lan tearfully spoke. The password is 3257. Before she finished, she suddenly sprang up. Kick to the stomach, legs sweep, black tiger strikes the heart, double wind ears, eye gouge with white bone hand. All done in one swift, fierce move. In just 3 seconds, she knocked down 3 men. The guys barely managed to grunt before they all fainted. This was the fighting skill Xiao Lan had learned through life and death battles in the apocalypse. It wasn't pretty, especially given her bulky body, and her movements might even be a bit shocking to look at. But it was effective. What do you mean, being fat is just for convenience? Trying to take advantage of me because I'm fat? That was what made Xiao Lan the angriest. Even stupid criminals thought she was fat. She stomped on each of them, targeting their most painful and sensitive spots. The men woke up from her stomping, only to faint again from the pain, repeatedly. Xiao Lan cursed and stomped while speaking. If you want my money, ruin my reputation, and kill me. Only a fool would believe that once I give the password, you won't kill me. You came here just to kill me. She endured pretending to be weak and fragile for a long time just to find out their real intentions. Then she could decide what to do. Calling the police was impossible. Wasting time was dangerous. Her time now was her life. If they were just petty thieves, she'd beat them up and be done. But these guys clearly wanted to kill her. Look at how inexperienced you are. Robbery and murder just for $1 million. 1 million split among 3 people, only a few $100,000 each. What's that supposed to do? And you think you're wanted for murder? Xiao Lan was quite annoyed. There are so many fools like Lin Daniu in the world. If she truly looked like she did before the apocalypse, she had no self-defense skills, and today she was doomed. Tomorrow's local news headline would be about her. A university girl named Xiao was robbed, assaulted, and tragically died in a train carriage, with the criminal fleeing with stolen money. Oh, right, the apocalypse starts tomorrow, so there will be no news headlines. She has died in vain, unable to even make the news. Xiao Lan felt even more upset thinking about this, and she punched and kicked again. After enough fighting, she picked up the flashlight they dropped and shone it around, trying to see who dared to rob her. The flashlight beam flickered across their faces. Hey, I recognize this one. Isn't he the thief who was staring at her outside Laogua's shop at noon? She didn't expect that in just half a day, the thief would become a robber and murderer. Wait, hold on. The flashlight shone on another person. Xiao Lan suddenly stopped. This one, skinnier than a monkey, with a scar on his forehead.
Oh.
She recognized him. In an instant, coldness appeared in her eyes. A fierce killing intent filled her. Actually, just now, Xiao Lan hadn't decided whether to fight back. They targeted her wealth and life, but their attempt failed. Should she have seriously injured them to save her own life? In the end of the world, even if the crime was not completed, she would have to kill them, or she would be the one to die eventually. In the apocalypse, Xiao Lan had killed many people for self-protection. But now, society's order still existed, the city was bright, and the lively streets made her cherish life even more. She really didn't want to use brutal methods from the end of the world. But now, she had murderous intent, only because she recognized this scarred, skinny guy. This guy, early in the apocalypse, was part of a gang that burned, killed, and looted. After society collapsed, many gangs did evil deeds. Why does Xiao Lan still remember this gang and this person after several years? Because at that time, this gang kept targeting her and Xiao Tang. They stole grain, blocked her path, and several times forced her and Xiao Tang into desperate situations, risking their lives. Once, a few men from this gang cornered Xiao Lan in a dead-end alley, intending to kill her and force her to submit. At that time, she hadn't awakened her special powers, and her fighting skills weren't developed yet. Luckily, Xiao Tang, who was out looking for food, arrived just in time. He held some homemade explosives, ready to himself up with them to save Xiao Lan. But during the chaos, the explosives ignited. Xiao Tang didn't dodge in time, and while killing 2 of the gang members, he also injured his leg. Since that injury, Xiao Tang's wound kept getting worse. His body grew weaker, and without food, water, or medicine, he gradually couldn't hold on. Their situation became even more difficult. In the ruins of the city, they hide and live like mice in dark cracks and crevices. Late at night, no one dares to come out to find water, and as soon as there's a breeze or a movement, they quickly hide again. It's not a life for humans. Still, they were found once more by this group of people. They beat Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang until they were barely alive. The leader of the gang turned out to be a woman, someone they knew. See University's top beauty, Chu Enong. The gang was acting on her orders, targeting Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang. And the reason? It was because she saw Xiao Tang, the store manager, while drinking coffee at a cafe outside the school. Xiao Tang was tall, good-looking, and had a quiet, interesting aura. Chu Enong tried to get close to Xiao Tang, but he ignored her. Used to having admirers, Chu Enong's pride was badly hurt. After discovering Xiao Tang and Xiao Lan in the apocalypse, she took revenge recklessly. Boring. Thinking back, Xiao Lan still thought Chu Enong was boring, stupid, and mentally disturbed. That's how she insulted her at the time. Alright, I'll show you how crazy I can be. Chu Enong sneered and took a knife, slashing dozens of cuts on Xiao Lan's face and body. Xiao Lan was turned into a bloody mess. Blood splattered on Chu Enong's face, but she kept smiling like a madwoman. If a kind passerby hadn't saved them, Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang would have died at Chu Enong's hands. That person broke up the gang and took Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang to safety, leaving some water and medicine behind. They were like angels. If the earth had already frozen, let us face the warm currents and head to the sea. In a time without heroes, I just want to be a person. A poetic soul, possibly with depression or mental instability, an angel with a troubled mind. Xiao Lan always remembered the words spoken by that person, walking away into the moonlight. A blood moon hung in the sky. Huge rats ran wild in the ruins. The silhouette of the person walking away was lonely and sharp. Later, thanks to the angel's rescue and gifts, Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang miraculously survived. They encouraged each other to hold on, to become stronger, and to find Chu Enong for revenge. During those very difficult times, they often relied on their desire for revenge to keep going. But unexpectedly, Chu Enong's gang, probably having done too many bad things, was wiped out by another gang before Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang could get their chance. However, a skinny man with a scar on his temple managed to escape and joined a new gang. Then, this person led a new gang and found Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang's hiding place. And then, Xiao Tang was gone. Whenever she thought of this, Xiao Lan couldn't help but feel deep hatred. Really, it was a gift from heaven. In the train carriage, Xiao Lan found some ropes to tie up the three men. She bound their hands and feet tightly. Reborn again, she hadn't yet thought about past grudges. She was busy stockpiling supplies. But the villains came to provoke her early and took the initiative to deliver themselves. Would she do nothing? Would she waste this great gift from heaven? She pulled out cold water from her space, splashing each person awake one by one and questioning them separately. The stolen watermelon knives were held against their necks. If they hesitated or tried to hide something, Xiao Lan would cut off a piece of flesh casually. Want to scream? No way. She choked their throats, suffocating them. These are just small tricks. Having survived the apocalypse, Xiao Lan was no ordinary girl. She smiled as she interrogated, scaring a few thugs into peeing themselves. They spilled everything like bamboo tubes pouring out beans. It turned out to be Chu Enong. It was Chu Enong who, after being embarrassed by Xiao Tang, kept paying people to watch Xiao Tang and find a chance to get revenge. Since Xiao Lan often interacted with Xiao Tang, she was also targeted. That habitual thief was hired by Chu Enong. Today, Xiao Lan was ordering food at a popular street outside the school, spending money freely. Chu Enong received the report and arranged this robbery. They had someone lurking in the food street, waiting for Xiao Lan to pick up her meal so they could attack her. First, to get revenge on Xiao Tang. Second, to steal her money. Robbing her of her dignity was optional. Chu Enong let the thugs decide whether to harm Xiao Lan based on their mood. After all, she's such a fat pig, you probably can't bring yourself to do it. The school beauty was laughing happily on the phone. The habitual thief kept the recording of this call, so Xiao Lan could hear everything clearly.
Bah.
Xiao Lan spat in disgust. In her previous life, before the apocalypse, she didn't buy much, so she didn't show off her wealth, which probably helped her avoid being targeted early. A girl from a prestigious university, C University, known as a campus beauty, colluding with criminals to plan robbery and murder. Could she be normal? No wonder she became so twisted after the apocalypse. If Xiao Lan hadn't gained skills from her experience in the apocalypse, just as an ordinary girl, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What surprised her even more was that the main person insisting on killing her during the robbery was a scarred, skinny monkey, actually a fugitive from D-City's prison. She had just heard about this earlier in the afternoon, and now she met him tonight. This guy was a death row inmate. When a tornado destroyed the prison, he escaped. A reckless criminal who would do anything for money, he contacted Chu Enong and took on today's new job. He was very experienced in killing. Xiaolon gently tapped the face of the thin monkey with a watermelon knife, speaking kindly. Young person, life is precious. It's wrong to kill so easily. The blade shifted slightly, cutting the monkey's throat.
Ha. Ha.
Blood splattered everywhere. The monkey twitched a few times and then died. The other two people were so shocked they widened their eyes and desperately rolled toward the door of the carriage. What is happening? They came to kill someone, but now they are risking their own lives. If they had known it was so dangerous, they wouldn't have done it no matter the cost. But their hands and feet were tied, and their mouths gagged, making it hard to call for help. Escaping was impossible. Xiaolon quickly and decisively finished off the two. Her eyes were cold and icy. Since she had started, she saw no reason to leave any threats behind. Xiaolon took out a few bottles of water from her space and carefully washed the blood from her hands and face. She washed slowly and thoroughly. She used hand soap and regular soap, scrubbing repeatedly until the blood smell was mostly gone. Her clothes were also stained with blood, so she found a new outfit from her space to change into. After tidying herself up, she took out a bottle of disinfectant and a freshener spray and sprayed them inside the carriage. Returning from a world filled with blood and chaos to normal society, the sweet smell of food, perfume, and even car exhaust made Xiaolon feel familiar and comfortable. But the rusty, salty smell outside the carriage only made her feel sick. The alley outside was quiet, but she could faintly hear the noise from the busy street at the corner, even through the carriage wall. Buzzing voices, popular songs playing on the speakers, and the chaotic shouts of street vendors. Human life and activity. And she had just killed someone here. She hated killing. The apocalypse was coming, and the bustling city before a storm was very precious. Soon, all of this would disappear, and she wanted to enjoy it while she could. But these robbers disturbed her. Xiaolon was in a bad mood. She frowned and got out of the car. It was dark and remote around here, but the lively food street was just a few meters ahead around the corner. Suddenly, a man staggered into the alley and walked inside. Xiaolon froze and quietly stood still. Nearby was the scene of the killing. The man hummed a song and kept walking until he was about 2 or 3 meters in front of her. There was a splash of water. He was relieving himself against the wall. After finishing, he buttoned up his clothes and staggered out of the alley. The smell of alcohol drifted over. He hadn't seen Xiaolon hiding in the shadows the whole time. Xiaolon let out a small breath of relief. She approached, took out her backpack from the driver's seat, and with a thought, she moved the entire car and the body into her space. She couldn't leave the crime scene outside, or it would cause trouble. Then she used Scarred Monkey's phone to contact Chu Enong and sent messages to lure her. Old grudges and new ones, she wanted to settle with her quickly.
Done.
That girl has millions in cash with her. Big profit. Let's meet soon. I'll give you 50,000, and next time I have work, I'll introduce it to you. Meet quickly. We're leaving the city tonight to hide. Hurry up, I don't have time to wait for you. After sending several messages, she waited a while, and Chu Enong replied, I'm outside the city, can't come back now. Transfer the money to my card. I need 1 million.
Kiêu Lan Kuset.
So greedy. Reply, no, it's dangerous to transfer money at the bank. I can only give cash. Let's forget it. We're in a hurry to leave the city. We'll contact each other later. Chu Enong sent a few more messages, saying she was on vacation more than 100 kilometers away in a tourist area and couldn't come back. She even called in a hurry. It seems she is quite interested in the money. Xiaolon hung up and kept sending messages. But after trying several times, she couldn't get her to meet immediately. Maybe she really isn't in the city? Or perhaps she is cautious and doesn't dare meet with criminals easily. But that seems unlikely. Chu Enong handled things smoothly and didn't seem worried about her calls being recorded by thugs. She was clearly experienced, bold, and crazy. Most likely, she really isn't in the city. I wonder what her background is. Her dirty tricks behind the scenes, yet she is still praised as a campus beauty. In a peaceful world, few would dare to do such things. Also, in the early days of the apocalypse, Most people were struggling to survive. She led a gang to kill and loot. What was her reason? She must have a strong backing. And it was a backing powerful both before and after the apocalypse. That's why she could act so recklessly. As for the reason Chu Enong mentioned in the apocalypse, that she was furious because Xiao Tang ignored her kindness and thus crazily hunted down Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang. Xiao Lan remained cautious about this. After a long time, she thought about it calmly. Even if Chu Enong was a pervert and bored, seeking revenge, would all her subordinates willingly waste their precious time and energy to join her in such? In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was busy finding water, fighting, looting, and killing mainly for resources. Why would a group keep chasing her and Xiao Tang when they had no water to steal? If there was another reason, what could it be? She had survived over 4 years in the apocalypse, but she still couldn't figure out this mystery. However, Xiao Lan looked at the time. It was 21:20. It was getting late. The restaurant's order had not been fully received yet. Some supplies still hadn't been gathered. Zhou Lan stood still for a moment and made a decision. Clearly, material supplies were more important than Chu Enong. She would find a chance later to deal with her and investigate her. She couldn't waste more time because of her. Zhou Lan left the alley, and the car rental service immediately sent over a small van to continue collecting food. She then waited by the roadside for the car. Nearby, there was a cold dessert shop. She casually bought an ice cream. Sweet and cool. The syrup flowed down her throat into her stomach, refreshing and soothing. The restlessness caused by her killing was gradually calmed. The coldness in her eyes also faded. The busy street was so beautiful, why bother with petty people? Zhou Lan temporarily let go of her annoyance caused by Chu Enong and focused on enjoying her ice cream cone, eating with her eyes half closed, feeling as relaxed as a cat. A few meters away, there was a spicy hot pot stall. Several plastic tables and chairs were full of people, with steam and aroma rising in the air. This food street was always crowded. Many college students from C University didn't go home during the holidays, along with local residents and city visitors, all packed into the street's small stalls and food trucks. Normally, even on busy days, it wouldn't be this crowded. But today, Zhou Lan was ordering food everywhere, and many vendors had closed early to prepare for her orders, refusing other customers. Other people had no choice but to eat at roadside stalls. This was during her ordering, before the evening stalls opened, so she wouldn't have missed out otherwise. If she had, the street food vendors would have been gone, and other diners might have cried. At that moment, a young man was eating spicy hot pot from a bowl, but his eyes kept watching Zhou Lan on the street. He ate quietly while whispering into a tiny microphone inside his collar. Target has appeared. Only she herself. The people following her haven't come out, and the car hasn't shown up. Team E, the target changed her clothes, but she looks very relaxed. She even bought ice cream. Doesn't seem like a victim. Yi Chi's voice sounded. I told you before, she's very skilled. Ordinary thugs aren't her match. So that's why you didn't let me follow her?
But
the young man suddenly shivered. Yi Team's voice was right beside his ear, not coming through a speaker. He looked up and was surprised to see the tall, handsome figure of the team leader. White shirt, black suit pants, gold-rimmed glasses, refined and elegant, standing out sharply among the other male diners in shorts, slippers, and t-shirts. Like a crane among chickens. Team. We don't know each other. Yi Chi spoke without moving his lips, sitting down at a table next to a customer who had just left. The young investigator immediately acted as if nothing was wrong, burying his head and continuing to eat. The two of them didn't even make eye contact. This is basic professionalism for investigators. Yi Chi asked the spicy hot pot ant for some vegetarian ingredients and started waiting for his meal. This was the best spot to observe Xiao Lan at that moment. He watched Xiao Lan. He didn't hide his gaze. He even hoped Xiao Lan would notice him soon. Throughout the afternoon, there was no progress in the investigation of Xiao Lan. They didn't have enough people. The two investigators assigned also had other targets, mainly monitoring in the city. They didn't dare get too close outside the city because Xiao Lan's route was remote, with no other cars on the road. Following her closely would risk alerting her, so they had to take detours and wait. Their top priority was keeping their work secret, so they couldn't easily disturb the target. For a long time, they didn't know what Xiaolan was doing outside the city. The tracker was useless. She changed cars midway. Xiaolan was spending money wildly. She even invited a large, diverse group of people to a big restaurant for a meal. Target 6 was also at that restaurant tonight. It made the conspiracy seem even deeper. Yiqi thought it was very necessary to go out as bait to provoke Xiaolan. He hoped to trigger some special behavior from her, so he could find a breakthrough for deeper investigation or directly gather evidence to arrest and interrogate her. He guessed that taking such risks should be effective. After all, she had hit him the moment they met in the morning, probably because she sensed something. "Hey, handsome. Your food is ready. Come and get it yourself." A few minutes later, the spicy hot pot aunt shouted loudly to Yiqi.
Thanks.
Yiqi collected his food. He didn't leave his seat but slightly stood up, turned, and reached toward the food cart, grabbing a bowl of hot, fragrant, spicy hot pot. He turned back and placed it on the table.
Oops.
A plump figure suddenly appeared in front of him, exclaiming. The hot pot almost spilled on her. Yiqi was surprised and quickly moved the bowl away. Looking closely at her, he apologized nervously, sorry. But he became alert inside. When did this chubby girl sneak over? She had been crouching a few meters away eating ice cream just a second ago. In the time it took him to turn around and grab the hot pot, she was already in front of him.
That's okay.
Xiao Lan smiled sweetly, holding an ice cream in one hand and taking a bite, while the other hand offered a freshly bought ice cream to Yiqi. The three-colored ice cream ball, pink, yellow, purple, was a mix of strawberry, cream, and taro flavors. Earlier, I mistook you for someone else.
Sorry about that.
I didn't really mean to hit you. Chiji believed she was talking nonsense but remained calm and cooperative. Really? Who do you truly want to hit? You hit hard, and I don't accept your apology. Handsome guy. Xiaolan imitated the Cantonese accent of the spicy hot pot auntie. Don't be so stingy. Why not hit me now? I won't fight back. Just stand there honestly and vent your anger, okay? Nearby, investigator Xiao Zhou, busy eating, secretly marveled. This target, the chubby girl. Wow, she actually hit Team Leader Yi? What skills does she have? She's impressive. No wonder Team Leader Yi firmly said those thugs with knives couldn't threaten her. TSK. I won't hit you. Yiqi pushed up his glasses and refused Xiaolan. Xiaolan looked troubled, pushing her ice cream forward and sincerely negotiating. Here, have some ice cream. Please don't be mad at me.
Bang.
A big scoop of three-colored ice cream landed on Yiqi's face. Xiaolan quickly ran away with her hands. Her sturdy body squeezed through the crowded street, making a path. Like a fish returning to the sea, she vanished into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Investigator Xiao Zhou stared in shock.
What?
What speed was that? He watched her attack without seeing how she did it, and even Team Leader Yi didn't dodge.
Wow.
Because he had to keep his identity secret, he couldn't chase after her immediately. He and Team Leader Yi didn't know each other. So he silently glanced at Yi Qi and continued eating. Yi Qi's face turned pale. He took a tissue from the table and wiped his face twice. The free tissues provided by the spicy hot pot auntie, to save costs, were falling apart. Yi Qi switched to using his sleeve. His white shirt sleeve immediately looked terrible. He was careless again. Knowing she might pretend to be innocent, he still didn't guard against her. She was too fast. Yiqi watched Xiaolan run away into the crowd. This short, chubby girl had the speed of a parkour expert. His leg injury still wasn't fully healed. He couldn't catch her. Yiqi wiped his face clean, sat down slowly, enduring the strange looks from diners around him. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, what did others' embarrassment matter? He waited patiently. The chubby girl's truck was still around the corner in the alley. He didn't believe she wouldn't come back. Lan, you're the best. Xiaolan, who had reached a safe place, silently gave herself a thumbs up. In one day, she had taken care of that Yi dog twice. What a satisfying feeling. But that Yi-dog owed her 3 packs of instant noodles. 3 packs. 1 spicy beef flavor, 2 mushroom chicken flavor. She still needed to settle with him once more to feel even. She secretly looked forward to seeing him again soon. However, she decided not to come back to this food street. She called Xiao Tang and assigned him the task of collecting food here. Then, the car dealership delivered the vehicle to her current location. After the small truck arrived, she paid a deposit and rent, then went to several other food streets to pick up supplies. Before midnight, the city center was still lively. Along the way, she bought some supplies she encountered. At a gas station, she quietly took some stored fuel from the underground tank, leaving about 30% of the cost. So, she gained a lot along the way. Her space was now filled with many big brand water dispensers and water filters. She bought fire safety equipment from a specialty store and many good quality, affordable supplies from a clothing and safety store, everything from medicines to lighting equipment. Whenever she saw something useful, she bought it. Nothing was missed. She also collected a large number of gas cylinders from a gas factory. Since they had already finished work, only an old night shift worker was inside, absorbed in watching a beauty singer on his phone. She didn't disturb him, took the supplies, paid, and left. She even gathered building materials like cement, steel bars, bricks, and sand from a roadside construction site. When her money ran low, she left 10% as a tip, showing some conscience but not much. She was busy until nearly 11 o'clock. Suddenly, she saw a brightly lit hair salon on the street. She parked and went inside.
Hello, Mom.
Do you want a haircut or a full style? The city will be locked down at midnight, and we're about to close. There might not be enough time for a full style. Want to schedule another day?
I'm Manhwa.
After the typhoon passes, you can come back and I'll give you a discount. Tony, the friendly young man at the reception, greeted her enthusiastically and started talking rapidly as soon as she entered. She shook her ponytail. I don't want a full style, just a haircut today.
Cut it short. All right, we can do that next time.
How short do you want it today, ma'am? She pushed away the hairstyle book handed to her. Number 1 cut.
Huh?
Shave it into a number 1. As short as possible. Do you sell hair clippers here? I'll buy as many as you have. Her order confused the stylist. He thought to himself, even though she's a bit overweight, she shouldn't be doing this to herself. Her thick, shiny black hair was beautiful. Why shave it all off? She didn't have time to wait. The price list on the wall showed 20 yuan for a women's haircut. She directly placed 200 yuan on the table, offering 10 times the amount to get cooperation. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Okay. 10 minutes later, she left the salon with a sharp, boyish number 1 haircut. She even forcibly bought 5 of their personal hair clippers. Although she was determined to stay hidden and avoid conflicts in the end-of-the-world environment, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't get into fights. In such a place, fights could break out at any moment. Her past experience showed that long hair was a hassle during fights. She didn't want her hair to get caught, causing her to miss a dodge or miss her target. Shaving her hair into a buzz cut was easier. She bought clippers so she could trim her hair herself once it grew out. Not long after leaving the barbershop, at Suehua Grand Hotel, her junior, Xiaoli, called to say that the city would close at midnight and many people were preparing to go home. Xiao Lan ordered, "Don't leave yet. I'll be there soon." She finished collecting the last of her recent orders from the warehouse. When she arrived at Suehua Grand Hotel, a long line of tourist buses followed her car. She rented all of them last minute, with drivers and their families. She spent over 30 million yuan completely. She even overdrawn 2 credit cards. Unfortunately, the stock market was closed for the holiday, or she could have converted her stocks and funds into cash, giving her more money to use. She parked her car and led the drivers into Suehua Grand Hotel. She strode confidently through the golden revolving door. Outside in the shadowy parking lot, Yichi slowly stepped out, looking very unhappy. She was played by that chubby girl. Yichi didn't expect that Xiaolan wouldn't return to the food street all night. He waited a long time, finished his spicy hot pot, then moved to a different stall for grilled dishes. Later, he changed to a place selling soup dumplings. He also tried a strange durian and potato pancake with an odd flavor, and a cream cake from a street cart that tasted like hot pot, spicy, salty, and sweet all at once, which was very strange. In the end, he ate a bunch of weird snacks. Time passed quickly, but Xiaolon didn't come back to get her car. When he looked into a dark alley at the corner, there was no car, and the thugs there had disappeared. It was strange. That alley was a dead end with no other exit, high walls on one side and buildings on the other. Maybe the thugs could have climbed over the wall, but what about the truck? Such a large truck had vanished into thin air. Later, GPS indicated that Xiaolan's monitored Wuling's small truck had returned to the food street. But it wasn't Xiaolon driving, it was Tang Xiaoyao. Yiqi frowned and quickly took people to Tsuehua Grand Hotel to block them. Keep an eye on number 6. Watch Xiaolon. Don't act rashly. Just see what they're planning. He gave the orders quietly over the walkie-talkie. Soon after Xiaolon led the crowd into the golden revolving door, Yiqi stepped onto the hotel stairs, ready to go inside. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. It swept him from the top of the stairs down to the ground. In an instant, dark clouds churned in the night sky, roaring fiercely. The swirling clouds looked like a battlefield from a fantasy movie, pressing heavily toward the ground. Very frightening. Bang! 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 Several loud crashes. The large neon sign of the Green Jade Hotel fell from over 20 floors high, blown down by the wind. Several cars in the parking lot were instantly crushed into pieces. Big Sister Xiaolon, what's happening? In the hotel's banquet hall, Li Wenjing, a junior student who just received a call from Xiaolon, tightly grabbed her arm, looking very scared. The sign was hanging outside the hall window on the 25th floor. They watched through the window as the strong wind tore away the large characters. According to safety standards for high-end hotels, such high signs are built to withstand top-level typhoons. Xiaolon frowned, her face changing. Why did the strong wind come so early? Where's Xiao Tang? Has he arrived? Xiaolon quickly asked about Xiao Tang's whereabouts. If the wind had started and he was outside shopping. I'm here, Sister Lon, Xiao Tang's voice came from behind. He had just arrived a short while ago. Xiaolon relaxed, glad Xiao Tang was not outside. She planned to bring Li and Xiao Tang along for safety. She would not let them face danger in this life. After her foster parents passed away a few years ago, Xiaolon had been studying and doing business. She knew many people both at school and outside, but only these two truly trusted friends. Sister Lon, why is the wind so strong outside? This typhoon is really terrifying. It's almost midnight, and the city will be sealed off. With such strong wind, can we still go back? Li Wenjing asked worriedly. If we can't go back, we'll stay here. There's food and drinks, and there are guest rooms upstairs to sleep in, Xiaolon said casually. Oh, that's true. Li Wenjing's eyes lit up. Staying in a fancy hotel must be more comfortable than my rented place. I was planning to stay home during the city's lockdown anyway. Now I get to experience what it's like to binge-watch shows and play games in a luxury room. Xiaolon smiled, but she was puzzled inside. In her previous life, the city was sealed at midnight, but the strong wind didn't come immediately after midnight. It arrived around 3 or 4 in the morning. But now, it's not even midnight yet. What's going on? Has something changed after her rebirth? Sister Lon, why did you shave your head? Li Wenjing noticed Xiaolan's hairstyle, no longer worried about the wind. Xiaolon had a buzz cut. Without her ponytail, she has a chubby, round face and a smooth, rounded back of her head, like a glutinous rice ball. Cut it neatly. Xiaolon glanced at Xiao Li's twin ponytails. Should I shave yours too? I have clippers. No way. Xiao Li immediately covered her head. Hey, look at this. The wind is so strange. It seems to be swirling people around. In the busy dining hall, half of the people had run to the window to look outside, shocked by the strong wind. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the scene below from the 20-something floors up. Xiaolon moved to the window, looking through the dark green glass of the restaurant, and saw trees being uprooted below, heavy vehicles being blown around like paper boxes. Something was caught in the wind, maybe a person, maybe a large branch. This wind was much stronger than the one she encountered earlier in the food street this afternoon. Even though she had seen more terrifying scenes in her past life, witnessing it again made her heart race faster. Nature's power made her feel cold inside.
Fortunately,
because of a psychological shadow from her previous life, she subconsciously chose this Tsuehua restaurant when selecting a place for the gathering. This 29-story tall building was high, but surprisingly well-built. After the fierce wind in her past life, many shorter buildings in City C had collapsed, but this one stood firm. It became one of the few remaining landmarks in the ruined City C. Oh no, what should we do? With this strong wind, we can't go home. Yeah, the city will be locked down at midnight. It would have been better to finish the gathering earlier. Now we're doomed. Hey, Xiaolon is over there. She's the organizer. Let's ask her what to do. People around the gathering discussed anxiously. A group of them approached Xiaolon, asking her to decide. They were classmates and alumni from City C University. When she sent out the group message for the meal, besides contacting her contacts, Xiaolon also sent messages to her class group, grade group, club group, and various private friends groups, inviting teachers and classmates who stayed in the city during the holiday. More than 20 people promised to come. Some were familiar with Xiaolon, some just nodded politely, and there were even strangers who just came to eat in the same group casually. I don't know what to suggest. Xiaolon smiled and helplessly spread her hands. I just thought since we're classmates, it's nice to have a meal and enjoy some fun during the holiday. Who knew that before midnight, the typhoon would arrive? We can't go back to school now. What should we do? The city is locked down and no one can pass on the streets. Are we going to stay here for the next few days? A girl asked worriedly. Xiaoli tried to imitate Xiaolan's calm tone and smiled as he said to everyone, if we can't go back, we just stay here. There's food and drinks, and upstairs there are guest rooms to sleep in.
What?
I heard staying here for one night is very expensive, at least 800 yuan, with an average of 2,000 to 3,000, and there are even suites costing tens of thousands. The hotel wouldn't let us stay for free, the girl replied. Xiaoli was surprised, his eyes wide with wonder. Free? Just book a room.
Huh.
The girl looked more surprised than Xiaoli. Are you joking? I could have stayed in the school dormitory. Why should I spend so much money to stay here? She looked at Xiaolon with a hint of blame. If it weren't for Xiaolan's sudden idea to gather everyone for a meal, none of us would be trapped here. Shouldn't she take responsibility? Xiaolon caught the girl's gaze, but didn't respond. She didn't know this girl well. She probably just came to eat for free. Xiaoli wanted to argue with her, but was stopped by Xiaolon. In a world like this, what's the point of fighting over petty things? Xiaoli, do you have money? I've spent all the money Sister Lon gave me for shopping, but I still have some in my own account. Is there enough to book a room here? Yes. Then go and book a room. You can stay here tonight, and it's on me. Also, Xiao Tang, I don't have money in my card. No problem, Sister Lon. Xiaoli immediately went to book the room. The girl was quite happy, saying it was her first time treating Xiaolon to a hotel stay and that she wanted to book a nicer room so that it would be a memorable experience later. Yes, it was quite a memorable moment, Xiaolon thought. After the end of the world, it wouldn't be easy to enjoy a comfortable hotel stay again. Sorry, everyone. I originally planned to take everyone to a high-end entertainment city after dinner, but a strong wind came early, so we can't go now. Please feel free to stay here for the time being. Don't laugh at me. I don't have any money in my card. Everyone will need to pay for their own stay, Xiaolon said into the microphone, briefly explaining to the people in the dining hall. She had initially planned to take a big bus to a nearby entertainment city after dinner, before the city locked down at midnight. Although Tsuehua Grand Hotel is a sturdy building, it is tall and noticeable. Its reputation is well known, and everyone knows it offers high-end dining and drinks. After a past storm, social order was chaotic, and this tall building became a prime target for looting. Survivors came here with red eyes to find food. There was fighting, theft, and even violence. It was a mess. So, staying here to avoid the wind was okay, but staying long-term was not. The smaller building of the entertainment center was better, more hidden, with fewer people coming to loot. As a temporary shelter after the disaster, it was somewhat acceptable. Hey, this can't be right. Just as Xiao Lan finished speaking, the girl from before looked upset and said, "If you hadn't called everyone here, we wouldn't be trapped. Now you've given up and let us pay for our own stay? Young lady, watch your words. Mr. Xiao was kind enough to invite us to eat."
Haha.
Now that something unexpected happened, she didn't want it. Why are you blaming her? The owner of the grain shop, who was helping Xiao Lan with wholesale deals, stepped forward to gain favor. In my opinion, this is a rare opportunity. We can experience a luxury hotel service here. Who cares about paying out of pocket? Anyone who can do business with Mr. Xiao isn't short of money. If she says she has no money, she's joking. Even if she offers to pay for everyone's stay, who's so shameless as to really take her up on it? Exactly. That makes sense. If we can't leave tonight, we'll stay here. Old Zhang, Old Chen, I'll cover your accommodation costs. Many others agreed. Most of them had just bought large quantities of goods from Xiaolan and were trying to flatter her. The girl wanted to say more, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. A student's voice couldn't compete with a group of small-time business owners. The scene grew livelier. "Mr. Xiao, come have a drink. Don't worry about the wind outside. I really want to toast you today. Hold on, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be back later." Xiaolan exchanged brief pleasantries with everyone and then slipped away. Whether or not she was trapped here, her main reason for coming tonight was to gather supplies, not just to help everyone move. As one of the well-known luxury hotels in City C, Tsuehua Grand Hotel's kitchen and storage rooms held many high-end ingredients: Alba white truffles, Parmesan cheese, Mediterranean red prawns, Iberian ham, Omi beef. Not things you could stockpile at a wholesale market. As for whether the gathering was for a meal here, shelter at the entertainment center, or returning home against the wind, or whether they were trying to flatter her or complain about her, Xiao Lan didn't care. After tonight, she will leave alone and has no plans to continue interacting with them. During the storm, she put them in a safe, sturdy building to save their lives. Zhou Lan can only do this much. This is her way of explaining her relationships before the end of the world. She is grateful to heaven for giving her a second chance at life, so she wants to repay the world by doing good deeds. In the coming apocalypse, danger is everywhere, and people will die at any moment. She cannot save everyone, and she won't foolishly see herself as a savior. In this rebirth, she only hopes to no longer suffer from hunger and to take good care of herself and little Tang and little Li. The world is cruel, so she can't ask for too much. She quickens her pace and enters a bathroom in a corner of the building. She plans to wash her hands and then go downstairs to gather supplies. As she pushes open the door, she hears a loud, cheerful, somewhat spoiled, and proud female voice inside. "Oh haha, that's right, after tonight it will be the end of the world."
Huh.
Zhou Lan is surprised. What's going on? Does anyone else know about the apocalypse? Could they also be reborn? She closes the door and sees a graceful woman in a tight purple knit top and a black fitted long skirt, washing her hands at the sink. Her phone is on the counter and she's wearing headphones, talking on the phone. Zhou Lan presses down her baseball cap, quietly walks over, and stands nearby, also washing her hands. The woman glances at her, but doesn't pay much attention and continues her call. Wait a little longer. When it hits midnight, it's the auspicious 9th day of the 9th lunar month. Important things should be done on good days. This hotel isn't empty tonight, so you'll be satisfied. Zhou Lan gets a clear look at the woman's face. She's unfamiliar and doesn't recognize her. Her makeup is delicate, but her eye wrinkles are deep, at least 50 years old. She doesn't look charming or elegant, but her behavior seems a bit deliberately youthful, trying to appear flirtatious. The woman glances sideways and snaps. "What are you looking at? Haven't seen someone on the phone before?" She adjusts her long, flowing hair in the mirror. Zhou Lan's gaze lingers for 2 seconds on the woman's neck, where she lifts her hair. Then she quickly finishes washing her hands and steps into a stall. She sits on the warm toilet lid with a serious face. The St. Yes's Company. The tattoo on the woman's neck is actually a green sword, wrapped by a strangely posed red three-headed venomous snake. This is the emblem of a notorious evolution research company from the apocalypse, St. Yes's. The symbol is very distinctive, and Jolon would never mistake it. Suddenly, she realizes that St. Yes's wasn't formed after the apocalypse. They were active before the end of the world. What does it mean when women say that tonight many people will stay at the hotel and that important things will happen right at midnight? It refers to the past cruelty of St. Yas during the apocalypse. She cannot forget the evolutionaries they captured, the terrible screams, and the bloodied, unrecognizable bodies. At this moment, outside the bathroom, a few meters away, in the corridor and lobby, in a small corner sofa, Yichi is curled up on the sofa, hidden behind the backrest, looking down at his phone. The phone shows a live feed outside the bathroom. Investigators had hidden cameras in the flower decorations near the sink long ago. Xiao Lan has contacted Target 6. Everyone, stay alert and ready for emergencies. Team 1 copies. Team 2 copies. Team 3 copies. After giving the orders quietly, responses come through the earpiece from each team. Yichi clenches his teeth, trying to keep his focus on the screen. He was blown down the stairs by a strong wind, suffering multiple injuries and bruises. He barely held onto the railing of the greenery to avoid being swept away. He slowly climbed onto the railing, stone platform, and columns, fighting against the wind, using all his strength to move into the hotel entrance. His old gunshot wound on his leg still hurts, and he has new injuries, making the pain unbearable. But he must endure. He commands the team inside the hotel, who are already on standby, ready to act at any moment. The surveillance shows Xiao Lan entering a stall, out of sight. Only Target 6 remains at the sink. A few seconds later, suddenly, Target 6 turns around and walks outside the stall where Xiao Lan is. He raises his hand and knocks on the door. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels approaching sharply. Thud, thud, thud. The woman knocks on the door. Who is it? Xiao Lan speaks softly, but her eyes are full of determination. During the apocalypse, St. Yas Company captured evolutionaries everywhere for research, using living people, children, and even pregnant women and fetuses for experiments. They committed many terrible crimes, full of blood and guilt. It was the most ruthless organization among many during the end times. Xiao Lan has seen many people taken, and she herself narrowly escaped danger several times, thanks to her space-based powers. Hi, I'm the sister you saw by the sink earlier. I think I left my makeup bag in the stall. A gentle voice comes from outside the door. There's no makeup bag here. Maybe you remembered wrong, ma'am? Oh, I'm sorry about that. The woman walks away in her high heels.
Clatter.
Xiao Lan finishes washing her hands, then opens the door and steps out. Returning to the sink area, the woman had not left yet. On the counter were foundation, lipstick, eyeshadow, and other makeup items, as she was fixing her makeup in front of the mirror. Sorry to bother you, little sister. She smiled at Xiao Lan. Look at my memory, my makeup bag was right here, but I ran back to the stall to find it. As she spoke, she unscrewed the lipstick cap, picked up a lip brush, and casually offered it to Xiao Lan.
See?
I just bought this new shade, chestnut color. Isn't it pretty? You're asking for trouble. Xiao Lan's eyes turned cold. She quickly stepped back, summoned a knife from her space, ready to cut off the woman's finger holding the lip brush immediately. But she hadn't struck yet.
Bang.
The bathroom door suddenly swung open. Two figures rushed in like lightning, crossing past Xiao Lan and pinning the woman to the ground. Captain, she's controlled now. The serum is here. She didn't have time to act. In an instant, the woman was handcuffed behind her back, and her lipstick and lip brush were sealed in a transparent bag. Her quick action made Xiao Lan gasp in surprise. She retreated to the wall, quietly put the knife back into her space, and stood there with a look of shock. Yichi rushed in behind them, injured and unsteady on her feet.
Put her in the car first.
When the wind outside dies down, we'll take her away. Yes. The serum is in the sealed box in the car.
Make sure it doesn't leak.
Yes. Two subordinates escorted the woman to the underground parking lot of the hotel. From entering to leaving, it took less than 2 minutes. Yichi turned to Xiaolon, carefully examining her hands and face. Are you okay? Did the lipstick get on you? No. Xiaolon looked confused. In her mind, she quickly realized that the woman wasn't holding lipstick, but a biological modification serum. The special clear, viscous substance and its unique smell told her she couldn't be mistaken. Seeing the lip brush, she understood immediately. The woman intended to secretly smear the serum on her, causing her genes to mutate. If she hadn't dodged quickly, the serum on the brush could have quickly seeped into her skin, triggering a mutation. Within 10 minutes, she might have suddenly fallen seriously ill, turned deformed, experienced failure, had her bones shattered, gone insane, or even died suddenly. In the apocalypse, St. Yas Company conducted numerous live experiments, seeking positive mutations among thousands of negative ones, gradually advancing their evolution research. They had these serums even before the end of the world. Tonight, the woman's plan at Suehua Grand Hotel was likely to spread the serum, turning the guests into mutation test subjects. Because she went to the bathroom, she was lucky to become a small test subject for women on an auspicious day before the event. But how did Yigo arrive so quickly? Who was he before the end of the world? His accomplices had handcuffs and dared to openly arrest people at the hotel. Could they be police?
You.
You're not the person I accidentally hit, are you? Xiaolon pretended to recognize Yi Qi just now, looking scared. What do you want to do? Come to revenge me? Why are you arresting that Andy? Come out first. Yi Qi, enduring his injuries, turned and left the bathroom. A few of his men quickly went inside to search and finish up. This kidnapping incident had already been coordinated with the hotel, so it wouldn't disturb others. He sat on a small sofa in the corridor to ease his pain and showed his police ID to Xiaolon. He wasn't a policeman, but those doing secret investigations often carried official IDs to scare people. That person is a suspect in a major crime. Xiaolon, what is your relationship with her? Yi Qi's face was serious, and his voice was firm. How do you know my name? I don't know her. Xiaolon still looked confused. Yi Qi coldly said, Xiaolon, 19 years old, parents unknown, adopted as a baby from Hongqi Road Welfare Institute in Zhejiang City by her foster parents. Her foster parents run a supermarket. She grew up wealthy, did well in school, and enjoyed doing business in her free time. 3 years ago, her foster parents passed away. She went to university in Sea City. Over 3 million yuan in her account was spent today. The people helping her spend money were Li Wenjing and Tang Xiaoyao, her 2 store employees. She also has stocks and funds worth over 10 million yuan, plus several properties, cars, and other physical assets. This morning, she and the suspect just now studied together for half an hour at the second-floor study area of Sea University Library. In the evening, they appeared together at Suehua Grand Hotel, where she was seen in the bathroom contact. She was there to carry out a major criminal activity.
And you?
Tonight, you gathered many people here for a meal and booked a private entertainment venue in advance to go all out. Now, tell the truth. What is your plan? I can't believe it. Xiaolon secretly rolled her eyes. Yigo really was a police officer. She shouldn't have hit him when they first met. It attracted his attention, and he ended up digging into her background. What bad luck! How did he know she had 2 encounters with the old aunt from St. Yas Company? Officer, I really don't know her. I am a student at Sea University, preparing for my graduate exams. I often go to the library to study, and I didn't know she was there too. Also, she seemed like she was about to do something bad to me just now, so I definitely am not her accomplice. Since you've been checked, you must know I am an honest, well-behaved student with good morals, intelligence, physical health, and artistic talent. How could I be involved in serious criminal activities? I spent a lot of money today because I want to learn how to run a supermarket like my parents buying supplies. Xiaolon was obedient and sincere, with tears in her eyes, looking wronged as she explained, crying and arguing for over 10 minutes. Yiqi listened expressionlessly and coldly. Xiaolon thought to herself, isn't this wasting my time? I am busy stocking up. Besides, if your authorities started investigating St. Yas before the end of the world, just go ahead. Don't bother me with unnecessary questions about me. I am a good citizen. Even if I hit you, I am still a good citizen. She planned to pretend to faint and escape. Just then, Yiqi finally spoke. Well, in that case, you are innocent? Of course, officer. I am really a good kid. All right, you can go now. Thank you, officer. Xiaolon didn't expect him to let her go so easily. She immediately turned around and ran. Wait, Yiqi suddenly called out. Why call Dad? Xiaolon rolled her eyes secretly, looking nervous as she turned around. Uncle? Yiqi stared at her. His sharp, defined face looked serious and intimidating. He slowly asked, You said before that you hit me because you mistook me for someone else. So, who did you think I was? Xiaolon stammered, twisting nervously, her voice barely a whisper. That is, the boy I have a crush on. I've sent him signals many times, but he didn't respond. I felt inferior and was deeply hurt. Seeing that you look like him, I couldn't help myself. Yiqi almost rolled his eyes again. So, it wasn't a mistake, but intentional, yes. What is the boy's name? Song Tianming, a senior in his 4th year. Xiaolon casually said it. After saying it, she realized, wasn't he one of Chu Enong's admirers? He's from the enemy side. Well, let's just say it's a bad situation. Xiaolon looked pitifully at him. Officer, you won't hold this against me, right? It's all because I'm too fat. I feel really insecure. I'm very sensitive, and I can't handle criticism. When I fail at a crush, I get aggressive and hit people.
Uncle, I'm sorry.
I'll see a psychologist soon. Drop, tears fall.
Crying softly.
Feeling wronged. Obediently bowing her head and admitting her mistake. Yiqi falls silent for 2 seconds. Go ahead. Thank you, uncle. I promise I won't hit people randomly anymore. Xiaolon runs away happily. She disappears in a flash, not even looking back. This chubby girl really knows how to pretend.
Yiqi.
He doesn't believe her endless lies. At the spicy hot pot stand, when she was hit with ice cream, he secretly placed a tiny listening device on her. After listening for a while, and considering how 6 Target had just attacked her, it seems she has no real connection to Target 6. But she still has too many suspicious points. Maybe she's involved in other crimes. He can't let her go. Once the storm passes, investigates Song Tianming, a student at C University. He orders his team. He remembers Xiaolon mentioning her secret crush and gives instructions.
Captain.
An investigator reports through the earpiece. I sneaked into the warehouse, where Xiaolon was getting supplies. It was empty, nothing inside. All the materials that were brought in earlier are gone. The investigator sounds shocked, almost shouting through the microphone. I've been watching nearby, and I didn't see any goods being moved out. Could there be a secret basement in this warehouse? But I didn't find one. Yiqi raises his eyebrows. Over 20 million worth of supplies, covering an area larger than a small truck in an alley. And now they just disappeared? All right, stay safe. Is it windy over there? Where are you now? Captain, there's no wind here yet. Pull back immediately. Wait until the typhoon passes to investigate. Safety first. Yes, Captain. Yiqi turns off the radio, his gaze deepening. It seems Xiaolon, this chubby girl, still has many secrets to uncover.
Achoo.
While taking the elevator downstairs, Xiaolon suddenly sneezes again. It must be ego thinking about her. She thinks. Not long ago, she was proud, feeling great about taking revenge on Yigo twice in one day. She looked forward to meeting him again soon. But now, her wish came true, and the situation turned around. He's a police officer, and she's now the suspect. It's frustrating. She knows Yigo might not have truly let her go, Perhaps he's secretly watching her every move. But she doesn't want to delay her stockpiling. Instead, she speeds up and heads straight to the hotel's underground cold storage. If Ego is still causing trouble, she wants to stockpile the ingredients before he can interfere.
Ding.
The elevator stops. They've reached the -3 floor. Jolon quickly stepped out of the elevator, turned several corners along the corridor, and skillfully found the hotel's storage cold room. In her past life, during the early days of the apocalypse, she and Xiao Tang had sneaked in here to find food, so she knew the layout well. It was late at night, and no staff were around, but the cold room door was locked. Could this stop Jolon? During the tough times of the apocalypse, she had to break into any storage to find food. After practicing for a while, she mastered the skill of lockpicking. She was quite good at unlocking doors quietly. She took out 2 thin steel wires and a small, bent screwdriver, stood in front of the cold room door for a few seconds, then easily unlocked it without triggering any alarm. Jolon then stepped inside, looked around briefly, and left, closing the door behind her. The security cameras only recorded her walking to the door, standing there for a few seconds, and then turning to leave. She was empty-handed, but most of the food inside the cold room had already been stored in her space, using her mental powers. When the apocalypse hit, the power system in City C went down on the first day, and these precious foods in the cold storage would spoil in less than 2 days. If she didn't take them now, no one would be able to eat once they went bad. On the other side of the corridor, there were 2 large storage rooms. They stored non-perishable food and drinks at room temperature. Jolon repeated her lockpicking, opened the doors, and took half of the supplies. The remaining half she left for others searching for supplies after the end of the world. She understood the despair of breaking into a building and finding nothing. She stocked up her own supplies, but also left a way out for others. Next to the storage room was a smaller closet with hotel bedding, carpets, curtains, towels, and other linens, some clean, some brand new, and a batch of high-quality reusable hotel toiletries like soap, slippers, shower gel, and toothbrushes, which she also took half of. Feeling satisfied, she turned back and took the elevator. She planned to go to the 3rd and 15th floors, where the hotel's 2 main kitchens were located.
Ding.
As the elevator went up, it stopped after just 1 floor. It was the parking basement on level -2. She guessed someone might come up from that level. She didn't mind, and moved aside to let them in. But as soon as the elevator door opened, a strange smell wafted out ahead of the person arriving. Jolan's nerves instantly tensed. It was the smell of St. Yes medicine. When the elevator door was halfway open, she suddenly lunged out like a bullet, directly knocking the person outside to the ground. She quickly restrained and subdued them, strangling, flipping, and reversing the hold. In an instant, she had the person under control. The person groaned softly beneath her. Xiao Lan grabbed the other person's hair and forcefully slammed them onto the ground, knocking them out instantly. It all happened in just 3 seconds, fast and fierce. Upon closer look, it was that old lady from the restroom. She was dressed in men's clothes and shoes, wearing a hat to hide her face, trying to get into the elevator. But Xiaolon saw her and knocked her down. Where was her? Wasn't she supposed to be handcuffed and put in the car first? Xiaolon looked around the parking lot. About 20 meters away, there was an SUV with its hazard lights flashing, seeming to have a problem. Quickly, Xiaolon took off the old lady's men's clothes and her original outfit, then searched her. She found a set of smelly makeup products, which she put into her space. There's no need to worry about the chemicals leaking and causing harm because Xiaolan's space is magical. Anything stored inside automatically forms a protective vacuum layer that keeps items fresh, prevents crushing, and allows stacking. Chemicals outside could leak and cause accidents, but inside her space, it's very safe. After storing the chemicals, Xiaolon quickly ran to the black SUV.
Wow.
The 2 guards escorting the old lady earlier were unconscious inside the car. One of them was wearing the disguise outfit, the same one the old lady used. "Hey, Officer Yi." "Police officer." Xiaolon opened the car door, found a walkie-talkie on the 2 unconscious men, and almost called out "sir," but quickly corrected herself. Those 2 police officers just fainted. The suspect is trying to escape. I happen to catch her. Come quickly. She spoke to Yi Chi with a nervous but calm tone, pretending to be scared. Yi Chi received the message and was surprised. He hurried to come downstairs with his team. As the elevator went down, he suddenly thought of a question. Why does the chubby girl call him uncle, but calls to Chi and Lao Song brothers? They are clearly older than him, and look much older too. 20 minutes later, Xiao Lan briefly interacted with Yi Chi again, asked a few questions, and was released. Goodbye, police officer. Be sure to punish the bad guys. Before entering the elevator, Xiao Lan clenched her fist and cheered for Yi Chi and the others, looking like a simple, innocent student. By then, Yi Chi had already ordered his team to control 2 accomplices of the old lady, labeled as number 6, and they were all put into the car. The 2 unconscious investigators in the car had been drugged with a special nerve anesthetic by No. 6, but their lives were safe. They were now being taken to a small medical room inside a hotel to rest until the weather cleared, and they could be taken to the hospital. Yi Chi secretly arranged for someone to take Xiao Lan downstairs by elevator and also adjusted the surveillance cameras on the 3rd basement level. The footage shows her honestly going downstairs, just browsing and checking the doors, nothing else. When encountering a troublemaker, she even took action to subdue him. This is a typical good citizen behavior. There's no reason to detain her. Just let her go. As for Xiao Lan taking items from the hotel storage, Yi Chi hadn't seen it himself because there's no surveillance in the storage room. Thanks for earlier. Yi Chi nodded farewell to Xiao Lan. Even though the chubby girl had many suspicious points, her operation to subdue number 6 was very sharp. He could also use the excuse of assisting with the investigation to forcibly detain Xiao Lan, but that wouldn't be meaningful. It's better to let her go and keep her on a string, fishing for more information. No need to thank me. Be careful outside, police uncle. The criminals are very cunning. Xiao Lan smiled sweetly and obediently. The elevator doors slowly started to close. But then they slid open again. Xiao Lan didn't leave. She pressed the door open button and added, "It's very windy outside. You guys should stay safe these days. Strong winds can really people away."
Okay, Yeji responded softly.
His deep, obsidian-like eyes fixed on Xiao Lan, unable to see through her. Her safety reminder was very serious, completely different from her previous playful and cute attitude. Well, police uncle, goodbye.
Goodbye.
The elevator doors closed again. The panel showed the numbers rising from -2, -1, and upward. Yi Chi stared at the panel for a moment before turning around. He wondered what surprising thing the chubby girl would do next time they met, or what secrets she might reveal that he could investigate. Inside the elevator, Xiao Lan was thinking, "Yi dog, I hope that when the strong wind stops in 10 days, your group will still be alive." She disliked Yi dog, yes. But she kept her personal and professional feelings separate. Yi dog had caused her a lot of trouble during the apocalypse, which was personal revenge. On the other hand, Yi dog was not a bad person. During the apocalypse, his strength and ruthlessness made people fear him, but he never did anything truly evil. He didn't bully the weak, and sometimes even helped others. Now that she knew he was a police officer and was working hard to catch the bad guys, Xiao Lan didn't mind being investigated by him. She knew she had just been unlucky enough to cross his path. She wasn't angry. Instead, she hoped he would stay safe and quickly put an end to Saint Yate's evil deeds. "Blue sister, you're back." It was 12:30 at night. Xiao Lan had checked around the hotel's 2 large kitchens, found an excuse to sneak in and secretly take some ingredients, then returned to the dining hall. Little Lee immediately rushed over happily. "Blue sister, the wind outside has stopped." "Stopped?" "Yes, it just stopped now, and there's no wind downstairs anymore." Xiao Lan followed Xiao Li to the window and looked out. It was true. Under the faint light of the remaining street lamps, outside was completely calm, with flags hanging down and no wind at all. Only broken trees and overturned cars lay scattered around, showing that a strong wind had passed through. There was also fierce wind in the city center. A few old apartment buildings had collapsed, and the casualties were still unknown. Here, The wind had stopped, but a few places still had gusts. Wow, the weather forecast was so inaccurate. They said the typhoon would only pass tomorrow, but it started blowing in the middle of the night. What's the point of a forecast if it's wrong? Buildings today fall today, buildings tomorrow fall tomorrow. Old, weak houses can't withstand this kind of wind. People around were talking about it all. Messages flooded their phones. Videos of the storm's destruction were shared on social media, with many popular accounts reposting or live-streaming the scene. In the hall, phones kept ringing as everyone exchanged news with friends and family inside and outside the city. It was late at night, usually time to sleep, but the sudden strong wind in several districts of City C kept everyone awake. This is our neighborhood. Oh my God. Our house, our home for decades. Suddenly, a scream. An elderly woman recognized her house in a storm video. The entire old building was blown down, reduced to ruins. The footage was from a distance, the streetlights dim, and it looked very frightening. There are so many people living in that building. The old woman trembled with fear, and her phone slipped from her hand onto the ground. How many people must have died? Son, thank goodness you insisted on bringing me here for dinner, or... Mom, don't be scared. Stay calm, control your blood pressure, don't get too excited. The owner of the grocery store was holding the old woman. He brought his wife, children, and mother to eat, following Xiao Lan's instructions to please the boss. He thought, since Xiao Lan was rich and generous, she'd be happy to host big events. Eating at a fancy restaurant was rare, so why not take advantage of the opportunity? But this time, they got a big benefit. His mother's life was saved. Miss Qiao, where is Miss Qiao? Miss Qiao, you're my mother's lifesaver. He left his mother and looked around the hall for Xiao Lan, wanting to thank her. But Xiao Lan had already left. Xiaoli had booked a room upstairs, and now Xiao Lan, Xiao Tang, and Xiaoli were already in the elevator. It wasn't that she did good deeds anonymously. As I said before, Xiao Lan didn't want to get involved with everyone in the hall. They knew each other, and she saved their lives, that was enough. What happened afterward? She didn't care about that at all. Blue sister, it's here. After getting out of the elevator, Xiaoli opened the door to a suite. The hotel room was quite large, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, including a study. The decor was luxurious. Located on a high floor, it offered a view of the city at night. It cost over 4,000 yuan per night. Xiao Lan entered the room and looked around, feeling quite satisfied. Not bad. There was also a small kitchen with a few simple utensils. The hotel chef could be called in at any time to prepare meals, with a cost included in the room fee. Only if guests wanted to eat rare ingredients would there be extra charges. Why wait? Xiaoli, contribute all the money in your card and call the chef to cook.
Okay.
Hey, don't you feel bad about it? Anyway, it's my sister's salary. I'll earn more after spending it.
Just don't fire me.
Xiaoli, like Xiao Lan, had no family. He lost his mother when he was young, and later his father went out to work and never returned. He heard his father had a new home elsewhere and hadn't cared for him for over 10 years. He considered his grandfather, who raised him, as gone last year due to illness. Now he was completely alone. He got along well with Xiao Lan and considered her like a sister. Seeing Xiao Lan enjoying the hotel service, he immediately called the front desk. 2 chefs arrived with ingredients and prepared fresh sushi right on the spot, using fish caught that day and flown in by air. They dipped the sushi in authentic, top-quality imported wasabi, paired with soft, perfectly cooked rice, which came from the same region as the wasabi, ensuring a good match in flavor. That taste. Xiao Lan's eyes narrowed in delight. After the apocalypse, she couldn't even afford this kind of high-end sushi. Even cheap sushi at a 40 yuan place was out of reach. Unfortunately, Xiaoli only had a little over 3,000 yuan on his card. The 3 of them, Xiao Lan, Xiao Tang, and Xiaoli, each ate 2 pieces of sushi, spending all their money. Each piece cost about 5 or 600 yuan. Just one bite could eat up that much. High-quality ingredients were that expensive, and even more costly options existed. It wouldn't be surprising if a single bite cost thousands or tens of thousands. But the Tsuehua Grand Hotel couldn't provide such luxury. Xiao Tang had been obedient, following Jiao Lan's lead, checking in when told, eating when allowed, not saying much. Now, seeing Jiao Lan enjoying her meal, he opened his phone account to show her the balance. He still had over 10,000 yuan left from the shopping money Jiao Lan gave him, plus his own savings of over 30,000 yuan. Blue sister, if you want to eat more, go ahead. All of this is for you. He had dark skin with neat features. When he was serious, his eyes were clear and bright, reflecting Jiao Lan's shadow. Jiao Lan couldn't hold back and patted Xiao Tang's shoulder. Good brother. Not just a few tens of thousands of yuan. In her previous life during the apocalypse, little Tang even gave her life for her. All right, you can continue. Xiao Lan instructed the two chefs. Without hesitation, she used little Tang's phone to scan and pay for the meal. The two chefs were quite happy because the guests bought high-quality ingredients, earning them a commission. They carefully prepared their dishes, using various fresh, premium ingredients to make delicious sushi, satisfying the appetites of Xiao Lan and her companions. After the sushi, there were snacks to accompany the meal. Then came Italian cream soup, followed by desserts. There were also salads, red wine, crispy biscuits, and other treats. A fine meal combining Eastern and Western cuisines. Fresh, delicate ingredients truly made the food taste especially good. There is a big difference between food costing 500 yuan per bite and 50 cents per bite. When the three of them finished eating happily, little Tang's account still had over 20,000 yuan. In a normal society, Xiao Lan wouldn't want to spend little Tang's savings and even wanted him to earn more money to find a girlfriend, buy a house, get married, and live a happy life. But after the apocalypse, if money isn't spent, it's all wasted. Eating and enjoying life is what makes it worthwhile. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Lan, thinking about how to spend the remaining 20,000 yuan and what else she could enjoy, gave a tip and let the two chefs leave. The chefs politely pushed their carts and bowed farewell. If you need any other services, we are available 24 hours. We can also serve breakfast tomorrow. Besides foreign cuisine, we are skilled in Jiangsu dishes, Cantonese cuisine, and Sichuan food. Cantonese dim sum is very delicious. Would you be interested? Oh, really? Xiao Lan's mind sparked. She looked at the two chefs, dressed in clean white uniforms, appearing neat and energetic. Are you both proficient in both Chinese and Western cuisines? The older chef replied, not exactly experts, but we know a bit of everything. My family's ancestral royal chef skills have been passed down. My father has cooked full banquets from north to south. The one next to me is my son. He studied abroad and learned various cuisines. So they were father and son. No wonder their features looked somewhat alike. Xiao Lan asked, do you have any other family members? Just us two, the old chef said honestly with a smile. My wife passed away early, and my son isn't married yet. We plan to save enough money to open a private restaurant, then find a wife for my son. Our family will pass down our skills and live a simple life. The young chef subtly nudged his father, signaling him not to talk too much. High-end hotel guests usually don't like chatty waiters, after all. Xiao Lan smiled happily and was not angry. She kept nodding and said, very good. Tomorrow morning, you can come and make breakfast again. Okay. The father and son respectfully said goodbye and left. Xiao Lan thought to herself, why open a private restaurant to marry and live? Now that the end of the world is coming, I might as well come here to work for me. She had collected many ingredients in the space, planning to survive and eat well during the end times. She was good at cooking, and her dishes tasted nice. But even with good skills, her cooking was still just home style, not as good as a professional chef. Everyone has their own expertise. If she could find a chef who knew both Chinese and Western cuisines and all kinds of dishes, that would raise her life to a new level. She wanted to learn about the other person's family. If it was simple and honest, just a father and son with no other burdens, that would be best. It would be convenient and affordable to support them. In the living room of her room, there was high-end audiovisual equipment. After eating and drinking, Xiao Lan felt sleepy. She found a healing movie with a slow pace, simple story, and beautiful scenes, turned off the lights, and watched. It seemed to be called Little Forest. The heroine looked a bit like a famous singer. She didn't understand the language, but without subtitles, it was quite soothing and helped her sleep. Lying on the soft sofa, covered with a blanket, watching the movie, she fell asleep unknowingly. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang also fell asleep on the sofa and bed respectively. That day was busy and tiring with shopping, and everyone slept deeply. On the projection screen, green mountains and water shrouded in mist, with gentle music flowing. The room was air-conditioned, comfortable. A large bouquet of fresh flowers in a vase on the coffee table released a sweet, soft fragrance. The environment was so comfortable. Even in her dreams, Xiao Lan was smiling, with her lips slightly curved. Conditions in the end times were so bad that she hadn't enjoyed such comfort for a long time. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Xiao Lan felt soft and comfortable all over, stretched lazily, and let out a long yawn. The vintage clock on the wall showed it was nearly 11 o'clock. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang had already woken up. They were standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, talking. "Are you hungry? Should we call the chef to make breakfast?" Xiao Lan got up, went to the water dispenser, and poured a cup of warm water. The mineral water from the high-end purification machine was clear with a faint sweet taste, much better than the dirty, toxic water in the end times. "Blue sister, you're awake. What kind of breakfast do you want? Look outside quickly." Xiao Li looked surprised. Xiao Lan carried her water cup, took a sip, and strolled to the window. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window, her view showed half the city in chaos. Many buildings collapsed, roads became crooked, overpasses were damaged, and street trees were scattered haphazardly, scenes that only appear in apocalyptic movies, now clearly present. The wind started blowing around 3 or 4 in the morning.
The whole city is affected.
Online reports say that neighboring cities and other coastal provinces are also experiencing strong winds to varying degrees, Xiao Tang said. He woke up once in the middle of the night, vaguely hearing the howling wind outside, but he was too sleepy and fell back asleep. Just 10 minutes ago, he truly woke up to Xiao Li's exclamation, discovering that his phone was flooded with messages. Moments, group chats, and social media were full of videos and reports about the strong wind. In many videos, victims' bodies were badly damaged, with disturbing scenes. An entire residential building had collapsed, trapping sleeping residents underneath. Such shocking news, which could stun the whole country, had happened multiple times overnight, numbing people. Apps like Weibo and TikTok crashed several times. After urgent repairs, they crashed again because too many people were posting messages and comments. Even the strongest servers couldn't handle it. In some areas affected by the storm, official rescue teams and supplies rushed over. But in other places, rescue efforts couldn't even start because the wind never stopped. Vehicles on the road would be overturned by the gusts. For example, in City C now, the wind still blows. Looking out the window, amidst the sand and dust, about 1/5 of the buildings had fallen, and many remaining structures were still shaking and on the verge of collapse. It was similar to what Xiao Lan experienced in her past life. There were no people on the street. Anyone brave enough to go out was swept away by the wind. There were bodies, tumbling and rolling in the wind, rising and falling, their origins unknown, with no signs of life. From high above, the bodies looked tiny, like firewood sticks or large insects. No matter what they had done in life, how glorious or proud they had been, or how many dreams remained unfulfilled, the strong wind spared no one. She stood with her arms crossed, looking out the window for a while. Xiao Lan drank the water from her cup in one gulp. Last night, before the wind picked up before midnight, she thought the situation was changing. Maybe her life was different from her past life. But after the wind stopped, she realized nothing had really changed. In her past life, before the fierce wind in the early morning hours, there had been localized hurricanes. She just didn't remember them here at Suihua Grand Hotel, because she wasn't staying nearby back then. "Time for breakfast," she said. After watching for a while, Xiao Lan left the window and called the service desk, asking the chef to come over.
Huh.
Blue sister, are you still hungry? Little Lee was surprised. The outside looks like the end of the world. But this is not the end. There are worse things ahead. Xiao Lan, wearing slippers, went into the bathroom to shower and change clothes. It's not that she's cold-hearted. She has seen many cruel things and has become calm in the face of chaos. Compared to what's coming, the current storm is nothing. Even if the world is ending, people still need to eat. If you don't eat enough, how can you face the disaster? Right now, the coastal provinces are experiencing strong winds. Soon, the storms will spread across the country and around the world. Buildings will collapse more often. More people will lose their lives. Water, electricity, gas, and communication systems will all break down. Although apps are still sometimes crashing and hard to use, they still allow people to communicate. Once the internet is gone, not only apps but even phones won't work. Smartphones will become useless. Human life will revert to a simpler time. It's better to enjoy enough food and good services while we still have water and electricity. When the real end comes, it will be too late to regret. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after Xiao Lan entered the bathroom, the door was suddenly knocked loudly. Little Lee opened the door.
Huh.
Is that you?
Do you want?
Before he finished, the person forcefully pushed past him and stormed in. They cried out, Xiao Lan. Where is Xiao Lan? Little Lee and Xiao Tang didn't have time to stop her. She quickly ran through all the rooms of the suite, looking around at the door, searching for someone. When she found the bathroom door closed with water sounds inside, she rushed over and knocked loudly.
Kiêu Lan.
Come out. Come out. What are you trying to do? Xiao Tang stepped forward to block her. Snap. She raised her hand and scratched Xiao Tang's face. 2 bloody scratches appeared immediately. What am I trying to do? Do you still have the nerve to ask me? If it weren't for Xiao Lan calling me over and trapping me here, I would have been with my boyfriend last night. But now he's dead.
Dead.
The woman screamed and pounded on the door, crying sharply. She scratched and hit Xiao Tang wildly, acting crazy. This was the girl who had complained about Xiao Lan at the dinner hall last night. Xiao Tang was a soldier, so dealing with a girl who didn't know martial arts was easy. But because he was a soldier, he had rules in his heart and wouldn't easily hurt ordinary people. She kept fighting and scratching, and soon her arms and neck, exposed outside her short sleeves, showed several more bloody scratches. Good morning, breakfast service. At this moment, outside the open door, the father and son chefs from last night appeared, pushing a food cart. It was loaded with fresh ingredients, arranged in beautiful, colorful plates, looking very appetizing. The crying girl paused for a moment and suddenly let out a loud scream. You have caused my boyfriend's death, yet here you are eating and drinking happily. Despicable and shameless. You live in such luxurious rooms, with free breakfast available, and even call a chef to prepare it. It's almost noon and you're still having breakfast? Are you sleeping in? Have you ever thought about it? While you indulge, my boyfriend is gone, dead. He can never eat anything again, never. The girl cried loudly, her voice hoarse. Outside the door, a few people were rushing upstairs after her. Seeing her throwing a tantrum, they looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The 2 chefs in white remained calm, still smiling politely, with excellent service attitude. Indeed, a high-end hotel has its own class. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and the girl was caught off guard and fell inside. She was pounding on the door, but when it opened, she lost her balance and tumbled in. Zhou Lan, wearing a bathrobe and slippers, came out. She saw the scratches on Xiao Tang's face and body, smiled kindly, then turned around and stepped on the girl's head. The girl had already fallen hard, and this step made her head hit the floor with a loud thud, causing everyone present to feel a chill. Xiao Tang was startled. He had never seen Zhou Lan act so forcefully before, picking fights, venting anger recklessly, and repaying kindness with evil.
Zhou Lan Samai.
I don't bother with insignificant people, and considering you just lost your man and are emotional, you can leave now. She added, if you don't leave and I get angry, You might not get to eat anything again." After saying that, she slipped into the room, pretending to sway, but actually took out iodine swabs and bandages from her space, handing them to Xiao Tang to treat the scratches. "Blue sister, it's just a small injury, no big deal," Xiao Tang said. "Take it," Zhou Lan insisted. The scratches weren't deep, usually not a problem, but in this post-apocalyptic world, the environment was dangerous. With strong winds and abnormal conditions, who knew how many bacteria and viruses were in the air? Every wound needed careful attention. Seeing Zhou Lan insist, Xiao Tang obediently moved aside and started disinfecting and bandaging the scratches. "Please come in," Zhou Lan called the chefs. "My brother is injured. Make some good food to help him recover. Let's prepare the Cantonese-style breakfast you mentioned yesterday." The chefs politely agreed and began preparing the meal on the spot. Their skills were smooth and the ingredients were exquisite. Soon, the rich aroma of food filled the living room. White Cantonese rice rolls filled with vibrant green vegetables and fresh shrimp. Steamed dim sum such as crystal shrimp dumplings, black bean sauce chicken feet, steamed siumai, barbecue pork buns, and custard buns, all authentic Cantonese dishes. Congee with preserved egg and lean pork, plain rice porridge, and pork liver congee are prepared in advance, with slow simmering. Poached chicken, roasted goose rice, cured meats, and pork chops. A hearty and delicious feast that makes it hard to hold back drooling. Xiaolan calls out to a few people peeking outside. "Come in and join us for a meal?" No, it's okay. What's going on?" Xiaolan asks with a friendly smile. She looks harmless and a bit clumsy, like a chubby girl. But her earlier kick really startled everyone. Without thinking, they all hurriedly explain what happened, hesitating and stammering. They are all students from C University. Last night, they gathered for a meal and stayed in the hotel because of the strong wind. Even when the wind temporarily eased, they didn't dare leave. Someone went to book a room to rest, but they didn't reserve one and just sat in the dining hall, barely sleeping, with dark circles under their eyes. There was news on social media that several old dorm buildings at C University collapsed in the storm last night. The girl's boyfriend was in one of those buildings. Not long ago, the girl finally received a reply from her boyfriend's phone, but it was from his surviving roommate who was holding his phone and sending the message. Her boyfriend was killed by the falling debris. She cried uncontrollably, first scolding her boyfriend's roommate for not helping during the disaster. Later, she went to the front desk to ask for Qiao Lan's room number and rushed over crying. "Oh, I see," Qiao Lan said, sitting on the sofa and applying moisturizer. She spoke gently to the girl who was barely able to stand after being stepped on, saying, "About your boyfriend. I don't know you well, and I didn't know him either, but out of compassion, I want to express my condolences. I am humane, but you shouldn't cause trouble. Breaking into my room and scratching me. What do you mean? I haven't even argued with you about freeloading." But the girl boldly insisted, her eyes full of hatred after hearing Qiao Lan's words. She staggered to her feet and pointed at Qiao Lan's nose. "If it weren't for you, I would have been with him last night. I wouldn't have come here. If we had been together, he wouldn't have slept in that dilapidated dorm and gotten crushed." "Oh, are you blaming me?" Qiao Lan smiled. Honestly, if her boyfriend had gone to a themed hotel with her instead of sleeping in the dorm, they might have both died in the wreckage. The small hotel street behind the school gate is full of makeshift buildings aimed at student couples. No wonder they couldn't withstand the storm. The girl narrowly escaped from the hotel without injury. Instead of feeling grateful, she was unthankful and started blaming others randomly. However, Qiaolan was too lazy to argue with her. When she saw the girl about to rush toward the food cart to vent her anger, Qiaolan casually grabbed a nearby ornament and threw it at her.
Bang!
Another loud, muffled sound. A delicate brass swan ornament hit the girl squarely on the head. This time, it was more serious. The girl was knocked out and fell to the ground, unable to get up. While everyone stared in shock, Qiao Lan calmly made a call to the internal medical room. "Hello, front desk? Someone here has fainted. Please send them to the medical room." Within 2 minutes, 2 hotel staff members carried a stretcher upstairs. "Let her pay for the medical expenses if she wakes up," Qiao Lan said to the staff. If she can't pay, it's fine. Let her wake up on her own. If she doesn't wake, that's just how it is. Better she stays unconscious. In her view, losing one more foolish person in the world would free up some space for good people. Okay, the staff replied, unsure of the full situation. Following the principle that customers are always right, they took the girl away. Normally, they might call 110 and 120 to see if the police or ambulance needed to come, especially if the situation was serious. But outside, the wind was so strong it could flip cars, and police and ambulance vehicles couldn't get through. Better to save time and just take her to the medical room. A few students watching outside were stunned. They knew Xiao Lan, or they wouldn't have been invited to the dinner. But they had no idea she could be so ruthless. At school, she was always smiling and friendly, so approachable. Won't you come in and have some food? Xiao Lan held the door handle politely, but she was actually about to close the door and send them away. No, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry, they stammered, too afraid to admit they were hungry. By the way, Xiao Lan, thank you so much, one of them finally said. Thanks to you for bringing us here last night. Otherwise, my dorm might have collapsed, and I don't know what would have happened to me. They quickly expressed their gratitude. You're welcome. Goodbye, Xiao Lan said as she closed the door smoothly and efficiently. She didn't care whether they were grateful or resentful. She had already saved their lives. What happened afterward was up to them. She didn't care. Last night's dinner was her farewell to the civilized world. She wanted everyone to enjoy a good meal and part ways peacefully. In the future, in the post-apocalyptic world, human relationships would need to be rebuilt. Even family members might turn against each other. Cruelty wasn't just talk, it was real. Today, there were too many people present, and the wind disaster had just occurred. Social order had not yet completely broken down. Otherwise, the girl just now would have been asking for trouble. Xiao Lan had already taken care of her. It was more than just knocking her out. In the end-of-world scenario, resources are scarce, and small grudges often lead to big problems. Many lives are lost over minor disputes. Xiao Lan has developed a habit of quickly eliminating any signs of danger. Otherwise, she would be the one to die sooner or later. Big Sister Lan, do you think that girl will cause trouble again after she wakes up? Xiao Li is a bit worried. Xiao Lan smiles harmlessly. Don't worry. I believe she has learned her lesson this time. Come on, let's eat. If she dares to come back, sorry, but I will have to find a quiet place to deal with her. Once things settle down, the three of them sit down comfortably to enjoy breakfast. Strictly speaking, only Xiao Lan is truly enjoying herself. Xiao Tang and Xiao Li are eating absent-mindedly. The wind disaster has taken away their appetite. Xiao Lan doesn't try to persuade them. Such a big disaster is hard for anyone to accept at first. A few words of comfort won't help. She just keeps eating fiercely. The skills of the father and son chefs are truly impressive. Yesterday, they made delicious foreign dishes, and today, their Cantonese-style breakfast is very authentic. Outside, the wind howls fiercely, and the streets are messy. Of course, they are worried, but they can still stay calm and focus on their skills. Xiao Lan is very satisfied with this. Her desire to keep them close has grown stronger. However, the timing isn't right yet. She hasn't mentioned recruiting them. Such matters need to be handled carefully. Wait for the right opportunity. Big Sister Lan, the building I rented has also collapsed. After finishing breakfast, not long after the chef left, Xiao Li, who was lying on the sofa scrolling through news on her phone, suddenly exclaimed, looking terrified. The old neighborhood she rented in, with over 30 years of history, was cheap and close to the school. She shared a room with others, paying only 400 yuan a month on the first floor. But during a disaster, such cheap housing is really dangerous. Xiao Li saw footage from a nearby new development taken from above. Most of the buildings in her neighborhood had collapsed. Living on the first floor was the worst. When the building fell, the upper floor's bricks and stones came crashing down. It was faintly visible that her building's first and second floors were flattened, with some rooms on the third and fourth floors still leaning at odd angles. The roofs of the 5th and 6th floors were empty and blown away. There are quite a few residents inside. She quickly tried to contact her roommate's phone but couldn't reach her at all. She was so frightened her face turned pale.
Could her roommate be
Big Sister Lan, luckily. She stared blankly at Xiao Lan. If I hadn't stayed at the hotel last night and slept on the 1st floor, I might have already been crushed between the bricks by now. Zhou Lan walked over, hugged Xiao Li, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, stay with me. Everything will be fine. This time, Xiao Li managed to avoid a disaster. The school dormitory collapsed, the neighborhood I live in collapsed, and I can see so many buildings outside the window that have fallen. Xiao Li clung tightly to Zhou Lan's waist, scared. Her arms couldn't reach around her completely, but she still held onto her clothes tightly. Last night, how many people must have died? What should we do now? The authorities will send help, right? But when will they arrive? With such a big disaster, rebuilding might take a long time. And they say after big disasters, there are often serious outbreaks of disease. Could there be a dangerous epidemic? Can we still go to school? Despite her fear, Xiao Li's thoughts were surprisingly clear, asking good questions one after another. Zhou Lan thought to herself that many people would die, more buildings would collapse, and there might be a serious epidemic. Help would come, but it would be limited. Eventually, even the authorities might disappear. Going to school? That's just a fantasy now. Lan Jie, it seems the wind is calming down. Xiao Tang looked out the window at the cars below, which had stopped rolling for a while. Zhou Lan checked the clock. It was 12:30 p.m. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. The hotel reception called to ask if they wanted to extend their stay. If not, they needed to check out before 1 p.m. If they extended, the price had increased. Yesterday, the room was 4,100 yuan per night. Today, it would be 40,000 yuan, 10 times more. This hotel is making a fortune from the disaster.
Xiao Li exclaimed.
The three of them had less than 20,000 yuan left in total. They originally had over 40,000 yuan, but after 2 meals, most of it was gone. There was barely enough for today's room fee. Lan Jie, this. Xiao Tang scratched his head. He wished they hadn't eaten so much. We're not extending our stay. We're leaving now. Zhou Lan hung up the phone. Xiao Li quickly thought of a plan. Big Sister Lan, maybe we can go to the dining hall, or even the lounge on the 1st floor. Or the lobby. If they didn't stay in the room, perhaps they could stay somewhere else in the hotel for free? Zhou Lan chuckled softly. The hotel owner is clearly trying to profit from the disaster. They raised the room price tenfold. Do you think they'll let us stay for free? Of course not. They'll kick us out. Xiao Li frowned, her face puffed up in frustration. Once the disaster is over, we must complain to the Price Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau. This hotel should be heavily fined. When natural disasters happen, they shouldn't just ignore the people, and they definitely shouldn't try to extort money. Stop worrying, girl. The disaster is over. Rising prices are nothing. There will be even worse things in the future. Xiao Tang said. Xiao Li's place collapsed. I don't know if our cafe and Sister Lan's apartment are still intact. If both are unusable, since the wind is light now, I'll go find another hotel and come back to pick you up once I find one. He usually lives above the cafe. Now, if the three of them don't renew their rooms, they can only stay at the cafe, Sister Lan's small apartment, or other hotels. Just I wonder if other hotels will raise prices like Tsuehua did, Xiao Li said. And is the wind really gone? If it picks up again like last night, Brother Tang, it could be dangerous for you to go out now. That's true. Without space powers, their situation is quite risky. They can't afford to stay at hotels anymore. They might be kicked out. But if they go out and the wind starts again, it could be dangerous. Others might get trapped by the hotel's actions, or even lose their lives. But in extreme cases, greedy merchants only care about money. They don't care if people die. Fortunately, Sister Lan is different. Knowing the wind will stay calm for a while, it's safe to go out and look around. She told the cafe and clothing store, both my shops outside school have collapsed. No shops around are spared. My apartment building is still standing, but I think most survivors will head into that neighborhood, which will be chaotic and inconvenient. How do you know that, Sister Lan? I saw messages on my phone earlier from some group chat, but I forgot which one. Actually, she experienced it firsthand in her past life. Now, everyone's phone is flooded with messages, over 99 plus notifications in groups. Sister Lan's excuse is very reasonable. Xiao Li looked upset. What should we do? Sister Lan, how can you still smile? Because I know a good place to take shelter. Sister Lan pretended to reach into her backpack, but she actually took out 2 sets of clothes from her space storage. One for a man, one for a woman, both fitting perfectly. She told them to hurry and shower and change. Enjoy the hotel amenities before we check out, then we leave immediately. Okay. The two always listened to Sister Lan. In this unusual situation, they instinctively found a sense of security and obediently followed her lead. They went to shower right away. The suite had 2 bathrooms, each occupied by one person. Sister Lan left the room and took a walk in the corridor, then came back. Several rooms had already checked out, probably because the guests found the prices too high. The cleaning staff was busy cleaning inside. There are a few empty rooms, but the doors are locked. For Xiao Lan, even the most advanced electronic security locks are not a problem. Stealthily, she secretly places small furniture and appliances like water dispensers and mini fridges, which might be useful later, into these rooms when no one is watching. The corridor surveillance only captures her briefly walking past the doors, maybe pushing one open to peek inside before closing it again. Nothing unusual. Then she calmly returns to her own room. The end of the world has already begun. But everyone still hasn't realized it yet. Xiao Lan activates her survival mode, searching for usable supplies as much as possible. At 1:55, the 3 of them finish packing and leave the room, heading downstairs to check out at the front desk. Along the way, they keep encountering hotel guests. Most are angrily complaining about the sudden price hikes. Some are shouting at the hotel staff, others are calling the authorities to complain, and some are tourists or business travelers from outside who don't have enough money in their accounts and are nervously trying to get transfers from friends or family. Of course, there are also wealthy people. Seeing others panic, they feel superior and don't stay in their rooms. Instead, they go to crowded areas to make sarcastic remarks, trying to get attention. Why stay in a fancy hotel if you're poor? Can they really afford this? They probably spend a month or 2's wages just for one night of luxury. Now that the prices have gone up, I guess they have to leave?
Exactly.
I think the hotel should raise the prices even more to push out those who can't afford it, so it doesn't ruin our experience. Hearing this, Xiao Li is furious. How can there be people like that? Xiao Tang also looks unhappy. It's not surprising that some people in society look down on the wealthy. Some rich folks really don't seem like good people. Usually, they just show off their superiority. But now, with a situation like this, they're just inviting hatred. Xiao Lan glances at those overweight, boastful people, knowing that very soon, they might become dead. Staying at the Tsuehua Hotel is fine when society is normal. Money can buy a long stay without issue. But once chaos breaks out and everyone starts raiding for supplies, those people's bloated appearances won't help them. They won't be able to fight anyone. Their arrogance is pointless, and they will only die. When they arrive at the front desk, the 3 of them just checked out, but the room was quickly booked by someone waiting for an empty room nearby. 4,000 yuan a night. Expensive, but not as valuable as life. The hotel building is very sturdy, with strong glass that's resistant to explosions. It hasn't shattered or been scratched by the wind, so there's no need to worry about the wind blowing debris inside. Survivors nearby are willing to move in as long as they have money, no matter how expensive it is. Since the wind recently stopped, many people have come over. In the hotel lobby, besides those checking out and those stranded here last night, most are new guests waiting to book rooms, filling the room completely. Everyone, please leave quickly after checking out. Since there is no wind now, please go as soon as possible. According to hotel rules, only current guests can stay here. The lobby is playing a broadcast repeatedly asking people to leave. Security guards and staff are forcing out those without reservations. There are shouting and crying, and occasional fights. It's chaotic. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly, "Mr. Qiao. Mr. Qiao." Xiao Lan turns and waves. Come here quickly. I've been looking for you. The owner of a grain shop from the wholesale market runs over happily. Mr. Qiao, what's the matter? I was just looking for you too. We just checked out and want to leave before the wind picks up again. I wanted to thank you before leaving. You saved my mom's life. Last night, our old house was blown down by the wind. Wow. Your house was blown down, and you're going home? It's the old house where my mom lives alone. My own building didn't fall. Mr. Qiao, are you going home too? Want to come to my place? Our neighborhood is sturdy. Which community? Fuxing Garden on East 3rd Road. Oh, it didn't fall today, but it might fall in a couple of days. Sturdy doesn't mean forever. No, I'm not going. Xiao Lan firmly declines the grain shop owner's invitation. He casually makes up a reason. Your neighborhood, I once knew a construction manager. When they built the buildings, the developers cut corners. Really? The grain shop owner looks worried. I'm not sure if it's true or not. I just heard a rumor. Don't worry too much now. The owner isn't comforted. Usually it's fine, but with this strong wind, what if the building was indeed built poorly? Last night, the building was fine, but if another big wind comes, something could happen. Life and death are serious matters. There's no joking or taking chances. The person quickly frowns and asks, Mr. Qiao, where are you going? Is your house safe? Maybe. We could all stay with you? Xiao Lan looks troubled. Mr. Qiao, please help. I have elderly and young family members. The hotel is too expensive, and we can't stay here forever. Please let us stay with you for a few days. Once the wind stops, I will never forget your kindness. I will repay you in any way I can. The small boss looked like he was about to kneel, tears almost in his eyes. Knowing that Xiao Lan was wealthy and generous, he believed her family's house was likely well built. All right, don't be so serious. In times of disaster, we help each other. I can't stay at my place, but I'll think of somewhere for you. Xiao Lan wanted to see the other person's sincere plea. Otherwise, the benefits she offered wouldn't be worth much. It might even cause trouble. For example, like that unreasonable girl earlier who relied on her. She didn't want to risk her life to save others and get involved in messes. Now, it was the other person asking her for help. Xiao Lan told the grocery store owner that she had booked an entertainment center last night, renting it for 3 days. She didn't go last night, but could go today. The place was a sturdy mansion from the old concession era, built with large stones, much stronger than modern concrete and brick buildings. It had been repaired and reinforced several times, making it wind and earthquake resistant. I was just about to find you. Last night, you added everyone from the dinner to a group chat to make friends, right?
Perfect.
Call everyone over, gather them up, and those willing can go. I also rented a big bus last night. Oh, President Xiao, you're really a kind-hearted person. The grocery store owner praised enthusiastically. Time is tight, so hurry over before the wind picks up. Xiao Lan briefly explained the plan, handed the task to the small boss, and then left with Xiao Li and Xiao Tang. The food was almost at their mouths. Whether they ate or not was up to them. She didn't care anymore. The grocery store owner, thinking about continuing business with Xiao Lan after the disaster and worried about his own house's safety, took the matter seriously. He wasn't foolish. He even went to check the entertainment center address Xiao Lan provided. He found the building was very solid, spacious, and the owner was trustworthy. No tricks like refusing to rent out the whole place during the chaos or raising prices like some big hotels. So he decided to bring people there. He returned to Tsuehua and contacted everyone from last night's dinner in the hall, explaining the situation. Many were willing to move. A few stubborn ones wanted to stay in Tsuehua, as they had the money. A small number insisted on returning home because their houses hadn't collapsed. The grocery store owner couldn't persuade them and let them go. Fewer than 100 people, plus their families, had joined the dinner last night, totaling nearly 300. In the end, 203 people, including college students from C University, went to the entertainment center with the grocery store owner. They didn't dare go back to the school, fearing the same danger as the girl's boyfriend. C University was an old school, with some buildings quite aged, which made everyone worried. The 10 rented buses were parked downstairs at the hotel. During the night, strong winds knocked them over, damaging half of them. Over 200 people worked together to lift the remaining drivable buses, cleared the road a bit, and each bus carried more than 50 people. They then drove loudly towards the entertainment city. Thanks to CEO Xiao. If she hadn't invited us to dinner, we might have been caught in the hotel during the storm. Yes, not only did we avoid the strong wind last night, but we also have a place to stay today. My building collapsed, and my neighbors are either injured or homeless. Without this place, I don't know where my family would stay. When they arrived at the entertainment city, everyone saw that it was very sturdy. They all praised Xiao Lan for providing the space. Where is she now? Not sure. Since Xiao Lan was not there, many people talked about her. They all agreed they would thank her properly when they saw her again. Some also said that if they could supply her in the future, they would give her a good deal to repay her. No one knew that doing business would become so difficult in the future. In this end-of-the-world scenario, there was no food or drink and no chance for large supplies. Where was Xiao Lan now? She was riding a small motorcycle, speeding through the ruins of the city. It was not an electric bike, but a real gasoline motorcycle she bought during yesterday's stockpiling. Behind her was a pretty girl, Xiaoli, riding along and holding her waist, her long hair flying in the wind. Following behind was her brother, Xiao Tang, on another motorcycle. The motorcycles made a loud noise, climbing hills and crossing potholes. The roads were messy, so they couldn't go very fast, but they weren't slow either. It was quite cool.
Soudainly, a loud explosion sounded.
A building teetering on the edge collapsed behind the three of them. It had been damaged by the storm last night. Although the wind had calmed, the building couldn't hold itself up and fell. Just as they rode past, debris fell dangerously close. If they had been a moment slower, they might have been crushed. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang looked back and exclaimed, "That was close." They felt shocked. But compared to the fear Xiao Lan had just caused them, this was nothing. They were still stunned from the surprise of Xiao Lan suddenly appearing with 2 off-road motorcycles out of nowhere. "I had a dream the day before yesterday," Xiaoli said. "It was about a violent storm, the end of the world, and the world turning into. I didn't believe it at first, but after I woke up, I realized it was just like the dream. I had awakened my personal space, and I was shocked. So, I quickly spent money to stockpile supplies for the end of the world. Then last night, the wind really started just like in the dream. It seems the end of the world is really coming." This was Xiao Lan explaining to them. She didn't plan to hide her space from her closest friends. However, she kept her rebirth a secret, because she died in her past life and didn't survive the apocalypse. If the end of the world only means death, then people have no hope. She doesn't want her friends to lose hope. This time, she is starting over. She knows about many key moments in advance, and with so many supplies in the space, she doesn't believe she can die easily. She must survive the apocalypse. She wants to see what the future really looks like. "Blue sister, where are we now? Where is the safe place to hide?" After riding the motorcycle for a while, Xiaoli feels confused. In Xiaoli's eyes, Xiao Lan neither goes back to her apartment nor to school. She doesn't seem to be heading anywhere specific. Instead, she drives along roads, choosing paths that seem passable, turning around in a few streets, going east and west repeatedly. Every so often, she stops quickly, runs into a building that hasn't collapsed, and then leaves swiftly. Xiaoli can't understand her actions. "Let's go to the safe place later. First, I want to gather some supplies," Xiao Lan says, stopping again and patting Xiaoli's head. Based on her memory, the windstorm on the first day lasted about 2 hours. She still has time to look around and gather supplies. It would be best to reach the safe place before the wind picks up again. She leaves Xiao Tang and Xiaoli outside to wait while she enters a still-standing building. This is a small grocery market in a neighborhood. It was closed last night due to the lockdown notice. Xiao Lan picks the lock and enters, the place dark and quiet. The windows are covered with advertisements and posters, blocking out light. Normally, the market relies on lighting, but without it, it's very dim inside. She turns on a flashlight with a straight beam. Shining around, she finds a large open hall surrounded by small stalls on 2 floors. There are many supplies, daily necessities like kitchenware, small furniture, clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and all sorts of items. She moves to a corner and disconnects the surveillance cable. "Is anyone here?" She calls out a few times. No response. But Xiaolon remains cautious and doesn't turn on the lights. The flashlight's beam is small, only illuminating what it points to, so she uses it just to see the way. She doesn't want others to see her gathering supplies. She walks along the corridor, grabbing what she needs as she goes. She doesn't lack food, but more is better. When she finds stalls selling snacks and various foods, she moves half of the items into her space. For other items, she takes what she needs. She won't take everything. She leaves some supplies behind for others who come later, giving them hope. She found a shop selling everyday tools like knives and hammers. She quickly walked over, hoping to buy more, since in the end-of-the-world scenario, more weapons mean better protection. Glancing sideways, she saw a faint light flash on the second floor above her. When she looked closer, it was gone. She kept walking forward. Aim at the spot. No problem. Very accurate. Why aren't they coming over? Stop messaging, put down your phone, watch her, and attack together. On the second floor, behind an advertisement board outside a shop, 2 people were sneaking there, trying not to make any noise. They held their breath, stayed still, and communicated by typing on their phones, showing the messages to each other. This shop sold jars and bottles. Right now, 2 people were leaning on the railing next to a large ceramic jar, ready to smash it down at any moment. As soon as Xiaolon walked directly below them, they would drop the big jar. The jar was heavy, about half a person tall, weighing around 80 or 90 pounds, with a large surface area, enough to crush Xiaolon to the ground. Even if it didn't kill her instantly, it would stop her from getting up, and then they could quickly come downstairs and attack her, possibly killing her. Why did they want to hurt Xiaolon? They had no grudge or enmity. They didn't even know her. They were 2 security guards on duty at the market. The city was under lockdown and the market was closed, but the owner told them to watch the place. They had been there since last night. Outside, the wind was howling fiercely, the city was damaged, buildings had collapsed, and people had died. No hospitals or police had come to help. They guessed there would be chaos after the disaster. Earlier, from the second floor, they peeked through in the advertisement poster to look outside. They saw something rare in the street, 2 motorcycles belonging to Xiaolon and her companions. When Xiaolon bought supplies, she didn't care about the money, only about the quality. Those off-road motorcycles were high-end, each worth over 100,000 yuan. The security guards recognized their value and felt jealous. Usually they could only look but couldn't afford to buy. But now, in this chaotic city, they saw an opportunity to do things they normally wouldn't dare. After a quick discussion, they decided to steal the bikes. The 3 riders included 2 women, one very fat, the other petite and delicate, clearly not fighters. The third was a skinny man, who also looked easy to handle. They were about to go downstairs to rob them, when Xiaolon suddenly approached them. What a coincidence! Holding onto the ceramic jar, they waited patiently, planning to silently smash her. The other man and woman outside could be tricked easily, then brought inside to attack. There are so many dead bodies outside. Even 3 more wouldn't raise suspicion. Later, they plan to dump the bodies in nearby ruins, and others will just think it was a natural disaster. The owner of the grocery market started as and the security guards he hired are former inmates. These 2 guards have been in and out of prison, stealing and robbing many times. They are experienced and have no guilt about doing this now. They keep a close eye on Xiaolon, who is approaching with a flashlight. Downstairs, Xiaolon quickly reaches the tool shop entrance. Holding her flashlight, she stops and carefully looks inside at the goods. 2 people on the second floor bump elbows, counting down silently. 1, 2, 3. They all strike at the same time. Whoosh! A large ceramic jar is pushed down. It lands directly above Xiaolan's head. It's a hit. The 2 men high-five happily. Suddenly, 2 soft sounds, light, quick noises. The two men, who were dancing around, freeze instantly. Then, one of them falls with a thud. The other twitches twice and softly drops to the ground. The first to hit the ground is the big ceramic jar. With a loud crash, it shatters into pieces. Xiao Lan is not under the jar. She has already entered the tool shop, quickly gathering all the tools inside without hesitation. Then she turns and walks out, climbing the stairs step by step. Her flashlight shines directly on the two men, each with a round hole in their head, blood flowing out. Xiao Lan shot them. Her silenced, modified gun is one of her weapons from the apocalypse, which she brought along with her in the space. She had been watching when she saw a faint light and quickly realized someone was on the second floor. Their deliberate, low breathing was still clear to her trained ears. When she reached the shop entrance, she confirmed their positions. They made a move, and she responded faster. She even had time to dodge into the shop. Without this quick reaction, how could she survive so many years in the apocalypse? Blue sister? From the main door downstairs, Xiao Tang's voice came. He thought Xiao Lan had been upstairs for a while, several minutes, and was worried, so he came to check. Nothing's wrong. I'll just look around and leave, Xiao Lan called out loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Tang relaxed, not doubting anything was wrong, and stayed outside the door. Xiao Lan took another look at the two bodies on the ground, then calmly walked away. She wandered around the second-floor shop, gathered some supplies, and then went downstairs and left. She didn't know who those two were, or why they suddenly attacked her. But in the apocalypse, such things happen often, fights upon meeting. No matter the reason, the best plan is to eliminate the opponent first. Xiao Lan didn't bother to hide the bodies. There's no need to conceal them now. Soon, more violent incidents will happen, and the authorities won't be able to control everything. However, these two unlucky people reminded her that there was still a small blood-stained truck in her space, with 3 bodies inside. When she stepped outside the building and looked around, she saw that although the area was messy and chaotic, the surveillance cameras were still working near the streets and some undamaged buildings. At this time, the city's surveillance system hadn't collapsed yet, making it inconvenient to dispose of bodies. She decided to keep the bodies in her space for now, as it kept them isolated and prevented pollution from spreading outside. Blue sister, you said before in your dream that the wind would pick up again soon, and it would get stronger? On the way back on the road, Xiaoli held onto Xiao Lan's broad waist, worried. Yes, Xiao Lan looked at her watch. In about 40 minutes or so. When the wind starts again, it will be even stronger and more intense than last night. They need to find a safe place before it begins. Can we?
Xiaoli agitata.
She was worried about her roommates and classmates at school. Xiaoli couldn't contact her roommates, and messages in the class group chat were exploding. It seemed 2 students staying on campus had gone missing, their lives uncertain. At this moment, they arrived at a street not far from C University. Xiaoli really wanted to check the situation, but she couldn't ride a motorcycle. She asked Xiao Lan to take her. Now, everywhere was filled with collapsed buildings, poor road conditions, and danger, troubles for Xiao Lan.
She felt shy to ask.
Xiao Lan understood her thoughts clearly. Want to go back and check on the school?
Yeah, but...
If you want to go, then go. There's still enough time. Xiao Lan turned to Xiao Tang. Do you have someone you're worried about? You can come along. Xiao Tang said no. Since coming to C City, he only got close to Xiao Lan and didn't know anyone else. So, the 3 of them turned around and quickly drove to outside C University. The wide green lawns, bushes, and trees along the street were now unrecognizable. On the street, broken street trees were scattered everywhere, along with damaged bricks and stones from nearby buildings and some horrifying, unidentifiable bodies blown in from nowhere. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang saw some corpses on the street, but they weren't used to it and looked pale. Honestly, after living in normal society for a long time, no one could get used to this. Xiao Li even vomited a few times. Fortunately, Xiao Tang had been in the military, so he was tougher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to drive through. Xiao Lan took advantage of the 2 hours when the wind stopped to take them outside, mainly to gather supplies and to let them see how harsh the end times could be. It would only get worse. The sooner they faced it, the sooner they could adapt. The gate booth at the entrance is gone. Passing by the school gate, Xiao exclaimed. The large black and gold iron fence gate of Building C has disappeared, probably blown away by the wind. Next to the gate, the security booth has collapsed, leaving only a broken foundation. The bricks and stones are nowhere to be seen. Security is over there. Xiao Tang saw a security guard dressed in gray uniform trapped between some bricks and stones a short distance away. Only the upper half of the body was visible. The lower part was likely buried under the rubble, dead and completely still. Xiao started crying. He had seen many bodies before, but this security guard was someone he often saw entering and leaving the school. He was a kind young man who would help girls carry their luggage over the gate if they struggled. He never expected that he would die just doing his night shift. Xiao didn't say anything. She had experienced similar psychological shocks in her past life. Comfort didn't work. She could only slowly get used to it. Gradually, she hardened her heart to survive. She accelerated the car and sped along the street outside the school gate to Xiao Li's rented apartment. The apartment buildings were in terrible shape. Few residents remained. Most were wandering around in the wind, about 100 people in total. Inside these old collapsed buildings, there were hundreds of families, at least over 1,000 people. Now, only a small number remained. Living in old buildings, the casualty rate was very high. In the chaotic yard of the neighborhood, some people sat blankly on the ground, others cried loudly, some desperately made phone calls, shouting to contact family, authorities, or emergency services. There were also groups of people digging through the rubble for survivors. There's one over here, come quickly, dead. Occasionally, people buried in bricks and stones were found, but then came a sigh of disappointment. After parking, Xiao Tang ran over to the nearest group to help pull people out of the rubble. Even if they were dead, they were quickly pulled out and placed on the open ground nearby. There were already many bodies there, all bloodied and gruesome, quite frightening. At this moment, everyone still didn't know that more people would die in the future. Digging up bodies was mostly useless. Eventually, even saving the living would be impossible. Lily! Xiao Li cried out loudly. She found her roommate among the bodies. A young woman who worked as a receptionist at a nearby exam prep center, studying privately for her degree while working hard. But in the face of disaster, everything she had was wiped out. Lily and her roommate didn't have a very close relationship. They were busy most of the time and didn't see each other often. They just shared an apartment. But she couldn't accept that someone she knew, Lily, had suddenly become a broken corpse overnight. Jia Xiaolon, that's Lily. Lily.
She.
Lily cried so hard she couldn't catch her breath. People around were also crying and shouting for their loved ones. Xiaolon hugged Lily and patted her back gently. There's less than 30 minutes left. Lily's crying slowed, and she looked sadly at Lily's body. Still, she stayed calm and turned away. Time is running out. Let's go. The dead are gone. We must face reality and do what needs to be done. I have a friend at the Weather Bureau. They say the wind will pick up again in half an hour, even stronger. You need to hurry and find a safe place. This place isn't safe. Nearby, Yishuan Community, C University Media Building, and Onmei Company Office Building are probably sturdy enough.
Go quickly.
Before leaving the neighborhood, Xiaolon told the survivors about a place that had endured 10 days of storm damage. It's nearby, and if they leave immediately, they can reach it. She didn't see herself as a hero, but helping others when she could was important. Saving a few lives was worth it. Lily and Xiao Tang shouted loudly a few times, trying to make sure everyone heard.
Bah.
Friends at the Weather Bureau? Bunch of idiots. Why didn't they predict this wind? They only said level 12, but I felt like level 120. Can we still trust the Weather Bureau's lies? Safe?
Ha.
My wife and kids are gone. What safety do I care about now? Let the wind me away already. Some people, hearing the warning, started cursing instead. They glared angrily at Xiaolon and the others. But some listened and asked if the wind would really again, and if those buildings were truly safe and wouldn't collapse. I don't know. Xiaolon replied. I only heard what others said. You decide for yourselves. She started the car and prepared to leave. Young girl, take me with you.
Take me.
I'm injured and can't go anywhere else. Suddenly, someone grabbed her motorcycle forcefully. And me, I can't walk either.
Help me.
Xiaolon and Xiao Tang each had a motorcycle and were surrounded. Someone was pulling from behind, blocking in front, and others sat directly on Xiao Tang's empty seat. Little Li sat behind Xiaolon, and a middle-aged woman squeezed onto the bike, trying to sit behind Little Li. The three of them squeezed onto one bike. Young girl, please help. Auntie will thank you forever.
Get off.
Xiaolon turned around with a blank expression. The middle-aged woman choked back tears and begged, Miss, please take me with you. Be kind. I really can't walk anymore.
Look at my legs.
She pointed to her swollen lower leg, which was rolled up in her pants. It was probably injured from being hit or falling. Xiaoli looked sympathetic and said, Sister Lan, maybe we should.
Get off.
Zhou Lan interrupted Xiaoli, stepped off the motorcycle, and warned the middle-aged woman again. But she didn't listen and instead hugged Xiaoli. Let's squeeze in. The motorcycle is big enough for 3 people. I'll sit at the back, just a little to the side. She also pushed away a few others trying to get on. Zhou Lan didn't bother to argue anymore. She grabbed her elbow firmly.
Ah.
The woman immediately cried out. There's a pressure point on the elbow. Zhou Lan knew it makes the arm go numb and hurt, making it hard to use strength. She struck hard, and the woman's tears started to fall from the pain. Her earlier crying was fake. Now she was truly crying. But as she was forced to loosen her grip, her other hand still held tightly onto Xiaoli. Zhou Lan pulled her arm and dragged her off the motorcycle, throwing her onto the ground. Her coat almost got torn off in the process. Can't you understand words? Did I promise to take you? Do I even know you? Zhou Lan warned sharply, then stepped on her already swollen leg, making the woman scream in pain and shiver all over. Seeing this, the few people trying to get on the motorcycle backed away, afraid to cause trouble. This girl is really too much. She's deliberately hurting people. Call the police. Call the police. We need to control her first. When the police arrive, we hand her over. We can't let her hurt someone and walk away. She should pay for the medical expenses, right? Some still stood nearby, talking coolly. Zhou Lan kicked the person who wanted to control her, knocking them over. Call the police. Try calling now and see if anyone will listen to you, Zhou Lan said coldly, scanning them. If anyone wants me to pay for medical bills, come here and I'll kick you a couple of times and I'll pay you. The people she looked at all lowered their heads and stepped back further. They couldn't fight, so they hid. The people hanging onto Xiao Tang's car also quickly got off and left. Zhou Lan shot them a cold look, got back on her motorcycle, and drove away. No one dared to bother her anymore. Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Xiaoli sat behind Zhou Lan and finally said softly after a long pause. Sorry for what? Zhou Lan asked. I didn't realize earlier that they had bad intentions, and I was trying to persuade you to help carry someone. I was mistaken. No, it's because you're kind. Zhou Lan said while driving. Helping after disaster is the right thing to do. When we see injured or sick people passing by, our first instinct is to lend a hand. That's what kind-hearted people do. Usually, when we see someone fall on the street or a small hungry kitten hiding in a corner, isn't it natural to want to help? Not helping might be due to various reasons, like thinking the person might be pretending to be hurt, or worried that helping could lead to trouble or costs, or that the dirty-looking cat might carry germs. These are normal considerations. So, you wanted that woman to get in the car, right? And I didn't let her, because I sensed their bad intentions a little earlier than you did. I have more experience dealing with bad people than you. There are so many injured people in the neighborhood, and that woman only had swollen legs. Even those with broken legs didn't insist on our help. And those few people who gathered around, claiming they couldn't walk but still pushing and shoving for seats, what were they after? They just saw our car, thought we looked young and friendly, and tried to take advantage. If I hadn't been firm, they might have taken control of the situation and even stolen the car. Slowly remember, truly needy people, normal folks, are polite when asking for help. They don't act forcefully or push others around like these people. And these folks aren't desperate or forced into this. Most of them aren't good people. They look for chances to cheat or take advantage whenever they can. Jolon doesn't like to talk much. A gentleman solves problems with actions, not words. Why waste time arguing when a fight can settle things? I'm just talking so Little Li and Xiao Tang can prepare mentally. These two are still thinking like civilized people. Especially Xiao Tang. He's a soldier, full of passion. Just now, he was helping dig through the rubble in that neighborhood, and in no time, his hands were bleeding. If he weren't busy, he'd still be digging. In the past, during the early days of survival in the apocalypse, Jolon and he suffered a lot because of this. It wasn't just him. Jolon was kind-hearted too. Whenever they saw someone in terrible shape, they couldn't help but want to help, sharing their limited water or helping find a safe place. They weren't ungrateful, and they did help each other, but honestly, such people weren't many. In a world after the apocalypse, people tend to die quickly. Xiaolon and Xiao Tang were tricked many times, nearly losing their lives, which made them gradually learn to be cautious and stop helping others. Later, Xiao Tang died. Xiaolon endured alone, becoming emotionally tough over time. In this life, she and Xiao Li and Xiao Tang fought to survive. She made sure they had enough supplies and also provided emotional support, avoiding past mistakes. Yes, Sister Lon, I understand now. Bad people shouldn't be helped, Xiao Li said seriously, promising. Xiao Lon replied, no, good people shouldn't be helped easily either. Huh? For example, now time is limited. We need to find our classmates. If we bring others along in the car and later find your classmates alive, there might be no seats left. Xiaolon warned, a car seat is a resource. When resources are scarce, helping others might mean risking your own people. Would we leave that girl behind in the storm to save your classmates? Xiaoli was deeply shocked. She bit her lip, stared with wide eyes, and struggled to think. The reasoning was simple and clear. But when it comes to life and death choices, even kind people struggle the most. While they spoke, the motorcycle arrived in front of Xiao Li's dorm building. The scene was a wreck. Xiaolon parked the bike and patted Xiao Li's shoulder. We can only do what we are capable of.
Xiao Li nodde teavili, tears blurring her vision.
She wiped her tears and approached the ruins, calling out loudly for her missing classmates. The 5-story dormitory was leaning and collapsing. The building faced south and north, tilted from east to west, crushing most of the rooms on each floor. It looked like a row of dominoes falling. If they couldn't escape when the building collapsed, there was little hope. Dad, I love you walking alone in dark alleys. I love your defiant stance. I love your facing despair. Having endured wind and snow for years, I planned breakfast with a tiger. Suddenly, phones rang amid the ruins. One phone after another, all ringing and lighting up as relatives anxiously asked about their loved ones. No one answered. Stop looking, wait for the rescue team to arrive and use machinery to dig people out, Xiaolon said. While the three of them searched through the rubble, a few dirty, ragged students with injuries and limping came over. Some wounds were bleeding. We have gone through this building twice. I am the only survivor inside, trapped between 2 walls, lucky not to have died. The others? The wind has been calm for over an hour, but I haven't seen anyone come out alive. A boy with a sad face said this. His arm was broken by falling debris, and he had wrapped it with torn cloth found in the ruins, trying to hold it together. The cloth was bloody, his face pale, weak and exhausted. Despite that, he and other survivors formed a rescue team to find classmates still alive inside the collapsed building. There are 6 people in their team, including 2 who were rescued not long ago. Now, there are more than 10 such rescue teams in the school, about 100 people scattered around. But last night, the wind was too strong, and the building collapsed completely. Few survivors remain, and with limited strength, they've been digging for over an hour but haven't saved many. I have 2 classmates here in dormitory 303, Xiao Li said, tears falling again. 303, probably over there, the boy pointed in that direction. That was the most severely damaged part of the building. It was squeezed tightly between bricks and stones from all sides, with no gaps. Xiaoli looked pale when he saw it. If classmates were still there, it might be. Time is running out. Xiaolon checked her watch. The next wind could come in less than 20 minutes, so they had to leave quickly to reach a safe shelter. Go to the new media building now, don't stay outside, Xiaolon warned again, using her connection at the Meteorological Bureau as an excuse, telling the rescue students to move to the strongest part of the school before the wind arrives. Really? A few students listened carefully. Last night's wind was very frightening, and if it happens again. Quick, let's split up and notify the other rescue teams so everyone can go to the new media building. They all decided at the same time and went to find other students.
Kiulan sai silenti.
Young students who haven't experienced society tend to want to do good and help others instinctively. But after the apocalypse began, they were among the first to be eliminated. No matter how young or healthy they are, they lack experience and can easily fall into traps. In the end of the world, falling into a trap could mean death. Wait for me, Xiaolon called to the students. She ran to the other side of the ruins, using broken walls as cover, and took out 3 bicycles and 3 loudspeakers from her bag. She had bought them casually during yesterday's stockpiling. She really bought all sorts of miscellaneous things. Ride the bikes and shout through the loudspeakers. That's faster. Remember, you must arrive at the new media building within 20 minutes. My friend from the Meteorological Bureau said the wind will start soon. She handed the bicycle and loudspeaker to a few students. 6 students in total, each riding a bike or sitting in the back seat, formed 3 groups. Where did you find this? The students were surprised. They didn't realize there were brand new bikes among the ruins. Hey, isn't it just behind that wall? It wasn't locked, didn't you see? Xiaolon looked confused. No, we didn't. The students looked even more puzzled. They had already searched this building twice. Your eyes really aren't good, Xiaolon urged. Hurry up, there's not much time left. Remember, 20 minutes. Okay. The students didn't hesitate anymore. They put aside their doubts and quickly rode away. They split up in 3 directions. The slightly injured rode their bikes, while those more seriously hurt sat in the back and shouted loudly through the loudspeaker, spreading the news that a fierce wind was coming soon. Hopefully they will be safe. Xiaolon got on the motorcycle. Let's go too. Xiaoli looked back at the ruins of the dormitory building one last time and sat in the back seat. The motorcycle sped off. She held Xiaolon tightly. Soon, Xiaolon felt her back was wet with sweat. The girl was crying. She turned to look at Xiao Tang, who was driving close behind. His face was stiff, lips pressed tightly, with visible veins on his forehead. He usually didn't talk much, and now he hadn't spoken for a long time. Xiaolon said nothing. At this moment, trying to comfort wouldn't help. They had to process what they saw and heard on their own. Xiaolon drove the motorcycle very fast, weaving through the chaotic roads, dodging piles of bricks, wrecked cars, and the horrible sight of bodies, heading toward a kindergarten several miles away. Wawawa, wawawa, wawawa. Ula, ula, ula.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
On the way, they heard sirens, police cars, fire trucks, ambulances, some far away, some nearby. Since the wind started last night, the city's 110 and 120 emergency lines had been overwhelmed. In some places, the strong wind caused fires and the 119 fire rescue line was busy. But during strong winds, vehicles couldn't get out and rescue workers were anxious. Not long ago, the wind stopped, but the roads still needed clearing. Some police officers had already ridden motorcycles to respond, but most rescue vehicles couldn't move. They worked slowly, clearing the roads while trying to rescue people. It took over an hour, and only a few vehicles managed to get out. Xiaolon and the others had been wandering the streets for a long time before they finally heard rescue sounds nearby.
But now,
a new storm is about to start. I'm afraid rescue efforts won't reach many citizens, and the rescue vehicles and their crews might face danger themselves. Just then, they encounter a fire truck coming toward them. Xiaolon quickly forces the vehicle to stop and jumps onto it, knocking on the glass. Quickly head to that building over there to seek shelter. My third uncle is with the Weather Bureau. He just called and told me to hurry back because a second, even stronger storm is coming, more terrifying than tonight's. She fabricates a non-existent third uncle to make her excuse seem more believable. She points to the sturdiest nearby building for the firefighters. Then she immediately drives away. The firefighters on the truck are stunned, unsure whether her story is true. But they dare not delay. They prefer to believe her rather than risk their lives. They must stay alive first before they can help others. The team leader quickly orders, turn on the loudspeaker and spread the news that a storm is coming soon. This way, as many citizens as possible can take shelter early. In the past half day, the wind has calmed, and many people have come out to stroll. Some houses that haven't collapsed are now being looted by brave shoppers at nearby supermarkets. Meanwhile, through internal communication, the firefighters inform their colleagues about the warning. In fact, the message is unverified. No one from the Weather Bureau has confirmed it. The Weather Bureau is in chaos. The strong winds have disrupted forecasting systems, and experts are arguing fiercely without reaching a conclusion. However, a senior leader in the firefighting system, trusting the principle of better safe than sorry, decides not to risk his team's lives. He secretly spreads the warning, even though it might be considered spreading rumors. Soon, the message reaches the city's fire department, emergency services 110 and 120, and rescue vehicles on the streets. As these vehicles retreat, more and more citizens learn that a storm is imminent. People outside quickly go back inside, and survivors of damaged buildings struggle to squeeze into intact structures. Xiao Lan, along with Xiao Li and Xiao Tang, arrive at their destination. She doesn't realize that a small action of hers on the way has already influenced many people. Lan Jie here? The three of them stop in front of a pile of ruins. Xiao Lan says this is her chosen shelter, but even Xiao Tang, who rarely questions her, looks confused. It's an old commercial street on the edge of the old city. Most of the buildings are 2- or 3-story old brick structures, not very wind-resistant. Many have collapsed in last night's storm, and the remaining ones are shaky and on the verge of falling. It's very unsafe. All around are bricks, stones, and roof tiles. If I had to describe the features of the ruins closest to the three people, it was once a kindergarten, with colorful walls that looked nice. But no matter how pretty, it is still just ruins. Yes, it's here. Xiao Lan confirmed the sign fallen among the bricks. Golden Childhood Kindergarten. After stopping the car, she looked around at the empty street. She directed Xiao Tang to push the motorcycle into the colorful ruins, using the broken wall as cover. Suddenly, both bikes disappeared into her space. Boom! At the moment the motorcycles vanished, 2 loud thunderclaps sounded from the sky. It made everyone's heart jump. Looking up, the gray sky, which had been full of dark clouds, suddenly started to move. The clouds rolled like a stormy sea, dark and turbulent, as if ready to pour down at any moment. A sign that a big storm was coming. On the nearby street, a few pedestrians who had been walking around earlier hurried to find shelter or food, frightened by the changing sky. They quickly ran into nearby buildings that hadn't collapsed. But how long those buildings could hold up was uncertain. Blue Sister, Little nervously grabbed Xiao Lan's sleeve. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Xiao Lan didn't rush to find a hiding place. Instead, she took out a small gray insect from her space. What is this? Little asked in surprise. A disguised mini listening device, Xiao Lan snorted. It looked like a ladybug, dry and still, as if dead. She found it when she was taking a shower and changing clothes at the hotel. If someone else saw it, they might think it was just a bug on her clothes and brush it off. But Xiao Lan had been in the business for many years, knew many small vendors from all walks of life, and was well connected. One of them specialized in illegal surveillance equipment and once showed her some high-tech spying gadgets, which amazed her. Anything in life could be disguised as a camera or microphone. So she recognized the gray bug at once. After fiddling with it, she confirmed it was a listening device. Someone was eavesdropping on her. Who else could it be? Most likely, Yigo, who had been investigating her before. He secretly placed a tiny listening device on her. She didn't know when he put it on, or how long he had been listening. After she finished showering and changed clothes, she threw the bug into her space and didn't bother to argue with ego. I just saw fire trucks and police cars on the street, which made me remember Officer Yi-dog, who is also part of the police. She already warned the firefighters. By the way, a kind reminder for Officer Yi-dog. He hasn't changed, but since he's investigating St. Yas, I hope he stays safe and handles St. Yas well. Jolon pinched the listening device with the gray bug and spoke into it. Hey, police officer, can you hear me? Do you see the dark clouds in the sky? A big storm is coming, and it looks worse than yesterday. I have a friend at the Weather Bureau, and they say this storm might last more than 10 days. During this time, you should stay quietly in Tsuehua and not go out. After speaking, Jolon threw the listening device back into the space. Her calm smile and obedient tone disappeared instantly. Her quick change of expression surprised Xiao Li and Xiao Tang. On the other end of the listening device, Yi Chi was wearing headphones. He was talking with his team, but suddenly, the listening software automatically switched to the bug's frequency. Jolan's voice came through clearly. After she finished speaking, everything went silent. Even the signal from the bug disappeared.
Yeji Fronet.
If the bug was discovered and thrown away, it should still pick up sounds near the drop point. Even if it was destroyed and smashed to pieces, the tiny chip inside would keep sending signals. As long as it was on Earth, it could be located. But the bug on Jolan's body had no signal at all before. It seemed to have vanished completely. It appeared suddenly, and then disappeared again. This was incredibly strange. Just like the small truck and thugs that disappeared earlier, with all the warehouse goods vanishing mysteriously, very strange. But in this strange situation, there was a hint of kindness from the chubby girl. She was warning him to take shelter. Outside the window, dark clouds churned. From the top floor of Tsuehua Grand Hotel, the city was covered in black clouds, looking devastated. It felt like the end of the world. Ah! The Target 6, who was handcuffed on the ground nearby, let out a sharp, dry laugh. The scene outside the window made her very excited. The end of humanity, divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Humanity is too evil. It should be wiped out completely to restore peace to the earth. The investigator watching her glared angrily. Aren't you human? Target 6 smiled. Of course not. I am a servant of the Creator. I am chosen. All living beings are like ants. You will eventually be destroyed.
Vams Mosti.
A new hope will be born. Her face showed fanaticism like a cult member. Captain, latest news. In the suite, the liaison officer rushed out. The headquarters just confirmed that in 7 cities, D City nearby, neighboring E City, as well as southern and western regions, there have been incidents of chemical agents spreading. The emergency level, top priority.
Yi Chi's face changed.
That means many people have already been infected. Have the suspects been caught? Only in D City, but the chemical agents have already spread, and no suspects were caught in the other cities. 2 suspects committed suicide right after the crime. These crazy people. Target 6 is the investigation subject in C City. Her organization is very secretive and active in multiple locations. The higher-ups only recently found out and urgently sent teams, including Yi Chi, to investigate. It seems they didn't have enough time.
Ha ha ha.
Target 6 laughed loudly. Save your effort. The followers of the Creator are not just a few people you're watching. Either you kill me now, or I will watch as you head toward destruction. Yi Chi's eyes turned cold. Take her away for further questioning. Use whatever means necessary. His subordinate investigator hesitated. Legal and proper investigation and interrogation are required. No illegal evidence gathering or torture. This has been strictly ordered from above. Just interrogate. Find out what you can. If anything goes wrong, I take responsibility, Yi Chi said firmly. In these critical times, the safety of the people is the priority. What is discipline? An obstacle to getting things done. Yes. Sorry, Auntie. The investigator took Target 6 into the suite and closed the door. A high-end hotel with excellent soundproofing. But soon, loud screams of distress from Target 6 could be heard inside. Yichi ignored it, walking to the window and looking at the increasingly terrifying clouds outside, his brow furrowing. In the face of a major disaster, if the toxic agents truly spread uncontrollably, what would the world become? After finishing a voice message to Yichi, Xiaolon, along with Xiao Tang and Xiaoli, squeezed into the colorful ruins. They pushed through some cracks and moved aside some heavy bricks, going deeper inside. At first, they could still walk, but later they had to crawl. The three of them got covered in dust, squeezing and scraping through the unstable ruins where bricks could fall at any moment. Their clothes tore more and more until they finally stopped. Here, Xiao Lan turned on her flashlight under the dark ruins. She saw a door ahead. The door was locked, but she took out tools and fiddled with it until she unlocked it. Behind the door was a downward staircase leading to the basement. This kindergarten has 2 floors. The wind knocked it down, but the foundation is still good, and the basement wasn't damaged. We'll stay here for a while. Xiao Lan led 2 people inside. The basement is quite large, over 100 square meters. Outside 2 small storage rooms, there is a spacious hall with thick, soft cartoon-style anti-slip mats and some children's toys. It seems to be a temporary activity space used by a kindergarten when bad weather prevents children from playing outside. So it doesn't feel dull at all, and the ventilation system works very well. In her past life, when she and Xiao Tang were searching for ways to survive, Xiao Lan accidentally found this place. A cat had been hiding here for several days. Later, when Chu Enong's group came looking for it, she was forced to abandon this hiding spot. Compared to other hideouts she knew from her past life, this place is quite good. Her small apartment outside school could withstand strong winds and survived a storm, but during heavy winds, the windows broke. She had to hide in sealed storage rooms or bathrooms to avoid being blown away by the wind. The living experience was terrible. Moreover, there were neighbors upstairs and downstairs. After the storm, instead of helping each other, people quickly started fighting and robbing. It was too chaotic. So Xiaolon decided to give up her apartment and hide here during the storm. This place has no windows. When the wind blows, she seals all the vents, and when it stops, she opens them again to ventilate. Xiaoli softly said, "Sister Lan, I think this place is really good." She had been silently crying on the way here, her voice choked, and her eyes were red. But since coming inside, she had been holding back her tears and trying to stay rational. Looking around the basement, she analyzed, there are a few cracks in the walls, but they are not load-bearing walls. It's not serious, so it shouldn't collapse. Above, it's covered by debris, and it looks like a completely destroyed building. Normal people wouldn't find this place. The street outside has shops on both sides, and it's far from the residential area. There are few people. Even if someone comes looking for food or drinks later, they'll probably go to supermarkets or stores, not the kindergarten. So we should be relatively safe here. On the way, Xiaolon had briefly explained to the others that after the storm, people would start looting supplies. Things would get more chaotic over time. Without protection, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled could be robbed of food and water. Even strong people might not be safe. At night, supplies could be stolen or people could be harmed. Some people hide at home, surviving on stored food, only to have their doors broken in and be robbed or hurt. Although society still seems normal now, danger will come soon. Finding a place that can block the wind and prevent intrusion is very necessary. Xiaolon nodded and said, "You're right. Little Li is a girl who probably didn't have parents to take care of her since childhood. She is quite capable of managing herself and handling tasks. Even when she is immersed in sadness, her thoughts are clear and her analysis is very good. Let's start setting up our shelter. Xiao Tang, you go with me to organize the outside passage. Little Li, you tidy up the house. This is our first safe house in this post-apocalyptic world." Xiaolon releases items from her space. The three of them need a bed and bedding, as they will be living here for a while. They also need to cook food, so kitchenware and tableware are necessary, along with other basic daily supplies. The entrance passage was just squeezed through by crawling in the ruins. It needs to be improved, reinforced, and the entrance hidden to prevent future looters after the disaster. Materials and tools appear out of nowhere with a clatter. Little Li and Xiao Tang have seen a large motorcycle before, but they're still shocked now. Their faces look a bit blank as they watch Xiao Lan use her special powers. Soon, the area around them is filled with all sorts of items, from large beds and cabinets to hammers and sticks, many different things. Blue sister, what is this? Little Li points to an oval-shaped plastic block and asks. She recognizes most of what appears, but this thing looks like a stool, but isn't a stool. What is it? It looks like a toilet. Xiao Lan confirms her guess. Really? A strong wind damaged many household facilities. Power and water will soon be cut off, and the city's sewage system is also broken in many places. The drains are clogged, smells are coming up, and the buildings are filthy. So, the toilet can't be used anymore. We'll use this instead, Xiao Lan explains. In her previous life, during a wind disaster, Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang initially stayed in her small apartment. After a few days of lockdown, Xiao Lan felt it was boring for Xiao Tang to live alone above the coffee shop. She asked him to move in with her so they could talk, watch shows, play games, and so on. But when the strong wind came, power was cut quickly. No more streaming or gaming. Phones couldn't be charged. They had some supplies like instant noodles and drinks to get by, but going to the bathroom became a problem. Water stopped, and the toilet couldn't flush anymore. After one use, it couldn't be used again. Excrement piled up in the toilet, and even with the lid closed, foul smells escaped. Later, the sewage system broke down too. The smell from the drains was worse than the waste itself, making people dizzy. No matter how little they ate, everyone had to go to the bathroom. Finally, Xiao Lan used some plastic shopping bags she had stored, laid them on the ground, and squatted on top to solve the problem. After finishing, tie up the bag and set it aside. Next time, use a new bag. During the days trapped in the apartment by strong winds, I accumulated many waste bags in the bathroom. It was both disgusting and embarrassing. But after the apocalypse came, even more disgusting and embarrassing things happened. When I was recollecting supplies, I saw a plastic toilet at a store on the roadside that sells wheelchairs and other equipment. It is usually used for elderly or sick people who have trouble moving. This item doesn't need to be installed in the bathroom. It isn't a flushing toilet. Instead, you open the lid, which contains a sitting basin. You put a plastic bag over the basin, sit on it to do your business, then lift the bag and throw it away. When needed again, just replace with a new bag. It's lightweight and easy to move, very convenient to carry. Its size and height are designed to fit comfortably, giving the same experience as a regular toilet. Seeing this, I thought it was a great invention, definitely a toilet-saving device. And it's affordable, only a few dozen yuan each. I was very happy, paid in cash, and bought all the stock in the store. When I was setting up my place, I took out 3 toilets, a bunch of clean plastic bags bought wholesale, and told Xiao Li to arrange everything. Once the room is ready, put them in the corner. The living room is big enough to create a bathroom area. Why 3? 1 for each person, privacy and hygiene. Since we have a big space and plenty of supplies, there's no need for 3 people to squeeze onto one toilet, so no waiting in line after waking up. I also gave Xiao Li a broom, a mop, and a bucket filled with water, saying just do some simple cleaning. Take your time setting up. Then I took Xiao Tang out to clear the pathway. Besides making life more comfortable, I was mainly busy setting up the place to give my 2 friends some light work, helping them forget the ruined outside world for a while. The worse the environment, the more people need to keep busy. Staying busy and tired helps to clear the mind. Otherwise, in the face of great disaster, it's easy to lose mental stability, have emotional breakdowns, and fall into self-destruction. If it weren't for Xiao Tang's company in my previous life, I'm not sure I could have handled the apocalypse mentally. Many people commit suicide early on. At the beginning of the apocalypse, so many people took their own lives. Woo-woo, as I left the basement, a sharp wind howled toward me. Through the rubble and bricks, the fierce wind blew coldly through the gaps. The wind outside was already picking up. The ventilation openings in the basement were all closed and the cracks were sealed, so the wind wasn't very strong. Only when they stepped outside did they truly feel the power of the fierce wind. Is it cold? Before coming out, Xiaolon put on a windproof jacket for herself and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang shook his head, indicating he wasn't cold. The two faced the wind and started clearing the stones outside the door. The fallen wall bricks from the collapsed building were piled messily. Removing one piece might cause more to fall, which is very dangerous. The strong wind could also debris from elsewhere, making the ruins even more dangerous. So, this work had to be done carefully and cleverly. But it couldn't be avoided. To ensure that the three of them could safely enter and leave the safe house during and after the storm, the entrance to the outside needed to be cleared and reinforced. Otherwise, crawling in and out would be too tiring every time. And if, by chance, a falling brick hit someone while climbing, it would be terrible. Lanjia, I'll do it myself. You and Xiaoli go set up the room, Xiao Tang urged again, worried about Xiaolan's safety. Xiaolan smiled. Without me, you really can't do this alone. Try moving that wall section. She pointed with her flashlight to a blocked wall brick. Xiao Tang knelt down and used all his strength to push the remaining wall piece. His veins bulged, and sweat poured down instantly. But the wall didn't budge at all. Step back. Xiaolan pulled Xiao Tang aside, letting him hide, then mentally commanded her space to absorb the wall piece. Xiao Tang watched in shock as the half-meter-high wall brick disappeared. Snap! Without support, 2 large chunks of the remaining wall fell down. Before Xiao Tang could shout, Xiaolan swiftly collected all the falling bricks and debris. Not only did they avoid getting hit, but they also cleared a half-human height path in front of them. Lanjia, your space. Can you use it like this? Xiao Tang was completely stunned. In stories, space is like a storage room where you can put things in and take things out, like carrying an invisible big backpack. But who has seen someone put ruins into their bag? Yes, I can, Xiaolan said. My space is very useful. It can store supplies, clear roads, do construction, and even hide a murder scene. Next, she was responsible for handling the large, immovable bricks, while Xiao Tang used a shovel or pickaxe to clear the areas that could be pried or moved. After working for about an hour, I finally cleared the passage from the basement door to the outside street. The entrance was hidden, with a pile of bricks and tiles placed to make entry impossible, creating a fake disguise. The inside passage was not straight. To prevent accidental intrusion, it was made winding and twisted, with obstacles and traps like mouse traps. The passage was about half a person tall, so you had to bend down to pass through. The ruins above and around remained mostly unchanged. From outside, it just looked like a damaged 2-story small building. But inside, there was more than meets the eye.
So tired, so hungry.
Let's eat. After finishing work and returning to the basement, Xiaolan immediately exclaimed her hunger. Xiaoli, you've decorated the house really well. In the past half-day, Xiaoli had arranged the safe house into a basic form. Using screens and partitions brought out by Xiaolan, 3 bedrooms, a living and dining area, and a play space were set up in the hall. In the corner, a curtain was installed, with a toilet behind it. The floor and mats were cleaned spotless, with no dust at all. The bedrooms had neatly made beds, with soft pillows and blankets that looked very cozy. The bedside tables, coat hooks, and wardrobes were all in place and very clean. The table next to the living area held dishes and utensils, arranged neatly. Blue sister, does it look okay? Is the bed placement suitable? Xiaoli, sweaty from the work, looked healthier than before, with a rosy face instead of the pale one earlier. Yes, it's good. Come wash your hands, and let's eat. Xiaolan searched through the space. We have spicy hot pot, regular hot pot, home-style dishes, barbecue, buns, dumplings. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Both of them preferred Xiaolan's taste. Then let's have rice with side dishes, 6 dishes, and 1 soup, all on one table. Xiaolan took out a set meal she had bought from a local restaurant. Rice, fish-flavored shredded pork, dry-fried green beans, stir-fried Dutch green beans, braised pork knuckle, sour soup lamb, and cucumber tofu salad, plus a big bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. The portions were generous, and the dishes looked bright and fresh. The space had a preservation function, so the food was still steaming when served. But Xiaolon thought it would taste even better if heated a bit more and stir-fried briefly, since food in fast food boxes loses some freshness after cooking. Let's use our microwave and electric stove. As if to respond, click. The power went out. Suddenly, the basement was plunged into complete darkness. Xiaolon slapped her thigh. Oh, what a coincidence. On this windy day, the city's power system was gradually failing. Power outages were happening one district after another. There was no way around it. The power lines and transformer stations were damaged by the strong wind. Here, the power was cut off early in the morning and kept off late into the night. Just when she wanted to heat her meal, the electricity went out again. Should we just eat like this? Xiao Li and Xiao Tang, both overwhelmed by psychological stress today, had little interest in food. Xiaolon couldn't do that. In the end of the world, she was starving and, after rebirth, she refused to miss any chance to enjoy good food. Eat as much as she could. Eating well was her proudest rule.
Clang.
A small, portable home generator appeared in the space, diesel-powered, with a hand pull start. It started up with a rhythmic sound. The noise was loud, but she could endure it for a little while. Xiaolon cooked all the dishes again. Xiaoli had already laid a brand-new tablecloth with daisy patterns on the table, following instructions. 6 dishes and 1 soup were served. Steam rose from the food. Xiaolon picked up her chopsticks and started eating.
Meow, meow.
A faint, weak meow was heard from somewhere. Xiaolon took a bite of dry-fried green beans. Slightly spicy, but really delicious. After frying, the green beans lost some water, so they weren't too crispy or too soft, chewy and flavorful.
Meow.
The faint sound grew a little stronger. Blue sister, I think there's a cat. Xiao Li looked around. The power was out, and a rechargeable desk lamp provided some light. The large basement was filled with furniture, casting many shadows, so it wasn't very clear. Don't look, it's not inside. Xiaolon had good hearing. She could tell the cat's meow was outside the door. Through the iron door of the basement, she could tell the cat was either injured or sick, very weak. The strong wind caused many people to suffer, and pets and stray cats and dogs in the city also suffered. But Xiaolon didn't plan to care. She couldn't even manage people well, only able to support Xiao Li and Xiao Tang. What about small animals? Besides, soon after biological mutations began, animals would find their own way, either dying faster or becoming stronger. Xiaolon continued eating. The fish-flavored shredded pork was delicious, and with rice, it smelled wonderful. After working hard, her hungry stomach was comforted by the fragrant food. Such happiness.
Meow. Meow.
The cat's meows grew more frequent and more desperate. And there was the sound of claws scratching the door. Could it be that the cat smelled the fish-flavored shredded pork? Xiaolon thought, there's no fish in the shredded pork, silly cat. Xiaoli couldn't hold back anymore and went to open the door. Xiaolon didn't stop him, wanting to see what kind of silly cat was outside. When the door opened, a white shadow darted inside swiftly. Beyond Xiaoli, it quickly ran to Xiaolan's feet.
Meow.
It was a large white cat, pure white, with pitch-black eyes. It lifted its head and looked at Xiaolon eagerly, meowing softly. Its voice was less sharp than before, more pleading. Xiaolon raised her chopsticks and scratched her head, feeling strange. A cat, with its meow, seemed to show strong emotions, almost like it was a magical creature. But this cat was badly hurt. Its once clean white fur was stained with blood and dirt, looking very dirty. It was hard to see all its injuries clearly, but you could see its tail was broken, one hind leg was lame, there was a big wound on its belly, and half of one ear was missing. Poor thing, Xiao Tang felt pity. Looking at the table full of food, he tentatively scooped half a spoon of rice and brought it close to the cat's mouth. The cat didn't move and kept calling to Xiaolon. Xiao Tang then offered a piece of pork knuckle, but the cat still didn't eat. What do cats eat? Xiao Tang asked, confused. Xiao Li came over. Let's treat its wounds first. Maybe it'll feel better and want to eat after that. But the cat still ignored them, just calling to Xiaolon and tilting its head, signaling toward the door. Xiaolon could read something from the black eyes of the white cat. It seems like it wants me to follow it. Reluctantly, Xiaolon looked at the full table of food and hesitated. She stood up, saying just outside the door, "It's too far, I won't go."
I'm seeking.
The big white cat seemed to understand and gratefully meowed at Xiaolon, then turned and left. Despite its injured leg and wounds all over its body, it ran quickly, sometimes leaping and sometimes hopping. After running a short distance, it looked back and gestured for Xiaolon to hurry, showing urgency. Xiaolon put on her windbreaker, braced herself against the wind, and followed outside. The wind howled fiercely outside, sounding terrifying. The ruins and winding paths slowed the wind, but still made walking difficult for Xiaolon. She wondered how this cat managed to run through the strong wind. Meow. In a winding corridor about human height, around a bend, the big white cat stopped behind some makeshift barriers made of broken bricks. Xiaolon bent down and shined her flashlight inside. She saw that in the corner of the barrier, 2 tiny kittens had appeared out of nowhere. They were small, fluffy, one white and the other black and white, like a cow's pattern. "Oh, they're just newborn kittens, probably only 2 or 3 weeks old. Not even a month," Xiaoli exclaimed behind her. In the small corner, they huddled together to avoid the wind. They had only one eye open, and under the flashlight, they quickly closed it again.
Meow.
The big white cat called to the 2 kittens, its voice full of longing. Lowering its head, it licked the kitten repeatedly. The kitten squinted its eyes, lifted its small head, and rubbed against the white cat's belly, looking for milk. The white cat let out a painful cry, dodged away, and lay trembling nearby. A lot of blood was flowing from the wound on its belly. It even had a piece of intestine hanging out.
Meow.
It lay on the ground, painfully calling out to Xiaolon. "Big Sister Lon, what should we do?" Little Li was worried. Xiaolon reached out and gently stroked the white cat's head. "It's beyond saving." She had many medicines and medical tools in her space, but the cat was badly hurt. It had probably been too active after being injured, exhausting its life. Treating it wouldn't help. It was a last act of trust. Xiaolon understood the plea in its eyes. But she remained silent. If she hadn't experienced the end of the world, she might have adopted 2 small kittens. She used to love small pets. She couldn't resist stopping at pet shop windows. But her busy school and business life left no time to care for them. She couldn't keep pets herself, but if she saw stray cats or dogs, she would feed them. In the end of the world, she saw too many mutated animals and became truly afraid of them. Cute little cats and dogs suddenly turned into fierce beasts with jagged teeth, biting through people's necks. Who wouldn't be scared? Mutated creatures left a deep psychological shadow on Xiaolon.
Meow, meow, meow.
The white cat kept calling out to Xiaolon. Its voice grew weaker and more anxious with each call. It seemed to know its time was running out. "This cat is very smart," Xiao Tang, following behind, sighed. The 3 of them could see that the cat only called for help from Xiaolon, as if it understood she was in charge and the one who could feed it. But no matter how smart, it was beyond saving. "Maybe, Sister Lon." The cat's cries sounded so sad that Xiao Tang couldn't help but try to persuade her. Meow.
Meow, meow.
Oh well, if she was going to keep it, she would. Xiaolon looked into the white cat's eyes for a moment and agreed. "But when the mutation comes, if you 2 turn into savage beasts that eat people, you might die even faster by my side. I would have to kill them myself," she warned the white cat. The white cat meowed as if it understood. It gave Xiaolon a very firm look, as if to say, "My children won't turn bad." Its wish was fulfilled. It lay on the ground for a moment, then struggled to stand up and slowly walked toward the passage outside. This time, they walked very slowly, clearly exhausted. When they reached the corner, they looked back and took a final glance at the 2 small cats before disappearing around the bend. The 2 little cats were confused and curled up, not understanding what was happening. "I heard that some animals, when they are about to die, Find a quiet place to pass away alone, Xiao said with tears in his eyes. I'll go check, Xiao Tang said, following the white cat's trail. Xiao Lan picked up the 2 tiny kittens, held them in her arms, and used her clothes to block the wind. Come inside. It's windy here, and the kittens that haven't had their full month might get sick if they catch a cold. Not long after returning to the basement with the kittens, Xiao Tang came back. His eyes were red, as if he had secretly cried. That mother cat didn't go to die alone, he said heavily. Xiao Li asked, then where did she go? Is she still alive? Xiao Tang paused to steady his emotions before continuing. She has 2 babies. What? Xiao Li's eyes widened. So where are those 2 little kittens? They are dead.
Xiao Li froze in shock.
It turned out that Xiao Tang followed the trail of the white cat out through a passage, then turned into a rubble-filled area. The white cat was bleeding and struggled to crawl into a corner of the ruins. Between 2 large stones, there was a small cat nest. Inside a wooden cage with a small mat, it looked like it had been kept by someone before the storm. Maybe it was a pet from a kindergarten? Some kindergartens keep small animals like cats and dogs for children to observe and learn compassion. But the storm knocked down part of the kindergarten building, smashing half of the cage, and 1 tiny kitten was crushed under a stone. Another kitten, with a wound, had been bitten to death. Near the cage, a dog's body lay on the ground. From the wound on the corpse, it was likely killed by the white cat. After the storm, for some reason, a dog invaded the cat's nest and killed the kittens. The white cat fought fiercely to protect its young, defeating the dog, but was badly injured and near death. Xiao Li choked up and said, no wonder. Looking at its injuries, they don't seem caused only by falling debris. There are scratches and bites too.
Kiêu Lan not dead.
Cats and dogs are naturally incompatible, especially some stray dogs, which will attack cats on sight. People who keep cats and dogs together usually do so because they've domesticated them carefully. Don't believe it? Just look at stray cats and dogs on the street. Peaceful coexistence is rare. During the apocalypse, she saw mutated cats and dogs. They were quite strong mutants, but they couldn't change their nature. The 2 groups could never get along. Whenever they met, they fought without reason, refusing to stop until one side was defeated. Xiao Tang said, the big cat is lying next to the 2 little cats, with its eyes closed. He waited a moment, then stepped forward to touch it. The white cat had no heartbeat or breath. It was dead. Xiao Tang picked up a small blanket from the cat's nest, covered the 3 cats, then moved a few bricks to place on top, making a simple little grave. Xiao Li covered his mouth and started crying. Xiao Lan was silent too. Animals have spirits and feelings, especially smart animals. This white cat and its 4 tiny babies, who were not even a month old, faced great danger. One was crushed by bricks, another bitten by a wild dog, and the cat itself was badly injured. It knew it could no longer care for its 2 surviving babies. Probably, while Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang were clearing the ruins, the cat discovered Xiao Lan's strange powers. So it came to entrust the orphans, hoping to find a way for the children to survive. If there hadn't been the storm, maybe they would still be happily living in kindergarten. This disaster changed the lives of many people, and also those of small animals. Gently petting the 2 little cats in her arms, the soft, warm feel made Xiao Lan, who wasn't very keen on adopting them at first, soften her heart. Little ones, you must mutate well. Don't turn into bloodthirsty beasts, or there won't be any small fish snacks to eat. She threatened them sternly.
Meow.
The 2 tiny kittens snuggled in Xiao Lan's clothes, meowing softly. Meow, meow. They kept calling. Xiao Lan took out a bag of small fish snacks from her space, opened it, and the fragrant fish smell wafted out. Blue sister, no. Xiao Li stopped Xiao Lan from feeding the kittens. Look, they just opened their eyes. They're at most 3 weeks old, not even a month. Their stomachs are very fragile, and they can't eat random food, or they might get diarrhea, or even lose their lives. Xiao Lan was confused. Is there such a rule? Not all kittens can eat small fish snacks? So, what should I feed them? They're definitely hungry, since they keep crying. They might also be looking for their mother, Xiao Li said. Or they're cold. But that's unlikely, since your arms are warm. Mom isn't here. The white cat, who had protected its babies, now rested with them in peace. By the way, this was a very capable mother cat. Despite her instinct to run away from dogs, she fought to the death to protect her babies from a dog, then dragged her injured body to find someone to entrust her orphans, and finally crawled back to stay with her kittens in their last moments. Jolon gently stroked the fluffy little body of the kitten and advised them, "You have a very wonderful and caring mother, but she can't be with you anymore. You need to live well on your own, understand?" The kittens responded with 2 soft meows. It's unclear if they understood. "Jia, your space has goat milk powder. Take it out and mix it with water to make goat milk for them," Xiao, responsible for buying daily supplies, reminded her. She remembered that when she bought milk, she also bought goat milk. Jolon checked and found a bag of goat milk powder. She also took out a bottle of pure water. She heated the water in the dispenser to about 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, mixed in the milk powder, and fed it to the kittens. Xiao explained that before kittens are a month old, they should mainly drink their mother's milk. But since there's no mother, goat milk can be used as a substitute. Cow's milk is not suitable because kittens can't digest it well and may get diarrhea or sick. The goat milk powder in the space is meant for humans, not pets, so it needs to be diluted before feeding. They shouldn't feed too much at once. While feeding, they gently rub the kittens' bellies. If the belly becomes slightly swollen, they should stop to avoid upsetting the fragile stomachs. "Where did you learn all this?" "I've never seen you take care of cats," Jolon said, deeply impressed by Xiao's knowledge. "I learned from a cat-raising content creator online. If your dreams of the apocalypse are false, my dream is to save enough money to open a big pet store and a pet hospital someday."
Joelaan frakker.
I also wish all this were just a dream. If I could wake up and find everything normal again, I would gladly let my space be invalidated. Let me spend 30 million on stockpiling goods and let those vendors chasing after me for payments do so. I'd be fine with that. But unfortunately... Hey, what are you doing now? Jolon noticed that Xiao was carefully feeding the kittens one by one, then using a tissue dipped in warm water to gently tap near the kittens' bottoms. "I'm simulating what a mother cat does," Xiao explained. Mother cats lick here to help the kittens with their waste, since their digestive systems aren't fully developed yet. When we raise kittens, we also need to help them massage there regularly. At the same time, this is also how a mother cat cleans her kittens. Mother cats have a very strong defense instinct. They clean the kitten's fur, remove smells, and clean up waste to prevent predators from detecting the kitten's scent and attacking. We often think the kittens are very clean, but that's thanks to the mother cats. They often lick the kittens' little bottoms, cleaning away waste. Xiaolon was surprised. "Are you saying that a mother cat eats her kitten's waste?" Yes. I've seen several online creators say the same. Don't worry, little kittens only drink their mother's milk, so their waste is clean. As for human babies, old folks used to say drinking children's could cure illnesses. I even saw an elderly woman go to a family with a baby to ask for to drink.
Xiao li explained confidently.
Xiaolon only sighed in disbelief. Sorry, she was so uninformed. She really couldn't accept it. Suddenly, a loud bang outside. The entire basement shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. Clattering sounds came from the vents. Strong wind seemed to want to burst through the vents and rush inside. "I'll go check." Xiao Tang wanted to go see what was happening. Everyone was inside the basement. If something from above fell and collapsed the ceiling, it could crush them all. "No, I'll go." Xiaolon stopped Xiao Tang, zipping up her jacket. "Lanjia, let's go together," Xiao Tang said. "Forget it. Don't cause trouble for me," Xiaolon said, and left. Xiao Tang scratched his head. He knew he couldn't handle large bricks or stones like Xiaolon. Going out might be useless or even cause trouble. "I feel like I can't keep going like this," Xiao Tang muttered, feeling worried inside the safe house. Xiao held the kitten and tried to comfort him. "Men, you can't say you're useless. But men, especially, need to face reality," Xiao added. "What do you mean by reality?" Xiao Tang asked. "I can't help Xiaolon. I can't help you. Among the three of us, I seem the most useless, Xiaoli said seriously, frowning and blinking thoughtfully. She nodded seriously. I think you can just remove the words seems like. Xiao Tang forced a smile that looked worse than crying. You didn't even realize I was joking, Xiaoli said helplessly. Xiao Tang was too serious. She took one of the kittens and put it in Xiao Tang's arms. You're useful. Just now you were helping Xiao Lan. Besides, why must people be useful to live? Being useless doesn't mean you don't deserve to live. Look at these two kittens, they only eat and sleep. Much more useless than you, but their milk is sweet and makes us happy. Xiao Tang, making Xiao Lan happy is enough. Do I really? Yes, Xiao Lan values you a lot. Xiao Tang was silent. Xiao Lan values him, cares for him, and in the face of disaster, she makes him feel more guilty. He should have been the one protecting Xiao Lan, right? Brother Tang, stop thinking so much. Sister Lan said that we might all mutate in the future and develop special abilities. Maybe your ability will be stronger than hers, and it will be very useful then. Xiaoli comforted him. Xiao Tang's eyes lit up with hope. What kind of ability might he awaken in the future? If he could have a powerful ability to protect Xiao Lan, that would be great.
Bang!
Not long after, the door of the house opened, and Xiao Lan came back. Big Sister Lan, how's outside? Not good. The wind is too strong. Let's stay inside the house, she replied. Xiao Lan brushed off the dirt all over her body. She kept sighing. The wind is too strong. So strong. Having experienced a wind disaster before, she still felt scared when she saw the scene again. Just now, when she stepped outside, loud noises made her dizzy.
Woo! Clang!
Buildings kept collapsing around her. Trees, billboards, even cars and metal sheds on the ground were swept up by the wind, bumping into things and making loud crashes. The wind from all directions blew through cracks in the ruins, howling and shrieking, sometimes sharp like ghost cries, sometimes deep like thunder. She, weighing over 140 pounds, stood in the corridor, but was nearly knocked over twice by the strong wind. This was across 2 floors of rubble. It shows how strong the wind outside was. She carefully checked the corridor again. The bricks and stones around her were very solid. With her careful construction, the remaining walls fit together tightly like puzzle pieces, forming a strong whole that wouldn't be blown away easily. She felt a little relieved. Looking outside through the cracks in the ruins, she saw the city's streets full of flying sand and stones, chaos everywhere. The top of the nearest building was completely blown off and fell onto the ruins of the kindergarten below. This was the loud bang her and others heard earlier in the basement. Fortunately, the ruins didn't collapse. Luckily, they found this safe house in advance. Big Sister Lan, how long do we have to hide here? Let's stay for 7 days first, she replied. In Xiao Lan's memory, this fierce wind lasted exactly 7 days. After 7 days, the wind briefly stopped, then blew again for a few more days. More than 10 days in total, the world was turned upside down. At this moment, her phone was full of messages and news, each more shocking than the last. Some buildings had collapsed. Some dams had broken. People had died here. People had died there. Last night, the wind was still limited to coastal provinces and cities. Now, real-time reports from various places show that the storm has spread inland, moving deep into the northwest. And it's not just our country. Across the ocean on other continents, storms are also happening. Many social media messages are exploding with updates. Latest news shows that some island nations surrounded by the ocean have lost contact entirely. No communication has come through, and no one knows what is happening there. It's unclear whether the people are alive or dead. The authorities are still urging everyone to stay safe and wait for rescue after the disaster. But in reality, there might be no rescue coming. The whole world is affected, and everyone is a victim. Who will help whom? Sharing this upcoming situation with Xiao Tang and Xiaoli, Xiao Lan notices that they are not very panicked. They are much calmer than she was when she first faced a storm disaster in her previous life. Back then, if it weren't for Xiao Tang, she probably couldn't have handled it alone. Are you really not afraid? Xiao Tang says, not afraid. I'm waiting to awaken my special powers to protect everyone. Xiaoli says, follow Sister Lan, I don't need to be afraid. Sister Lan has stocked up a lot of supplies and has a powerful space.
They will be fine.
Xiaoli secretly decides she won't cry easily anymore. Losing roommates and classmates is sad, but if the world is truly going to end, there will be even more tragedies. She can't drown in sorrow and become a burden to Sister Lan and Brother Tang. Even if she only knows how to feed cats, she will do it well. Come on, let's treat this like a holiday. Eat well, drink well, have fun. Xiao Lan sees that her friends are still okay, so she takes out her laptop from her space. She grabbed it when she went back to her apartment to pick up groceries. The laptop has many movies and variety shows she downloaded before. Let's watch a movie and forget about the storm outside. Relax and enjoy ourselves. She randomly opens a film, Transformers 4, and connects the speakers to play. The loud sound fills the basement instantly. It drowns out the wind and banging noises outside. The movie begins. A fierce dinosaur is hunting. Its powerful jaw bites the prey and swings it around. Xiao Lan explains, in the future, some mutated creatures we face will be very strong. They're not dinosaurs, but their ferocity is comparable. If they catch you, your neck could be broken in an instant. Xiao Li swallows nervously, her palms sweating. The movie continues, and the dinosaurs scatter and run away. In the sky, a huge battleship drops bombs, and the ground erupts with fire, causing destruction and chaos. Zhou Lan continued explaining. See, after the storm passes, not long after, there will be a nuclear war. Nuclear explosions will happen all over the world, creating mushroom clouds and destroying everything, more terrifying than what you see here. Xiao Tang let out a loud burp. Blue sister, are you sure watching movies is to help us relax? A more tense atmosphere indeed. Blue sister, maybe we should talk about our special abilities instead? Superpowers? Zhou Lan noticed her two friends weren't very interested in the movie, so she went along and started explaining about special abilities. After the storm, society will be chaotic for a while. There will be nuclear explosions, wars, and people fighting, stealing, and committing crimes secretly. During this chaos, humans will start to evolve for some reason. Some talented people will awaken their abilities first. They will dominate in fighting over supplies, gaining more water and food.
Some will even form gangs.
People with less talent will awaken their abilities later. They might be killed by those who awaken early, or they might be forced to serve others. Some will survive harsh conditions and create new groups. This process will last about half a year. Humans will form new social structures. Those who awaken abilities late or not at all will be at the bottom, exploited, killed, or enslaved. Only those with very strong or unique abilities might survive. Led by evolved humans with various powers, humans will build many bases and fight among themselves. In the worsening environment, they will compete for resources and deal with natural disasters. So, what kinds of abilities are there? Are they all as powerful as Sister's space ability? Xiaoli was very curious. Zhou Lan smiled. My space ability isn't very strong, and I awakened it late. In my dreams, I only awakened 2 or 3 months after the storm, when many strong people had already awakened and improved their powers. Space is mainly used to store things, good for logistics but not good for fighting. Its attack and defense abilities are weak. After using my space for a while, I became more skilled and developed some combat skills as well. But compared to those who are naturally good at fighting, I can't compare. Xiao Tang was interested and asked, what kind of combat abilities are there? There are many, Zhou Lan replied. At the beginning of evolution, everyone grew wildly, and all kinds of abilities appeared. Many of them were useless or awkward. For example, someone develops the ability to make mucus thick or even turn it into a solid. You might ask, what uses this power? To use this ability, you first need to have mucus, which means getting sick. When you are weak and tired, you spend energy to turn mucus into a gel or solid. But what can you do with that? Use it as glue to stick things? It can't solve basic needs like eating or drinking, nor does it make fighting easier. So, gradually, Those who failed to evolve properly are slowly eliminated. Later, as evolution stabilized, humans mainly developed a few types of powers. Physical enhancement. Evolved people are stronger, faster, more flexible, tougher, or have greater stamina and faster healing. These are physical type abilities. Elemental attack. This is easy to understand. Evolved people can control fire, water, wind, etc., and use these elements to fight. Perception abilities, similar to physical enhancements, but instead of strengthening the body, they improve senses like hearing, smell, touch, sight, or even mental sensing and biological affinity. Mystical psychic powers, a bit mysterious, including abilities like precognition, luck, curses, summoning, or healing. These powers are hard to explain with normal logic and are grouped into this category. Space powers. I think my space ability probably belongs to the mystical category, said Xiao Lan. She wasn't very sure. In her past life, she hadn't seen many other space-powered individuals, and everyone's space abilities were different, so it was hard to classify. I wonder if I will develop powers too. Little Li was a bit hopeful. Little Tang admired elemental attacks because they are useful in battle, and he wanted to protect the two girls around him. Xiao Lan said, "It's hard to tell now. Everyone's powers seem unpredictable and depend on fate. Lan Jie, in my dreams, what kind of powers do Tang and I have? I don't remember. The dreams were too long, and I forgot some details." Xiao Lan could only lie. In her past life, Little Li died early in a wind disaster, and Little Tang died within 2 months. Neither developed powers. Not just them, she herself is also eager to see what powers they will develop. Living in the safe house was tough, but time passed quickly. Every day, a few people ate, drank, slept, and chatted as time flowed like a river. Xiao Lan took out the fitness equipment stored in the space and encouraged everyone to exercise early to stay strong and prepare for the chaos after the disaster. There is a generator, so my phone has been working continuously, constantly receiving messages from the outside world. Day 3 of the wind disaster. After the power outage in City C, water supply was cut off in various districts, more buildings collapsed, and the city hall, which was over 20 stories tall, was blown apart, leaving only half of it standing. Outside City C, the strong wind spread inland, leaving only the southwest plateau unaffected. Day 5 of the wind disaster. City C's water, electricity, and gas systems completely failed. Rivers and lakes flooded back into the city, and sewage was everywhere. Next door, City D is closer to the sea, with more rivers and lakes. The large suburban lakes overflowed and flooded the entire city, submerging City D. Within the country, the sturdy southwest plateau also fell victim to the fierce wind. In cold regions, blizzards arrived, while in warmer southern areas like City C, there were storms. Many places also experienced huge dust storms, with yellow dust rolling across the land. Global fierce winds caused the land to look unrecognizable, and the ocean waves were enormous. Day 7 of the wind disaster. There are fewer disaster news reports now. It's not that the situation outside has improved, it's just that everything is getting worse. The global communication network is almost completely down, so real-time updates about the disasters are impossible. Major apps on phones have stopped working one after another, official news is scarce, and social media platforms often freeze or are hard to log into. Even basic calls and texts are affected, probably due to server and base station issues. Inside the safe house, the basement of the kindergarten originally had phone and TV connections. When we first moved in, we could make calls and watch official news on TV. But now, the phone doesn't work, and the TV only has one official channel, with signals frequently cutting out. It's barely watchable for 10 minutes across the whole world. I think many people outside have died. That day, Xiao Lan looked at the clock, approaching noon. She had been holding it in for several days. It was time to go outside and get some fresh air. On the 7th day of the previous life, the fierce wind paused for over 3 hours at noon. It was a good chance to go out for a walk. And it would help her 2 little friends get used to the end of the world sooner. Seeing the disaster firsthand is much more impactful than just watching news on a phone. After a hearty meal, Xiaolon took out some sturdy work clothes from her space, and she changed into them along with Xiao Li and Xiao Tang. She also put on comfortable, durable sports shoes and headed out. "Where are we going?" the two asked. "To Tsuehua Grand Hotel." Xiaolon had a clear goal. Experiencing the end of the world, any street would do, but she still remembered the two chef fathers and sons at Tsuehua. In the past few days, she had been hiding in the safe house, not worrying about food or drink. When she wanted to cook, she showed off her culinary skills. When she didn't, she just heated up food ordered from the restaurant. Life was pretty good. But she kept reminiscing about the fresh dishes she ate in Tsuehua's guest room, feeling very hungry. She wants to eat a meal prepared by a top chef. I don't know if the father and son, after 7 days of surviving the storm, have changed mentally, or if they are easy to deceive. Cough, cough, cough. Leaving the little kitten in the safe house, I opened the basement door. A gust of dust hit us, making the three of us cough. Outside the door, the dust was over a meter high, almost blocking the door completely. It was all blown in by the strong wind. In the basement, dirt had seeped in over the past few days, so we had to use a vacuum cleaner every day. Outside, the wind-blown dust and sand had almost sealed the passage. Xiaolon used her special ability to slowly move the dust into the space, clearing a small path. The three of us crawled through the passage. When we changed clothes, they were all covered in dirt. When we looked at the street, it was even worse than just dirt. Bricks, tiles, broken vehicles, fallen trees, metal pipes, and debris were all mixed together in chaos. It was hard to tell where the road ended and where the buildings began. Everything was a jumble, blending into one. Most of the tall buildings were destroyed. Even those still standing had various degrees of damage. Looking around, there was no decent place to see. It was more shocking and terrifying than the pictures seen online. You could imagine how many victims were buried under the ruins. "Is this still City C?" Xiao Li's face turned pale. "Yes, let's go." Xiao Lan led the way. Without buildings blocking the view, you could see far away. The tall Tsuehua hotel still stood proudly, not fallen. The street was a mess and motorcycles couldn't pass. The group walked toward the hotel. There were too many obstacles. It normally would take just over half an hour to reach the hotel, but it took nearly an hour for the three of us. When the wind first stopped, no one dared to come out. We walked for a long time without seeing anyone. Only after a while, when the wind had been calm for some time, did a few people start appearing on the street. Near Tsuehua Hotel, some residents came out to look around. They all looked dirty and hurried. No one was leisurely strolling. Groups of 3 or 5 scattered into nearby buildings, searching among the ruins. They were looking for food, medicine, or anything useful.
Wow.
The Shaoli walking behind was bumped by a few people rushing past him and almost fell. A group of men, each carrying a box of instant noodles, biscuits, and other food, had probably dug them out from some ruined shop and were rushing toward the hotel. "Look, they found something to eat. Share a box with me. I want one too." The crowd around gathered quickly, blocking their way. By chance, Qiao Lan and her 2 friends were also surrounded. "Look, they all look healthy and glowing. They must have eaten well these days. Then these instant noodles should be shared with everyone for the hungry to eat." "Yeah," the crowd shouted and, without hesitation, started tearing and fighting over food boxes from a few men. Xiao Lan and her friends were mistaken for a group and were also attacked. Someone directly grabbed their clothes, trying to see if they had hidden food inside. "Stop messing around." Xiao Tang quickly stepped in front of Xiao Lan and Xiaoli, but was pushed to the ground by force. A few people held him down, tore at his clothes, and rummaged through his pockets and bag. As soon as Xiao Tang fell, others began pulling at Xiao Lan and Xiaoli. Xiao Lan kicked and knocked down the closest attackers, quick and fierce. They were startled and looked at Xiao Lan, clearly surprised that the 2 seemingly easiest to bully girls were actually tough. So they dared not continue and turned to the ones with the food boxes. "Brother Tang." Xiaoli saw Xiao Tang bleeding from the face and rushed to help, but was pushed to the ground. Xiao Lan stepped forward and pulled her up.
"Lanzi, bờ Tô Tan."
Xiao Lan shook her head, not going to help. Xiao Tang was pressed to the ground, clothes torn, pockets searched, kicked, pushed, and even stepped on by shoes. He was strong, trained in martial arts during military service, and could handle a few ordinary people. But he refused to fight back, only blocking and shouting, trying to warn them to back off. How could this happen? This was no longer a normal society. When people are starving and desperate, they fight without reason. It's easier to save him, but to make him realize sooner that he should abandon his civilized morals. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly, or even die.
Ugh.
There's nothing to eat at all, wasting my effort for nothing. Clothes.
Clothes.
His sturdy clothes block the wind. Tear them off. The group searched all of Xiao Tang's pockets but found no food, cursed, and started tearing his clothes. Xiao Tang panicked. Seeing his pants about to be pulled off, he quickly flipped over, using martial arts learned in the army, kicking the person grabbing his pants away and twisting another's belt around himself. He elbowed and knocked away 2 others, then struggled to stand up. "You dare kick my brother?" One man cursed and picked up a broken brick, smashing it toward Xiao Tang's back of the head. Xiao Tang was shocked. He felt a gust of wind behind his ear and hurriedly dodged.
Bang!
I dodged the head, but I wasn't quick enough and was hit solidly on the shoulder. Half my body went numb, my left shoulder hurt badly, and I couldn't lift my arm. Xiao Tang rolled on the ground twice and awkwardly escaped the circle of people. The others, angry from his resistance, angrily moved to attack again. Someone nearby shouted, "Stop focusing on the helpless ones, come help. Hurry." It turned out that in just a short time, the people holding food boxes had been overwhelmed by more and more attackers and were now on the ground, unable to get up. Their boxes were torn apart during the struggle, instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, scattering everywhere. People were on the ground fighting over the food. The attackers who had been fighting Xiao Tang quickly went over to help their friends grab the loot, forgetting about him for a moment. Xiao Tang, covered in dirt, stood up. Blood was streaming down his face from a broken nose. It wasn't a serious injury. Xiao Lan handed him 2 wet wipes. He took them with his right hand and wiped the blood from his face, looking at the chaotic crowd fighting over food with wide eyes, full of shock. In the past few days hiding in the safe house, he didn't realize society outside had become like this. "How's your left shoulder?" Xiao Lan patted the area where he was hit with a brick. Xiao Tang winced loudly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. While Xiao Tang kept crying out in pain, Xiao Lan grabbed his left arm and swung it a few times to assess. "Your bones aren't broken, probably just a minor fracture. When we get back, apply some ointment, take anti-inflammatory medicine, and rest." Xiao Tang's deep brown face looked pale from the pain, and he grimaced. "Blue sister, you're too harsh.
Can't you check more gently?"
Do you think you'd remember better if I was gentle?" Xiao Lan scolded him. "Next time, remember to fight back early. No, you can't just let people hit you. You need to strike first. Do you think this is the normal world anymore?" Xiao Tang immediately shut his mouth. He was wrong. If he had dodged a little more just now, being hit on the head with a brick could have been deadly, more than just pain. But the physical training and fighting skills he learned in the military were meant to protect civilians, not hurt them. When faced with danger, soldiers are the first to rush in. This idea was deeply ingrained in his bones. He never thought that one day he would be attacked by those he once vowed to protect and almost be beaten to death. It wasn't that he reacted slowly just now, his mindset simply couldn't shift. Fighting civilians? Using military combat skills to hurt them? This. Please don't take it. My wife is sick. She hasn't eaten in 2 days.
Please.
In the crowd, a man shouted loudly, tears streaming down his face. He hugged 2 packs of cookies tightly, begging desperately as 2 strong men punched and kicked him. The 2 men didn't listen to him. One grabbed his neck, while the other took advantage of the moment when he let go to protect his neck and snatched the dropped cookies. "Give it back. Just 1 pack, please. I only need 1. The man chased after them, begging painfully, but was met with even harsher kicks and was knocked to the ground, unable to get up. The two men then went to steal from others. Their backpacks, already bulging, kept filling as they grabbed more. They were part of a group of about 7 or 8, tall and strong, looking fierce. They had already stuffed most of the scattered food into their backpacks. Only a small part was taken by quick and clever people who managed to escape. After stealing everything, the men hurried into Tsuehua restaurant. Only a group of people who had been beaten and failed to steal food remained outside, crying, cursing, some too injured to stand and fainting among the ruins.
Xiao Tang Frauen Tai Li.
Xiao Li's face was tense. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? An old man, with white hair, passing by, stepped forward to help the man whose cookies had been stolen, asking with concern. The man, clutching his bruised stomach, cried with a face full of tears and snot, "My wife has a high fever. She's been hungry for 2 days. No food, no medicine. I barely got these 2 packs of cookies. Those people are very fierce. You can't fight them," the old man said, opening his coat and taking a piece of chocolate from his pocket. "I only have 2 pieces left. Here, take one and give it to your wife."
Look.
Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly snatched the chocolate from the old man and ran off. He tore open the old man's coat and grabbed the other piece of chocolate from inside his pocket. "Young man, I only have this 1 piece left.
Please."
The old man tried to take it back, but the man pushed him to the ground. The man then turned and ran into the restaurant. Good intentions don't always pay off, Xiao Li snorted coldly. In just a short while, everything before their eyes had changed completely. It seemed that as the buildings collapsed, people's hearts were also breaking down.
Bang!
The man who ran away with the chocolate was suddenly knocked to the ground by something. Little Li opened his eyes in surprise. "Blue sister, you?" "Yes, I don't like him very much," replied Xiaolon. She casually picked up a small piece of stone from the ground and threw it at the man. The stone hit him right in the leg, causing him to fall down. The man was already hurt badly, and this fall made it harder for him to get up again. Xiaolon walked over with Little Li watching her with admiration. She easily grabbed 2 pieces of chocolate from the man's pocket. The elderly man with white hair looked at Xiaolon and sighed. "Come and take it." "I don't want to walk back for it," Xiaolon called out to him. The old man was surprised. "You don't want it?"
"No."
Why would she want these 2 small pieces of chocolate? She already had plenty to eat at home. The old man couldn't believe it and came over, looking as if he thought stealing the chocolates and running away was what he expected. Xiaolon returned the chocolates to him and pointed around. "You'd better eat them now, or someone might take them from you later." Nearby, some dirty, dusty people stared greedily at the chocolates. The old man opened one chocolate wrapper and ate it. He wanted to give the other one to Xiaolon.
"Thank you.
"I'll give this to you."
"I don't want it," she said.
Xiaolon, with Little Tang and Little Li, walked through the ruins in front of the building and entered the Tsuehua Grand Hotel. The old man watched her back, silent and a little sad. Suddenly, just as they entered the hotel, someone sneaked up and snatched the other chocolate from the old man's hand. The thief ran quickly, unwrapping the chocolate and eating it before anyone could stop him. The old man looked stunned. He looked at his empty hand and then at the thief, sighing deeply. He shook his head helplessly and tried to walk away, but soon people gathered around him. "Grandpa, do you have any more to eat? Please, just a little. I haven't eaten for a long time. I feel faint. Grandpa, please." People grabbed his arms and clothes, looking helpless. "I really don't have any more."
"I only have those 2, he said.
But the hungry crowd searched his clothes from top to bottom. It wasn't asking for food, it was stealing. They didn't find anything, though. Everyone left disappointed. 2 people, especially upset, punched him twice. The man who had stolen the chocolates and was knocked down by Xiaolon earlier saw this and laughed harshly.
He spat at the old man.
"Serves you right. You should have given everything to me." The elderly person was pushed to the ground, their clothes messy. After a long pause, they slowly stood up. Looking up, they carefully examined the tall hotel building. Finally, the world has become like this. No, it has actually been like this for a long time. Humans. A deep sadness filled their eyes, growing stronger, almost tangible. It was as if overnight, the shimmering lake had frozen suddenly with the arrival of frost. Around them, groups of people searched through the ruins, like stray cats and dogs rummaging through trash in the old normal world. No one paid attention to the elderly person anymore. No one knew when they disappeared. Inside Tsuehua Grand Hotel, Xiao Lan and two friends went from the first floor to the second, then to the third, exploring each level. They didn't take the elevator because it was out of power. They had to climb the stairs. Even if there was power, Xiao Lan wouldn't take the elevator. They needed to gather supplies. She stopped at each floor, checked the hallways and rooms, and secretly stored useful items into her space when no one was watching. Things like carpets, curtains, beds, tables, cabinets, and even doors. Any place not monitored or looked after was fair game for her to stockpile. The hotel was messy and crowded, but most people weren't rushing around or looking lively. They were either looking pale or resting in corners. So, no one paid much attention to Xiaolan, and she collected supplies smoothly. Along the way, she listened to nearby conversations and casually asked a few people about the situation here. In these 7 days, many people stayed at Tsuehua Grand Hotel. On the day the wind stopped for the first time, a huge number of people came here to take shelter. Room prices skyrocketed tenfold, yet the hotel was still full, with over 1,000 people squeezed inside. Eventually, there was no space left, so they used conference rooms, dining halls, and entertainment areas as temporary shelters. Of course, staying in the main hall cost a lot, and many wealthy people paid for rooms. More ordinary folks came too. Most paid their rent, and then ran out of money. Food and drinks were extremely expensive at the hotel. So many who didn't bring their own food had to go hungry. Those who couldn't stand the hunger were given some bread or buns, small portions, and had to work for the hotel to pay for their meals, acting as temporary cleaners or servers. They had endless chores but only received a small piece of bread in return. The exploitation was very harsh. There were some protests, but they were quickly suppressed by the hotel's security team. As the storm continued, the outside world grew more chaotic, and the exploitation inside the hotel became even worse. The three people, including Xiaolan, saw some very hungry individuals outside the hotel who were grabbing things. They had been inside the hotel suffering, and as soon as the weather cleared, they hurried out to find food. Looks like a hierarchy has already formed here, Xiaolan thought. The hotel owner is quite bold. The apocalypse has just begun, and most people haven't changed their mindset yet. They're still waiting for rescue and official help. Yet this person dares to openly exploit others. But this doesn't concern her. She is only looking for the chef. Time is short. She needs to find the father and son before the storm starts again. Excuse me, do you know where the kitchen staff have been these days? Oh, never mind. Xiaolan had just stopped a passerby to ask about the staff when she saw a group of people pushing and shoving a young man from the corridor on the other side. That young man was the son of the chef pair. During the sushi meal, he was in charge of making sushi, and it was very delicious, something Xiaolan couldn't forget. What's going on? Why was he being beaten and scolded like he was being escorted somewhere? Soon they reached her. Xiaolan looked at the young man, about to speak, but he saw her surprise and quickly signaled with his eyes and kept mouthing words. What does that mean? It seemed like he was telling her to leave quickly. Xiaolan stayed silent. The passerby who had stopped her pulled her and the others to the wall, and everyone pressed against the wall to hide. The passerby also smiled politely at the group. Thank you all, haha. The group paid no attention to him and continued pushing the chef's son forward. They turned a corner, went up the stairs, looking very proud and commanding. What's going on?
Kiều Lan Wunder.
The passerby whispered. That young man must have made a mistake. He was caught by the inspection team. He won't have a good ending, sigh. What is the inspection team? Don't you know? It's a new department established this morning. Many people in the building haven't heard about it. The passerby looked around to make sure no one was nearby and lowered his voice to tell Xiaolan. This inspection team was separated from the security team. They are responsible for correcting mistakes and maintaining good living conditions in the hotel. The old security team would handle problems wherever they occurred, but this new team, even when there's no trouble, actively seeks out those who don't follow the rules. Sigh. It's just to make everyone obedient. Anyone who doesn't listen gets punished. Xiaolong was curious. Who should we listen to? Mr. Zhao, the passerby replied. Who else? He's the hotel's chairman. Of course, everyone here listens to him.
Did you see?
The security team members originally wear blue ties around their collars. Just now, this group not only had ties but also a red cloth around their sleeves. This is the oversight team responsible for monitoring social conduct, even more powerful than the security team. This morning, a woman stole half a loaf of bread and was beaten badly. I heard she was taken to the basement. Zhou Lan thought to herself, wow, this hotel is really expanding. Not only are there different ranks, but they're also forming violent groups to maintain control. What a coincidence. She was also thinking about how to win over the chef and his son. She needed them to willingly follow her and cook for her wholeheartedly. She couldn't just take people away casually. They didn't know each other well, and if they later had conflicts, what if someone poisoned her food? In a post-apocalyptic world, many have turned against each other over small mistakes. Now, when she's sleepy, someone offers her a pillow. The hotel plans to discipline the young chef, which is a good chance to show her goodwill. Also, the group that just beat up Xiao Tang outside all wore blue ties, clearly members of the security team. Perfect. She could deal with them together and avenge Xiao Tang. You guys look healthy. You should still have some money. Have you been able to buy food these days?
Not starving, right?
A friendly passerby started chatting casually with Zhou Lan. I also have some savings on my card. Recently, I've been able to pay rent and buy food, but if the wind blows for a few more days, I'll run out of money. The rent keeps getting more expensive, and I don't know how long I can hold on. This morning, not only did they establish the oversight team, but Mr. Zhao also said they'll change the payment method to cash only. Since the internet is down and there's no power, many people's phones are useless. Credit card payments and transfers aren't reliable anymore. So, even people with money on their cards might become poor. No one expected to carry so much cash when they checked in. Maybe cash will be useless someday too. We might have to use gold and silver? The young man kept guessing. Zhou Lan thought to herself, that's right. Paper money will become worthless. Later on, gold, silver, and jewelry won't be very useful either. The main currency accepted in all major bases is the crystal core. You have to risk hunting mutated beasts to get them, exchanging your life for it. The young man sighed. Have you seen the news? The whole world is almost destroyed. If official rescue doesn't arrive soon, everything will fall apart. Yeah, Zhou Lan agreed, not interested in chatting. She casually said, stay safe, and left. Hey, where are you going? Don't get too close to the oversight team, or you might get beaten up. Passers-by saw Xiao Lan and a few others follow the inspection team in the direction they left, seemingly heading upstairs. They quickly lowered their voice to remind her. They have a kind heart. Xiao Lan turned back, checked that no one was paying attention nearby, and took out a small pack of compressed biscuits from her pocket, offering it. The passerby was surprised and looked at Xiao Lan with disbelief.
Here, take it.
Thank you for the reminder. The passerby hesitated, then his eyes welled up with tears behind his black-rimmed glasses. He carefully hid the biscuits in his coat. People willing to share food are like kind-hearted saints. A steamed bun in the hotel costs 30,000, but this pack of compressed biscuits can keep someone from starving, equivalent to nearly 10,000 yuan. He whispered gratefully, Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jiang Yu. I'm a PhD student at the Agricultural Science Institute. May I ask your name and which floor and room you live in? Xiao Lan waved her hand and turned to leave. Since they just met by chance and she was grateful for his kindness, there was no need to exchange personal details. Xiao Lan and her two companions bid farewell to the young man and followed the inspection team escorting the young chef, staying a short distance behind. Along the way, many guests came and went, but they didn't seem out of place, following all the way to the 9th floor. The 9th floor had a large central hall. About 40 or 50 people gathered there. Some wore blue ties, others had red cloth bands, and some had badges on their chests. Xiaolon had already learned that these were the hotel's management team. They controlled all the guests' food, water, and security. In the middle of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a gray suit. The others stood around him. He was the only one sitting. The young chef was brought into the hall. The inspection team suddenly forced him to the ground and made him kneel. "Mr. Zhao, we've caught him." "It's him. He betrayed the boss and secretly went to the basement to let that woman escape." The gray-suited middle-aged man looked serious and snorted coldly. "I remember you. You're the hotel's senior chef, right? Your cooking skills are good. I used to have high hopes for you, but you've disappointed me." The young chef struggled to remember, but was held down tightly and could only kneel humbly. He shouted, "What is this? That lady only took a small piece of bread, which I gave her. She didn't steal it. How can you hit people recklessly and seriously injure her? She has a grandmother to care for. She was just bringing the bread back for her grandmother, not eating it herself." "Mr. Zhao, in times of disaster, everyone should help each other, not bully others. You are illegally beating her and imprisoning her. That's against the law." Xiaolon and a few others pretended to be guests, standing quietly in a corridor some distance from the main hall, listening carefully. Soon, they picked up clues. It turned out that the young man passing by earlier had said a woman was caught stealing bread and was beaten badly. It was not just a rumor. Unexpectedly, a young chef was involved. "Ha! Are you blaming me?" Mr. Zhao suddenly stood up, walked in front of the young chef, pointed at him, and scolded, "Ungrateful. You traitor. Without my protection, you all would have died in the storm. Now you're living comfortably, eating well. I set rules to protect everyone's interests. Now that food is scarce and the hotel supplies are low, no one is allowed to take things without permission. As an employee in the kitchen, you dare to steal and betray me and everyone else. Today, I gathered you all here to make an example. I want to see who dares to break the rules and do things secretly in the future." At his command, the young chef was pushed from kneeling to lying face down. Members of the inspection team, holding sticks, began hitting him hard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
From afar, Xiaolon and the others could hear the commotion clearly. "Yes, hit him hard. Stealing food is the worst crime. Everyone spends a lot of money to buy food. He's in the kitchen, stealing things, breaking the rules." Nearby, other guests gathered in the corridor, watching the scene. They didn't think it was too much. Instead, they supported it strongly. They seemed eager to see the young chef beaten to death. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang clenched their fists in anger. This was clearly illegal mob justice. The storm had only passed a few days ago, yet many people's attitudes had already changed this much. Xiao Lan signaled to the two, "Wait here for me." She walked toward the main hall. She wasn't angry. She just had to save the person. It was easier to control the young chef after some punishment, but the punishment couldn't be too harsh. If he was seriously hurt, how could he cook for her later? When she reached him, Xiaolon was about to act. But before she could move, suddenly a group of people rushed out of the staircase. "Zhao is here. Hurry. Don't let him run. Everyone, charge. Beat these inhumane people to death. We must not let them get cocky again, or it'll be us who suffer sooner or later." Many people flooded into the main hall. They were all red-eyed, holding sticks and bricks, fiercely attacking Mr. Zhao and the hotel staff. Security guards and others quickly fought back. A chaotic fight broke out immediately. Xiaolon was stunned. What's going on?
But
now is the time to act. Taking advantage of the chaos, I slipped into the crowd and pulled up the young chef, who was still lying on the ground. She quickly turned and ran away. Task progress, chef, 1/2. Along the way, I also punched someone nearby, a security guard wearing a blue tie, who had previously hit Xiao Tang's family downstairs with a brick. Xiaolon grabbed someone else's stick, struck it twice loudly, hitting the person's shoulders hard. He had hit Xiao Tang's shoulder, so he deserved double the punishment. And not just double. This guy was in so much pain, he couldn't lift his arms, lying helpless at the scene of the fight. He was then attacked by a group of angry people, beaten fiercely. What was the outcome? Whatever it was, he brought it on himself. More and more people rushed into the stairwell, dozens, maybe hundreds, with even more behind. The fight was intense. This was not a place to stay long, so Xiao Lan pulled the chef through the crowd, dodging and running away. The young chef's shirt had a visible hotel badge on the left chest, and a group of people gathered to attack. Xiao Lan quickly tore off the badge and led the chef out of the circle of attackers. Turning back with a smile, she said, "You've got the wrong person.
Keep going.
We're not with those hotel troublemakers." Some inspectors came to arrest the chef, but Xiao Lan kicked them away. She fought her way out with the young chef. "Quick, run." She called Xiao Li and Xiao Tang, and they ran up another staircase. Panting heavily, they kept running until they reached the first-floor lobby and finally stopped.
Huh.
As Xiao Lan caught her breath, a strange feeling suddenly crept over her. It was like being watched by a mutated creature lurking in a post-apocalyptic world. An inexplicable chill ran down her spine. She suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. But she saw nothing. The corner was empty. A group of excited guests rushed past, blocking her view. That strange feeling disappeared just as suddenly. A hallucination? Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze. Everything around was chaotic. During this time, many guests rushed to the 9th floor, shouting things like "Down with the corrupt hotel" and "Severely punish Jia." Apparently, they had been oppressed for days, and today someone took the lead to rebel, and everyone followed in a rush to vent their anger. Security guards scattered across different floors were stopped and beaten by the excited crowd. In the lobby, there was also a chaotic fight, guests chasing and hitting some security guards. Some guests who weren't involved in the fight kept back in the corners, afraid of getting caught in the violence. The young chef looked at the chaotic hall and sighed. "Mr. Zhao's team has about 50 staff members, all of us who stayed on duty that night when the storm hit. We were short-handed, so recently we recruited some helpers, bringing the total to over 100 people managing the hotel. Usually, no one dares to oppose us, and these 100 or so seem very strong, keeping the hotel in order. But when everyone gets angry, we can't hold out. With so many people, the power is on our side, especially with over 1,000 guests staying here." He continued, "We just formed a patrol team this morning. They're causing trouble, hurting people, detaining folks, acting lawlessly. Now, they're getting their comeuppance." Zhou Lan said, "All right, stop criticizing others. Did you get hurt badly?" "No," the chef said, moving his neck, waist, arms, and legs. "Just a bit sore, but no serious injuries." "That's good," Zhou Lan sighed in relief. "Otherwise, what's the point of saving a chef who can't take care of himself? Where's your dad?" "He took Ms. Zhang out and hasn't come back yet." The young chef explained that Ms. Zhang was the one who stole bread and was beaten and detained. She had no money to buy food at the hotel, and her grandmother was very weak, so she came to the kitchen asking for something to eat. Others ignored her, but the father and son felt sorry for her and secretly gave her a small piece of bread. Unexpectedly, trouble broke out, and she was beaten and detained. The father and son felt guilty, thinking they caused her trouble, so they quietly went to free her. The son was responsible for sneaking into the basement to release her, and his father was supposed to her out of the hotel and find a safe place for her. But they were quickly discovered. The son was caught and beaten. When his father returned, he would probably be beaten too. Luckily, the chaos in the hotel was intense. A scream of pain. Looking toward the sound, they saw a young man with a blue tie bleeding heavily from his chest in the middle of the fight. He let out 2 frightened cries and then collapsed softly onto the ground. Nearby, the person holding a knife had a twisted, excited face, looking fierce and terrifying. "Serves you right. Serves you right. You took advantage of the chaos to rob and bully others. You deserve to die." A group of his companions around him cheered loudly. In the corner, the spectators were stunned, standing there blankly. No one paid attention to whether the young man on the ground was dead or alive. "Brother Qin," Zhou Lan exclaimed, shocked, and ran toward him. He reached the young man and shouted, "Brother Qin, are you okay?" But the young man's bleeding grew worse, and he lay there motionless, his body unmoving, without any response.
Brother Chin.
The young chef trembled as he checked for a pulse. Suddenly, someone kicked him to the ground, splattering him with blood.
They're all the same. Kill him.
They are all beasts. People who have gone mad start hitting the young chef without thinking. One even raises a blood-stained watermelon knife and points it at the chef. The young chef shouts, "Brother Chin is not a bad person. I've worked with him for a long time. He's a good man. Even when he's security, he's never bullied the guests. He's been helping you these days. When my dad rescued Ms. Zhang from the hotel, he even helped distract the other security guards so she could escape safely. How can you just kill people like this?"
You.
But who listens to his explanation? This group beats him more fiercely than Mr. Zhao's men, until the bloodied knife tip presses against his neck. Zhou Lan steps in. She moves forward and kicks the knife away. She uses fighting skills, easily knocks down the others who are attacking him. She pulls the young chef up and rushes out of the hotel before more people come. After the chaos, in a corner near a bend, the direction Zhou Lan was watching before, a man dressed in a dark blue coat silently steps out. He takes off his sunglasses and looks at Zhou Lan and her group running away with admiration in his eyes. Not bad. Smiling, he brushes his messy hair from his forehead. A tattoo on his wrist is faintly visible under his rolled-up sleeve. A small, bright design. A green sword, a red snake, tightly entwined, with fierce fangs. Outside the hotel, Zhou Lan and her group run quickly. How can they do this? They're killing people randomly. The young chef keeps shouting nervously, clearly very shaken. Zhou Lan yells, "Shut up. Keep running." She pulls him along through the messy, obstacle-filled street. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang follow closely behind. None of them speak, all looking grim. After running through 2 blocks, they stop when no one is chasing them anymore.
Why? Why?
The young chef sits heavily on the ground, panting, his face pale. Zhou Lan slaps his head. Wake up. The world has changed. There's no why, only survival. Where's your dad, over there? The young chef points to a nearby building that's still standing. His father took the injured Ms. Zhang and her grandmother there for safety. No why, only survival? Zhou Lan's words shock him deeply, leaving him stunned. Zhou Lan forcibly pulls him up and heads to the building to find his father. When they arrive, they see. His father sits blankly at the entrance, staring with a vacant look, clearly also in shock. Father and son meet, but say nothing. "Hey, are you two playing 1, 2, 3 Woodman?" Xiao Lan checks the time. Less than an hour until the next storm. She asks the old cook, "What about Ms. Zhang?" The old cook stares blankly. "She left." "Does leave mean she's gone or she's dead?" She asks again, but he doesn't reply. Xiao Lan thinks, can these two still cook for me with their mental state like this? Maybe I should take them back first. There's no time to waste. If these two really go crazy in the future, I can just abandon them. I am Ms. Heartless Blue. She kicks the sitting father and son apart. "Follow me." The two listen obediently, their minds still half-dazed from the shock. Without asking more, they followed Xiao Lan. Now there are 5 people, though they started with 3. They quickly cross the ruined city, heading back. It's been over 2 hours since the wind stopped. The sky is clear, the sun warm, making it seem like the storm is over. More people are on the streets. Most gather around the ruins of supermarkets and malls, rummaging through bricks for food and supplies. If the supermarket building didn't collapse by luck, it's probably already been looted. When aid seems hopeless, everyone knows they must stockpile food and water to survive. Along the way, they see several fights over food, with people fighting fiercely. Some are bloodied and injured. The world has changed. Little Tang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly repeats what Xiao Lan said. Outside the ruins of the kindergarten safe house, some people are still walking on the street. It's about 10 minutes before the next storm. Should I warn them to go back and take shelter? Xiao Lan stops and asks. She wants to hear how Little Tang and the others will answer. Should I warn them? Little Li looks serious. They won't listen. Maybe they'll even start fighting, steal our things, push us down, fight over food. If there's no food, they'll fight over clothes. Just now, at Suehua Hotel, the survivors were acting this crazy. Little Tang tightens his lips and doesn't speak immediately. He stands there in silence for a moment, looking at the distant and nearby passers-by. In his view, people are staggering, desperately searching through ruins for food. Some are hysterical, others wandering aimlessly like zombies. Yes, he suddenly says. Yes, he repeats more firmly, nodding with conviction, reaffirming his decision. The pain from where his shoulder was hit was dull and constant, and the headache was worse. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain, saying, I need to warn you. Whether it's getting hit or scolded, I have to remind you. I can't just ignore it inside. A storm is coming, and I don't want to watch people die helplessly. Xiao said, but even if you warn them, they might not believe you. Whether they believe it or not is their problem. My job is to warn, he replied firmly. As Xiao Tang spoke more, his tone became even more determined. He lifted his foot and approached a few nearby passers-by. The world has changed, but I don't want to change.
Xiao Tang.
Xiao Lan suddenly remembered her past life. It was the same Xiao Tang who always encouraged her, helped her survive, shared his food, and faced danger first. During those tough years, he gave her so much. She owed him a lot. Without Xiao Tang, she might have quietly died early in the chaos of the end times, starved, sick, or killed by others. It was Xiao Tang, who was badly injured trying to save her, that ultimately died while she survived. She worked hard to stay alive, carrying his life with her, becoming tough and ruthless in the bloody, brutal world. She was no longer the person she once was. But when she was reborn and met Xiao Tang again, he was still that same Xiao Tang, selflessly trying to save others. She deliberately didn't intervene when he was hit with a brick, hoping to change his mindset, but it seemed to have little effect. Stop right there. Xiao Lan shouted and grabbed Xiao Tang, her anger boiling inside. She glared at him. Whether you want to change or not, risking your life is your choice, but don't drag me into it, Sister Lan? Xiao Tang was startled. He had never seen Xiao Lan so angry before. While he was stunned, Xiao Lan had already run to a corner of the ruins, hiding behind some bricks. She took out a loudspeaker from her bag. She quietly recorded a message. Then she turned around and shouted fiercely at a few companions, "Stay here and don't move. Wait for me to come back." With the loudspeaker, she circled around and, in a pile of ruins far from the kindergarten, secretly placed the speaker inside, turned the volume to maximum, and quickly took a detour to sneak back. The Weather Bureau predicts strong winds in 10 minutes. Please find a shelter quickly. It's best not to go out for the next 3 days. The loudspeaker looped a simple warning. The voice was strange and had an accent from another province, deliberately altered by Xiao Lan, who pretended to speak with a different voice and added a foreign accent. It is kind to warn others to take shelter, but she does not want to reveal herself and cause suspicion. Kindness often goes unrewarded.
Did you see that?
Want to help others, but first you have to clear yourself. Stay low, be discreet, don't attract attention, or you'll be targeted sooner or later. Do you know that we are all part of the same group? You're not afraid of danger and want to help, but don't drag us into trouble. Don't let anyone find out I dream. Don't let anyone find out I have food. Otherwise, I won't wait for others to harm you. I'll be the first to beat you up, so you can't take care of yourself. Let's see if you still dare to show off. She scolded Xiao Tang fiercely. She was very stern. Xiao Tang was stunned by the scolding. All right, go back. Xiao Lan waved her hand and led a few people into the ruins. At this moment, passers-by nearby were attracted by the loudspeaker suddenly appearing, and no one noticed them disappearing in front of the ruins. They didn't care whether the passers-by believed the warning or not. Even passionate Xiao Tang understood that they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. As long as the warning was delivered, they felt at ease. Whether others took shelter or not was their own choice. The group crawled and climbed inside the ruins and then returned to the basement. Before entering the house, Xiaolon carefully checked the traps and obstacles in the passage, adding 2 trigger alarms to ensure security, so no one could easily sneak in. 2 small kittens heard the noise and meowed. They poked their little heads out of the soft bedding in their cat bed, hungry, sweet, and adorable. This restored Xiaolan's mood after the upsetting events. Her anger towards Xiao Tang, which had been building up, was instantly soothed by the 2 kittens' cuteness. She thought to herself, why get angry at Xiao Tang for no reason? Maybe she was worried Xiao Tang would repeat her past mistake and die helping others again this time? No, she silently comforted herself. This time, she had space and supplies. Everyone wouldn't be so miserable anymore.
Hehe.
Xiaolan's mood improved, and she showed Xiao Tang a huge smile. Xiao Tang was startled. Sister, what's wrong? Her mood kept shifting from shouting to smiling. Testing her patience? Oh, no rush. Mom will feed you and the kittens soon. Xiaoli entered the house and immediately rushed to the kittens, hurriedly preparing milk powder and bringing it to them. The 2 kittens eagerly drank their milk. One was pure white, the other black and white like a cow, rolling around like 2 balls of yarn. Good babies, Mom has been gone half a day. I missed you so much. Xiaoli stroked the 2 fur balls, immersed in the happiness of feeding them. In the past few days facing the end of the world, these 2 little creatures had given her great comfort. She can quickly change her mindset instead of being overwhelmed by external hardships, mainly because she imagines herself as a mother cat, basking in maternal love. However, the 2 kittens quickly shattered her lovely fantasy. After eating, they wobbled and took tiny baby steps, crawling out of their little nest. Oh, little babies, where are you going? You've eaten, so you're going for a walk, right? Come on, Mom will help you. Xiaoli softly called out to them, but they ignored her and walked straight to Xiaolan's feet. The small cow-colored kitten stretched out its head and rubbed against her. It lifted its tiny paw and gently scratched her. Suddenly, it lost its balance and fell to the ground. The white kitten hurried over to help the little cow-colored one stand up. Xiaolon was busy settling the chef and his son, telling them they would stay here for a while. The father and son sat there blankly, not reacting much. Xiaolon sighed and wondered, am I bringing home 2 fools? At that moment, the little kitten came over to nuzzle her, soft and clumsy, and then fell over, making her laugh. She bent down and picked up the 2 cats, holding them in her arms. The 2 little ones rubbed against her, constantly nuzzling. What's wrong? Xiaolon asked curiously. Do they have fleas? Are they scratching because of something on her? Xiaoli's pretty little face looked sad as she muttered, maybe they see you as their mom.
Huh.
Cats like to rub against their owners. It's a sign of affection, and it also leaves their scent on the owner, like wild animals marking their territory by urinating. It's a way of claiming dominance. Really? They're declaring that you belong to them and no other cats can take you away. Xiaoli looked upset. I've been feeding them milk all along. Why don't they rub against me? As if responding to her, the 2 kittens meowed softly. The cow-colored one licked Xiaolon more affectionately, while the pure white one looked at Xiaoli with clear blue eyes, calm and indifferent. Am I being looked down on? Xiaoli was surprised to realize she could read emotions from the tiny kitten's eyes, even though they were just a few weeks old. The white kitten looked at her coldly, as if saying, you're just a caretaker. Don't think you're a mom. You're just a police officer. Don't think you can be our master or rule here. Meanwhile, inside Tsuehua Grand Hotel, Yichi was surrounded by excited people, some of whom were shouting and waving fists. Yes. Stop bossing us around. We don't accept it. As a police officer, why didn't you help during the disaster? Why didn't you do anything when Zhao was bullying us? Now they're starting to show up. What? Do they want to help Mr. Zhao continue to oppress us and act arrogantly? He is definitely in the same group as Mr. Zhao, corrupt police and bullies, not good people. Hit him.
Kill him.
One person shouted, then a group of people shouted, turning into many voices. The angry and excited crowd shouted, waving fists and sticks, surrounding Yichi and his men, attacking them. Stop, don't hit people. Don't fight, let's talk nicely. Listen. A few investigators hesitated. Yi Chi shouted angrily, fight back. Everyone, fight back. The mission isn't finished. Do you want to die here? He took the lead and started fighting. And he wasn't unarmed. He grabbed a stick from someone attacking him, then swung and knocked that person down. He swung the stick a few times, accurate and fierce, knocking over several people in a blink. But more people rushed at him. The hotel guests, already furious and bloodshot, were almost crazy. Like dry fuses, any spark could ignite them. Mr. Zhao's continuous bullying at the hotel had built up too much anger in their hearts. Everyone was like a barrel of explosives, ready to at any moment. The strong winds had blown for days, bringing fear, despair, and disillusionment. Too many heavy emotions suppressed inside. Today, when the wind temporarily stopped, it didn't calm their feelings. Instead, it was like a dam breaking. Mr. Zhao's actions this morning, forming a patrol and hurting people, finally triggered everything. Now, no one knew who started it. In any case, people gathered, fighting, shouting, and venting. When they heard Mr. Zhao was holding a meeting at the restaurant, they rushed over to attack him. Seeing security guards everywhere in the hotel, they attacked them too. Some were beaten to death, and some of their own people were killed. But at this point, who cared about others or their own? They just fought, shouted, rushed, like wildfires burning everything. Yi Chi and others stepped forward to keep order, but they became targets themselves. If they didn't fight them, who would they fight? A few people were quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. Captain, you're injured, you go back first. Stop talking nonsense. Fight hard back, don't hold back. I'll take responsibility if anyone gets killed. None of you can die. Yi Chi shouted loudly, swinging his stick, leading his men to fight left and right.
Fight back. Fight back. Hit. Keep fighting.
The scene was not just chaotic, but extremely bloody. Yi Chi and his team all had fighting skills, and their skills were quite good. Although there were many attackers, gradually more people were knocked down, lying in a messy pile on the ground. One person fell, then two, and more people fell, some in pain and unable to get up, others unconscious and unresponsive. As the attackers decreased, the fight slowly ended. Yi Chi, covered in blood, staggered among the fallen, gasping for air, sweating heavily, with a fierce look on his face from the intense struggle. They were investigators from the security system, not military or police, but they also had the duty to protect the country. In peaceful times, they fought against spies and criminals hiding in various jobs, protecting ordinary people. They never thought they would one day face ordinary citizens in a life-and-death fight, where the weaker would die. Captain, this. One investigator, bloodied and looking at the crowd on the ground, showed fear in his eyes. It seems someone has died. Yi Chi had new and old wounds, and he clenched his teeth from the pain. He spat out bloodied saliva, his dark eyes shining with a deep light. If someone has died, then they have died. Does anyone else want to die? He spoke loudly, looking around at the few people still standing. The crowd of attackers was about 60 or 70, nearly half had fallen. The rest stood at the edge, scared and retreating step by step under Yi Chi's stern gaze. No one dared to rush forward again. They had attacked Mr. Zhao, security guards, and staff at the hotel, overwhelming them and growing more excited. But now, they had met their setback. Their fiery minds, filled with adrenaline, were suddenly cooled down. Hey, you, and you, are you done fighting? Weren't you just shouting loudly?
Yi Chi looked at a few people.
They trembled and didn't dare lift their heads. Suddenly, a sharp scream sounded outside. It was the familiar, terrifying howling of a strong wind that had blown for 7 days straight. Through the thick explosion-proof glass, the sound was still clear and frightening. Everyone turned in shock and looked outside. The clear sky from earlier had suddenly darkened. Sand and stones were flying wildly in the fierce wind. Again, the windstorm is back. The disaster isn't over. People said in despair.
Bang!
A loud crash. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Yi Chi's serious, stern face. He casually hit a table with his stick, and the table shattered loudly. The crowd was frightened. It was as if they themselves had been the table that was broken apart. The disaster isn't over. No one is allowed to act recklessly. This building hasn't fallen, and everyone here is blessed to be safe. Being lucky doesn't mean you can waste it. Anyone who dares to gather people for trouble, shout, or fight, regardless of the reason, I will throw them out to get some fresh air. From now on, I am in charge here. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Yi Chi. I am a tough cop, a bully, not a good person. I will stand above you and be in control. Yi Chi's words were clear and strong, each word hitting people's hearts hard. He put down his stick and revealed his pistol. The crowd was startled. Yi Chi tilted his head and called to his team, "Brothers, show them the real weapon." The team members all took out their guns. This team is a special crime unit with a high rank, and guns are standard equipment. They all showed their guns at once, which was quite intimidating. Investigator Xiao Zhou was quick-witted and immediately understood the captain's plan. He grabbed a decorative vase from the corner and smashed it against the wall. The sound of the white porcelain vase breaking made everyone jump. Xiao Zhou sneered, "When things are calm, you don't appreciate the help. From now on, if anyone causes trouble again, we won't need to fight, just shoot."
Do you see?
The outside world is ruined. From now on, the strongest makes the rules. If you're not happy, come find me and face the consequences. Things went smoothly after that. Yi Chi's team replaced Mr. Zhao as the new managers of Tsuehua Hotel, which had over 1,000 guests. They counted the people, assigned rooms, formed a new security team, took over all food and water supplies, and arranged everything uniformly. Starting that day, guests didn't have to pay for staying or eating. Supplies were provided regularly based on need and number. No one objected. Everyone obeyed. So, on the 8th day after the storm, while most other places were still chaotic, Tsuehua Hotel began to have some order. Yi Chi, the one creating order, felt no joy. He looked at the message just received on his phone and fell into thought. Short message: Xiaolan is at Jin's childhood kindergarten on Jixiang West Road, where there is a safe place. I am safe here, don't worry. Yi Chi thought that the chubby girl indeed had a safe place. It seemed she was doing well recently. Otherwise, when she appeared at the hotel, she wouldn't look so healthy and walk so lightly. But what is she here for? And why did she leave so quickly? Taking a hotel chef away. What does she want? Yi Chi noticed Xiaolan as soon as she appeared at the hotel. Initially, because the storm was so severe, he didn't want to investigate her. She was just a strange, chubby girl, not as important as line 6. He needed to focus his limited strength on bigger issues. Number 6, who was subjected to torture, couldn't clearly explain where the potion went, only that it was lost. Where could it have been lost? That night, from the moment number 6 was taken onto the car until Yi Chi received a call from Xiaolan, only Xiaolan had contact with number 6, and she even knocked her out. Searching secretly inside the hotel yielded no results, so the potion is probably with Xiaolan. Yi Chi took the opportunity of Xiaolan's appearance today to send his men to follow her again. The wind picked up again, and he regretted it, worried about his men's safety. Fortunately, he finally received a delayed message confirming their safety.
Sigh. Bang.
A broken steel rod was swept up by the strong wind and heavily smashed against the window. It interrupted Yi Chi's thoughts. The window didn't break, but it developed a. How much longer will this wind?
Yeji Frognet.
Captain Yi, we still can't reach headquarters. Captain, food in the hotel is running low. Each person gets only 2 pieces of bread a day, and it can only last 3 or 5 days at most. The main issue is water. The tap water has stopped, and the hotel's stock of drinks might last another day. There are also 2 guests on the 3rd floor with colds and fevers. So far, over 50 people have a fever, and the internal medical supplies are all used up. All official rescue calls within the city are also unreachable. The latest reports from his team made Yi Chi worried. The guests rebelled and killed Mr. Zhao. Before dying, Mr. Zhao retaliated by blowing up the hidden explosives in the basement, destroying a warehouse of food supplies, which nearly exhausted the hotel's stock of water and food. So, he inherited a mess. And he didn't want to deal with these problems. He was in charge of secret investigations, not city management. He had more important tasks related to the safety of many people. If it weren't for the sudden chaos and violence in the hotel, with many dead and injured, he wouldn't have come out to control the situation. That chaos resulted in over 30 deaths led by Mr. Xiao, nearly 100 injured, and 2 of his men killed. There were still over 1,000 people left, trying to maintain order for now, but soon endless trivial problems and troubles would follow. First, prevent fighting and keep water supplies safe until the storm passes, he ordered simply. His brows furrowed deeply. Suddenly, a cunning, chubby face flashed in his mind, small eyes shining brightly, like dough balls. That chubby girl seems quite clever, always coming up with tricks when causing trouble, good at pretending and deceiving. If she faced this mess, maybe she'd think of a good solution? For some reason, Yi Chi suddenly had a strange idea. He quickly dismissed the thought. It was too ridiculous. Protect yourselves at all costs. Stay safe from the storm, and investigations can be put on hold for now. He sent a short message back to the investigator, who was sent out to follow him. Take good care of yourself, stay safe, and put the investigation on hold for now. Oh, that police officer is quite caring about his team. He told you not to risk being swept away by the wind just to catch me. TSK. Such a good leader, such a good leader. Inside the safe house at the kindergarten, Xiao Lan loudly read out Yi Chi's short message, praising it with admiration. It was the 8th night of the storm. Several hours had passed since Yi Chi sent that reminder message. The phone signal had been patchy all day. Getting any signal was already a good thing. As for the investigator, Old Song, whether to call him lucky or unlucky, he was now happily spending time with Xiao Lan and others. Strictly speaking, it was mainly because Xiao Lan was very happy. Old Song, the veteran investigator, was not happy at all. He was a senior investigator with over 10 years of experience in secret missions, awarded dozens of times, a team leader, a model officer. And yet, he was easily caught by a chubby, simple-looking girl. Where could he even argue? Hey, big police officer, what's with that look? Are you upset, thinking I only beat you by luck? Xiao Lan tied the captured investigator to a chair, playing with the confiscated phone, smiling cheerfully. Old Song's face darkened. He muttered in a low voice, "The wind is too strong. The sky is too dark. I can't stand firm in the ruins. Because of various reasons."
No.
Xiao Lan laughed. You triggered the alarm I set outside, stepped into 2 of my prearranged mousetraps, got injured, and because of the strong wind, you didn't dare go out into the ruins, so I caught you easily. Overall, I was well prepared, and you were a step behind. Plus, when it comes to close combat, I'm not much worse than you, right? Old Song didn't reply. Indeed, this girl's moves were really fierce. Big police officer, I remember you. You and another officer were knocked out by that woman in the underground parking lot of the hotel. I caught her, and then I called that uncle to come save you. Yes. Thank you for that. Old Song sincerely appreciated. How is the other officer doing? Is he okay? He's still unconscious in the hospital. Daki's condition was worrying. Since they were sent to the hospital after the storm stopped, Old Song had woken up quickly and returned to his post, but Daki had not woken up yet. Xiao Lan thought for a moment. He probably just took some medication to induce coma, not poison. At least, when I saw you 2 in the car, the woman hadn't used poison on you yet. I'm sure of that. Old Song was surprised. He looked at Xiao Lan carefully. Xiao Lan smiled at him. Big brother, honest words. If it weren't for that poison, you probably wouldn't have followed me this time, right? She pretended to reach into her pocket. Actually, she took out the cosmetic potion she confiscated that night at Auntie's place from her space. Sure enough, it's with you. Old Song's face changed. Xiao Lan said, Don't be nervous, big brother. I'm a good person. I won't use this for bad things. You're investigating it, and I understand its dangers. I don't want it to spread. How about we share information? The end of the world has arrived. It's different from when I first met Yiqi. Back then, Xiaolon didn't want to get involved with Yiqi and the official behind him. But now, the official is mostly gone. And Yiqi's team is still tracking the potion, showing they haven't given up on the investigation after the disaster. If they want to keep investigating, I am willing to share what I know about Saint Yas. The end of the world is already bad enough. Saint Yas would make things worse. To fight evil companies and keep the environment from getting too bad, I need enough space to stay safe and enjoy life in the safe house. Saint Yas's influence reaches every evolved person. I can't fight alone, so having more allies gives me more chances. But I wonder if Yiqi and his group are qualified to be my allies. Hey, police officer, Big Brother Song is having dinner here. We're having hot pot. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? No matter what, a friendly greeting is the start of a good relationship. Xiaolon used Old Song's phone to send Yiqi a kind message. Inside the safe house, there's a hot pot with a copper pot from Old Beijing. The golden copper pot bubbles with broth, steam rising. Tender slices of hand-cut lamb go into the water for 3 seconds, change color slightly, then are scooped out. Dipped in sesame sauce, the flavor is rich and fragrant. That taste. Xiaolon couldn't help but take a few photos of the scene, like a food streamer, and sent them to Yiqi. I wonder how the signal is now. Can the police officer receive updates in real time? When you're at a hotel with little to eat or drink, enjoying a virtual hot pot with us must be very happy, right? In the days following the storm, Xiaolon stayed in the safe house, eating, drinking, exercising, sleeping, watching movies, and playing games. Occasionally, she sent some food stream photos to Yiqi to show she cared. Breakfast was usually rice porridge, buns with refreshing side dishes plus a few eggs or a chicken leg. Lunch was a bit more lavish. Sometimes we have simple meals like vegetables and soup. Other times we enjoy roast chicken and duck. When we want to change, we have fried chicken and fries. In the evening, depending on my mood, I might have hot pot, barbecue, or skewers, dinner combined with late-night snacks. The food has a high protein content because Xiaolon, Xiao Tang, and Xiaoli are all working hard to stay fit. Their sore muscles need protein to recover. Xiao Tang has been exercising regularly, Xiaoli only occasionally, but since that day she went out for a walk, she started to work harder. She trains every day to improve her strength and agility, and she asks Xiaolon and Xiao Tang for fighting tips. The outside world is so harsh. If I get into a fight, I don't want to be a burden to everyone. She often secretly asks Xiaolon's sister, how can I evolve faster? If I eat more and exercise, can I trigger positive mutations? I don't know. There's no such information in my dreams. Sister, look at my muscles today. Feel them. Are they much harder than yesterday? Yes, yes, yes. Xiaolon tries to remind her to rest, so she doesn't get injured, and she gives her a cat to take care of. The two young friends are very enthusiastic about working out, but compared to them, Xiaolon is the laziest. When she's lying in bed watching shows or playing games, she feels guilty, like she's doing something wrong, as if she's a student who should be studying instead of relaxing. But she's actually quite hardworking too. Every day, she runs at least 5 kilometers on the treadmill and doesn't skip strength training. After 3 days, she feels her waist has slimmed by about a circle. Despite eating well, she hasn't gained weight. She brought back 2 chefs, who are staying in a separate room divided by a partition. They've been living with Xiaolon and the others these days. They don't worry about food or drink, but their spirits seem a bit off. Both father and son look dull. Probably the shock from that day was too much for them. Xiaolon keeps the secret of the space from them, always taking food from 2 small storage rooms in the basement, claiming they've been there since before the storm. Her explanation has flaws, but they don't ask questions. They seem uninterested in everything, as if they've lost all hope. Seeing everyone working out hard every day, sweating profusely, one of the young chefs finally asks, "What's the point of all this?"
Huh.
Xiaolon glances at his hopeless expression and thinks that if she woke up one morning to find he had committed suicide, she wouldn't be surprised. If he keeps going like this, she might have to consider throwing him out. They originally brought him here to prepare gourmet dishes, but now not only do they not cook, they They even eat her food? The outside is already like that. Many people are dead, good people and bad people. There is no government, no rescue, no food, no water, no tomorrow, no future. The young chef smirked bitterly. How long can you survive on the food and water you have stored? When you run out and start to feel hungry and panicked, just like the people in Suehua restaurant, what's the point of exercising or staying healthy? Eventually, everyone will die, either from starvation or from being beaten. What's the difference if you're fit or not? That sounds pretty reasonable, Zhou Lan joked. Maybe, to make our supplies last longer, you should eat less starting from the next meal? Okay. Without hesitation, the young man agreed. At dinner, he didn't eat a single bite and even told his father to eat less. His father saw his son stop eating and, finally showing some life in his dull face, silently watched him for a moment before asking, "Son, do you
want to?" "No, Dad."
"I don't want anything." After the lights went out that night, everyone went to bed, except Old Song. Jolon tied him to a chair, gave him food and drink, and occasionally let him move his legs. That was how he was kept all night, firmly bound as a prisoner. Everyone in the house gradually fell asleep. The young chef quietly got out of bed and went to the dining table. He reached for the small knife used to cut fruit after dinner, feeling around in the dark until he found it. Slowly, carefully, he cut across his own neck's main artery. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. "Dad?" Startled, the young chef dropped the fruit knife. The rechargeable lamp lit up. Zhou Lan walked over with the lamp, and in the warm yellow glow, he saw the old chef's hand bleeding. But the young chef's neck was unharmed, no skin broken. The knife had been wielded with force, aiming to cut his artery, because he wanted to die. But his father reached out and blocked the knife, saving his life. Zhou Lan placed the lamp on the table, bent down, and picked up the blood-stained knife from the floor. He handed it to the young chef. "You failed just now. Try again. I'll hold your dad back, so he won't stop you."
"Don't!"
the old chef shouted, grabbing the knife from Zhou Lan's hand and throwing it far away. In the struggle, his other hand was also cut by the blade. Both hands were bleeding heavily, blood dripping down. "Dad, your hand." The young chef hurried forward, holding his father's hands, and shouted at Zhou Lan, "Do you have any bandages? Or Yunnan Baiyao? I saw you use some on Mr. Tang's shoulder yesterday. Can I borrow some?"
Zhou Lan lại lì tiếp lít. "Ô hát."
One sound said Yunnan Baiyao is useful, especially for reducing swelling, but it doesn't stop bleeding. "You're wrong," replied. "That medicine works really well for stopping bleeding, but it's not very effective for swelling." The young chef hurriedly said, "Miss Xiao, I just want to borrow a little, not much, and I'll pay you back later." Xiao Lan smiled. "What do I need to return? In the future, even money might not buy food or medicine. Such precious medicine, just borrow it if you need." The young man hesitated. But he was really anxious. Seeing the deep cut on his father's hand, especially the one he made, blood kept flowing, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "How about working to pay it off? Since you can cook, you can make meals for us in the future," Xiao Lan suggested slyly. "Okay." The young chef agreed, without hesitation.
"Kêu Lan chút cờ."
She pretended to go to the small storage room and took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and some gauze bandages. The young man quickly applied the medicine and bandaged his father's hand. The old chef didn't mind the pain in his hand and kept advising his son not to commit suicide, to stay alive. Father and son, because of this incident, one worried about his son's life, the other anxious about his father's injury, both changed from their previous dull, hopeless expressions to looking a bit more like living people. Xiao Xiao Tang, and even the captured Old Song woke up one after another, and they also advised the young man not to give up. Old Song said sincerely, "I've been tied to this chair all day, feeling uncomfortable and embarrassed. I didn't think about dying." "Why would you want to die at your age?" He spoke honestly. Xiao Lan glanced at him, but didn't plan to untie him. The young man looked ashamed and kept saying, "I won't do that again." That day, seeing security guard Qin die innocently and painfully, his whole worldview was shattered. He felt lost and hopeless. But his father's blood-stained hand, suddenly reminded him of something. No matter how bad the world gets, no matter how inhumane people become, as long as his father was still there, he couldn't give up. If he committed suicide, what would happen to his father? Really? You promise? The old chef still looked worried. I promise. The young chef looked up at his father. Just as he was about to say more, he paused. Dad, your face. Why is it so pale? Did he lose a lot of blood? It couldn't be. They bandaged it well.
Ha!
Suddenly, the old chef shuddered and let out a loud, startling burp. Right after, a foul smell wafted from his mouth. Dad? The young chef was frightened by his father's suddenly blank stare. What's wrong? Xiao Li and Xiao Tang looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Lan's face suddenly changed color. She carefully observed the old chef for a moment, clenched her teeth, and confirmed one thing. This is a sign of having been affected by the Saint Yes mutation potion. She had spent a few days with the old chef, and he showed no signs of abnormality. It seems to be the legendary chronic potion, which has a delayed effect. Xiao Lan had seen the quick-acting Saint Yes potion many times during the apocalypse, but she had never seen a chronic one. It said that chronic potions are more advanced, produced in smaller amounts, and not used widely. Why did a chronic potion appear just during the wind disaster, at the very start of the apocalypse? The mystery is hard to solve, but the current situation is urgent and must be dealt with quickly. The old chef spat out a foul smell, indicating he was stimulated to a negative mutation. The consequences are unpredictable. Moreover, the foul smell carried a small amount of potion toxin, which could poison those nearby. Everyone, move back, hold your breath, step 2 meters away. Xiao Lan reached into her pocket and took out a lipstick. It was taken from the old aunt that day. She kicked the young chef who refused to leave her father's side away, then approached alone, applying the lipstick into the old chef's mouth and nostrils. She took out a wet wipe, covering her mouth and nose, and threw the remaining one to Xiao Li and Xiao Tang. Cover your mouths, step back, open the ventilation. Cover the two of them too. Xiao Li and Xiao Tang didn't understand but obeyed instinctively. Xiao Tang pulled the worried young chef away from her father, pressing him to the ground and covering his mouth and nose. Xiao Li handed a wet wipe to the captured Lao Song and quickly opened the blocked ventilation. Outside, strong wind howled in. Soon, the foul smell inside the house dispersed through the vent. Thick dust was blown into the room. To be safe, Xiao Lan let the wind for a while longer before she let Xiao Li close the vent again. Now you can breathe normally. Xiao Lan threw away the wet wipe. Within minutes, the old chef's body went from stiff to trembling all over, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth, burning hot like a piece of charcoal. Then, very quickly, his body cooled down, soaked in cold sweat, and his limbs became icy cold. After several cycles, he fell into a deep coma. He was limp on the ground, motionless. His breathing was very faint. Lying close to his chest was barely enough to feel a heartbeat, and it was irregular, as if it could stop at any moment. What happened to my dad? The young chef was held down by Xiao Tang, looking extremely anxious. Your dad has been poisoned.
Poisoned?
An animal-based drug was put into him. Ask him for details. This police officer is investigating this. Xiao Lan pointed to Lao Song. She told everyone to stay back and focused on watching over the old chef, observing carefully. The potion from Saint Yes is almost impossible to counter. It stimulates mutations at the cellular level, and once it penetrates the genetic level, intervention becomes very difficult. However, it is possible to fight fire with fire. By using higher doses to trigger deeper mutations, it may conflict with existing mutations. Perhaps it can replace negative mutations. For example, someone eats very salty food and turns into a salty fish. What a strange comparison, but the idea is similar. If it becomes too salty, they can eat something else to reduce the saltiness. But before eating, they don't know the taste. It might also be salty, making it worse, leading to failure. Or it could be sweet, which not only relieves the saltiness but also turns it into something cute and sweet. It might also be foul or bitter, which are negative effects, just different from saltiness. An old chef, unknowingly poisoned, suddenly experiences a negative mutation and quickly faces death, suffering greatly. To save him, Xiao Lan chooses to fight fire with fire, using the potion to stimulate a new mutation. The outcome is uncertain. Now they can only wait. If the mutation turns negative again, to help him suffer less and die peacefully, Xiao Lan might have to intervene to relieve his pain. Sigh. She thinks hiring this chef wasn't worth it. She hasn't even enjoyed a meal, but she's caused herself trouble. Meow. A loud cat call suddenly sounds. Oh no, Xiao Lan thinks. She forgot about the two kittens. Everyone covers their mouths and noses, but the cats might have inhaled the toxin from the potion. She turns to look. In the dim light of the desk lamp, the cat nest in the corner isn't very clear. In the blurry shadows, a white shape slowly stands up. Meow. It jumps out of the nest silently and approaches. Its vertical pupils are bright blue and shining. Everyone back. Xiao Lan slowly stands up from the ground, staring intently at the approaching kitten. The tiny kitten, less than a month old and palm-sized, suddenly grew to the size of an adult cat. It's about the same size as its white mother, who is caring for it. But it looks more agile. As it moves forward, faintly visible muscles ripple along its front legs and shoulders. It looks like a tiny leopard. Its snow-white fur and bright blue eyes are beautiful. But Xiao Lan's hands hang down, and from each sleeve, a short knife and a gun slide out. These are her usual weapons for surviving in the apocalypse. Her body slightly bent forward, her feet barely touching the ground, muscles tense all over. She is always ready to fight. This little cat has changed. Mutant animals must always be taken seriously. Meow. The white cat emits a loud cry. Xiao Lan watches it, and it looks at her too. In its clear blue eyes, her chubby figure is reflected, with no one else in sight. It stops about 2 meters from Xiao Lan. Feeling her alertness, it meows again and slowly blinks. That meow sounds full of sadness. Its eyes seem a little moist, looking at Xiao Lan with a pleading expression. Xiao Lan feels a slight pang in her heart. A strange sense of pity rises. What's going on? She tightens her lips. This cat doesn't seem like it's about to attack. Instead, it looks like a sad little creature.
Meow, meow, meow.
The white cat keeps calling, its voice getting softer, full of disappointment. It's very different from the fierce mutant beasts she has seen before. Many animals, when they first mutate, become inexplicably aggressive, losing control of their instincts and strength, hurting people randomly. Even pets that are usually gentle can suddenly bite their owners to death after mutation. But this white cat, despite having mutated, isn't aggressive. It seems very intelligent. Xiao Lan thinks for a moment, tentatively pushes her knife and gun back into her sleeves. She opens her arms and signals to the white cat.
Swish.
The white cat darts into her arms like lightning. Xiao Lan's heart trembles with surprise.
Punkt es fast.
If it really wanted to attack her, she might not even be able to dodge. Fortunately, the white cat has no intention of attacking. It just burrows into her arms, rubbing and purring happily. It keeps sticking close to her. Xiao Lan secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Good, it's not biting me. Now she understands, after the mutation, maybe this cat just wanted to share her joy of suddenly growing up. But her suspicion and defenses, with a knife in her left hand and a gun in her right, made it feel wronged, so it kept rubbing against her. Xiao Lan gently holds the cat to comfort it, signaling that her defenses are down. Xiaoli quickly runs to the cat's nest, turns on a flashlight, and carefully checks the other cat. A calico kitten, still the same as before, hasn't changed at all. The flashlight makes it blink and meow unhappily, curled up on a mat. Blue sister, why? Hasn't this one changed? After hearing Xiao Lan's explanation, Xiaoli feels a little disappointed that the other kitten remains the same. Xiao Lan told you to be content. Not every small animal can turn into a well-behaved pet like the white cat. Most are negatively affected and might turn into fierce beasts. If that happens, I will deal with them. Would you be willing to accept that? Right now, no change is the best outcome. Have you gained any new abilities from the mutation? Xiao Lan looked carefully at the white cat in her arms, shining a light on it. Besides being a bit larger, there didn't seem to be any other change.
Meow.
The white cat meowed at Xiaolon. What is it saying? I can't understand. Xiaolon tried to communicate, but got no response. The white cat rubbed against her for a while, then jumped out of her arms and went back to its nest. Unlike the other little cow kitten, this cat usually doesn't like to be affectionate. After venting its frustration, it returned to its usual self. Its size increased, and the small nest couldn't hold it anymore. Shaoli prepared a new, larger nest for it. However, another little cow kitten occupied it forcefully and refused to come out. The white cat was not upset. It licked the kitten's body, acting like a mother cleaning her little friend. The two cats were peaceful and calm. But the old chef was not optimistic. He had been unconscious all night. He briefly woke up the next day, but then fell back into unconsciousness. In Xiaolan's space, there was medical equipment stored, emergency monitors used in hospitals. She pretended to find them in a small basement storage room and used them on the old chef. She turned on the device. It beeped and buzzed loudly, starting up. On the screen, colorful lines showed the heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen levels, and other vital signs. How is my dad? The young chef asked anxiously. Xiaolan stared at the screen for a while. Still alive. She didn't understand the details very well. All she knew was that his heart was beating, so he wasn't dead. Isn't that obvious? She muttered silently. When she stocked supplies, she focused on gathering materials. She had many medical devices, but didn't know how to use them well. It would have been better if she had a doctor with her at the time. Our team leader can read this kind of equipment, Old Song suddenly said. Xiao Lan looked at him. He quickly explained he had a mission at a hospital 2 years ago, pretending to be an intern doctor. Though not a real doctor, he knows basic procedures and how to read these devices. Little girl, if you let me go, I can ask him to come help. Once the storm outside stops, he can come. Xiaolan replied, if I wanted him here, I would just contact him directly. It has nothing to do with whether I tie you up or not. Old Song. Xiaolan used Old Song's phone to contact Yiqi. She took a photo of the old chef's monitor screen data and sent it over. By this time, the wind outside was gradually calming down. No longer a destructive, world-ending hurricane, just a normal, strong typhoon, accompanied by heavy rain. According to Xiaolan's memory, the rain will last for another half-day before the sky clears. By then, this storm will be over. Failed to send. Xiaolan tried to send several messages, but the pictures kept failing to upload. Since yesterday, the phone signal has been very poor. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the heavy metal door in the basement is knocked on. Everyone inside is surprised. At this time, with strong wind and rain, who would come? Xiaolan raises a gun and goes to open the door, with Xiao Tang behind, holding a knife, ready to strike at whoever comes. They exchange a quick look. 1, 2, 3. Xiaolan suddenly pulls the door open. A bright flashlight shines out. Yiqi, soaked through, stands outside, squinting in the light. Do you have any medicine here? He struggles to identify Xiaolan in the bright light. That kind of medicine. Give me some. Urgent. What the heck? Xiaolan opens the door wider. Yiqi quickly walks in, still wet, followed by someone shivering and clutching Yiqi's clothes, stumbling in a mess. Stay here first. Yiqi pulls the person's collar and lets him into the house, then ignores Lao Song, who is tied to a chair, and urgently reaches out to Xiaolan. Quick, give me some medicine. Many people in the hotel are poisoned. His handsome face is covered in rain and mud, with tears of blood showing through torn clothes. Obviously, he has come a long way and faced many difficulties. Xiaolan closes the door. She first looks at Lao Song. Frowning in dissatisfaction, she asks, do you have any other contact methods? Otherwise, how would Yiqi know she still has medicine and that using poison to counteract poison can save people? The method of using poison to fight poison, especially to stimulate deep mutations, is a desperate self-rescue technique used by many victims of Saint Yas in the Apocalypse, verified through blood and tears. At this stage, even Saint Yas might not know about this method. How would Yichi know and specifically come to find medicine? Sure enough, Lao Song's face tightens. No other. We used radio communication. Yichi answers first. He no longer hides and explains directly. He says that besides his phone, Lao Song also has a mini radio communicator. Although, he can gently tap the device with his fingers to send Morse code signals, which can be received on the other end. In recent days, Xiaolon has confiscated Lao Song's phone, and her contact with Yichi has been intermittent because the phone signal is unstable. But old Song secretly looked for opportunities, several times activating the wireless communicator to send the situation here to Yichi using Morse code. Therefore, Yichi knew that the old chef's toxin had triggered, causing negative mutations, and also understood Xiaolan's response. Early this morning, multiple disturbances suddenly occurred inside the hotel.
Some people suddenly died.
Others went berserk and started hurting others randomly. Some were seriously ill, on the brink of death, with foul odors filling the hotel. There were also cases of skin rotting, blood vessel bursts, sudden size increases, or the growth of a third hand, disturbing deformities. After Yichi used force to regain control, the hotel was temporarily peaceful for a few days, but then chaos broke out again. Mutated people were either dead or injured. Unmutated ones panicked and ran around. With the water supply running out, the entire hotel was in chaos. Guns no longer worked. Yichi, along with his subordinates and a newly formed security team, struggled to gather the mutated people onto one floor and seal it off. Others couldn't be controlled and ran wildly on different floors, shouting and panicking. Yichi made a final effort to gather those whose emotions were still somewhat stable, people who were just trembling in fear but not causing trouble, and kept them on one floor for protection. He couldn't manage the others anymore. Seeing the wind die down outside, he ignored his injuries, braved the heavy rain, and rushed out of the hotel to find Xiaolon for medicine. All the antidotes for suspect number 6 were with Xiaolon. He hadn't managed to seize them. The storm was fierce, blowing his umbrella apart and ripping off his raincoat. By the time he reached the abandoned kindergarten ruins, he was pale and soaked through. At this moment, there was no need to hide the wireless communicator anymore. Saving people was the top priority. He had to temporarily put aside the investigation into Xiaolon. The antidote was dangerous. Forcing it forcibly was not an option. Any mistake could be disastrous. He could only beg, "Miss Xiao, I apologize for any past offenses. It's my duty to investigate you, and I don't regret it. But personally, I want to ask for your help. Please give me the antidote, so I can go back and save those who have undergone negative mutations. Please lend me a hand. Thank you." He suddenly stood upright and saluted Xiaolon. His posture was straight, his face serious. His eyes looked as sincere as possible. Truly handsome. Xiaolon couldn't help but admit that this person was quite good-looking. Despite being battered by wind and rain, looking disheveled, his face appeared even paler, his eyes darker, and his features more defined. The so-called handsome guy in distress. Xiaolon was momentarily lost in thought. I don't know why, but when I see Chia's pure black eyes, I immediately think of the angel with the cloak from my past life. The person who saved her and little Tang from Chu Enong's hands. Their face was hidden by a hood and mask, only revealing those deep, pure black eyes. Miss Xiao?
Yeji saluted respectfully.
Xiaolon was brought back to her senses by his call. Cough cough. How many people in the hotel have mutated? Yichi thought for a couple of seconds and replied, probably 300 or 400. They hadn't done a detailed count. It was too chaotic, and there was no time. Xiaolon said, then I can only give you a little medicine, enough for 300 or 400 people. Don't leave any behind. If you don't store the rest properly and it leaks, the consequences will be serious. She took out an eyebrow pencil from her pocket. It was part of an old lady's set of cosmetics, all medicines. The eyebrow pencil contained a small amount of medicine, so even if it leaked, the harm would be less. She handed the eyebrow pencil to Yi Chi. Yi Chi didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Although now he was sure that Xiao Lan wasn't allied with Group 6, she was full of mysteries, kept her medicines hidden, and knew how to use poison to fight poison. She definitely wasn't a kind person. Such a crucial and dangerous medicine. Why would she so easily agree to give it to him? Don't just stand there, take it. Okay, thank you, Miss Xiao. Yi Chi quickly lowered his salute, ignoring other thoughts. He took out a specially sealed bag from his inner coat pocket, carefully placed the eyebrow pencil inside, sealed it tightly, and then carefully put it back into his pocket. He glanced at Xiao Lan's pocket. Just casually putting the medicine in her pocket? Xiao Lan immediately understood and said, "Don't worry. It's safer with me than anywhere else." Also, a reminder. Using poison to fight poison might make someone die faster, and it might not save many people.
예진 어땠?
He understood. It was just a desperate measure, trying to save lives with whatever means he had. He couldn't just watch so many people die without doing anything. Thanks. I'll go back right away. Wait, do you know how to read medical instruments? First, look at this person. Xiao Lan stopped Yi Chi from leaving and pointed to the device connected to the old chef. Yi Chi knew how to read it and said, "His condition is still stable." He taught Xiao Lan how to interpret the data and mentioned a few medicines for controlling blood pressure and heart rate, in case there were fluctuations. Xiao Lan quickly jotted down the instructions and dosages. Yi Chi looked at Lao Song and said, "He should stay here. If you're willing, it's better to untie him. Meaning, if I don't want to, I can leave him?" Xiao Lan noticed that Yi Chi was much more polite this time, even changing how he addressed her to Miss Chiao. Previously, she was seen as a bandit, but now she is being begged by everyone. Old Song hurriedly shouted, "Captain, I want to go back with you." The hotel was in chaos, and of course, more people meant better protection. Yi Chi spoke seriously. "No, you stay here. In case something goes wrong on that side, you continue the investigation." Old Song was surprised. "Captain?" Yi Chi had already turned and walked away. Passing by the person he brought along, he only said, "Stay here for now. It's safe." Then he opened the door and rushed into the storm. Xiao Lan set up waterproof barriers at the entrance of the passage, and there were a few obstacles inside. The heavy rain outside didn't flood in, but once they left the ruins, there were deep and shallow water puddles everywhere. The rain poured down heavily, and the ground was muddy and difficult to walk on. Plus, the ground was covered with broken bricks and stones from the ruins. Xiao Lan followed near the ruins entrance, peering through the cracks, and saw Yi Chi stumbling along, sometimes falling down. He fell, got up, and kept walking. Dark clouds and heavy rain, the sky was dim, and through the gray-white rain curtain, his figure gradually disappeared. Xiao Lan watched him leave, standing silently for a while. She was quiet. This person was obviously injured, caught in the storm, and could have been in danger on the road. Yet he went through so much trouble just to ask for medicine. Going back might not save many people. Even if he saved some, would they be grateful? Could he save everyone in the hotel, the whole city, or even the world? What was the point? The world was falling apart. Holding a heart willing to sacrifice to save others, what was the purpose?
Kiulan humesopti.
When Yi Chi was investigating her, she was in a good mood, teasing him, pretending to be innocent, acting stubborn, and deliberately causing trouble during the live broadcast to tempt him. It was fun to bully the little officer who hadn't become a powerful figure yet, and it made her feel better. But today, he suddenly stopped targeting her and came seriously asking for help, which annoyed her. She didn't even want to joke with him anymore. What's the point of saluting or thanking him? Does he think he's noble? If he needs medicine, fine, give it to him. Let's see how much he can save. She wondered if in her previous life, at this moment, he was at Suehua Grand Hotel, saving people there. If in this life, she made a mistake and died, would that mean Yi might not be around in this apocalypse?
Who?
A gust of wind blew, flipping her umbrella inside out. It drenched Xiao Lan in rain, breaking her train of thought. She turned back, filled with resentment, thinking maybe it's better if he is gone, so she wouldn't have to compete with him for her instant noodles. Our captain is injured, quite badly. He's having trouble walking. As soon as they entered the house, Old Song shouted at Xiaolon, "Young girl, please, I beg you, untie me so I can go back with him. If anything goes wrong on the way."
Yao Lan angrily replied, "No."
"Young girl, didn't you hear him? I won't let you go back. If they all get hurt, you'll have to take over the investigation of the medicine."
"But..."
"Shut up, or I'll knock you out." Xiaolon grabbed a stool and was about to hit Old Song, who immediately shut up. She had already experienced her strength once and didn't want to do it again. He looked at Xiaolon with suspicion. He wondered why she was smiling so happily earlier, and now she seemed so angry. "Uncle Gu, what's wrong?" Wiping rainwater off his face and body, Xiaolon turned to the person brought by Yi Qi. Outside the school, at the spicy hot pot restaurant, how could old Gu be with Yi Qi? Just now, he was trembling and hiding beside Yi Qi, and Xiaolon didn't recognize him. "Uncle Gu? It's really Uncle Gu." They turned on a desk lamp, and the light shone over, allowing Xiao Tang and Xiao Li to recognize the familiar face. Before the storm, they often ate hot pot at old Gu's restaurant. Xiao Tang. "You're here? Do you know the person just now?" Old Gu, like Yi Qi, was soaked through, with water dripping from his clothes, standing there with a puddle of water at his feet. Yi Qi could stand straight and salute, but old Gu shrank his neck, crossed his arms, and looked worried. During this half-day, Xiaolon and Yi Qi had been negotiating, and he hadn't dared to speak up. Now, he finally opened his mouth and couldn't help but start crying. "That young man just now saved me and brought me here. I almost died. Such strong wind, such heavy rain, I fell into a pit and I was beaten." He spoke incoherently while crying, finally sobbing loudly, squatting on the ground with his hands over his face, unable to speak. But from his rambling story, Xiaolon and the others understood roughly what had happened. It turned out he had also gone to Tsuehua for dinner that night. The next day, the grain shop owner organized everyone to evacuate. His home and shop were damaged in the storm, and with nowhere to go, he took his family to the amusement park. During these days of the storm, the amusement park's buildings were very sturdy, not collapsing or falling. Over 200 people inside were relatively safe. They had no water, electricity, or food, relying on the stockpiled supplies provided by the park owner. Everyone ate a little less each day, but they managed. However, his wife has high blood pressure and needs medication daily, which had been missed these days. His daughter was also sick with a high fever and no fever medicine. Today, the wind was lighter, so it wasn't so strong that it could people away when they went outside. He quickly braved the wind and rain to find medicine. He wanted to find medicine in the ruins of the hospital pharmacy. Unexpectedly, he met some people who appeared out of nowhere and started chasing him. He panicked and ran away, eventually falling into a large abandoned pit, injuring himself and unable to move. The group probably thought he was dead and left. He fainted. Luckily, he woke up later. Otherwise, the heavy rain could have filled the pit with water and drowned him. Fortunately, Yi Qi was passing by and rescued him, bringing him here. He didn't even know Yi Qi's name. He followed nervously and confusedly, not expecting to meet someone he knew. Old Gu burst into tears. A man in his 50s, after crying, felt very embarrassed. He wiped his tears and runny nose with his wet sleeve and apologized awkwardly to Xiaolon and others. "Look at me, I really am useless. Did I scare you? It's okay, Uncle Gu. We're grown-ups. Seeing you cry doesn't scare us," Xiaolon said with a smile. If it had been a stranger, she might have just ignored him, since they weren't related. Yi Qi said to leave him here? This isn't a shelter. But she really couldn't just abandon old Gu. He had received many special treats from others before. "Uncle Gu, do you need blood pressure medicine and fever medicine? We used to have a small medicine box in the old kindergarten here. I saw it among the bricks and stones the other day. It had some cold medicine, and there seemed to be some for blood pressure, probably kept by teachers and students here before. Wait a moment, I'll go find it." Xiaolon pretended to go to a small storeroom, But when she came out, she carried a small plastic box. Inside were several boxes of blood pressure medicine, cold medicine, fever medicine, and anti-inflammatory drugs. They were her stockpiles. "Take these back, Uncle Gu." Old Gu was surprised. "Is this for me?" Even the dullest person would realize how precious medicines would be after a disaster. He had searched for a long time and almost lost his life, but he hadn't found a single box of medicine. Xiao Lan gave him several boxes right away. "If you take all of these, do you think you'll have any left?" He thought for a moment and only took one box of blood pressure medicine and a bottle of fever medicine. "Keep the rest for yourselves. If someone catches a cold in the future, they'll need medicine. We don't know when official rescue teams will arrive." He added, "The fever medicine probably won't be used up all at once. Once my daughter's fever breaks, I'll bring the leftovers back to you. I'll take one box of blood pressure medicine now, and when I find more medicine later, I'll return another box to you." "No need. We don't have anyone with high blood pressure," Xiao Lan said. Old Gua said, "You don't need to use it. You can trade it with others for food. Food is hard to find now. Money isn't worth much, and there's no place to spend it. But people who need medicine definitely have some. Use it to trade for food. Remember to bargain, try to get more food for each box of medicine."
Got it?
After crying, the built-up despair and fear from these days seemed to ease a little. Old Gua stopped trembling and spoke more clearly. He looked much better than when he first arrived. He was starting to resemble the old Gua who used to remind the young people, Xiao Lan and others, about life's details. He gratefully thanked Xiao Lan and the others again and again, promising that once he found medicine, he would come back to return it. Then he prepared to leave, rushing back to give medicine to his wife and children. Xiao Lan handed him an umbrella. Old Gua tucked the medicine into his inner coat pocket. Suddenly, he paused, took out 2 small packages of marinated eggs from his pocket. He quickly handed them to Xiao Lan. "Almost forgot, I still have some food."
Keep it for you.
"Thanks for the medicine. Food is hard to find now. These eggs can help with hunger." Xiao Lan was surprised. She looked up and saw Old Gua's sincere eyes. Xiao Lan suddenly remembered that Old Gua's daughter really liked eating eggs. Just now, he said that over 200 people at the entertainment city were eating stored food. But how much stored food can an entertainment city have? It's not a big restaurant, so food is very scarce. Each person can only get a small bowl of rice or a bun each day. "Uncle Gua, we don't need it. We have enough to eat. Take it, take it." Old Gua pushed back the marinated eggs that Xiao Lan returned to him. These 2 eggs were indeed saved by him. A few days ago, the owner of the entertainment city gave out some snacks along with meals. He got 2 marinated eggs but didn't eat them, saving them in case of a food shortage so his wife and daughter could have a little to eat. But now, to thank Xiao Lan for the medicine, he took out the eggs. "Then I'll go back first. My wife and children are waiting for the medicine." He said goodbye. He smiled gratefully at Xiao Lan, Xiao Li, and Xiao Tang, and nodded to the unfamiliar Lao Song and the young chef. "Uncle Gua, wait a moment." Xiao Lan called him. She originally just wanted to give some medicine, but now. She turned and went to a small storage room. When she came out, she carried several packs of compressed biscuits and canned luncheon meat. Along with the 2 marinated eggs, she gave everything to Old Gua. "Some stored food found at the kindergarten. Take it for yourself." Old Gua was surprised and said, quickly adding, No, this isn't right. Xiao, are you all staying here the whole time? Do you not know what's happening outside? You really shouldn't share food with others so casually." Jolan asked, "Uncle Gua, are you hungry? Is your family hungry?" "I am a little hungry, but if you're hungry, take it. Don't say more. Hurry back and deliver the medicine." Jolan also gave him a small hammer and a kitchen knife, easy to carry in his clothes, ready to use at any time. "If you encounter bad people on the way, don't hold back. Things aren't like before. If you don't hurt others, they might hurt you," she warned. Uncle Gua's eyes, which were red from crying earlier, grew moist again. In tough times, true friends show their kindness. He knew Jolan was just a shop owner and a regular customer, yet she was willing to help him so much, giving medicine, food, and even self-defense tools. Other shop owners on the food street, also hiding from the disaster, had even stolen his bread. He had seen other acquaintances get into fights over a meal or a glass of water. One day, someone was pushed down the stairs just to get a warmer room. He had seen so much these days. It made him afraid and cold inside. But now, Jolan's kindness made him feel warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Thank you. Thank you. Besides gratitude, Uncle Gua didn't know what else to say. He carefully stored what Jolan gave him in his pocket and left with many thanks. Outside, the wind and rain were heavy. Who could be chasing Uncle Gua? He went out to find medicine for his family, risking the storm. Were those people just trying to hurt him? Couldn't they wait until the storm stopped? Jolan shook her head, unsure. After the disaster, people's hearts changed a lot. Many had gone crazy. Who knew what kind of people they were or why they were doing these things? She checked the water in the passageways. Luckily, it hadn't overflowed the barriers. She also checked for traps and alarms. Everything was fine. Jolan returned to the basement to wait. Before the storm stopped, all they could do was wait. Once it was over, chaos would begin in the ruined city. The environment was very harsh, resources were scarce, and theft, fights, and murders became everyday events. The appearance of mutants made things even worse. Early mutants would bully those who became mutants later. Mutant animals also showed their teeth and claws toward humans. To survive in this environment, you either hide and endure or get stronger quickly. Jolan and her friends stayed hidden in the basement. They had been surviving well, but they didn't plan to stay there forever. This first safe house is mainly used to avoid danger. Later, I need to find a safer place and build a new safe house. Otherwise, if stronger beings who evolved first come looking for us, the underground space will be too vulnerable, water attacks, fire attacks, or blocking the exits, making it quite dangerous here. Where should the next safe house be built? Xiaolan plans to go to the western area of City C. Based on her past experience, that area has less urban development, more wasteland, fewer water resources, and fewer people. Fewer people mean fewer conflicts, which avoids trouble with stronger beings and gangs. But there are many animals, mutated rats, ants, wild insects, that are dangerous. So, she can't go there now. She'll wait a while to see if Xiao Li and Xiao Tang will evolve. Otherwise, if she's alone, she might slack off or make mistakes. It's better if they can protect themselves too for safety. Right now, although the city is chaotic, it's still early. Ordinary people's chaos doesn't hurt Xiaolan much. She can handle it easily. It would be great if this one could mutate positively. Xiaolan looks at the unconscious old chef. If the old chef becomes a superpower user, he might help her. But judging by his current state, he seems about to die. The data on the device is very unstable. Meow, over there, the little white cat, now a big cat, is meowing again, hungry. Since it grew bigger, it used to be fed every 3 or 4 hours, but now it eats once an hour. Milk no longer satisfies it. Now it can eat like a human with a big appetite, about as much as Xiaolan. She mutters, "I wonder what abilities you have." She wanders to a small storage room, takes out several lunch boxes, each with 5 steamed fish, about 2 jin, roughly 1 kilogram, each. Don't ask why she took so much. The white cat walks gracefully over, meows at Xiaolan, then buries its head in the food and starts eating. In a moment, all 5 fish are just bones. They've licked the broth clean. Could this be a sign of awakening a gluttonous ability? Xiaolan looks at it, worried. She tries several times. Besides growing bigger and eating a lot, she doesn't see any special abilities. Its strength isn't increased, and its speed is a bit faster, but without attacking power, speed alone isn't very useful, probably better for escaping. But what's the point of having a cat that's good at running away? When a fight happens, it won't help. It'll just run away first. It also can't use elemental attacks. It can't communicate telepathically either. It just looks pure white, with deep blue eyes. Maybe that's just its appearance? Xiaolan pats its head. It feels like I have raised a greedy older son. The white cat meowed unhappily and turned away. Back at the cat nest, it sat seriously, ignoring everyone's attempts to talk to it. Zhou Lan quietly wondered if it had just mutated and was still unstable, so it needed to eat a lot to regain strength. Will it eat less in the future? If it keeps eating like this, she feels sad about all the hard work she put into storing food. Look at its sibling, a tiny kitten with a cow-like coat. It eats very little, just some goat milk, and is very cute and cuddly. It's easier to take care of because it eats less. If the white cat grows bigger and eats more, should she throw it out? If the old chef remains unconscious and can't cook, she'd have to worry about taking care of him too. Should she throw him out as well? Or wait until he mutates negatively and then get rid of him? Ms. Blue, a post-apocalyptic survivor with a cold heart and a strict sense of value, sipped her cola and watched variety shows, starting to think mischievously. Outside.
It was evening now.
The strong wind that had blown for over 10 days finally started to die down. The heavy rain gradually lessened and eventually stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The sun appeared. It was a bright red, hanging at an angle in the western sky. Survivors gradually crawled out from the corners of the ruins, in disbelief, dazed, looking up at the clear blue sky. Some cried. Some laughed. Some went crazy. Some ran wildly through the streets. More people rushed to places like supermarkets, malls, and pharmacies, digging through the rubble for food, drinks, and supplies. Fights broke out. The first to find supplies were attacked by surrounding survivors with bloodshot eyes, tearing and fighting. Those who grabbed items were then torn apart by others. In the end, no one knew who took the last of the supplies. The crowd dispersed, leaving behind a few unlucky people injured and lying on the ground. The long-lost bright sunshine shone golden over the land. After the rain, the air was moist and cool. The dust stirred up by the wind was washed away by the rain, and the fires caused by the chaos were extinguished, leaving only faint black smoke drifting here and there. Blue sky, warm sun, chaotic ruins. An overly silent city. Occasional sounds of fighting broke the quiet. The scene, strangely, had a haunting beauty. Jixiang West Road. A group of people passed by the ruins of Golden Childhood Kindergarten. Another group followed. No one paid attention to this kindergarten, now just bricks and rubble. After all, there wouldn't be much food or supplies left here. Suddenly, a large black rat ran through the street, emerging from the ruins of a distant residential area across the road. It sprinted straight toward the abandoned kindergarten, moving quickly and purposefully. Some pedestrians passing by caught sight of its fleeting shadow, but they thought it was just a stray dog because it was so big. Meow. Inside the safe house, a white cat was resting peacefully. Suddenly, it bristled and stood up straight. Through a metal door, a black rat appeared, skittering along the wall. It passed by without triggering any traps or alarms. Sunlight shone through the cracks in the ruins, illuminating its sharp, large head. The rat looked up and squinted at the sun. It was not afraid of the sunlight. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the faint scent of food coming from the safe house. The smell was weak, and no one passing by seemed to notice it, but the rat's nose caught everything. Following the scent, it had come from a residential area 2 kilometers away. It squeaked excitedly, not bothering to hide its voice. The white cat's bright blue eyes widened suddenly. It stared at the door. Xiao, who was about to give the cats water, was surprised because the white cat was acting strangely. Xiao, holding a knife, stood up and moved to the door. The heavy iron door blocked the rat's squeaking, so no one else heard it, but Xiao had sharp ears and caught the sound. She knew what it was. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutated giant rats definitely left a lasting psychological scar on every survivor. Later, there would be more and stronger mutated creatures, and giant rats would seem small in comparison. But at first, they were the most terrifying creatures people encountered. Xiao didn't expect a giant rat to appear just as the wind stopped. She remembered that it should have been more than a month later. She quickly told everyone, "Gather together, hold your weapons, and be careful." She had already given each person a weapon for self-defense. After giving instructions, she pushed open the door. The sunlight and moist air rushed in. A huge black shadow lunged toward her. It charged straight at Xiao. In an instant, she saw the rat's golden eyes, golden whiskers, and a long, thin tail like a steel rod. A black rat with golden features?
Kiêu Lan Flode.
This was not an ordinary, low-level mutated rat. Only rats that had evolved to level 2, or even 3 would have such golden body changes. The rat squeaked sharply. Its sharp, mutated long teeth had already pierced toward Xiaolan's face. Blue sister. Blue sister.
Ah.
A dark shadow suddenly lunged at Xiaolan. Inside the safe house, besides the unconscious old chef lying on the bed, the 4 people present all shouted in surprise. Xiaoli was so shocked that he froze in place, stiff and unable to move. Xiao Tang quickly rushed toward Xiaolan, trying to block the attack, but it was clear he couldn't reach in time. The young chef stood by his sleeping father's bed, only able to let out a dry ah sound. Old Song desperately struggled with the ropes, but it was useless. As the large black mass approached, it slammed into Xiaolan's face.
But
at this life-or-death moment, something strange happened. Out of nowhere, a large steel plate appeared in midair. It was about 1 meter long and wide, irregular in shape, with a bumpy surface, but very thick, almost 10 centimeters. It suddenly appeared right in front of Xiaolan, blocking her and the rat in between. The large rat that had already reached her was instantly pushed back by the steel plate. It even bounced slightly, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Then the steel plate disappeared. Xiao Tang and the others blinked rapidly at the same time, thinking they were hallucinating. Xiaolan had already quickly stepped out of the door, crouched low, and stabbed her knife at the rat. When the rat lunged at her, the force was completely deflected by the steel plate, bouncing back onto itself. It was clearly stunned, rolling on the ground, then jumping up and stumbling again. Its golden eyes half-closed, dazed. Xiaolan swiftly stabbed her knife into its left eye. It was fast and accurate. The knife went in perfectly. Thud. A slick, muffled sound. The rat's eyeball burst, and Xiaolan quickly withdrew her knife. As the rat cried out in pain and lunged at her with its sharp teeth, she rolled to the side to avoid the attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat screeched loudly. Its long, mutated teeth, now unnaturally extended, snapped at Xiaolan again. 4 claws with hardened nails, each about 7 or 8 centimeters long, scratched wildly at her. The injured eyeball oozed foul-smelling blood, making the rat's ugly face look even more terrifying. Level 2 combat strength, probably close to level 3 now. Xiaolan fought with it for a few seconds, quickly judging its level. If it kept living, it might soon break through to level 3. In the apocalypse, after the chaos of initial mutations and evolutions, people gradually developed a system to rank abilities. Both evolved humans and mutated beasts were assigned levels. For example, a level 1 ability user had roughly the same strength as a level 1 mutated beast. In a fight, who wins depended on experience and luck, as their actual strength was hard to compare. When Xiaolan died in the 4th year of the apocalypse, her combat power was about level 5, an average human level. With her space ability's surprise factor, she could sometimes fight against opponents at level 6. If she still had her former strength, the giant mutated rat in front of her, not yet at level 3, would be no match for her. She could easily defeat it. But now, she is no longer the same as she was in the 4th year of the apocalypse. She only has her space ability, not her physical strength from back then, and she is still a soft, chubby girl. As mutants evolve and upgrade, their bodies gradually become stronger. So, her fighting power is greatly reduced now. She has fighting skills and combat awareness, but her body is weak. An ordinary person's body can be easily punctured by a level 2 mutant beast. She can't fight head-on, she can only dodge and entangle. Unfortunately, the space outside the safe house is too small. She can't really play catch with the rat. After the rat was injured in one eye, it was in pain and temporarily stunned, but it became very aggressive. Originally, it was attracted by the smell of food, but now it ignores the food and just wants to bite and kill Xiaolan. After all, human flesh is delicious, and it had already eaten several victims in the ruins of that neighborhood, including some survivors it had gnawed alive. It bites fiercely with its sharp teeth. It scratches with its claws. Its long, golden tail swings like a steel whip, lashing back and forth. A tail strike on the ruins can shatter bricks and stones. Its attack power is very high and dangerous, but it also has strong defenses. The mutant rat, close to level 3, has fur so tough that bullets can't. Xiao can only fight close with a knife, trying to find chances to stab its weak spots like the eyes, ear holes, or... But when it becomes frantic, it's harder to land a hit like at the beginning. In the narrow space, she and the rat fought for over 10 rounds, and Xiao was in great danger. Only 3 minutes had passed. Blue Sister, Xiao Tang, holding a knife, hurried over, eager to help but unable to get in. His speed was too fast, he was cut off from the fight. When the rat occasionally jumped in front of him, he swung his knife, but the blade was knocked away and rebounded with force, causing him to fall. He fell to the ground. The rat's remaining golden eye flicked with cunning and slyness. This human is easier to deal with. It immediately abandoned Xiao and lunged at Xiao Tang.
Swish.
A large stone floated into the air, blocking its path. But this time, it didn't hit the stone. It quickly turned and slipped out from underneath. In the critical moment, Xiao Tang rolled away, but was still bitten on the leg by the rat, tearing half of his pants apart. "Little Tang, come inside." Xiao shouted sharply, brandishing a knife and lunging forward, stabbing at the mouse's rear. The mouse was focused on biting Little Tang and didn't dodge, getting stabbed precisely. Screech. A sharp, piercing scream. It was in pain, leaping into the air and jumping over Little Tang, rushing into the room. Xiao was startled and hurriedly followed, forgetting about stepping on Little Tang. This mouse clearly had some intelligence and was very cunning. Inside, Xiao Li and the chef's son didn't know how to fight. The old chef was still dizzy. Old Song was still. But Xiao was a step too slow. After entering, the mouse was extremely sly, not touching anyone but directly attacking the old chef. The old chef was lying on a simple bed, connected to medical devices, tubes inserted, in a faint state. Definitely the easiest target in the room, easier than the tied-up Old Song. The young chef standing by the bed didn't have time to stop it. Amid his cry, the mouse's sharp claws swiftly scratched the old chef's neck. "It's over." Xiao didn't stop her action, kicking the mouse hard. But she knew in her heart that with that claw strike, the old chef might bleed out immediately and die. This sneaky mouse only attacked vital spots.
Meu, alot caccerei suddenly stonded.
Just as the mouse was scratching the old chef, the white cat at the wall's edge, known for its eating skills, lit up its bright blue eyes and looked over.
Thud.
A muffled sound of flesh being cut. A streak of blood shot out. The mouse fell onto the floor with a thud. Its head hit the ground, body and head separated. The headless body twitched uselessly twice and died. It died too quickly. So fast it was almost unbelievable. The foul-smelling blood spread across the ground, making people feel sick. But, for a moment, no one vomited. Everyone was stunned, including Xiao. After she landed, she stood there blankly by the bed. Young chef also froze. Xiao hugged the little cow kitten and froze. Old Song stopped struggling with the rope, stunned, and Little Tang, just getting up and stepping into the doorway with one foot still in motion, froze. Only the white cat meowed once and sat calmly by the wall, as usual. Xiao had just wanted to complain about it. At a critical moment, it suddenly shouted loudly. She thought the cat finally did something useful, ready to strike and kill the mouse to save the old chef. But it just meowed and sat there motionless. At that moment, busy fighting the mouse, Xiao had no time to scold it. Now, she had no mood to criticize. Like everyone else, she was stunned by the old chef, who had suddenly sat up from the bed. This person has been lying half dead, eyes closed, not moving. What's wrong with him now? He looks proud and confident, eyes wide like copper bells, holding a kitchen knife that smells of rat blood, looking as mighty as a guardian beast. Dad? After a long moment, the young chef tentatively called out softly. Wicked creature. The old chef shouted loudly. It was like thunder or a loud bell ringing. The young chef was so scared he sat down on the ground, legs trembling. Did the old father just grab the knife to kill a rat, and now he's going to hurt him? That's not for you. The old chef yelled at his son, then looked at the rat corpse on the ground. Wicked creature. No matter how wild you are, you can't escape my knife.
Ah, 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 ah.
The old chef laughed loudly, like he was performing a play, his voice strong and powerful. He waved the kitchen knife confidently, ending with a dramatic pose, eyes wide open, looking cool. Everyone looked at him with surprise and doubt. After a while, no one spoke. Only Xiao Lan let out a soft breath. All right, it's not a dangerous mutation. No need to worry about killing him. But is this person's mind somehow messed up? He doesn't seem very clever. Can he really kill a tricky mutant rat with one strike?
Yes, he can.
His brain has been replaced.
Dad.
How do you feel? The young chef sat on the ground, trembling, not daring to stand up. Looking at his father now. He seemed fine, but also like something was seriously wrong. He couldn't tell if the dad in front of him was the same as the one who had fainted in bed not long ago. That made him even more worried. I feel great, son. The old chef laughed loudly again, raising his head proudly, expressing himself freely. Son, a man's worth is like gold. Don't give in easily to the strong. Although I am indeed very strong, you shouldn't kneel either. Stand up. He shouted the last words loudly. His son shivered again, quickly standing up. Actually, the young man hadn't knelt. He was just too scared by his father and sat down suddenly. But whether he was kneeling or sitting, whether he was scared or submissive, does it really matter? No, it doesn't matter. There's no need to argue. The old chef looked at his son with satisfaction, then turned to the others inside the house. He looked proud and confident, holding his knife, smiling. I saved your lives. No need to thank me. Gratitude is good, but you don't need to ask for my name or remember my help forever. However, I can tell you my full name. I will not change my name or surname. I am Old Gung, with a single name, Zhong. Heart full of loyalty, brave and righteous. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The general feeling was that this uncle might really have some problem. No one was crying or shouting to thank him for saving their lives. And no one was really interested in knowing his name. The young chef timidly said, Dad, have you forgotten? Your name is Gung Jiju, not Gung Zhong.
Bah.
Rebellious son. The old chef scolded loudly. From now on, I am Gung Zhong.
Okay.
Okay, Dad. Anyway, your dad gave you that name, not me. If he wants to change it, let him. The young chef looked at the kitchen knife and praised, Dad, your new name sounds really nice. Ha ha, the old chef laughed loudly. As he laughed, he suddenly leaned back and fell onto the bed with a thump. The kitchen knife clattered to the ground. He closed his eyes and stopped moving. Dad? The young chef shouted in alarm. Xiao Lan quickly rushed over, checked his breathing and heartbeat, and looked under his eyelids. He's fine, just fainted. She reconnected the medical tubes, covered him with a thin blanket, and made him lie down comfortably. Xiao Lan looked through the space and found some calming medicine. Xiao Tang had bought quite a few. She took it from a small storage room, quietly brought it out, and gave the old chef an injection of sedative. Checking the monitor data, everything seemed normal, even better than when he was in a coma before. Probably the data level during sleep. He's probably in the early stages of mutation, and his condition isn't stabilized yet. Let him sleep and calm down before checking again. Xiao Lan estimated that the old chef would wake up soon. People who have just mutated often have some minor issues. Their bodies or minds need time to adapt. Generally, the weaker the body before mutation or the stronger the awakened ability, the harder it is to adapt. The old chef's shift from negative to positive mutation caused great physical stimulation, and mental problems are understandable. It depends on whether he can regulate himself later. Otherwise, if he keeps acting crazy, it will be very difficult to handle. The old chef calmed down, with his son watching over him. Xiaolon called Xiao Tang over to check if he was hurt.
Lanye infine.
Xiao Tang's pants were torn on one side by a mouse, exposing his thigh, which was a bit embarrassing. But Xiaolon carefully examined his leg, looking around from all sides.
Xiao Tang blushed deeply.
It's okay, I wasn't scratched by the mouse. Finally, Xiaolon let out a sigh of relief. The claws and teeth of a level 2 mutated mouse can carry poison, and being injured by one is quite dangerous. Fortunately, Xiao Tang only tore his pants. His skin wasn't scratched by the mouse, just 2 small scrapes from rolling on the ground. A quick disinfect and bandage will do. When Xiao Tang changed into new pants, Xiaolon asked him and Xiaoli to help clean up the mouse carcasses on the floor. The mice were as big as dogs, covered in sticky, foul blood, making the whole house smell terrible. She opened the door and the vent, letting fresh air in for a while, until the smell eased. They threw out the bodies and washed the floor with 3 buckets of water. Then they sprayed a lot of disinfectant. After finishing, the room seemed darker because night had fallen outside. Xiaolon connected the fully charged battery from the generator, turned on the ceiling light, and the room was suddenly bright. The basement had no windows and was blocked by ruins above, so there was no worry about outsiders seeing the light. Otherwise, with the whole city without power, a lit house would be very noticeable. Are you still afraid? Can you cook? I want to eat teppanyaki, Xiaolon asked the young chef. She was starving after all the fighting and work today. She felt like she could eat an entire cow. She didn't really want to eat boxed meals anymore. With a professional chef available, boxed meals didn't smell as good. The young chef stood by his father's bedside. Seeing his father's face turn rosier and breathing become steadier, he finally relaxed a little. Thank you, Miss Xiao.
Thank you.
Thank you. He stepped forward and bowed seriously. If it weren't for you, my father might have been in danger from the poison. I don't know how to thank you for saving his life. Didn't we agree you'd cook for me that day? Xiaolon waved her hand. No need to thank me. Your father killing the mutant mouse with one strike also saved everyone. That balances things out. Otherwise, I'd have to handle that thing alone, which would be very difficult.
All right.
I'll start cooking right now. The young chef promised seriously. He had gone through many hardships and was no longer the hopeless, depressed young man who wanted to give up. Cooking teppanyaki on site was different from the cheap street stalls, with skewers costing a few yuan. High-end teppanyaki restaurants are expensive and refined. Miss Xiao, do you prefer Japanese-style teppanyaki, Korean, French, Italian, or our own Beijing flavors? Spicy Sichuan style is also an option. I can do a bit of everything. Of course, it depends on what ingredients and seasonings you can provide. The chef's professionalism had improved. What flavor to choose? That's a big question. Xiaolon stroked her chin, deep in thought. They all seemed delicious. He was having difficulty making a choice. What flavor do you want to eat? Asked Xiao Tang and Xiaoli. Xiao Tang didn't mind, but Xiaoli said he wanted Japanese food. Then what are you best at? Asked Xiaolon to the young chef. Miss Xiao, I have studied Japanese and French cuisine. Xiaolon nodded and decided. Let's make both. The ingredients and seasonings are fine. I bought some casually at Suihua Grand Hotel. She went to the small storage room and carried out 2 big bags of ingredients. The young chef was surprised to see premium ingredients like chilled Wagyu beef and Landis goose liver. He glanced at the small storage room, wondering if it was so well stocked and if there was ice to keep everything fresh. He didn't ask much and started preparing the ingredients immediately. Meanwhile, Old Song, the investigator, was getting anxious. I said, "Are you just going to eat like this?" Xiaolon replied, "We will share some with you." Is that the main point? Please untie me first. No way. I mean, with such a big monster rat attacking, don't you think you should do something about it after killing it? Xiaolon was confused. Should I hold a funeral for it? Old Song swallowed his frustration and remained calm. He patiently explained, "Young lady, if a monster attacks, it's just luck. But the worst is if more monsters come later. You know, rats are social animals." "Oh, you mean that?" Xiaolon interrupted him. "I know, Probably more rats will come later. Old Song was so angry he hiccuped. He knew what to do, so why was he still here leisurely eating teppanyaki? Just eat. 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 Did he die of hunger in his past life? Autumn brings cool breezes, and the quiet night is fragrant. Under Old Song's resentful stare, the basement safe house's first high-end teppanyaki feast was in full swing. First served was an appetizer drink. At this moment, the young chef had changed into a clean, neat chef's white uniform, looking confident and no longer tired or scared. With a chef's knife and a spatula, he exuded professionalism from inside out. As someone skilled in Western cuisine, he explained each dish in detail when Xiao Tang asked curiously. His speech didn't affect his skillful handling of the knife and spatula. Please enjoy the appetizer drink. This is a basil anise liqueur from the Mediterranean coast, flavored with a little licorice oil, making it very smooth and rich. The milky white wine mixed with ice cubes slid down the throat, reminding one of the clear blue sea and white cottages on a Vanatize island. It even seemed as if you could smell the salty sea breeze. The narration was very poetic.
Yoela klukbed.
Shaoli blinked and whispered, "Maybe we shouldn't mention the wind right now." The feeling of a sea breeze sounds romantic in everyday life, but this place had just experienced a storm. A young chef bowed politely. "Sorry for affecting your dining experience. I will be more careful." Following that, a small appetizer was served. Artichoke vegetable salad, paired with the legendary smoked salmon invented by the Inuit, a good mix of meat and vegetables. The fish is delicate and tender, melting in your mouth. With refreshing lemon juice, the flavors are fragrant on the tongue. Zhou Lan clapped again. Shaoli followed suit.
Xiao Tang et Guili.
Then, the main course of teppanyaki officially began. Snails, foie gras, caviar, honey sandwiches, prawns, codfish, wagyu beef, eel, thinly sliced filet mignon, sori, oysters, scallops. French and Japanese delicacies took turns being served. The chef skillfully flipped ingredients and arranged each plate like a piece of art. The three of them ate happily. Even the white cat was enjoying itself. The other kitten couldn't eat these foods, so it was fed some goat milk, meowing in protest. Old Song was tied to a chair. Zhou Lan found him noisy and initially sealed his mouth with transparent tape. After the meal started, she wanted to share the food with him, but as soon as she tore off the tape, he started muttering about mutant rats. So she sealed him again, until everyone had eaten enough and their stomachs were too full to hold more. Even the chef was satisfied. Zhou Lan finally untied Old Song's mouth.
Yoela.
Old Song. Zhou Lan brought a plate of teppanyaki and loosened the ropes on his hands. The experienced investigator eagerly started eating. He had been craving this all afternoon. Mutant rats and such could wait until he was full. They devoured everything, licking the bottom of the plates clean. At this moment, Old Song remembered the captain. He was here enjoying good food and had eaten until he was full, but what about Captain Yi and the others? Mississippi, could you please let me go and lend me a little more food? I want to share with the captain and the others. I didn't think of them while eating, but now I do. No, I won't let you go. Zhou Lan interrupted before he finished. And to think she was feeding the dog, he owed her 3 packs of instant noodles. Noble Yi dog, I wonder if he's dead now? Suehua Grand Hotel. Yi Chi was munching on crispy noodles when he suddenly shivered and almost choked. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times and swallowed the broken bits of noodles hard. He couldn't waste food now. The building was out of supplies. 1 bag of crispy noodles was shared among several people, enough for one day. Captain, no one has woken up on the 7th floor, a team member reported. More than 300 people with negative mutations were all locked on the 7th floor. The medicine obtained from Xiao Lan had been used. Yi Chi didn't let the team risk themselves. He went in alone to apply the medicine to those people. Then, every hour, he sent someone to peek through the windows. Under the medicine's effect, people gradually fainted, and until now, no one had woken up. Conditions were limited. They couldn't care for the patients like Xiao Lan did with the old chef. If no one woke up in the end, the attempt to use poison to cure the poison had failed.
Yeji frowned deeply.
He wished he could now catch the accomplice of suspect number 6 and tear him apart. He wanted to avenge the poison people. He also wanted to avenge his fallen comrades from a few hours ago. Based on suspect number 6's confession, they had found a hideout of the accomplice. They lacked enough personnel to arrest everyone, and only a few henchmen were killed in the fierce fight, while many escaped. One of their team members had sacrificed himself. Moreover, Yi Chi suspected that the main culprit was not among them. In this ruined city, there must be a bigger conspiracy lurking. Raspy. Radio signals. Old Song's message arrived. Yi Chi quickly decoded the message, his expression turning serious. A large mutated rat that acts like a dog? Rumor has it it's not afraid of guns? Is it caused by the toxin or the medicine? Yi Chi swiftly replied to Old Song and then called his team. Count the guns and bullets. Xiao Zhou and I will stay here to guard the crowd on the 7th floor. The others, go investigate clues. Keep your guns close, load your bullets, safety first. Don't confront danger head-on if you can avoid it. Yes. Are you sending a message? Your captain isn't dead yet? He's really lucky. At the safe house, Xiaolon suddenly threw a crumpled paper ball, hitting Old Song on the head. Old Song looked awkward. He secretly tapped his communicator inside his sleeve but was caught. He said, "Don't go back. It's safer with you." He honestly shared Yi Chi's password information. Oh, really? He's probably worried that everyone might be dead and no one can continue investigating the medicine. Xiaolon raised an eyebrow. Old Song was silent. He guessed that was probably what the captain meant. This made him even more worried. The danger was intense on that side, and he felt that having a meal here was almost a crime. Little girl, is the steel plate used in teppanyaki the one that suddenly appeared when you were fighting a mouse? He thought for a moment and asked.
Lan so mai nawin li.
Why, are you trying to sneak a peek at my special ability? That's right, I also mutated like that great chef, evolving a special power to move objects with my mind. She pointed at a stool by the wall. Swish, the stool disappeared. Then it reappeared at the other side of the room. The steel plate was brought from the ruins, used to block the mouse attack. Xiaolon didn't want outsiders to know about her space ability, so she used her mind to move objects as a cover. This isn't really lying, she already knew how to move things with her mind. This was a trick she came up with during her last life when fighting. She would suddenly release pre-placed stones, knives, and axes from her space, surprising enemies with powerful attacks. Old Song was shocked by the stool's sudden teleportation and asked, "When did you mutate?" "I don't know. Maybe just these past few days," Xiaolon replied casually. At this moment, the young chef sitting by his father's bed spoke up. "I also can't remember when my dad was poisoned. We've been together lately and haven't noticed anything unusual." His words were true, confirming Xiaolan's story. Old Song sighed. It seems the toxin has already spread secretly. The side city C, their internal reports said many places had people like number 6 spreading poison everywhere. Many had succeeded. The post-disaster environment makes investigation very difficult. Who knows when a huge natural disaster or mutation might wipe out humanity? Don't worry too much, Xiaolon smiled at Old Song. Things are bad, but we should look on the bright side. What's there to be hopeful about? He asked. Though some have died or been injured from poisoning, others have become stronger, like me, that old man in bed, and this cat. Xiaolon looked at the white cat and decided not to say more. The cat didn't seem to have become stronger, but it sure was a good eater. Earlier, the seafood in the Japanese-style teppanyaki was abundant, and the cat ate enough for 3 people. "Little girl, what are your plans next?" Old Song asked. "If mice come again, they're most active at night." His words made everyone tense. Only Xiaolon chuckled. "Don't worry. You all sleep, I'll stay awake." Meow. The white cat let out a call, though no one knew what kind of cat language it was. No matter how Old Song tried to persuade her, Xiaolon remained firm. This made Xiao Li and Xiao Tang less nervous, and they watched a movie for a while before going to sleep as usual. Xiao Li also sealed Old Song's mouth again to stop his chatter. When the lights went out, the safe house gradually became quiet, with only everyone's breathing heard. Xiaolan sat in her bedroom cubicle and took out a small dark gray stone from her space. She held it in her hand, closed her eyes, and carefully felt a mixed energy flowing intermittently from the stone. It seeped into her skin and deep into her body. This is the core of a mutated beast. When she was cleaning the rat corpses, she secretly took out the core and stored it in her space. The apocalypse had just begun, and she was lucky to get a second-level mutated beast core. A second-level core can allow a beginner to skip a level and advance directly to level 2. But Xiaolan's body hadn't yet begun to evolve. She was still an ordinary person. Ordinary people taking in core energy suddenly can be dangerous. If not careful, they could die from an explosion. So Xiaolan absorbed the energy very slowly and carefully. This core's energy wasn't very pure. It had a low density. In her past life, Xiaolan was fortunate enough to encounter a very high-quality core. It was very dense, like a diamond, full of effective energy with almost no impurities. It was left to her by a human stronghold. Yes, after humans evolve, they also form cores inside their bodies. So, in the apocalypse, the hunting among evolvers was very brutal and bloody because absorbing cores from their own kind was much easier than for mutated beasts, more compatible. That strong person died, and Xiaolan absorbed that core. At that time, she directly advanced from level 2 to level 4. Thanks to that level jump, her strength increased greatly, and she survived several tough battles afterward. That core saved her life and allowed her to endure longer in the apocalypse. But now, the mutated rat core she obtained was of much lower quality. It was a small gray stone about 2 centimeters in diameter. Xiaolan held it in her hand and felt that the effective energy inside was only about the size of a soybean seed. Most of the volume, about 80–90%, was impurities. This was very strange. Such a mixed core is usually found in recently mutated humans or animals. And newly mutated creatures typically have cores about the size of a rice grain, far smaller than 2 centimeters in diameter. Moreover, if the core's purity is low, it indicates poor mutation talent and limited potential for future upgrades. In cases like this, where the crystal core is 90% impurities, the creature probably struggles to pass even the first level. Reaching the second level seems almost impossible. Yet, the mutated rat, killed by the old chef, had its eyes, beard, and tail turn golden, nearly reaching the maximum of the second level and close to the third. How is that possible? With such poor talent, how did it level up so early and quickly? It doesn't make sense. But regardless of whether it's logical, since the crystal core is in hand, Xiaolan decides to start absorbing it. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour passes. The energy core, about the size of a soybean, has been almost half absorbed by Xiaolan. Can't be greedy, she stops. An ordinary person's body can't handle too much energy at once, even with her past experience of absorption. The feeling of her bloodline expanding prompts her to stop in time. She stands up and moves her muscles slightly in the dark. Click. A series of joint-cracking sounds. She feels her whole body filled with strength.
Huh?
Still not at level 1? She is puzzled. Even the most complex second-level crystal core should, at worst, bring her close to level 1, right? She absorbed half of it, so she should have at least reached level 1. But why does her current physique feel like she's not even at the threshold of level 1, just at the level of an early-stage evolver? Strange. The crystal core is strange, and her level is strange too. Moreover, her body has already been stimulated by the crystal core, equivalent to an early-stage evolver. But she hasn't felt any sign of supernatural powers awakening. Normally, when an ordinary person forcibly stimulates their body with a crystal core, leading to evolution, their physical condition and supernatural powers should awaken together. But now, only her physique has improved, and no new powers have emerged.
Could it be?
Because I inherited the space from my past life, so I won't develop new powers this time? Xiaolan mutters to herself, a bit disappointed. She thought she could cheat, bringing her past life's powers and even developing a new one.
Meow.
A white cat silently walks over from the corner, rubbing against Xiao Lan's ankle twice. This cat isn't small like the other one, and rarely acts cute. But now, it meows very softly, and its rubbing is very gentle. Are you comforting me? Xiao Lan bends down, picks it up, and hugs it. The white cat makes a few adjustments, settling into a comfortable position and quietly resting in her arms. She walks toward the door, trying to walk softly so as not to wake everyone sleeping. Old Song is the first to wake up. Sniff, sniff. With tape over her mouth, she wanted to ask where she was going, but all she could do was make muffled sounds. This woke up the others, except for the old chef. It's okay, I took the cat out to catch mice, said Xiaolan. She told everyone to keep sleeping, then she hugged the cat, opened the door, and stepped outside. She closed the door tightly behind her to prevent any sneaky mice from sneaking in and causing trouble. She slipped through a passage. The night sky was dotted with stars. The city no longer had its bright neon lights. It was dark everywhere. The stars, usually hidden by city lights, shone brightly overhead, beautiful and dazzling. Under the starry sky, the ruins of the city looked like dark, jagged shadows, eerie and lonely.
Meow.
The white cat suddenly straightened its neck and looked sharply to the right front. Did you notice too? Xiao Lan stroked the soft fur of the cat and walked toward the direction. Although she hadn't leveled up, after absorbing the crystal core, her senses were sharper than before. She had sensed something unusual outside just inside the house, which is why she came out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. She crossed a messy street, jumped over a broken wall, and stopped in a ruin about 200 meters from her safe house. In the darkness, small red dots lit up. Sharp mouse squeaks sounded as she approached, coming from all directions. The rustling sounds grew closer and closer, from front, back, and sides. Xiaolan suddenly clicked her flashlight on. In the faint yellow light, she saw she was surrounded. The red dots were the eyes of mice. More than 10 black rats, as big as cats, had her trapped in the middle. In the gaps of the ruins, even more shadows darted around, moving toward her. Meow, the white cat in Xiao Lan's arms softly meowed. Its sound showed a bit of impatience, as if saying, "Why are there so many rats?" There was no sign of fear or excitement for battle. Xiao Lan thought she heard correctly, because after the cat finished meowing, it yawned, its neck drooping, and it lay back in her arms. It clearly didn't want to fight. "Greedy cat, let me translate for you," Xiao Lan said helplessly. Just now, from far away, you meowed loudly, which meant, something's ahead. Now you're saying, sigh, the situation is too small, not worth fighting. Am I right? Meow, the white cat lazily meowed again. It seemed to say, Xiao Lan really wanted to throw it out. When the mice are in front of you, and one bites at it, it dares not be so lazy anymore. Why does it remain so still when facing danger? Don't you feel ashamed for the mutated beasts?
Squeak.
A sharp cry. A dark shadow rushes straight at Xiao Lan's calf. She doesn't have time to complain about the white cat. The mice immediately start attacking.
Squeak. 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 Yowl.
The smelly mice are unruly, attacking all at once. Suddenly, Xiao Lan's legs, waist, chest, back, and even her neck and head become targets. Dark shadows rush everywhere around her. She is surrounded from all sides. But Xiaolan remains calm. In a moment of crisis, she generously throws the white cat out of the fight. Then she twists her body. Amidst the attack from all directions, she finds a tricky angle and leaps into the air. She jumps sideways, avoiding the fastest attacking mice. She manages to slip out of the swarm. Then she draws her weapon. Her most reliable weapon from her past life, a blade forged from special materials from a major base in the Apocalypse. It is extremely sharp and can cut through the tough skin of second-level or lower mutated beasts. It didn't work well against that large golden-colored rat before, but these red-eyed little mice are no match. They are just early-stage mutants. Even if there are many, they don't form a large swarm, so Xiaolan can handle them easily. She strikes again and again. One strike per mouse, sometimes two. In a moment, She kills all the mice attacking her at close range. The process seems slow to describe, but it was very fast, less than a minute. When she stands again, there are piles of mouse corpses under her feet.
Squeak. Squeak.
The mice farther away dare not come closer. They watch her cautiously with red eyes, scurrying around in circles, and no mouse dares to approach. Some even turn around and run away. Can I let you run? I'm here for a reason, Xiao Lan mutters as she quickly throws large bricks, one after another. Every brick hits its target precisely, smashing the fleeing mice. Some hit vital spots and die immediately. Those not dead yet, before they can get up, Xiao Lan rushes forward to finish them off. After a few minutes, there are no more living mice. Total annihilation. This is the skillful move of an experienced fighter in a novice village. Xiao Lan begins to search the corpses. The low-level mutated mice also have crystal cores inside them, though very small, but in the early days of the apocalypse, they are very valuable. After all, not everyone can be as experienced as Xiao Lan, easily defeating a group of mutated beasts. The process of touching the corpses was a bit disgusting. Xiao Lan endured the foul smell and quickly broke open the heads of the dead rats, carefully extracting tiny crystal cores, some smaller than a grain of rice. At this moment, the white cat, who had been outside the battle, came over.
Meow, meow.
It kept meowing at Xiao Lan, who focused her sharp blue eyes on each crystal core. You're so clever, you know this stuff can help with leveling up? Xiao Lan muttered cautiously, but I won't give you any. You're not helping. Isn't catching mice your instinct? I brought you out here for that, but you're just lazily ignoring it. She pulled out a box from her space and stored all the crystal cores inside. The white cat angrily meowed, then turned around and dashed off quickly. Even its silhouette seemed to say, I'm very angry. Xiao Lan ignored it and rechecked the battlefield, making sure she had touched all the corpses and that there were no other living mutated rats nearby. Satisfied, she stood up and headed back. In the ruins, there were 2 bodies of victims, half-eaten by rats. Based on her experience, Xiao Lan judged that these rats' scent was similar to that of a second-level mutated rat that had turned golden before. They probably belonged to the same group, drawn by the scent of their leader. They appeared only at night, not during the day, because their mutation level was low, and they hadn't yet overcome their natural aversion to light. Their target was likely the safe house, but they stopped to feed when they encountered human corpses along the way. Xiao Lan paused in front of the 2 bodies. One of the corpses was pressing on something, revealing a corner of it. It looked familiar. She pulled back the corpse's body, revealing what was underneath, her previously placed loudspeaker. At that time, to prevent Xiao Tang from warning nearby people directly, she secretly placed a loudspeaker with a recorded warning some distance away. After several days of strong wind, the loudspeaker was blown back. Xiao Lan picked it up, fiddled with it a bit, and surprisingly, it still worked. What a miracle. She wiped off the dust and bloodstains on it, then stored it in her space. In the apocalypse, everything was scarce. If she could collect supplies, she did. She was used to gathering anything useful she saw. Looking at the 2 bodies, Xiao Lan circled around and left. Their bones were incomplete after death, in a terrible state. It looked very tragic. But in the end of the world, surviving without dying was sometimes even more tragic. If there is a heaven, I hope you enter it soon. If there is an afterlife, I wish you reincarnate quickly and be born into a peaceful era, Xiao Lan silently wished. She also thought of all the dead in the city's disaster. She returned to the safe house. At the door, the white cat was crouched. It was angry for coming back early, but it scratched at the door and no one inside opened it. I had no choice but to sit angrily at the door. Xiao Lan opened the door, and he quickly slipped inside ahead of time, heading straight for Xiao Tang and scratching him with a paw. Because just now, Xiaoli heard the meowing and scratching sounds at the door and instinctively wanted to open it, but Xiao Tang stopped him. Even the cat heard it. With a swift paw, it scratched quite hard. Xiao Tang didn't dodge, but he was unharmed, because the white cat didn't scratch his skin, only through his clothes. His anger was expressed in a controlled way. Then, It turned around and walked away, swaying its little bottom.
Ah.
Xiao Tang scratched his head. He hesitated between opening the door, risking mice coming in and causing trouble for Qiaolon, or not opening it and leaving the cat outside, which might expose it to danger from mice. He chose to give up on the cat to avoid trouble for Sister Lon. He felt sorry for the little cat. After all, he loved the cat very much, but compared to Sister Lon, he felt more distant. He took some dried fish and cheerfully offered it to the white cat. The white cat turned its head, giving him a cool, sideways look with its bright eyes. "Big Sister Lon, are you okay?" In the light of the desk lamp, Xiaoli saw the purple-black bloodstains on Qiaolon. "I'm fine. It's just mouse blood," Qiaolon smiled. "Since we're all awake, let's try together." She made a motion to reach into her pocket and pulled out a crystal core she had just collected. A low-level, basic crystal core, which is much less dangerous for ordinary people than a level 2 crystal core. If they guide everyone to absorb it, maybe it could awaken their potential and help them evolve sooner? It's worth a try. Meanwhile, 2 blocks away, an old building remains. A man in a gray trench coat takes off his hat, revealing a smiling face shadowed by the brim and cold, sinister eyes, illuminated by the faint yellow flashlight beam. "Where's Pierce?" he asks with a smile, his lips curling higher. "My beloved little treasure, did you lose him to you?" The light shines on a metal cage, 2 meters square, with thick, tight steel mesh. But on one side, there's a large broken hole. The cage is empty, with no sign of the occupant, only a few black and gold hairs. "Tell me, where's Pierce?" The man steps closer. Several workers in uniforms tremble with fear. The mouse. It bit through the steel mesh and ran away. We couldn't stop it. Oh, and Pierce's little red-eyed babies? We couldn't stop them either. Really? They all ran away? The man smiles kindly. Oh, dear, this is really terrible. As he speaks, he reaches out and grabs one of the workers by the neck. He twists and breaks it. One person was killed, and the rest of the subordinates were so frightened they didn't dare make a sound. The man in gray threw aside the body and asked everyone with a smile, "Pierce is gone. What do you think we should do?" No one dared to answer. No one wanted to accidentally say the wrong thing and get their neck broken. The man sneered, "Fools. Of course, find him and bring him back. You two, go search for Pierce's trail." He casually pointed to 2 people. "Yes. Report back immediately once you find him." "Got it." "Don't disturb him. With your kind of stupidity, you won't be able to bring him back. I'll go first." "Okay." "Hurry up. What are you standing around for?" Suddenly, the man turned hostile. The 2 were so scared they turned and ran. Before leaving, he took a dog with him. He wanted to find a mouse in the ruins. Human eyes are no match for a dog's nose. The man in gray pushed back his bangs and took a deep breath. If only those investigators weren't here. How could they have hurriedly moved to this broken place? Their base was destroyed, and a few foolish subordinates died. Security here is poor. Pierce was lost as soon as he arrived. Anger flared up inside him. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed another unlucky subordinate, squeezing him until he died, which slightly eased his fury. He suppressed his anger. Turning around, his shiny leather shoes clicked as he slowly walked to another iron cage in the corner of the room. This cage was bigger, with stronger mesh. A flashlight beam shone on it. In the corner of the cage, a large, golden mouse was gnawing on a bone, a fresh human thigh bone. Its sharp teeth gleamed coldly as it tore large chunks of flesh from the sturdy bone. Squeak! The mouse, disturbed by the light, looked up angrily and let out a loud squeal. Its huge body, like a calf, darted from the corner to this side in an instant. It squealed loudly outward. The man in gray smiled gently at it. "Serena, the most beautiful mouse princess in the world, please don't be angry. Your sister Pierce should be back soon to keep you company. If she doesn't want to come back, you go find her, okay? I'll take you with me to find her." Safe house. Night passed, and day arrived. Xiao Lan stayed close to the people absorbing the crystal core, ready for any sudden situation. Most ordinary people would have some adverse reactions when first touching a crystal core. What surprised Xiaolan was that after a few hours, Xiaoli, Xiao Tang, Lao Song, and the young chef, all of whom had very different ages, physiques, and health conditions, were all in the same stable state, surprisingly calm and steady. Xiaolan guided them to meditate while holding the crystal cores. They followed her instructions and sat quietly for hours, remaining calm as before. Their faces also became more rosy. They were very lucky. Another few hours passed. Xiaoli was the first to open her eyes. "How is it?" Xiaolan asked. Xiaoli frowned and felt her body for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't feel the headache or body ache that my sister mentioned." She had been absorbing energy from the crystal core, feeling comfortable all over, unaware of the passing time. When she felt her body swell and couldn't absorb more, like overeating, she finally opened her eyes. When awakening a special ability, people usually experience headaches or body pain, depending on the type of power. But she felt nothing. She hadn't awakened her ability. She was still an ordinary person. She sighed in disappointment, then hugged a small, cute cat to soothe her mood, feeding it and petting it. The second person to open her eyes was the young chef. Next was Lao Song. None of them had awakened any special abilities. Xiaolan said, "It's okay. Just see it as nourishing your body. Try again another day." The energy from the crystal core can strengthen an ordinary person's body. Stimulating awakening isn't easy and depends on luck. If it doesn't work this time, try again next time. If they never awaken, it's fine to just consider it as taking supplements. Anyway, she had a lot of crystal cores, initially small, mutant mouse-sized ones, that were low quality and useless to her. She might as well share them with everyone. "Miss Xiao, it's time to eat." The young chef didn't expect to awaken, especially given his father's strange behavior. He was actually glad he hadn't awakened. After finishing meditation, he checked on his sleeping father, who was stable, and then naturally went to cook for everyone. He prepared steamed rice and simple home-style dishes. The strong aroma of stir-fried food quickly filled the safe house. Xiao Tang, attracted by the smell, opened his eyes. His black eyes flashed with a silver light. "Meow," a white cat jumped beside him, circling around curiously. Xiaolan immediately smiled and asked, "Did you awaken?" Xiao Tang scratched his head. "Is that what it is? But I don't feel any pain anywhere." He sensed a surge of energy flowing inside him, not from the crystal core he absorbed, but a very new, unprecedented kind of power. "Try it," Xiaolan encouraged him. "Gather your strength and release it." Xiao Tang closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and carefully felt the power inside his body. How should he release it? He tentatively thought about gathering the energy into his hands.
Bang!
A silver light suddenly exploded. About 20 centimeters away from his palm, the silver glow condensed into a solid, round shape. Xiaolan was sitting right in front of him and was caught off guard by the sudden silver circle, which pushed her back. There was a strong impact. Her round body rolled 3 times on the ground before she stopped. Then she turned over and stood up. "Blue sister?" Xiao Tang was startled, and the silver light disappeared.
Ha ha ha.
"Xiao Tang, good job." Xiaolan ran over and hugged him, spun him around 3 times, then let go. "You've awakened an elemental power. Light shield." Elemental users can control wind, water, lightning, ice, and more. Light-based powers are quite rare. It was surprising that Xiao Tang awakened a light element. He also had an initial skill, a circular shield. People who start with a skill right after awakening are very few. Xiao Tang is impressive. "Quick, gather the light shield again, so I can try," she called Xiao Tang. Then she attacked the shield with a knife, splashed water on it, roasted it with fire, and finally took out a gun and shot bullets at it. She wanted to test how strong the shield was. The results were very satisfying. This shield could resist water, fire, and knives. It couldn't completely block bullets, but it slowed them down. Being so powerful at the beginning means it can get even better with training, showing huge potential. Xiaolan shouted to the chef, "Add more dishes." Bring more food for my brother. He loves braised pig's trotters. Xiao Tang said that I don't really like eating that. It's okay. If I like it, that means you like it too. At dinner, Xiao Lan happily ate 3 big pig's trotters to celebrate. Good brother, tomorrow I'll take you out to train your powers and see if we can collect some crystal cores. Xiao Lan announced the plan. The crazy old chef and the white cat who only eats don't count. Xiao Tang is the first normal evolver in the safe house. When the apocalypse started, he awakened early enough. But in his previous life, he didn't awaken his powers until 2 months after he was killed. Xiao Lan secretly cried with joy. Since her rebirth, she has changed Xiao Li's fate and Xiao Tang's as well. Their brother has such great potential. Future power upgrades and crystal core collection must keep pace. Let Xiao Tang level up early and become strong sooner. Team 1 report. No abnormalities near Guangming Road, East District. Team 2 report. No abnormalities near Machong Road, South District. 3 group reports. Yi Qi's walkie-talkie kept receiving reports from various investigators. When there is no signal on the phone, the radio using oscillating radio waves is a useful communication tool. Team members spread out in pairs or singles, dividing the city area into 4 parts, east, west, south, and north, to search for abnormal activity. They report every half hour. So far, no mutated creatures have been found. Hiss. Suddenly, a static noise sounds. A weak voice comes through. Captain, at Renha Hospital, the 4th street to the east in the abandoned small community on the west side, there is a large brown-black dog, and it is. Sizzle. The radio signal cuts out. What is it doing? Daki, how did you come out of the hospital? When did you wake up? Yi Qi asks, but there is no reply. He immediately orders, at the 4th street east of Renha Hospital, the nearby team members should go there immediately to check. If there is danger, do not act rashly. Safety first. Xiao Zhou, how are things on your side? On the walkie-talkie, Xiao Zhou, monitoring the 7th floor for mutated individuals, responds, Captain, more and more people are waking up and the situation is bad. They are attacking each other seriously. The second mutation caused by the drug stimulation finally started to erupt about half an hour ago. More people waking up from coma, but none are normal. Through the window, many are seen writhing in pain, howling, attacking each other, or suddenly growing deformed organs, like a chaotic dance of monsters. Yi Qi asks again, Zhang Yu, how about your side? Yi team here. The situation. Hey, you guys can't go out. Yi team, we're holding up here. On the top floor of the hotel, a newly formed security team, chosen from the guests, is led by a young man named Zhang Yu, trying hard to keep order. On the day of the mutation, guests who hadn't mutated and were slightly calmer were gathered here for protection. Others who were running around or causing trouble mostly escaped when the storm stopped, and the staff couldn't control them. But water supplies are running out, almost gone. Some relatives and friends are on the 7th floor, infected with the mutation, and the crowd's mood is very unstable. Some want to go out to find food or look for loved ones. Inside the hotel, toxins are spreading, and some mutated individuals are appearing among the top-floor crowd. Whenever they appear, they must be quickly taken to the 7th floor and separated from normal people. Ah! Before Zhang Yu could put down the walkie-talkie, a scream suddenly echoes through the hall. A man falls backward, his whole body turning blue and purple, with bleeding from his orifices and emitting a foul smell from his mouth. Everyone back. Stay away. Zhang Yu hurriedly leads people over, covering his mask, and quickly carries the fallen man out. Team Yi. Another one.
So smelly.
Yi Qi said, try to hold your breath. Finish helping the people, and then quickly leave. Be careful.
Dichi, can you hear me?
Yi Qi lost contact with Dichi, who had just suddenly gone offline. No response. Yi Qi's face turned cold. He really wanted to go there himself. But the situation inside the building was unclear, and no one knew how many potential mutants were on the top floors. He stayed at the hotel entrance, guarding against people inside trying to escape and outsiders trying to come in. To prevent the toxin from spreading further. He couldn't leave. The Tsuehua building stood tall and obvious in the ruined city. Wave after wave of people searching for water and supplies tried to break in. Yi Chi had already driven away several groups.
Charge.
Don't be afraid. He's just one person. We have more people now. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and shouting. A group of people, fierce and armed with sticks, stones, and makeshift weapons, rushed toward the Tsuehua Hotel. Yi Chi recognized them. They were the same group that had been driven away earlier. They had come back, and this time, there were more of them. He looked serious. He picked up a steel pipe from nearby and stepped forward to meet them. Go ahead without me.
Don't worry about me.
At the 4th Street corner east of Renha Hospital, in a ruined residential area. The ground was covered with debris, bricks, and scattered belongings, mixed with the bodies of the fallen, just like other ruined buildings. The only difference was a large dog, baring its teeth and growling, standing face to face with a few people. Blood and flesh were caught in its sharp teeth. It had recently eaten a human. The people confronting it included a man with a pale face, muddy and bloody, who was short in stature. He hunched over, lowering his stance, and held a faint red flame in his palm, staring at the dog. Don't look back. Run as fast as you can. Seeing the hesitation behind him, he urged again. Okay, you hold on a little longer. Once we get the injured to safety, we'll come back to help you. Another person, dressed in the same orange outfit, gritted his teeth and made a decision. There was also a second firefighter nearby. They supported 3 survivors from the neighborhood. Some of their injuries were caused by the storm, others by the dog's bites. If it weren't for the 2 firefighters passing by to help and the young man with the flame, they might already have been eaten. Run faster, hold on. The firefighter helped the survivors turn and run.
Woo.
The big dog barked low, angry and rushing forward. It didn't want its prey to escape.
Get lost.
At the moment the big dog lunged forward, the young man's palm shot out flames directly at the dog. A loud howl. The brown-black dog spasmed in midair and fell to the ground. Its belly was blackened and its fur burned. It yelped in pain, its eyes looking even more fierce. Leaving other prey behind, it turned around and pounced at the young man. The young man rolled away to dodge. He tried to gather flames in his palm but failed. Run quickly, don't look back. Saving people is more important. He shouted to the firefighter, who had stopped upon seeing him in danger. Xiao Zhang, go ahead. I'll help him. One firefighter turned back, grabbing the dog's tail to stop it from attacking the young man. The dog turned and bit again. In an instant, the 2 were fighting fiercely, both dangerous situations. The young man, without flames, was weak and shaky. The firefighter was quickly bitten twice, and a chunk of flesh was torn from his arm.
Run.
Into the building ahead. The firefighter named Xiao Zhang carried a survivor on his back, pulled another, and urged the slightly injured third person to run toward a building a few hundred meters away. If they didn't leave now, everyone might die here. He would come back to help after rescuing the crowd. But he feared that before he returned, his comrades and the stranger with the flames might already be in danger. Xiao Zhang ran, sweat pouring down his face, gasping for breath, eyes reddening. Behind him, the fierce growls were from his comrades delaying with their lives. But he couldn't run faster. Weak from hunger and exhaustion, carrying a heavy injured person, with obstacles everywhere, he only ran about 10 meters before his heartbeat surged. Tears blurred his vision. Everywhere he looked were ruins. The city was dead.
More and more people were dying. Why?
Why has the world become like this? Is there any hope? Can someone help? Can anyone save his comrades?
Bang.
Suddenly, a muffled explosion, louder than a blast but not as loud or shocking, resounded behind him. Though Xiao Zhang had already made up his mind not to look back, he couldn't help but turn his head at the sound. Immediately, a flash of silver light hurt his eyes. Amid the ruins where the dog and the young man were fighting, 2 new people appeared. One was a chubby man wearing a baseball cap. The other was a tall, thin young man. Their skin was dark, and in front of raised hands, a silver, round, Floating light orb hovered in the air. The fierce dog was knocked away by the glowing orb. It turned and lunged again.
Bang!
Another muffled explosion sounded. The silver light rippled intensely. The dog froze on the glowing orb, then suddenly fell heavily. Firefighter Xiao Tang stared in shock. At this moment, only one word comes to mind: God. Surroundings are ruined walls and broken structures. Everyone looks tired and dirty, starving and weak. Those who fought with the vicious dogs are even more filthy and disheveled. But suddenly, two people appear, dressed neatly and moving swiftly. Their eyes, visible outside their hats and masks, are bright and lively. Especially the young, thin man who extends his hands, gathering light into a circle. His stance is powerful. He easily pushes away the terrifying dogs. If not for divine power, what else could it be? We're saved. Xiao Tang suddenly feels his mouth is very salty. He realizes he has been crying without noticing, tears and snot running down his face. The joy of surviving a disaster makes him crazy with happiness. Only after experiencing it does he understand. We're saved. He puts down the injured person on his back, wipes his tears, and rushes forward. Soon, he returns to the original spot, helping his comrade and the strange young man with the fiery hair. The fight nearby also ends quickly. After the big dog falls from the glowing circle, it moves sluggishly. Just as it tries to turn and bite again, the thin young man pulls out a short knife from his waist and stabs it into the dog's wide-open mouth, piercing its throat. The dog whines a few times, twitches, and then stops moving. The fierce beast that had almost killed Xiao Tang and his friends is easily defeated. Wow, brother, you took down a mutated beast in its early stage, not just a normal dog. That shows your physical strength and powers are both excellent. Ordinary people can't pierce its thick throat. The chubby, short man nearby cheers happily. Xiao Tang finally realizes that he is a girl. She is round and plump, wearing a hat and mask, with no long hair or braids. It was hard to tell if she was male or female just now. Her voice is clear and sweet. Is that you? The young man in fiery clothes, who was knocked over by the dog, struggles to stand up from the ground. Before he can speak, he coughs up blood. Oh, it's you? The chubby man turns to talk. It's Xiao Lan. She has been traveling with Xiao Tang, collecting supplies along the street and looking for mutated beasts. They haven't encountered any mutated creatures for a long distance, only a few normal cats, dogs, birds, insects, and ants that survived the storm. But when they got here, from afar, she smelled a strange, foul odor. It was from early-stage mutated beasts, mostly aggressive, negative mutants, which produced such a smell. When they fought, Xiao Tang's fighting ability made her happy. Unexpectedly, she also recognized someone. From afar, she saw the flames in that young man's palm, an early-stage fire element ability user. Clearly, he hadn't yet mastered controlling fire, as the flames flickered intermittently. Your name is? Xiao Lan thought for a moment, did she? She remembered Old Song mentioning that. He was one of Ego's subordinates, the person who was knocked out in the underground garage along with Old Song by the old lady. Xiao Lan remembered. She heard he had been in a coma at the hospital all this time. She didn't expect to see him here. You've awakened too. That's good, but you're badly hurt. Xiao Lan took out gauze, bandages, and disinfectant with medicine from her bag and quickly treated Dichi's wounds. Dichi was covered in blood. Even the firefighter was injured quite badly. Xiao Tang was dragging the corpse of the vicious dog to behind a broken wall. He avoided everyone's sight, split open the dog's head, and searched inside for a crystal core. This was a very disgusting task. From the foul-smelling blood and brain matter, he carefully looked for a small sphere. After several minutes, Xiao Tang finally saw a tiny, dull-colored object about the size of a soybean, ugly but with faint energy fluctuations. It was probably this. Enduring the nausea and urge to, he took out the object, sealed it in a bag, and hid it in his pocket. Xiao Tang stood up, walked over the broken wall, and told Xiao Lan, Lan Jie, keep this safe.
You.
Before he finished speaking, swish. A knife flew toward him.
Xiao Tang floze.
The gleaming dagger brushed past his ear and flew behind him. A few meters behind another broken wall, someone trying to escape was stabbed and collapsed to the ground. He wasn't dead but had a deep knife wound in his shoulder, screaming in pain. Xiao Lan told Xiao Tang to continue bandaging him. She approached the man, sniffed carefully, and frowned with disgust. You smell just like that vicious dog. Are you part of their group? I'm not. You're still holding a dog leash in your hand. The collar on the vicious dog's neck and the leash in this person's hand matched clearly. Letting the vicious dog bite people while you hide here to watch the show. No, it's not like that. It wants to eat meat. I can't control it. I can only wait until it's full. Xiao Lan pressed her knife against his neck. You look cowardly. You're not the owner. Tell me, who's behind you? Boom. Before he could finish, an explosion suddenly erupted. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Xiao Lan was knocked over instantly. She rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing herself a few meters away. That was close. Fortunately, just before the explosion, she heard a very faint da sound. Her instincts told her something was wrong, so she rolled away quickly. If she had rolled a little slower, the explosion would have hit her directly, possibly destroying her face. That's really sneaky, carrying explosives with you. We were having a good chat, and suddenly it turned into an explosion. No reasoning anymore. Blue sister. Little Tang hurriedly ran over in worry. Xiao Lan waved her hand. It's okay, I'm alive. She angrily ran to the person who had been blown into pieces. That person was already dead. She looked around and found a fragment of an explosive controller. Structurally, it seemed to have a remote control sensor. It looks like he didn't himself up. Someone was controlling from afar. Xiao Lan immediately looked around carefully. Was someone hiding nearby watching this? Or was there a remote communication device hearing what was happening? Before she could ask, the other person directly killed her. Under the surprised gazes of Little Tang and Ichi, Xiao Lan peeled off the clothes of the dead body to reveal the shattered remains. Blue sister, what are you doing? It's okay, just taking a look. Xiao Lan didn't find the Saint Yes's snake sword tattoo on the dead. Is he not from Saint Yes? Or is he too low-level, and the minions aren't qualified for tattoos? Let's leave here first. Anyway, Xiao Lan didn't want to stay. The smell of dead dogs and corpses was very strong. Not just the usual corpse smell, but the scent of early-stage negative mutations, which was very pungent. The mutated Little Tang was very strong. He easily carried De Qi on his back. Firefighter Xiao Zhang, slightly injured, supported his badly wounded comrade. The other three survivors, grateful and thankful, followed behind them. Young man, you're amazing. You can shoot silver light. Is it magic? Miss, you're also great. Your throwing knives are so accurate. We owe you today. From now on, you should protect me, be my personal bodyguards. After the disaster, I promise to treat you well, good food, good status, whatever you want. The survivor, a man in his 30s, extended an olive branch to Little Tang and Xiao Lan. No one paid attention to him. He smiled. You probably don't know who I am. My last name is Chu. I run the biggest transportation company in City C, owned by my older brother. He's very powerful, both black and white. Still, no one responded. He continued, you might not believe it, but I have connections. For example, City C University, top school, very hard to get into. My brother easily makes a call, and his daughter, who failed her exams, immediately gets into City C University. That's how powerful he is. Wow, that's pretty impressive, Xiao Lan mocked, still holding on to her pre-apocalyptic superiority complex. I only went to City C University. Which department does your brother's daughter study? You? The man glanced at Xiao Lan's short and chubby appearance and didn't believe it. Foreign language college Chu Enong, do you know her? She's the school beauty. If you don't know her, don't say you're from C University. Xiao Lan stopped walking, slowly turned around, smiled at the other person. She originally planned to chase away all unrelated people. Rescuing a big QI, a person or organization, was all because of Yi Go and Lao Song. What do the others have to do with her? Why follow? It was troublesome. But this proud gentleman suddenly mentioned the school beauty Chu. Then she wouldn't leave. They had a good relationship, so she decided to stay and chat. You, come with us. Others, goodbye. Xiao Lan only wanted to take the man with the surname Chu, not letting anyone else follow. The two other survivors who were rescued immediately became scared. One said he could pay, and the other took half a flattened bread from his pocket, offering it to Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang, asking them to protect him. Xiao Lan refused. The city was full of people needing help. Who should she help? She decided not to help anyone at all. Don't be afraid. I think there aren't many mutated animals in the city now. That big dog was an accident. Soon, maybe you'll mutate too, maybe even better than us. Xiao Lan didn't yell at them or chase them away. She took some anti-inflammatory medicine and a few bags of dried tofu from her bag, collected along the way, and gave them to the survivors. She also gave some to the two firefighters in orange uniforms. Seeing their brave act of risking their lives to save others from the vicious dog, Xiao Lan admired them from afar. She believed she couldn't do the same. So she left more medicine for them, especially for the badly injured one. She also gave him 2 cans of luncheon meat. It was a small gesture, but to her, it wasn't much. The survivors were very grateful, repeatedly thanking her. The 2 survivors who were a bit disappointed when Xiao Lan refused them saw the food and medicine, and their frustration disappeared. They kept thanking her excitedly, unable to hide their emotions. Xiao Lan felt a little relieved inside. At least she didn't save the ungrateful. Investigator De Qi was lying weakly on Xiao Tang's back and said, "There's Renha Hospital ahead. The building hasn't collapsed and there are doctors. I came from there. But there are many injured people and not enough medicine or beds. You can try your luck." "Thank you, thank you." The 2 firefighters and survivors helped each other and headed toward the hospital. Before leaving, Xiao Zhang reported his name and team and said to Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang, "See you if fate allows. See you if fate allows." Xiao Lan waved her hand. The 2 groups went their separate ways. As they walked, Xiao Zhang's injured teammate suddenly remembered something. "Hey, that girl. I think she was the one who stopped the car that day when the strong wind paused, warning us to go back. She said her 3rd uncle was at the Weather Bureau." Xiao Zhang was surprised. "Really? The one who saved all our team members? Was it really her?" That day, when the wind suddenly stopped, the entire city's fire rescue system responded. Later, someone was notified that the wind would pick up again, and the authorities ordered all vehicles on the street to quickly withdraw. Hundreds of firefighters and nearly 1,000 rescue personnel withdrew from their stations. Soon, a strong wind started again. If they hadn't pulled back, the consequences could have been terrible. The wind was so strong it could flip heavy fire trucks and cause chaos everywhere. Not only the fire rescue system, but members of medical and police rescue teams also survived because of that warning. "Yeah, I think so. I was in the car she stopped. Today she wore a mask and different clothes, so I didn't recognize her at first." "Really her? Are you sure?" "Probably, I'm pretty sure. But they wouldn't tell us her name." Both of them turned their heads to look back. Xiao Lan and a few others had already left quickly, disappearing down another street. "What snacks do you have in your bag?" "I'm hungry," the man surnamed Chu said casually as they walked, smiling. His attitude was very relaxed, like giving orders to subordinates, completely treating Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang as juniors. Since Xiao Lan said she was only bringing him along, he had been feeling quite superior, humming a song as they walked. "Hungry? No problem, let's eat over there." Xiao Lan pointed to a small, half-collapsed building ahead. The man looked around. Although there were fewer pedestrians on this street, there were still some. Survivors were wandering around looking for supplies, and they decided to go inside the building to eat and avoid the crowd, an understandable choice. "Honestly, saving me is your honor. Protect me well, and I'll bring you into my brother's team. That's only because you're capable. Those 2 useless firefighters earlier? I don't even look at them." He said someone risked their life to save him, but since they failed, he was so dismissive. It's clear they're all from Chu Enong's family, bad-hearted and crooked. Xiaolon tried to ask casually, is your brother's team very powerful? Isn't it a transport company, a driver team? Ha ha ha. That's just a cover. Do you know who's really under my brother? People who don't have two lives on their hands. If it weren't for the chaos, I wouldn't tell you about this business. The man made a gesture. Xiaolon didn't understand. Xiao Tang's eyes sharpened, whispering, Longjia, drug dealer. He has a comrade in the drug enforcement department who was killed last year. At this moment, his eyes show hatred for the man surnamed Chu. The sacrifice of every drug enforcement officer is a forever pain for family and friends. These people pursue huge profits, hurt others, and are truly evil. Everyone involved deserves punishment. Xiaolon signals Xiao Tang not to act impulsively. She jokingly asks the man, all you talk about is how great your big brother is. Why don't we just join your big brother directly? Who do you think you're looking down on? The man glares. Can I recommend myself? If you follow me, you won't regret it. I'm not afraid to do what needs to be done. Have you killed before? Xiaolon asks with fake fear. The man laughs loudly. Don't worry, I don't kill obedient women. He proudly talks about running the red light business under his big brother's protection. When new, unruly girls don't listen, it's common to scold, imprison, or even worse. Sometimes they try to escape and call the police, so he kills them and buries the bodies. First-time killing is a bit scary, but after that, it becomes normal. If you stay with me, you need to be brave. In this world, killing is unavoidable sometimes, understand? The man shares his experience. Enough, stop talking. We've arrived, Xiaolon says with a smile. They enter a small building. Inside, no one is there, and the broken wall blocks the street view. Quick, give me some lunch meat, like the kind you just gave that firefighter. I also want some beer. Do you have any in your bag? The man asks happily. Canned lunch meat and beer? That's unhealthy. How about some bamboo shoots with pork? Freshly made and ready to eat, Xiaolon suggests casually. She picks up a broken piece of wood and hits the man hard. The man's face turns red, and he screams in pain, collapsing to the ground. He's so hurt, he can't even shout for help. Tell me, where are Chu Enong and her father? The man is completely stunned. What? What do you mean? What are you going to do? We've taken care of them, she says coldly. I have a grudge against them for wiping out my family. Now I want to wipe you out too. Help me find them, and I might spare your life, she threatens. She hits him again. I'll tell you, don't hit me anymore. As expected, there's no need for Xiaolon to explain further. The stick makes it clear. He quickly understands his situation. He's been in the underworld long enough to see her eyes and know she's serious about killing. His confidence disappears instantly, and he curses his bad luck. Enduring the pain, he quickly reveals, my big brother's house is at Quengxi Community, Building 12, a standalone villa. On the third windy day, he was still at home. I went there to hide when the wind stopped. Later, my phone ran out of battery and I couldn't contact him, but he should be at home now. The quality residential area has sturdy houses. They probably haven't fallen. I'm about to rush over. Please don't kill me. My older brother has connections with the authorities. After the disaster, they can help you get a new house. I'll talk to them for you. Enemies should settle differences, not hold grudges. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound. Xiaolon stabbed him in the chest. Blood poured out of the man's mouth. He stared at Xiaolon in shock. No, I didn't mean. I was trying to help you find someone. Could you consider sparing me? No, I've thought about it. The answer is no. Xiaolon drew her knife again. Blood splattered. The man died. Xiao Tang said, Sister Lon, let me go next time. He hates every drug dealer. Okay, Xiaolon said, examining the body and collecting useful items.
No rush.
There's another group of drug dealers ahead. Once we get rid of this one, we'll go. The injured Dichi was already unconscious on Xiao Tang's back. Xiaolon first took him back to Tsuehua Hotel. She originally aimed to train Xiao Tang and collect crystal cores. After killing the mutated big dog and taking its core, Her goal was achieved. She didn't plan to bother with those bitten by the big dog. But since she had a brief encounter with Dichi, she decided to check if Ego was dead, just in case. It was a convenient detour. This trip turned out to be lucky. She unexpectedly learned about Chu Enong's background. The underworld?
Haha.
Walking through streets and alleys, everywhere was ruins, with survivors scavenging for supplies. Conflicts often broke out. When passing a ruined pharmacy, she saw a group of people rummaging through the medicines. A woman in her 30s was crying nearby. "Don't all take everything. This is my family's pharmacy. Please leave some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicines. My family members were hurt by falling stones. Don't take everything." She was fighting with the crowd over the medicines. But they were in groups of 3 or 5, and none of them gave her anything. They pushed her down repeatedly. She fell several times, staggering. Finally, she targeted an elderly couple. The old man and woman were also being pushed around, struggling to pull out a box of medicines after digging through the rubble. The woman grabbed a stone and rushed over, snatching the medicine box from the old couple. When the old man refused to let go, she struck him hard with a stone, knocking him down. "Give me this box first. I need to go home and save people. You can look for more later." She threw the stone and turned to run. But the old man on the ground grabbed her leg, pulling her down. The old lady nearby picked up a brick and smashed it directly onto her head. Bang, bang. "We also need to go home and help. My son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter are all injured. They're infected and swollen. We need to disinfect and treat them, or they might have to have limbs amputated." The elderly woman screamed and attacked. She cried while smashing things. Once, twice, repeatedly hitting, like a mad person. Until the woman was completely still, she didn't seem to stop. The old man crawled up from the ground and grabbed his wife. "Old man, did I kill someone?" The elderly woman, confused, stood up suddenly and saw the woman's appearance, which made her shiver. No, she's not dead. Let's go quickly." The old man pulled his wife along. The couple supported each other and hurriedly picked up the tightly clenched medicine box from the woman's hand, then quickly left the ruins. The nearby crowd saw this and paused, then each went back to searching for medicine. The woman lay on the ground, blood slowly seeping from her head, eyes wide open, mouth agape, dead. No one paid attention. Xiao Tang carried Dichi, stopped for a moment to watch, said nothing, and turned to walk away. The fierce expression on the elderly woman's face when she was smashing things made him feel sick and want to. He also remembered the fierce look of the weak-looking elderly couple when they tried to fight for something. Throughout this journey, such clear-cut situations of right and wrong kept happening. At first, he instinctively wanted to help those injured in disputes, but gradually, he hesitated. Too many such incidents. Who should he save? It seemed impossible to save everyone. "Lanjia, maybe you're right." Xiao Tang muttered gloomily after walking for a while. "Being a bit colder might be better, right?" Qiaolon said, "No, you said the world has changed, and you don't want to change. Maybe you're right." "Lanya." "But no matter who's right, I just want to live. I don't want trouble, nor do I want to leave problems behind. I want to live safely." Qiaolon said. The Tsuehua Grand Hotel was very close. Yigo's figure appeared at the entrance. "I know about the mutated dog. Thank you for saving my team members." Yichi immediately thanked Qiaolon when they met. The team members who arrived later had reported the situation. There were only dog corpses and human corpses, no Dichi. Seeing Qiaolon bringing Dichi over, he realized he owed her another favor. He saluted on the spot. Qiaolon raised an eyebrow. "No, I can't accept that." She turned away to avoid the salute. "So, things are a bit tough?" She examined Yichi, covered in dirt and blood, with several torn holes in his shirt and trousers, bruises, scratches, some bandaged and bleeding. It was clear he had fought many battles. Qiaolon thought she'd feel good seeing Yigo unlucky. But in fact, she didn't feel much satisfaction. And she also felt a slight, subtle annoyance. She couldn't think of a reason for her bad mood, so she simply chose not to think about it. After driving away a group of intruders in the building, Yiqi looked tired, with bloodshot eyes from exhaustion. Xiao Tang, who was on his back, was a bit heavy, and several injuries made him feel sharp pain. Ignoring Xiao Lan's teasing, he sincerely asked, "Can you help us?"
No.
Yiqi paused, then asked, "You haven't even asked what kind of help." Xiaolan said, "You found out from Lao Song that Xiao Tang and I have changed. We no longer are affected by the bad air, and you want us to help deal with the negative mutants inside the building."
Yes. No.
It's too much to expect your subordinate to deliver you here. That's not my style. Xiaolan thought, mainly to see if you're still alive. Once you're done, you can go. Officer, a warning. If the negative mutants keep acting up without improvement, within 4 hours, they must be eliminated immediately. Otherwise. Before he finished, Yiqi's radio crackled with a call. "Captain, someone exploded on the 7th floor. They blew up from inside." Xiaolan said, "That's the consequence. I heard that people who explode release a huge amount of toxins. If over 300 negative mutants here all explode, the area within 2 kilometers will be filled with toxins, possibly spreading even further. The survivors nearby will suffer."
How do you know that?
What exactly? Don't worry about who I am. I won't harm you. Just handle it quickly. I heard cremation can remove toxins. Xiao Lan finished speaking, then turned and left with Xiao Tang. He left too quickly for Yiqi to stop him. He still wanted to ask more questions. That chubby girl. The radio crackled again, and Yiqi hurriedly carried the unconscious Diqi, sealed the door, and headed straight for the 7th floor. Revenge doesn't wait overnight. After finding out the address of Chu Enong, his enemy from the past, Xiaolan immediately took Xiao Tang there. Quincy Community was easy to find, the most expensive neighborhood in the city center, mostly large flats, duplexes, and standalone villas, an area for the wealthy. Every time he passed by, Xiaolan secretly envied those who could afford to buy a house here. He vowed to grow his business, become a big boss, and buy a house like this, not just a small apartment. But after the apocalypse, that dream of being a big boss vanished. Hey, the quality of these houses isn't great either. When they entered Quincy Community, Xiaolan saw that more than half of the buildings had collapsed. It's a residential area less than 10 years old, but the damage rate isn't much better than older neighborhoods. It seems the developers also cut corners during construction. Excuse me, which building is number 12? The number signs on the buildings were blown away by the wind, so Xiaolan temporarily asked a passing stranger. The man was tall and strong. After the storm, the temperature dropped sharply. Both Xiaolan and Xiao Tang were wearing long sleeves and jackets, but he was in a short-sleeved shirt, showing muscular arms. "Why do you ask about Building 12? Are you looking for someone?" He glared. "I'm looking for Boss Chu." Xiaolan guessed he was related to Building 12 because of his wary eyes. She took out a dead phone she found in Uncle Chu Enong's pocket. In a friendly tone, she said, "We saved his brother, Mr. Chu, and took him to the hospital. He asked us to find his older brother and said Boss Chu would reward us handsomely. Give me the phone, I'll report to the boss." The tall man reached out. Xiaolan pretended to hand over the phone. "Haha, no, we'll find him ourselves." "Are you worried I want your credit? I'm close to the boss. Do I care about that? Come here, follow me." The tall man turned angrily and led the way. It was easy to get what they wanted. Xiaolan and Xiao Tang then entered the luxurious Chu family villa. "Big brother, can I ask if Boss Chu's daughter is home?" His brother, Mr. Chu, said he misses his niece very much and wants to see her soon. Standing in the living room on the 1st floor, Xiaolan quietly asked the tall man, leading the way.
"No.
She's busy, no time to see outsiders." "Is she in the city?" Mr. Chu said she seems to have gone out of town. Xiaolan pressed further. Before the storm, she contacted using the Scarface monkey's phone. Chu Enong said she was on vacation outside the city. The man glared, "Gone out of town, and won't come back? Enough nonsense. Wait and see." He stomped upstairs to report. Xiaolan was puzzled. If Chu Enong was really outside the city, hundreds of kilometers away, and the storm had just stopped with roads damaged and traffic paralyzed, how could she return so quickly? It seemed like an answer was about to appear. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise filled the sky. A helicopter descended from the sky, swirling with strong wind, and landed in the open space in front of the villa. Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. She had stocked up on bicycles, motorcycles, and small cars, land vehicles. But she hadn't stockpiled a helicopter.
Dad.
Look what I brought back. I told you. Our family is the main force, and he rewarded us handsomely. A clear, cheerful voice like a silver bell. A young woman in light green sportswear ran into the door. She stepped down from the helicopter, followed by two people, pulling a flat cart as they descended.
Woof. Woof.
On the cart was a large iron cage containing a brown dog that looked like a mix between a teddy and a schnauzer. It was small but growled like a big dog, showing blood on its teeth and a fierce expression. It had long claws on all four paws that shimmered with a faint green glow. Dad, come downstairs quickly. He gave us a mutated beast to use freely. The girl rushed into the villa, calling upstairs. Her long hair flowed, her voice was sweet, and she was tall and lively, full of youthful energy. Xiao Lan's lips curled slightly behind her mask. It's the school bell. Chuda, nice to see you again. It seems you're doing well at the beginning of the apocalypse, lively and energetic. And you already know about the mutated beast so early. What kind of thing is that?
Who are you?
After pushing the cart into the house, Chu Enong turned to see Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang standing in the living room.
You.
She looked at Xiao Tang wearing a mask for a moment. It's you? The manager of Blue Zay Cafe. Why are you at my house? Then. You wouldn't be the chubby guy next to the manager, right? She looked from Xiao Tang to Xiao Lan. Wow. Good eyesight, you recognize them? Xiao Lan met Chu Enong's gaze, squinting with a slight smile, hiding the coldness in her eyes.
Enong, what does he say?
A commanding voice came from upstairs. Chu Enong's father, dressed in home clothes, came downstairs, followed by a tall man who seemed to be guiding and reporting. The man, who was very stern with Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang, now nodded and bowed behind Chu's father, acting very servile. Seeing Chu Enong, he also nodded and smiled politely. Chu's father went straight to the cage, carefully looked at the dog, and couldn't hide his joy. Not bad, not bad.
Good dog.
He ignored Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang standing nearby. Small characters like them weren't worth noticing. Dad, I sent those two people who were about to mutate. He was very happy and said we did a good job, encouraging us to keep working hard. The dog is our reward. But he said, to stimulate the target's mutation, don't use the dog to attack them. Biting or injuring is bad. We should keep chasing them to trigger more suitable mutations for humans. He also said if we encounter trouble, we can use this dog to help, so we don't have to handle everything ourselves. But what trouble could we face? Dad, all your men are elites, armed and ready. I think, Dad, why not give me the dog to play with? Chu Enong said eagerly. Chu's father laughed loudly. No, you're flattering Dad again. Not at all. I'm telling the truth, Chu Enong said, hugging her father's arm affectionately. Just give it to me, okay, Dad? Just a few days of fun. Only a few days? Chu Enong pouted and pouted. All right then, just a few days. Dad, what are these two doing coming to our house? Chu's father finally looked at Xiao Lan and Xiao Tang, impatiently saying, they say they saved your uncle and came to collect a reward. Your uncle is always causing trouble for me. Oh, then just send them away casually. No, that won't do, Chu's father replied. Really? Dad, you're actually going to reward them heavily? I think their rescue was unnecessary. My uncle might as well be dead, so he won't keep bothering you. The man named Chu boasted about his older brother, but in the eyes of her and Xiao Tang, he was just a troublemaker. Chu's father didn't care who saved him, nor did he check the phone Xiao Lan used as a token of proof. He didn't even ask and went straight downstairs to the dog. Xiao Lan thought to herself, lucky me, I've solved your problem. At this moment, Chu's father chuckled. It's not about a big reward. But you just mentioned too many things about mutants. It can't be spread around. Letting them go is impossible. Chu Enong immediately smiled. I see. Dad, leave it to me to handle. Xiao Lan thought. Wow, are they going to silence them? This father and daughter were so capable, completely ignoring her and Xiao Tang. Before the apocalypse, they sold drugs and killed people. Now, in the chaos, they were even more reckless, casually threatening lives. They even did this right in front of her and Xiao Tang, showing they had no worries about them escaping. Manager, I don't even know your name, Chu Enong said, walking over to Xiao Tang with a sweet smile. Her gaze was like that of a young girl in love. Who could tell she was about to kill someone? But Xiao Tang ignored her, as usual. Nong, do you know each other? Chu's father asked curiously. Chu Enong said yes, this is the manager of a cafe outside school. He's a bit handsome, but he ignores me when I talk to him. He's always with a chubby girl. Am I worse than that thing? When she said that thing, she looked at Xiao Lan. Chu's father smiled, his expression fitting for a powerful figure. Haha, anyone who looks down on Nong is looking down on me. Boss, give me a chance to repay your kindness, said the tall man in a short-sleeved shirt behind her, smiling apologetically. He reached behind his waist and pulled out a gun. The gun was aimed directly at Xiao Tang.
Oh my.
Xiao Lan thought, these guys killing people like playing a game? Look at this common attitude. Who asked you to interfere? Chu Enong's face darkened. Go away. The man quickly put away his gun and tucked it into his waist.
Saw the.
Miss, don't be angry. Chu Enong snorted coldly and took out an electronic key from her pocket. She pressed the remote button, and with a clattering sound, the iron cage for the dog opened. Her two subordinates, pushing a flat cart immediately, looked worried. They seemed both scared and excited, watching Xiao Tang and Xiao Lan. They looked like they were waiting to see a good show, probably having seen something intense before. The long-clawed dog barked loudly, excitedly yipping.
Go now.
Chu Enong's key had a laser line. When activated, a red light pointed at Xiao Tang and Xiao Lan, guiding the dog. The dog drooled excitedly. Drool dripped onto the ground. Suddenly, the dog rushed toward Xiao Tang and Xiao Lan.
Bang.
Xiao Tang's silver shield was already ready and burst into action. The dog was pushed back. At the same time, Xiao Lan moved quickly. She kicked Chu's father to the ground and fired her gun. Before he landed, the bullet shot through the tall man's forehead. Xiao Tang's shield activated again, knocking the dog to the ground as it tried to jump up. By then, Chu's father had already been knocked out by Xiao Lan. Just imagine over 140 pounds falling from above, nothing to joke about. Xiao Lan got up and charged at the two henchmen pushing the cart. No need to describe the process. In a world of strong fighters versus beginners, it's a straightforward fight. One shot, one slash, both men were taken down. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Enong was still standing in the room.
Ah.
She widened her eyes, opened her mouth, her face twisting in shock. It reminded Xiao Lan of her fierce face when she once wielded a knife to stab herself into a bloody gourd. Past and present, predator and prey, reversed roles, two faces overlapping. Miss, what's wrong? Two security guards stood at the villa door, stiff as wooden stakes, rushing in after hearing the commotion inside. Seeing the scene inside, they hurriedly drew their guns. Xiao Lan drew her gun faster than them. One shot, one enemy down. Her gun had a silencer, so the sound was quiet and wouldn't alert anyone outside the villa. Brother, I was just joking with you earlier. Are you a mutant? You're so powerful. Chu Enong, when she saw Xiao Lan's gun pointed at her, suddenly threw herself in front of Xiao Tang. She slipped and collapsed on the ground, tightly hugging Xiao Tang's thigh. Her fair, delicate face pressed against his leg, rubbing against it. Xiao Tang used his light shield to push her away. Chu Enong tumbled and rolled, rolling more than 2 meters before being stopped by the sofa leg. Xiao Lan felt embarrassed for her. Don't act up. My brother doesn't fall for that. She bent down to pick up Chu Enong's dropped electronic key. After fiddling with it for a moment, she pressed a button, revealing a red laser beam. Come here, cute doggy. Are you hungry? Are you craving something? Xiao Lan aimed the laser at the mutated dog. The dog, having been pressed twice by Xiao Tang's light shield, moved a bit slowly, its eyes a little dazed, probably stunned. But it was clear it had been trained and still responded to the red laser. The dog got up and followed the laser light, rushing toward Chu Enong. Don't. I beg you, sister. We're schoolmates.
Sister.
Chu Enong knelt on the ground, crying and begging Xiao Lan. She had seen this dog eat before and was terrified, trembling all over. She didn't want to become dog food. Is this how you treat a schoolmate? Xiao Lan released the 3 bodies from her space. They fell with a thud right in front of Chu Enong. The bandits killed in a back alley of the food street still looked fresh, with blood still vivid after so many days, thanks to the preservation function of her space. Xiao Lan suddenly remembered this when she saw Chu Enong. Otherwise, she might have forgotten that there was also a murder scene involving a small truck inside her space. Although her space automatically isolates everything in vacuum to prevent contamination or mixing, seeing the truck every time she looked for something was annoying, right? At first, she put up a divider to block the truck so she wouldn't keep seeing it and get upset. But later, she completely forgot about it, forgot to dispose of the bodies. Now, it was perfect timing to use this to scare Chu Enong. What is this? Save me, Chu Enong screamed in terror. She couldn't understand why 3 corpses suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She had seen dead bodies before, and she had killed people herself, so that wasn't scary. But the sudden appearance of corpses was supernatural and terrifying. Stop shouting. No one's coming to save you, even if you scream your throat out. And what do you mean by this? Isn't this the guy you hired to kill my family? I killed him in self-defense. Do you still want $1,000,000 yuan? We can split the stolen money after killing and robbing together. Chu Enong was shocked. You? Yeah, I was the one who contacted you to split the money, not that escaped convict. Too bad you weren't in the city at the time, or I might have caught you. But now, it's better to hit your home directly than just kill you alone. Xiao Lan kept the laser line half a meter away from Chu Enong, ready to move it at any moment to guide the mutated dog in hunting. Answer my questions properly, or I'll eliminate all of you. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just ask. Chu Enong desperately hid in the corner of the sofa, afraid the mutated dog might attack. The dog was also obedient. When Xiao Lan stopped the laser, it paused too. Watching Chu Enong drool but refusing to move forward, it was clear she had strict training. Before the disaster, was it you who hired someone to attack me? No, sister, think carefully before you answer. Xiao Lan moved the laser line again. Chu Enong immediately changed her story. Yes. I did hire someone to rob you.
Why?
I was jealous that you were close to him. You ignored me, so I just wanted to get back at you. Good, that makes sense. Xiao Lan nodded, noting that her reason was the same as in her previous life. Keep going, any other reasons? No, really, no more reasons. Chu Enong looked fearfully at the dog. Who is Aunt He? Why are you doing dirty work for her? Xiao Lan asked again. That's Aunt He. I don't know her real name. She's a very elegant woman, maybe in her 40s or 50s, I'm not sure. She used to do business with my father in the southeastern triangle. A few days ago, she suddenly contacted us and asked for help.
She.
Chu Enong swallowed nervously. She's very powerful, with a deep background. She has many mutated creatures and beasts around her. She likes me very much. Sister, please spare me. I can introduce you to her. With your strength and that little brother who's also developed powers, and he will definitely rely on you. Following her could lead to a bright future. Sister, the world has changed. From now on, it's the era of mutants. And his backing will surely dominate. When that happens, we'll be founding elders, creating a new world. She desperately pleaded, pointing outside at the helicopter. This was a gift from Aunt He to my father. If you join her, she might even give you a plane. Oh, and mutant beasts. She'll definitely give you mutant beasts too. Do you know what mutant beasts are?
Stop the nonsense.
Xiao Lan didn't want to listen to the chatter. Tell me, what's the deal with the killing and provoking mutations? It's Auntie's orders. She told us to find survivors all over the city and hunt them down, to stimulate their physical changes during their escape and speed up their mutation process. He said many people will mutate in the future, but only over time. She wants us to accelerate this, so she can use the strong ones. Chu Enong spilled everything without hesitation. She revealed everything she knew. When Chu Father's consciousness returned near the roadside, he just shouted, "Don't reveal the secret," before being knocked out again by Xiao Tang. Later, Xiao Lan knocked Chu Enong unconscious, woke Chu Father to continue the interrogation. After waking Chu Enong again, she pressed her for information and questioned her to see if her father was lying. They repeated this several times until neither could extract any more information. Looking at the clock, it had been half an hour since she and Xiao Tang entered the villa. Fortunately, during this time, Chu Father's other men were outside busy chasing enemies and did not return, so they were not disturbed. It's time to go. After killing the father and daughter, and tying up the dog to take away, Xiao Lan searched the villa for supplies and then left with Xiao Tang. This time, it was Xiao Tang who acted and killed Chu Father. He finally fulfilled his long-standing wish to eliminate drug traffickers, a vow made when he heard of a comrade's sacrifice. This was his first time killing someone. When he made the move, he felt a bit nervous and scared. Seeing Chu Father die, his heart pounded rapidly. He was not very used to it. Influenced by Xiao Lan's calm and ruthless attitude, he worked to steady his emotions and clenched his fists. The world has changed, and it's predictable that there will be many dangers and enemies in the future. He felt the energy flowing through his body, silently promising to be stronger, braver, and to protect Sister Lan well.
Hey, don't sleep.
Start the plane. After leaving the villa, Xiao Lan headed straight to the plane outside the yard and woke up the pilot sleeping inside the cockpit.
Who are you?
The pilot, just returning from a break after dropping off the lady, opened his eyes to see a strange, chubby girl ordering him. He wasn't very happy. Xiao Lan pressed her gun against him, and he immediately became less unhappy. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. By the way, your boss has changed. From now on, I'll be paying you. If Xiao Lan knew how to fly the plane herself, she wouldn't want to keep this guy. There's nothing good in a drug dealer's hideout, just enough to get the death penalty. A minute later, the helicopter's blades whirred back to life, lifting Xiao Lan and her brother into the sky.
Whoa.
This was the first time in 2 lives that Xiao Lan had ridden in a helicopter. If she said she wasn't excited, she'd be lying. It was amazing. Her heart was full of joy. Today was really lucky. Just out for a walk, she unexpectedly found a mutated dog crystal core, a living mutated puppy, and by chance, she met her old enemy, happily avenging herself. She also learned about a mysterious organization's movements. And she even got a helicopter. Oh, and she also saved a subordinate of Yi-Dog. It was truly a harvest full of rewards. Honestly, her luck was just too good. Could it be that heaven sees I suffered so much in my past life and rewards me with good luck in this one? Or perhaps my new special power is like a lucky charm, and I haven't even realized it yet? She sat happily on the plane, lost in her thoughts. Boss, where are we headed? The helicopter roared as the pilot shouted loudly. Zhou Lan pointed at a tall building nearby, right there, Suehua Grand Hotel. The hotel was on fire, with broken windows and thick smoke billowing out from 2 floors. The helicopter flew around the roof, circling above. A group of people was on the roof. When they saw the plane, many tore off their clothes and desperately waved for help. The metal door on the roof was locked, propped open with objects, but something inside was hitting it forcefully. The heavy metal was bulging and about to collapse. Faint growling could be heard behind the door. As the helicopter approached, strong winds blew people's hair and clothes. Zhou Lan stood by the open hatch, smiling. You go, it's been a while.
What happened to you?
You look so battered. Among the crowd, Yichi leaned against a companion, his clothes torn, covered in bruises and blood. unable to stand. Please help us. There are many injured, and they need to go to the hospital. The previously unconscious mutant team member Chi looked a bit better now, waving and shouting up at the plane. Zhou Lan lowered the rescue ladder. People rushed forward, fighting to climb onto the plane. Chi and about a dozen others pushed and shoved, making space for Chi to get on the ladder. They fought and struggled. Chi used fire. Xiao Zhou pulled out a gun, firing 2 blank shots to scare everyone. Finally, they managed to get Chi onto the ladder. Chi and Xiao Zhou quickly followed. The ladder retracted, and the helicopter flew higher. Below, the rescuers shouted loudly, "Yi team, come back and save us." The fighting crowd cried and yelled. They won't come back. It's your fault for letting them go. Now everyone is doomed. On the plane, Chi looked pale and was lying weakly inside the cabin. In the hotel, there were 300 or 400 mutants. Only one was showing signs of mutation, with bodies bursting apart. The team and newly formed security guards rushed to the 7th floor to rescue people, finally sending the bodies to be cremated downstairs. Meanwhile, the mutants on the upper floor suddenly attacked, causing a fire inside the building and killing some survivors. They fought each other in chaos. Zhou had been away for half a day, busy dealing with the chaos with his team. They only had time to lead the remaining survivors to the top floor to hide. 3 security volunteers also sacrificed themselves. The only good news is that Xiao Zhou's portable radio communicator finally received a message from headquarters on a specific frequency band. Don't go to the hospital. Head to Sifengtan Road in Qingxi, to the underground arms depot. Yiqi refused to go to Renhe Hospital to treat his injuries and asked Xiao Lan to fly him to retrieve the weapons. Headquarters announced the location of the secret arms depot and the access code to all survivor groups, stating that during this special time, each group should handle the situation based on their circumstances.
Please.
Hurry up. He anxiously watched Xiao Lan, begging. Restoring order was urgent. A group of people on the rooftop was waiting for rescue. He had been beaten at the library earlier, but who would have thought that the little chubby girl who made him so angry 10 days later would turn out to be a savior just in time? Xiao Lan smiled. Of course, we need to go quickly. I have good news and bad news to tell you, and also, I have some trouble for you. There's weapons?
Great.
Yi dog, I'll take you for a ride.
What?
With the roar of the helicopter blades, Yiqi didn't catch what Xiao Lan said. Xiao Lan chuckled. I mean, police officer, hold on tight. The gun pressed against the pilot's back, and the helicopter took off and sped up. Let's go, little shrimp. Yi dog, we're flying. Are you sure the one who killed our mutated dogs is a person with special abilities? In a certain building, the man in the trench coat pushed back his messy hair and squinted at his subordinate. His overly pale face combined with very dark eyes gave off a sinister, dangerous vibe. The subordinate trembled. Yes, it's definitely a person with special abilities. That person raised a hand and created a silver shield that could directly knock our dogs away. I saw the bright light from so far away, so it must be a very powerful ability user. You wouldn't lie, would you? The man in the trench coat snorted coldly, withdrew his intimidating gaze, and took out a special communicator from his pocket. Today, he was dressed in a silver-red trench coat that matched the color of his communicator. He was quite satisfied with this color combination. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he lightly pressed a button to tune to a specific frequency.
Dizzy.
A crackling sound of electricity lasted for a while before the line connected. A cold female voice came from the other end. Xiao Tang, what are you up to now? I warn you, my time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on just anyone. Marshall, I remind you again, my name is Marshall. If you get your tongue tied and can't speak foreign languages, remember that in Chinese it's Marshall. Remember this. If I hear those 3 words again, I will throw all my mutated beasts at you. The man in the trench coat's anger grew stronger. He hated more than anything to hear others call him by his original name. He emphasized again, Marshall, remember that. A female voice sneered. All right, Xiao Taima. It's Xiao Tang. No, Marshall. I don't care if you're a cow or a horse. If you're just bothering me to emphasize your name, I will end the call.
姓何的
Note, Xingherda means he from the He family, or he with the surname He. The man in the trench coat suddenly crushed the coffee cup beside him. Brownish liquid splashed, staining his silver-red coat. Frightened, several of his subordinates knelt down, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Xingherda, I ask you, do you have any mutants under your command who can create silverlight shields? They killed my mutated beast. Are you provoking me? The cold female voice was silent for 2 seconds. Silverlight shield mutants? I don't have any here. But if you find such a person, report their location to me immediately. As far as I know, there are no powerful wild mutants at the moment. Although your mutated beast is trash, the person who can kill it is pretty capable. I want all their information. Not authorized to disclose. The man in the trench coat hung up the call. Is the mutant that killed his mutated beast not under his command? A wild creature. Killed the mutated dog? Could the missing Pierce also have encountered these people and met an accident? A cold smile appeared on his lips, filled with killing intent. You just said there's another fire-type mutant? Yes. But he's not strong. He can't beat our dog. Since you're clever and managed to hide far away and detonate the explosives, killing the loser who is caught by others without leaking the information, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistake. The man in the trench coat opened the inner iron door. Woof woof.
Howl. Cackle.
7 or 8 cages with various mutated animals made noisy, chaotic sounds. Bring better dogs and find where they are, he ordered. These mutated beasts are all for you to use. If you can't kill them, then you might as well end your own life. Everyone, gear up fully, bring enough ammunition, and come out in 10 minutes to gather. At the west side of the city, at Sifangton Road, outside a secret arms depot. Yichi used a code to open the door and ordered the dispatched team members collected by the helicopter. They only had 10 minutes to gather weapons. Time was tight, they had to hurry back to save people. Understood. The team members rushed into the warehouse. Xiao Lan ran faster than they did. Her round body bumped left and pushed right, forcing the investigators aside as she rushed ahead into the storage room.
Wow.
She gasped in surprise. The room was full of guns and ammunition. Long rifles, pistols, thick and thin, black and brown, many she had never seen before and couldn't name. In short, it was all weapons. And all brand new. But the investigators behind her quickly caught up. Faced with everyone, she couldn't use her space storage. Seeing a small door by the wall, she rushed ahead again and pushed it open.
Huh,
she exclaimed. This room is big, but not many weapons. It's totally different from the main hall. Actually, she had used her mind to take half of the weapons inside into her space. The investigators hurriedly equipped themselves with guns and bullets and followed her inside. It's true, not many, one said. But enough, another replied. Quick, gear up. No one thought anything was strange. Xiao Lan took 2 guns, one long, one short, chose a few sharp knives and brought some bullets before leaving the storage room first. Xiao Tang also equipped some guns and bullets, carrying them on her back. They weren't part of the investigation team, but Yichi had allowed them to take weapons with them. Soon, everyone was armed with enough ammunition and left the storage room. There were still many weapons left in the warehouse, ready to be replenished if needed. The helicopter quickly took off, heading back to Tsuehua Hotel. Xiao Lan secretly smiled, happy she had gained so much. In her previous life, she had waited a long time just to find a gun, and bullets were so scarce she dared not use many. Now, she had over 100 boxes of various bullets. Anyone who dared to mess with her would get a burst of gunfire. She would make them taste the rain of bullets. The helicopter soared over the city. From above, the once tall, bustling city was now scarred and in ruins. Survivors wandered around, tiny figures almost impossible to see, like ants. Helicopter.
Hey. Hey.
Over here. Over here. SOS. As they descended slightly, people in the city shouted for help, hoping for rescue. Seeing the plane approach, they became excited. But when it flew away, they cursed and flipped the Yi Qi and his team looked out the window at the chaos below, silent. Do you think there's good news or bad news? Yi Qi put on his headset and spoke to Xiao Lan across the line. He couldn't shout loudly over the noise.
Kêu Lan chút cờ.
Good news is, I think I found out where the organization spreading the drug is. Bad news, they seem quite powerful, and it's hard to deal with them. Officer, this is the trouble I caused for you. Keep up the investigation. I'm just a weak ordinary citizen and can't do much. I need police officers and brothers to protect me. Xiao Lan kept talking, telling Yi Qi about the information she got from Chu Enong's family regarding Aunt He. Then she gave up and stopped worrying. The mutated organization and St. Yas Company let Yi Qi handle them. As long as he stays alive, he will become the strong Yi Yanwang and be able to fight St. Yas. Xiao Lan is just an ordinary survivor. She just wants to survive, eat well, and stay safe. But, speaking of which, Xiao Tang has already awakened, so why is Yi Dog still just an ordinary person? And he's struggling badly. When will he awaken? In her past life, when Xiao Lan learned Yi Dog's name, he was already famous as Yi Yanwang. She really didn't know when he first awakened. Team Yi, help, help. On the top floor of Tsuehua, the returning helicopter made the survivors cry with joy. As the helicopter approached, the iron door on the rooftop suddenly collapsed. A group of distorted, bloodied mutants rushed out, screeching loudly. Ah! The survivors screamed in fear. Suppress fire. Save the people. Yi Qi shouted orders. Dragging his injured body, he was the first to jump down the ladder. He rolled forward, knee touching the ground, holding a gun in one hand, and instantly shot a mutant's head. How can he be so cool? Xiao Lan grabbed Xiao Tang's arm. Even though she kept calling Yi Dog in her heart, she had to admit that everything about him matched her aesthetic. Bro, watch him. She made Xiao Tang point his gun at the captured pilot. Xiao Lan picked up her newly acquired submachine gun and grabbed the rope to jump out of the plane. She also wanted to look cool.
Bang.
Her strong body landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Burn them with fire, she shouted, throwing a gasoline bottle into the pile of mutants. The bullet shattered the bottle, and boom. A big fire erupted. Meow meow, do you think Sister Lan and Brother Tang still haven't come back? Underground's safe house. Shaoli was holding a kitten, feeding it milk and whispering softly. The small, milk-colored kitten curled up in the girl's arms, clutching with its tiny paws, munching happily. Ignoring what the caregiver was saying. Ms. Lee, the steak is ready. Please come and eat it while it's hot. Over in the simple kitchen, a young chef in a white uniform placed a medium-rare steak on the table. A delicately carved carrot rose sat beside it. The old father was sleeping soundly, which made him feel more relaxed, and his cooking skills improved even more. This grilled steak smelled even better than the one from that day's teppanyaki. The aroma was so tempting that Shaoli's mother didn't finish her milk, and she immediately hugged her cat and climbed onto the table, eating with a messy face. Old Song was shouting from nearby, "Little girl, if you're worried about them, just let me out and I'll go find them. I'll bring them back quickly. You'll probably just run away while you're at it," Shaoli said, glancing up from her plate and glaring at Old Song. "Don't think I'm easy to fool just because I look young and cute. I won't untie you. Sister Lan specifically told me to watch you before she left." In that moment, the white cat snatched the steak from the plate and ran off. "Hey!" Shaoli was so angry she pounded the table. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud. Everyone in the room looked toward the door at the same time. It wasn't just the sound of the table being hit. Someone was knocking on the door. The trap didn't trigger, and the alarm didn't go off. Shaoli wondered as she stood up. Could it be Sister Lan and the others returning? But she didn't hear Sister Lan's voice.
Meow.
The white cat dropped the steak from its mouth. Its bright blue eyes suddenly sharpened as it stared at the door. It let out a low, soft growl. "Little girl, don't move." "Untie me," Old Song said cautiously. "Stay hidden behind. I'll go open the door and check." The basement's iron door didn't have a peephole, so they couldn't see who was outside without opening it. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a kitchen knife. Suddenly, she remembered that Xiao Lan had told her to watch the captive, so she had to put that aside for now. Everyone's safety was the most important. She cut the ropes binding Old Song and whispered, "Don't try to run while I'm at it." Old Song jumped down from the chair, twisting his wrists and ankles quickly to restore circulation after being so long. The chubby girl's ropes were too tight to loosen easily. If they were ordinary knots, he would have freed himself long ago. "I won't run. Don't hold the knife against me, and stay back," Old Song said, stopping Xiao Li from following him. He grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and went alone to the door. Thud, thud. The knocking continued, steady and rhythmic. "Who's there?" he asked loudly. No answer. Thud, 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 thud. The knocking on the door persisted. It definitely wasn't Xiao Lan or Xiao Tang. In this ruined city, who could it be? Xiao Li and the young chef exchanged nervous glances, both feeling a bit scared. Someone was quietly knocking without saying a word. What could it mean? They all suddenly clenched their kitchen knives and stepped back, staying close to the unconscious old chef.
Click.
Old Song unlocked the door. He turned the doorknob and slightly opened a small gap. No one was outside. Meow.
Howl.
A white cat suddenly shouted loudly. It leapt up like lightning onto the old chef's blanket. So fast it looked like a flash of white light.
Woo, howl.
At the same time, a black light appeared. It shot in from outside in the blink of an eye. Everyone was too quick to see what it was. Old Song instinctively swung his knife downward to strike, but missed. Not a person, an animal.
Xiao Li shouted in surprise.
Everyone realized only then that it wasn't someone knocking on the door, but a small animal pawing at it. Because it was so tiny, when the door was opened, everyone looked up at the same time and didn't see it. By the time they noticed it was below, it was already too late. It rushed inside quickly.
Woo, woof, chirp.
Old Song reacted fast and immediately closed the door when he saw something strange, but a strong force hit the door, making the gap wider, and more animals rushed in an instant. There were many loud noises. Each animal was very fast. They surrounded the three people inside the house. Another big force hit the door, this time knocking the iron door completely to the ground, and the hinges broke. The shadow of the animal hitting the door landed, shook its fur, and turned out to be a squirrel. It was more than 3 times larger than a normal squirrel, with a huge head bigger than its body, looking strange. Its forehead was blue, and it was clear that this tough-headed squirrel was the one hitting the door. Old Song swung his knife to cut the squirrel.
Squeak.
The squirrel let out a loud scream and jumped aside. Its big tail swung around and grabbed Old Song's ankle, pulling him down. "Run quickly, it's dangerous here." While fighting the squirrel, Old Song shouted for Xiao Li and the others to escape quickly. The safe house was attacked by a group of mutated animals, so it was no longer safe. Running out now might be their only chance to survive. Suddenly, the alarm in the corridor blared loudly. A man ran in holding a gun, pointing it at the door, blocking everyone's escape route.
Dad! Dad!
Wake up! The young chef shouted loudly. He and Xiao Li swung their knives wildly, but they were just ordinary people. They only attracted slightly stronger crystal core creatures, not the mutated animals. In an instant, danger was everywhere, and both of them almost lost their lives. The young chef only hoped his father would wake up quickly, like when he once defeated a big rat with great skill. But the old chef was sleeping very deeply, ignoring the white cat jumping around on him, showing no sign of waking up.
Meow.
The white cat is angry. A small, 3-legged chicken flies onto the dining table and rushes toward the tiny kitten placed there by Xiao Li. The kitten holds a baby pacifier, too frightened to move.
Yowl.
The white cat screams loudly. Suddenly, a small gray stone is pulled out from under the old chef's blanket. It makes a strange sound and swallows it. Sharp claws scratch the old chef's face. 3 bloody scratches appear, blood flowing freely. "Why are you disturbing my good sleep?" The old chef sits up straight from the bed, looking dazed, and his eyes blurry. He seems completely confused about what is happening. His personality is clear now. He speaks in a frantic, semi-classical tone.
Meow.
Smack. The white cat quickly responds. It slaps his face with a paw, and the force of the strike and its body knocking him causes the old chef to fall off the bed.
Meow.
The white cat leaps. It is the first to jump onto the dining table. Just as the three-legged chicken's sharp beak is about to peck the kitten's head, the white cat arrives just in time, crashing into the chicken and knocking it over. The frightened kitten finally escapes this danger. Otherwise, the long, sharp beak of the mutated chicken might have pierced its undeveloped little head, causing a serious injury. Cluck cluck. The three-legged chicken is angry after being bumped. It drops the kitten and lunges at the white cat. With sharp toes, a pointed beak, and wings as hard as steel blades, it storms toward the white cat. The cat, agile and quick, normally can dodge attacks easily, especially since it is a mutated cat, faster than ordinary kittens, and even Xiao Lan finds it hard to defend against its sudden assaults. But under the storm of the mutated chicken's attack, the white cat's speed is no longer effective. The chicken is faster, fiercer, and stronger.
Meow.
Ugh. The white cat is hit multiple times by the chicken's hard wings, tumbling awkwardly on the table and falling to the ground. The chicken its wings and swoops down. Its sharp toes, like an eagle grabbing a rabbit, reach for the white cat. The white cat barely manages to jump away, suffering a scratch on its back. It yowls in pain. Meanwhile, Xiaoli screams as well. She has been bitten on the arm by a strange mutated beast, with sharp teeth leaving 2 bleeding holes. Blue sister. Xiaoli instinctively calls out to Xiaolan, although she is not here. On the hotel rooftop, Xiaolan, holding a machine gun and firing rapidly, suddenly feels a pounding in her chest. She instinctively turns her head and looks toward the safe house. What's going on? Suddenly, Yi Qi nearby noticed she had stopped moving. Thinking she was hurt, he quickly jumped over the flames and rushed to her side. The team leader, already badly injured, fought fiercely at this moment. His face was even paler and looked about to collapse at any time. His face, covered in dust and dirt, had eyes that were deeper and darker than usual. They shone with a fierce light, showing he was ruthless to enemies and even harsher to himself. When he saw that Xiaolan was not hurt, the dark, cold light in his eyes warmed slightly. What's going on? I don't know. Xiaolan shook her head. Suddenly feeling anxious without reason, she broke out in a cold sweat. A mutated creature charged at them. It carried a burning stick it had picked up somewhere and swung it fiercely at Xiaolan, who had stopped fighting.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Xiaolan raised her mini submachine gun and shot, hitting the creature's head. Early-stage mutants could be easily dealt with by headshots. Nothing much, keep fighting, Xiaolan told Yi Qi. In the safe house. Meow. The white cat, after several failed attempts to catch the three-legged chicken, got hurt a few times. Its once pure white fur was stained with blood, forming patches and streaks. Xiaoli, Lao Song, and others were also in danger. Someone with a gun blocked the corridor outside. When they tried to leave, they were shot back into the house. Mutant beasts ran wild inside, attacking continuously, making loud, excited noises. It was clear that the person wanted them to be bitten to death by the pack of beasts. Meow. After being knocked down again, the white cat suddenly stood up. It crouched on the ground. The three-legged chicken lunged again. It didn't dodge. Ignoring the sharp claws almost scratching it, the white cat, with bright blue eyes, stared fixedly at the old chef who had just crawled up from the ground. Meow. It let out a loud roar from its throat. Why is this place? The old chef, confused and disoriented, was about to ask a question in classical language when suddenly his body stiffened and he shivered coldly. Then, as if a machine had suddenly started a program, he shouted loudly, "Wah!" and kicked away the mutant beast attacking his son. The small, dark creature, looking like a mix between a dog and a fox, was kicked far away, spitting blood and crashing into the wall. The old chef grabbed the knife his son was holding. In the hands of a young chef, the knife seemed like a weapon, but it hadn't shown its full power. Since the mutant beasts burst into the house, the young chef kept swinging the knife but never even scratched the beasts. Instead, he was bitten and scratched, ending up covered in wounds. Nearby, Xiao was in a similar situation. He was covered in scars, almost injured many times, and nearly lost his life, but he couldn't hurt the mutated beast even a little. Old Song was a bit better than them because he had some fighting skills and wasn't badly hurt, but he still didn't manage to cut the beast. If they kept going like this, they would all be bitten to death by the mutated beast sooner or later. But the old chef was different. With a knife in hand, he suddenly looked very fierce. The three-legged chicken was 2 meters away from him, attacking the white cat, but he leapt forward and cut the chicken's neck. Kill the chicken by cutting its throat first. The bloodline and the chicken's head fell together onto the white cat. The headless chicken's body kept moving due to inertia, and its hard wings hit the white cat, causing it to stumble backward, rolling far away and hitting the corner of a cabinet before stopping.
Meow.
The white cat weakly called out, blood seeping from its mouth. The three-legged chicken, now dead, still caused a heavy with its inertia. The white cat curled up by the cabinet, too weak to get up again. On the table, the little kitten meowed softly, let go of its pacifier, and clumsily walked to the edge, then jumped down. Thud! It fell to the ground. After rolling twice, it got up, staggered, and ran quickly to the white cat, circling around it, meowing non-stop. The white cat stretched out its paw, cuddling its little sibling, rubbing its head, licking it with its tongue, and its bright blue eyes became very gentle, comforting the kitten. At this moment, the old chef was already shouting and swinging his knife wildly. In a flash, he had taken down 2 more mutated beasts. A total of 7 mutated creatures of different shapes had entered the safe house. Now only 3 remained. The armed men outside the door changed color and rushed in, aiming their guns directly at the group and opening fire.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bullets flew everywhere. Old Song, closest to the door, was hit and blood poured from his left arm. Quick, find cover. He rolled behind a cabinet. He threw a porcelain vase with plastic flowers on top at the attacker. The attacker was knocked off balance, the gun aimed at the ceiling, firing sparks. Xiao Li and the others took the chance to hide. The spacious hall of the safe house had been divided into several small rooms, with beds, tables, wardrobes, and other furniture, turning them into cover. The old chef was very skilled. After hiding, he threw out a kitchen knife and cut down a mutated beast. Only 2 remained. The armed man was getting desperate. He rushed in firing, shooting wildly at the corner where the old chef was hiding. Old Song lunged out. The man turned and shot, the bullet grazing his ear, nearly hitting his head. Old Song quickly found cover again, and the man aimed his gun at him. The old chef took the opportunity to come out, without a knife in hand, and charged at the iron-headed squirrel.
Bang!
The squirrel with a hard head charged forward and slammed into the old chef's chest. The old chef fell backward to the ground. The squirrel attacked again. Their heads collided with a loud bang. The old chef was stunned.
Dad!
His son quickly rushed out and pushed the squirrel away. The old chef was lying on the ground and couldn't get up.
Meow.
The white cat was lying at the foot of the cabinet, weakly meowing. The blue-eyed cat tried to gather light, but it faded halfway. It curled up softly, exhausted. The head-butting squirrel bit fiercely at the young chef. Meanwhile, a strange mutant creature with a dog's body and a cat's head approached Xiao Li, who was hiding behind the bed. I need to go back, immediately. On the hotel rooftop. Xiao Lan suddenly felt dizzy and her heart pounded, making it hard to breathe. Her instincts made her look again toward the safe house. From the rooftop, she looked down at the chaotic city below, but everything was too messy to see clearly. Without hesitation, she made a quick decision. She turned and ran toward the helicopter. Yi Qi was surprised. Are you? His question caught in his throat, replaced by concern. Do you need help? Half the rooftop was engulfed in flames. The mutants were screaming in pain. Most of them had lost their fighting ability. They had the upper hand now. For some reason, he instinctively felt that Xiao Lan was going to do something very important, not abandon them. No need. I'll come back to pick you up. Xiao Lan jumped into the helicopter. Hurry, start it quickly. If you go slow, I'll lose it. She aimed her gun at the pilot. Her panic grew worse. She regretted that she hadn't gone back when she first sensed something was wrong.
Dad.
Dad, wake up. What's wrong with you? Safe house. The young chef was battered and bruised after just a minute or two of fighting the squirrel with a hard head. His face was deformed from the blows, unrecognizable. A bloodstain ran from his forehead to his mouth, cut by the squirrel's sharp teeth. He shouted anxiously for his father, hoping he would use his strength to save him. He was very worried that his father was lying there unable to move, maybe. Already gone. Dad. His cry was cut off halfway as the squirrel's claws pressed against his throat. He couldn't breathe. He stared in horror, eyes wide with fear, struggling desperately to pull away from the squirrel's front legs, but he couldn't move them. The mutant creature's sharp claws curled back and stabbed toward his neck's blood vessels. Am I going to die? Fear twisted the young man's already deformed face. His eyes, wide with panic, gradually lost focus as he suffocated. Thud. A dull sound echoed. A young chef felt a sharp, tearing pain in his neck. Fresh air suddenly filled his chest. He could breathe again. He instinctively gasped for air, his scattered gaze coming together as he noticed Old Song rushing over. Old Song kicked away the fierce squirrel that was pinning him to his neck. His neck burned with pain. He reached out and saw blood on his hand. A piece of flesh had been torn off by the squirrel's claws. But he was still alive. If Old Song had arrived half a second later, his artery would have been pierced by the mutated beast. Ah! In the next moment, the young chef suddenly screamed. He had just taken a breath of relief, but fear struck him again. A stranger with a gun turned and aimed at Old Song, firing several shots that sparked sparks. The iron-headed squirrel that had been knocked away also charged at Old Song. I need to go save him. Just now, he risked his life to come and save me. I must go. The young chef thought this, but his body, limp on the ground like mud, wouldn't move. Old Song did something shocking. He lunged straight at the gun's barrel. Like the hero in a textbook who blocks the gunfire, he shouted loudly, fearless and determined.
Run.
You too, escape now. When his chest was pressed against the gun, Old Song shouted loudly.
Bang.
The young chef clearly heard the gunfire. It rang out just as Old Song threw himself forward. He stared in shock, frozen all over.
Run.
This time, it was Xiao Li shouting loudly. A young girl, trapped in a corner by a mutated monster, suddenly found strength she didn't know she had. She grabbed a bedside table and, seeing Old Song risking his life to block the gunfire, she erupted in fury. She pushed the table against the monster and roared as she charged out. She ran to the young chef's side, smashing the heavy wooden bedside table down to pin a monster, then grabbed the young chef and ran toward the door. In that moment, Old Song, blocking the gun, holding the shooter, and the iron-headed squirrel still on the ground, hadn't yet gotten up. The other monster was trapped under the table. And somehow, they managed to escape. But just a few seconds later, the squirrel leapt up again, and the other monster overturned the table. The stranger with the gun fired again. The young chef, pulled by Xiao Li, hurried into the corridor. Turning back in panic, he saw Old Song's shirt soaked with blood. Uncle Song.
Dad.
My dad is still inside. Can't save him. Run first. Otherwise, we'll both die. Xiao Li tightly held the young chef's wrist, gritted her teeth, and resolutely rushed out of the corridor. The setting sun glows golden, hanging in the western sky. It is another peaceful afternoon after a storm. The sky is clear, and the temperature is comfortable. The two people running through the passage look like they have just escaped a nightmare, panting heavily and sweating coldly. They stop and look around. On the messy street, a few scattered survivors are wandering. There are no mutated creatures or strange villains with guns. They are temporarily safe. Keep running. Literally takes another step forward. He grabs the stunned young chef and shouts, "Hurry up.
Don't just stand there.
Run before the monsters catch up." They take 2 more steps when a fallen tree block on the road trips them up. The 2 young people fall hard and stumble to their feet, then fall again. Fear of death, wounds on their bodies, and their quickly draining energy. When the young chef falls again, he can't help but cry loudly. "I'm going to die. I can't escape. I'm going to die." He trembles in despair. Suddenly, a loud roar sounds. A shadow rushes toward them in the sky. A helicopter? Little Lee looks up blankly, his face changing from confusion to surprise. Near the open hatch, a figure gets closer. It's Xiao Lan, Blue's sister. The young girl screams excitedly and rushes toward the helicopter. But suddenly, her vision darkens, and she falls forward with a thud. "Little Lee." Xiao Lan slides down the rope with her gun, about 3 or 4 meters from the ground, preparing to jump down. The blood-covered Little Lee and the young chef make her realize that the safe house has been attacked. Little Tang, stop the helicopter. Tie up the pilot so he can't run. Treat Little Lee and the others' wounds. After arranging her brothers, she raises her gun and rushes into the passage. She wants to see who dares cause trouble while she's away. "Let me go. Let me go. You pervert." Inside the safe house, the armed man's eyes are red with anger as he shouts. He is tightly held by Lao Song, who can't break free from his iron-like arms. The more he struggles, the more mistakes he makes, and Lao Song holds him even tighter. After 2 shots are fired, the gun is empty, and pulling the trigger only makes a click. Meanwhile, 2 mutated creatures are jumping and biting at Lao Song. While fighting him, they accidentally injure him. No, it's not an accident. These beasts don't distinguish friend from foe, and will bite anyone they see. "Let go. Let go." The man punches Lao Song. Lao Song flips him over and presses him down hard, holding him on the ground. Old Song's wide-open angry eyes seem to burn with 2 balls of fierce fire, as if they wanted to burn a hole through him. Why can this guy, even with a gunshot wound on his arm, still hold me tightly? So strange. Desperate gunman, his gun suddenly knocked out by Old Song's knee. Thinking quickly, he mimicked a mutated beast opening its big mouth, desperately looking up. "Awu." He bit at Old Song's face. What are you
Doing.
Zhou Lan, holding a gun and rushing into the room, saw a strange scene. The table and cabinets were overturned, messy everywhere. 2 big men were tightly embracing, blood splattering, tearing at each other with their lives. One man sat with his legs crossed, on top of the other's waist, leaning down. The other had red-rimmed eyes, as if tears were shining, biting the other's face and mouth.
But
if it weren't for 2 mutated little monsters nearby, howling and barking, showing this was a battle scene, Zhou Lan's first instinct was to turn around and leave, even shutting the door, so as not to disturb their fight of love and hate. This scene, full of blood, violence, and raw emotion, is not suitable for children. Even TV stations wouldn't air it.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhou Lan fired her gun. Before the enemy got close, her good marksmanship shot and blew away one mutated beast that was jumping in the air. A low-level mutated beast, with tough skin and not much meat, could be taken out with bullets. She aimed at another one, a large-headed mutated squirrel. This squirrel was a bit smarter than its companions. It immediately darted away upon sensing danger, rushing to the corner of the cabinet and quickly hiding behind the white cat. The weak white cat had no strength to run, its blood-stained white fur bristling, screeching loudly. It tightly held a small kitten in its arms. Somewhat smart, but not much. Not sure if her huge body was still hiding behind the cat, she took a different gun, one with a scope, and aimed carefully. A precise shot pierced through the squirrel's neck. The squirrel didn't even scream, its big head shaking as it hung down from the neck. It curled up behind the white cat, blood staining the ground. Game over. Idiot, Zhou Lan despised him. This guy only knew how to use the cat as a shield. If he were a bit smarter, holding the cat hostage, she wouldn't dare to shoot casually. Hey, stop biting. In the urgent situation, Jolan ignored the squirrel and turned her gun to the intruder's temple. This guy, during the few seconds Jolan shot and killed the beast, kept raising his head, trying to bite Old Song several times. Although Old Song always managed to tilt his head away just in time, this behavior was truly reckless. Jolan's finger is on the trigger, ready to shoot this disgusting guy in the head at any moment. Don't kill me. I won't bite anymore, I swear. This guy is smart and realizes he has no chance to escape, so he quickly softens. Jolan pulls Old Song off him and takes out a rope or chain from his pocket, tying him up tightly. He also covers his mouth to stop him from begging and making noise. Uncle Song. After the young chef outside quickly treats the wound and his legs feel weak, Jolan has already wrapped Old Song completely, like a mummy. Only 2 bullet holes are left unwrapped, showing the gunshot wounds, ready for the bullets to be removed later. One in the left arm, one in the ribs. He applies local anesthesia, but it hasn't taken effect yet. Jolan disinfects with iodine, and every touch makes Old Song tremble with pain. Uncle Song. The young chef sees his father is just unconscious, not dead, and rushes to him, tears flowing uncontrollably like 2 streams of Lansao noodles. He feels guilty for not having the courage to help in such a dangerous moment. Someone risked their life to save him, and he didn't even dare to move, just watch them get shot. Ugh. Uncle, your chest wasn't hit. Are you still alive? Did I dream that?
Haha, live.
I'll tell you, when I was young. Undercover in a gang in Hong Kong.
Haha.
Cough. Old Song lies on the ground, bleeding a lot, his face very pale. He desperately tries to talk to distract from the pain, but accidentally chokes on his saliva, coughing more and spitting blood at the corner of his mouth. Even now, he keeps talking. Cough. Later, when I was undercover, the gang members were ruthless. They hit me on the head with a hammer. Smash my bones. I felt a big hole. Cough. I didn't die. My bones healed, normal as ever, haha. Cough. When I shot at him, I aimed carefully. Only 1 bullet left. I stuffed a corpse and broken porcelain into my chest to block the shot, cough. Uncle, aren't I clever? Clever. Jolan replies softly. The mutated beast was blown apart by the bullet, and all that rotten blood and flesh got all over your chest. I had a hard time cleaning it. Old Song chuckles, better than if I had been shot in the heart myself, cough. Uncle, I saw your chest bleeding. The young chef continues to cry. It's okay, don't cry.
That.
Cough. Was caused by broken porcelain shards. Oh yes, there's 1 more bullet. It seems to have hit my ribs. Cough. I thought I only had 1 left, but now there are 2. Unlucky. I should have just kept my gun pointed at him. Almost got me killed. Young chef sobs, Uncle, don't say that. Be careful not to choke. Choke yourself. Old Song's face is full of blood foam, and he keeps coughing and talking, which makes people very worried. Let him speak, or he'll hurt himself more, Xiao says. To fully disinfect around the bullet hole, she acts very harshly. Old Song trembles from the pain. He still stubbornly says it's nothing, it doesn't hurt. This small injury is just. Before he can finish, his eyes suddenly lose their light. His head tilts to the side, and he stops moving. Uncle? The chef is terrified. It's okay, he's just unconscious. Xiao checks and finds his breathing and heartbeat are normal, probably from heavy bleeding and exhaustion. During the fight, he was very tense. Now that the danger is over, he relaxes and can't hold on. Looking at Old Song, who looks like a mummy, Xiao presses her lips tightly and stays silent for a moment. She really didn't expect that this prisoner she had for many days would choose to fight to the death with the invaders instead of running away when in danger. With his skills, if he ran, he should have been the first to escape, not Xiao Li and the others. Xiao Tang, come here, Xiao says. Lanjia, what's wrong? Xiao Tang, who just entered the room, immediately steps forward. Xiao Lan lifts Old Song's leg. Help me, put him on the bed. She suppresses her feelings and chooses to handle the situation first. After moving Old Song, she moves the old chef. The room is badly damaged, the partition walls are all knocked down, and there are many bullet holes in the cabinets and near the bed. Only Xiao Lan's comfortable big bed remains intact. She arranges the two unconscious people side by side on the bed, with monitoring devices attached. For now, this is the best she can do. There's no time to treat the injured Xiaoli, the chef, or the white cat further. On the hotel rooftop, a group of people are still waiting in the fire. They promise to rescue them soon. In the past, when treating teammates and deciding whether to go back for Yi Qi, Xiao Lan might have weighed the importance of each task. After all, teammates are teammates, and Yigo's group has nothing to do with her. But Old Song is badly hurt, and she really doesn't want to leave Yigo alone on the roof facing the fire. Forget it, just returning the favor to Old Song. Xiao Lan enters a small storage room. When she comes out, she is carrying guns all over her body and holding a box of bullets. Everyone come and take one. Each person at least one gun. Xiao Tang, stay and teach them how to use the guns. Lanjia, I want to go with you. Little Tang is worried. No, you have special abilities and can shoot. Protect everyone. Who knows if the intruders have accomplices? She leaves the gun and goes out. The door is already damaged, and the house door is open. Point the gun at the door. If someone comes, shoot without hesitation. She cautiously advises. Xiao Li and the young chef are both injured, still bleeding after simple treatment, and look frightened. I don't know how to use a gun. The young chef weakly says, feeling useless. He glances at the tightly closed small storage room door, wondering why these people still hide guns. What were they doing before? If you don't know how to use it, learn quickly. Nobody is born knowing everything. If you don't want to die, learn all the ways to protect yourself. No need to be afraid. If there are more intruders, don't confront them head-on. Hold on a little longer. I'll be back soon. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Lan leaves a box of hand grenades. She steps out of the safe house. Her calm face instantly turns serious. A murderous look appears in her eyes. A dark cloud gathers. She is not a good person. In her past life, during the apocalypse, she fought to survive through violence. She is ruthless and vengeful, willing to use these negative words to describe herself. If she didn't act this way, how could she survive? Anyone who threatens her safety, if she can fight back, she will definitely seek revenge and settle scores, no mercy. Of course, if she can't fight, that's another story. Yigo caused her to lose instant noodles, but she never went to seek revenge, probably because she couldn't fight. It's not shameful to lose in a fight. It's shameful to keep fighting and die. A human life. Anyway, whoever dares to provoke her, she will deal with them. Premise. Can she fight? So now, who has attacked her safe house? Who brought so many mutated beasts and guns? Can she fight them? She wants revenge. She rushes out through a passage, heading straight for the helicopter park nearby. After rescuing Yigo and his group, she will return immediately to find the culprit and seek revenge. Get up, let's go back. The pilot, by Little Tang and placed beside the helicopter, is untied by Xiao Lan, who forces him to continue flying.
Bang!
A muffled sound from afar. Sudden chaos erupts. The pilot is shot in the head right in front of Xiao Lan. A bullet hole in his head. Who's shooting from afar? Xiao Lan quickly rolls away, dodging and jumping, changing direction several times, rushing into the helicopter. Bullets keep exploding around her. If her escape route weren't so tricky, she might have been hit by now.
I saw you.
Zhou Lan saw a blurry figure on a building far away through the sound of gunfire and the trajectory of bullets. This must be an accomplice of the intruders. They are probably watching us with binoculars. Bang bang, the sound of bullets hitting the aircraft. The enemy keeps firing. Zhou Lan quickly sat in the pilot's seat. She can't fly a plane, but she learned a little by observing the pilot during the journey holding a gun. To lift the plane, she pressed these buttons then. What was the next step? She pulled a lever she didn't recognize, stepped on the pedals. Left pedal. Right pedal. Oh, it's lifting. It's flying. Jolon was excited. This was easier to learn than she thought. Wait, maybe not. It's hard to control the plane, it keeps falling back down. Don't fall, don't fall. She fumbled nervously, not sure which control worked, and somehow the plane that was falling suddenly started to rise again. Be good, yes, just like that. Like soothing a child, Jolon and the plane seemed to talk gently as they approached the building in the distance. The top of a small building. Marshall, dressed in a grayish smoke-colored coat, matched the ruined concrete building perfectly. But he wasn't in the mood to admire his outfit because a helicopter was coming toward him, wobbling and unsteady. What was it doing? Is it coming to fight him? His shooting skills are very good. He threw aside his long-range scoped rifle and pulled out 2 small pistols, checked the magazines full. The chubby guy who wasn't shot earlier. Let him come closer and taste the thrill of a headshot at close range. This time he wouldn't be so lucky. He raised his gun, aimed at the helicopter. As long as the plane got close, he was confident he could shoot the person through the window without needing to land. What's going on? Is it not slowing down? Marshall was estimating the distance, adjusting his gun's aim, planning the best moment to shoot. But the plane didn't slow down. It sped up instead. It went up and down, swayed left and right, even did 2 flips in midair, performing a fancy stunt as it headed straight for him. Was it trying to make him miss his shot? He underestimated his marksmanship.
No.
It was too fast. It's dangerous. The plane zoomed past the rooftop with a loud whir. Marshall forgot about aiming and quickly threw himself down, lying flat on the ground. Otherwise, the plane might have knocked him over and cracked his skull. But even then, that wasn't enough. The airplane was too close to the building's roof. The strong wind from the wings whipped up his smoky gray coat. As a result, the coat's hem fluttered and got caught on the landing gear at the bottom of the plane. He was suddenly lifted into the air. In the moment Marshall's body left the ground, he imagined being carried high into the sky by the plane, then falling hard and turning into a pile of flesh.
No.
I still have many dreams, he shouted in panic. Trying to let go of his coat, he desperately wanted to remove it, but in the chaos, he couldn't. Hey, be good, my dear. Oh, don't fall. Inside the cockpit, Xiaolon didn't realize someone was hanging below. She suddenly felt the plane dip, as if it was about to fall. She hurriedly grabbed the control stick and started to fumble wildly. The plane then up and down, swayed left and right, sped up and slowed down, flipping over and over. How am I supposed to get revenge now? Seeing the small building with an enemy shooting from afar being left behind in a blink, Xiaolon felt disappointed. She had planned to land on the roof and take out the enemy with a headshot. But the plane was unruly. Below, Marshall shouted in alarm. The plane was about to pass over another surviving building. It looked like it was going to crash. He didn't want to be smashed into a pancake. Can you drive? Turn. His frantic shouts were drowned out by the roar of the engine. Life is often cruel. Sometimes, a small turn can decide everything that follows. At that moment, we didn't know that this turn would bring a huge change in life. Later, whenever Marshall recalled that sunny, blue afternoon, the chaotic and seemingly foolproof plan turning into a disaster, he would feel how unpredictable fate is. Bad luck. The horse cannot be driven away. The horse cannot be driven away. What can be done? The coat. What to do? I shouldn't have worn that smoky gray coat. Any other coat with a shorter hem wouldn't have gotten caught on the plane. At the last moment when the helicopter hit the building, it managed to turn and skim past the wall. It was this turn. Marshall, hanging on the landing gear, was scraped off in the sparks and debris. He fell from the plane, landing with a splash on the ruins below, along with the falling wall debris. Fortunately, the helicopter wasn't flying too high, and there was a large, tilted sunshade and some dirty blankets, probably blown here by the storm. He landed on them and survived. But unfortunately, his leg was broken. One leg suddenly lost sensation, and the other broke, causing sharp pain. The broken bone fragments pierced through the flesh, blood everywhere. Quite frightening. Ah, Marshall howled in pain. Such screams are not unusual in the ruined city after a disaster. With so many people screaming, who cares about you? Often, those semi-survivors trapped under rubble scream until they stop breathing, disappearing like dust. Marshall is different from ordinary people. He has subordinates and a communicator. When he fainted from the pain and then woke up, his wound was numb, but still painful. He finally had some strength, reached into his clothing pocket, and took out the communicator.
Sourcing.
You always oppose me. I won't mistake your helicopter. The sickly green color with no taste. And you dare call yourself a wild ability user? If it's wild, why did it come from your plane? You caused my mutated beast to die and almost got me killed. I will report everything to the leader. The leader hates internal conflicts among us.
You.
Prepare to be punished. After shouting, he hung up quickly, not giving the other side a chance to reply. Then he called his other subordinates for help. Where am I? I'm near Hongqi Road. Not far from a crossroad. Come quickly. Which crossroad? The one on Hongqi Road. Don't know which one? Can't you find each crossroad one by one? Hurry up. Idiots. Bring a stretcher. I'm injured. My subordinates must be the dumbest in the world. Marshall's face turned pale as he put away the communicator. Suburban city. A secret underground building. A woman in a black suit, tall and graceful, with neatly tied black hair, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her calm face, holding files, looking professional like a businesswoman before the apocalypse. The just-hung-up communicator was placed on the table. She stood straight, reporting facts without emotion. Marshall from the action team called. He said a wild ability user destroyed his mutated beast and seriously injured him. He will report this to you and ask for your punishment. The large monitor on the wall flickered brightly, showing real-time images from all laboratories and training rooms in small grids. Sitting on a wide armchair, a figure with his back to the woman was present. The screen's glow made his silhouette just a black shadow. But the woman looked at him with awe and admiration. He lost his mutated beast. Why are you punishing him? The figure stared at the screen and asked casually. The woman honestly replied, because he said the wild ability user's plane came from my side, and the misunderstanding is that I sent it. In the pursuit plan, indeed, one team had a problem today, and the helicopter assigned to that team was lost. This is my fault, and I will do my best to make up for the loss. If you want to punish me, I am willing to accept it. The figure smiled and said, it's a small matter, not important. By the way, Xiao He, the mission of the Marshall team has ended. It's time to give him a new task.
Yes.
This person is not very useful, not very skilled. Indeed. But we're short on people right now, so let's make do. Xiao He, your part is the key, don't worry about him. Understood. The figure was silent for a moment, then slowly said, wild ability users will become more and more. Nature's spread of toxins far exceeds our efforts to control it. Xiao He, focus on your research. Time is running out.
Yes.
On the screen, a surveillance feed showed inside the potion activation room. 2 test subjects, who had just received the latest potion, suddenly had their heads explode, blood staining the lab table. The figure sighed. They opened a leather-bound scripture with gold edges, and it happened to be on this page. The axe is placed at the root of the tree. Any tree that does not bear good fruit should be cut down. Throw it into the fire. In a tone of compassion, they murmured the scripture. In the footage, the failed test subjects were quickly dragged away by staff in protective suits, and the lab's automatic cleaning system started. Disinfectant sprayed down, leaving the surface spotless and free of bloodstains. Another test subject was brought in and placed on the table. Turn the left pedal left, the right pedal right. Exactly like that. Inside the helicopter, Xiaolon was a little excited. Yi Dog was actually flying the helicopter. He was guiding her through the headset. In the arms depot, the communication equipment was installed. It didn't rely on phone signals, so even if civilian communication was damaged, this device still worked. When Xiaolon was busy fumbling in the helicopter, Yiqi suddenly spoke through the headset, startling her. Then she said she was flying, and Yiqi was surprised too. He quickly started remote guidance. Control the landing gear with the left control stick. Use the stick in front of you to control the tilt of the aircraft. Xiaolon repeated Yiqi's instructions while practicing. After about 10 minutes, she had almost flown around half the city, finally getting a feel for it. At least the plane wasn't flipping wildly anymore. Police officer, I'm here. She controls the plane, approaching Tsuehua Grand Hotel. The rooftop is on fire. The mutated survivors have been eliminated, but the remaining survivors are trapped in the corner by the fire. Very dangerous. Xiaolon hovers the plane above, lowers the ladder rope, and lets Yiqi and others board. They can only save fewer than 10 people at a time because the cabin space is limited. They evacuate in groups, with Yiqi being the last to board. His body is weak and injured. If not for his teammates helping him, he wouldn't be able to climb up.
Can you fly?
Xiaolon wants to give him the pilot seat. Experienced drivers are safer than beginners, right? She has been rescuing people all morning, risking her life many times, almost causing the survivors to perish with her. People might think she's trying to commit collective suicide. No. Yiqi only sits in the co-pilot seat. With his current condition, it's good enough that he doesn't slip out of the seat, kept in place only by the seatbelt, and he's not flying the plane. You fly, I'll guide you, he says. Okay. Xiaolon wipes her sweaty palms, trying to calm down. Once again, she gathers her courage. Baby plane, stay safe and obedient. Go slow, no rush, you can do it. Seeing Xiaolan's nervousness, Yiqi forces himself to stay strong, patiently encouraging her. He even starts chatting to help ease her tension. This model is pretty good, the seat angle can be adjusted, much more comfortable than the old plane I learned to fly on. Relax, don't be nervous. You can adjust the seat to a comfortable angle. It'll feel much better. Yeah, that's it, the adjustment lever, pull it. Before Yiqi finishes speaking, bang. The back of the pilot's seat suddenly tilts all the way back. Too much angle. Yiqi's face darkens. I told you to make it comfortable, not to lie flat. Xiaolon is lying flat comfortably. The uncontrollable plane plunges downward. Help! Yi dog, save me. She screams loudly. Dr. Ouyang, 54 patients in the ICU have passed away today. All the vacant beds are filled, and over 100 critically injured patients are waiting to be admitted. The emergency medicines found by volunteers in the ruins today have been used up and need replenishing urgently. Survivors around the hospital have increased by about 300 or 400 today.
And?
Okay, I understand. The young attending doctor waves his hand to stop the nurse from continuing. The worsening situation at Renha Hospital makes him frown. He takes off his glasses and rubs his forehead, but the headache caused by staying up all night to treat patients doesn't go away. Dr. Ouyang, you need to rest, the head nurse warned. Your eyes are severely bloodshot, and you urgently need sleep. If you keep going like this, you might suddenly pass away. Same to you, the doctor replied, looking at the nurse with equally bloodshot eyes. Everyone has gone several days without sleep. At Renha Hospital, an emergency building and a ward building barely survived the strong winds. Some medical staff, including Dr. Ouyang, are still working hard to keep the hospital running after the disaster. Survivors from nearby neighborhoods are rushing in. The hospital is quickly full of people. Inside and outside the building, there are crowds everywhere on the streets around, too. There are many injured people and loud cries of pain. People are fighting over hospital beds, causing more injuries. Some angry crowds are pushing against the medical staff, leading to injuries. There is not enough medicine, not enough food, not enough water. Only 2 small generators are providing electricity, and nobody knows how long they can last. What was once just a small emergency doctor, Ouyang Mo, has become the team leader after the disaster. He is busy and overwhelmed, working tirelessly. Dr. Ouyang. The head nurse hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Dr. Liu from anesthesiology passed away an hour ago.
Ouyang Montag was schocket.
How come? He stopped himself before finishing the sentence. Why didn't they say earlier? What's the point now? Dr. Liu was knocked into a coma by the crowd rushing into the emergency room. He needed urgent surgery, but there weren't enough instruments or medicines, so brain surgery was impossible. They could only keep him alive with a small amount of medicine, but his condition was unstable. He might not last until morning or evening. And Nurse Xiao Yun. She committed suicide, the head nurse choked up. She was found hanging from a broken tree behind the inpatient ward, using a belt. By the time they found her, she was already stiff. Ouyang Mo closed his eyes. This was the 5th colleague to take her own life in recent days. Some people lost loved ones and felt completely alone, so they chose to end their lives. Some felt hopeless about the world and had no strength to go on. Others couldn't bear the endless suffering, the constant cries and screams in the hospital, with patients complaining, insulting, and even attacking the staff. Dr. Ouyang, I want to say what? The head nurse lowered her head. After a long moment, she finally looked up with tears in her eyes. Her face showed a fierce determination. Let's go. I want to say, let's leave. This place can't hold on anymore. There's no food, no medicine. We haven't slept for days. We'll die from exhaustion. Even if we die, we can't save so many people. Look outside and see the many people waiting in the streets to be hospitalized. Hundreds, maybe thousands, stretching as far as the eye can see. There will be no official support coming. The whole world is suffering, and no one is taking care of us. We can't hold on much longer. And why should we keep going? A survivor from a distant area said that some hospitals in other districts haven't collapsed, but the staff have shut their doors and are refusing to admit anyone. If we hadn't taken in so many injured and sick people, our supplies of food, water, and medicine would be enough. We wouldn't have to work so hard, and no one would feel so hopeless that they might give up. Dr. Ouyang, wake up. The world is ending, and everyone is only looking out for themselves. Why should we care about others? My husband died at home. My daughter and son-in-law are missing in another province. I am here alone because I was on duty before the storm and have been saving lives nonstop. Who will save me? Who can tell me if my daughter and son-in-law are safe? Who can bring my husband back to life? No one cares about me. No one. The head nurse, overwhelmed with frustration, finally burst out, speaking louder and louder, tears and sobs mixing as she cried loudly. Dr. Ouyang watched her quietly. The once well-fed head nurse, exhausted and hungry from days of work, had become so thin that her cheekbones were prominent, and her fine lines deepened around her eyes. She crouched down, clutching her face as she cried. She sobbed for breath, trembling all over. Head nurse Chen, Ouyang said slowly after a long pause. Why do we only care for ourselves? Because I am a doctor, and you're a nurse. We are still alive. The nurse suddenly burst into loud laughter amid her tears. You talk about kindness and angels in white?
Ha ha ha.
It's just work, really just work. Don't pretend to be noble. Don't say such nice words.
Ha ha ha.
If I hadn't chosen to study nursing, I wouldn't be here today. Maybe I'd be a teacher? An accountant? A cashier at a supermarket? A small shop owner selling clothes? It's just work.
Don't moralize me.
I don't want to care anymore. I really don't want to. Dr. Ouyang, what's the point of caring for them? Dr. Liu died because they beat him to death. They don't thank us for working day and night, without sleep. They only complain that we treat too slowly or that we're too tired to keep going. Who knows? The next person to die might be me. Or you. Dr. Ouyang, let's go. Let's leave this place. You're not leaving? Then stay if you want. I'm leaving. I still need to stay alive to find my daughter and son-in-law. I can't die here. Head nurse Chen struggled to get up from the ground, stumbling toward the door. Suddenly, she lost her balance and fell. Fatigue, hunger, and the dizziness from crying made her vision blur, and she couldn't stand up. Head nurse Chen. Ouyang Mo left his desk, which was full of patient records, and hurried over to help her. He held her shoulders tightly, grinding his teeth. I also want to find my family, he said. My parents, brother, and sister are far away in our village. On the first night of the storm, I saw our house collapse during a video call. Since then, I haven't been able to contact them. I don't know if they're alive or dead. When the storm stops, I want to go back home. If I die, I want to see my body. The roads are blocked, but I can walk. It's over 1,000 kilometers. I walk 20 kilometers every day. In 2 months, I could reach home. If they are truly unfortunate, I will collect their bodies, build graves, and stay with them. Tears shimmered in Ouyang Mo's eyes. But more injured keep coming, people with broken legs, head wounds, ribs pierced through lungs. So many victims, so tragic. Blood everywhere calling for help. I can't just stand by and do nothing. After I help one person, I go to the next. One after another, many. I can't just leave them to die. Why do I work so hard? Why don't I sleep? Why do I keep racing against time without resting? Because if I take even a little break, someone might die. I'm here fighting with all I have, hoping that heaven sees my effort and looks after my family. If they are hurt back home, I wish there was another doctor like me, fighting to save their lives. Walking back in 2 months. If they are safe, it's useless for me to go back. But if they're in danger, 2 months might be too late. Going back might only mean collecting their bodies. So I stayed. Head nurse Chen, the world may be destroyed, but we are still alive. You're not just a teacher, accountant, cashier. You are a nurse. I don't care what others do, robbery, killing, or ignoring those in need. I only want to do what I can and take responsibility. If more people like us worked hard in this world, it would heal faster. Medical staff go to save people, power workers go to repair the system, traffic officials clear the roads, and communication workers restore communication. We desperately race against time to make the world better so we can meet our loved ones sooner. That is what we should do. Not rush into the ruins, searching for lost friends and family among the crowds or far away in distant places. Hope is too slim. Ouyang Mo looked up, forcing the tears in his eyes back. He released the hand of the head nurse. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. In the small break room downstairs, there's a locked metal cabinet and some food I hid away. Take them. Don't let others see. Hope you find your family soon. He turned back and returned to his desk. He picked up his pen and carefully recorded and revised the mountain of patient records and treatment forms. The head nurse sat blankly on the ground. She didn't move, leave, or speak. The room was very quiet. At the end of the corridor, just a door away, the heavily locked door couldn't stop the screams and curses of the injured, the noisy sounds coming from afar. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, creak, who knows how long passed. The door was pushed open from outside. The head nurse looked up blankly. Wasn't it locked? She was here to talk to the supervisor about leaving. The door was locked to keep outsiders out. But if it was easily opened, had someone forgotten to lock it? She looked dazedly at the person entering. A chubby, short person, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, male or female. A stranger, not a medical colleague. How did they get past the tightly locked hospital entrance? I've been listening outside for a long time, the visitor spoke. Her voice was clear and bright, a young girl. She took off her hat and mask, revealing a round, pale, chubby face. She smiled. A rare, inappropriate smile in the hospital. You all are very good, she said. Chief Nurse Chen, don't leave. Let's make a deal. I can provide food, clean drinking water, medicines, basic medical supplies, and even electricity. You bring enough people, and go save the others. My companion is injured. The situation is urgent. If you go save them, I'll give you the supplies I mentioned. And maybe I can contact someone far away to help find your loved ones. Both inside the room were shocked. They stared at the girl in disbelief. The scratches and bites have been disinfected and bandaged. The most serious injuries are 2 puncture wounds on the upper left arm that require ongoing observation and medication to prevent infection. If you don't know which animal caused the bite, do you have the rabies vaccine? Yes. Then give her a shot now. For the next person, the situation is similar. The external injuries can be treated, but the main concern is monitoring the wound and administering the rabies vaccine if needed. For the third person, it's likely a concussion. There are no medical imaging tools available now, so she will rest in bed and be observed. If she doesn't wake up by tomorrow, we will consider using medication to improve blood flow. For the fourth person, sorry, I am not a veterinarian. Soon after, Dr. Ouyang Mo was at the safe house, carefully examining and treating Xiao Li and the chef's son, and leaving medical advice. He told them he couldn't treat the white cat because he is a human doctor, not a vet. That's not his specialty. The white cat was lying at Xiao Lan's feet, cuddling a tiny kitten, lazily meowing at him, with bright blue eyes rolling upward. Ouyang Mo had never seen a cat roll its eyes before. Dr. Ouyang, the operating table is ready. Meanwhile, his two assistants had disinfected the large dining table, transforming it into an operating table. Old Song, who had been shot several times, was lying there asleep. He had been given anesthesia and needed surgery to remove the bullets. Ouyang Mo immediately approached, sprayed himself 3 times with medical disinfectant, put on plastic gloves, and disinfected thoroughly again. He stepped to the front, picked up the surgical knife. He made an incision, cutting open the skin. This surgery, which should have been performed in a sterile environment, had to be done here in less than ideal conditions. They had to make do. The basic medicines and disinfectants were all available in large quantities, exceeding Ouyang Mo's expectations. At Renha Hospital, there was a dedicated operating room, but they lacked enough anesthesia and anti-inflammatory drugs. Many injured patients had to undergo surgery without anesthesia, screaming and passing out on the table, with a high risk of wound infection afterward. She really has a lot of medicines. I wonder how many she will provide me after this emergency. Ouyang Mo couldn't help but glance toward the door of the house. A chubby young girl sat on a small stool, holding a gun, guarding the door. Her sturdy figure gave a strong sense of safety. Perform the surgery carefully, aiming to satisfy her, and then try to get more medicines and supplies for the hospital, the young doctor silently decided. Meanwhile, Xiaolon was quietly planning. This doctor is quite nice, and her medical skills seem decent. How can I win her over and keep her close for a long time? In the end-of-the-world scenario, sudden events happen frequently. Having medicine alone isn't enough. Doctors are even more important. Especially in the early days, healing abilities haven't fully developed, so doctors are very valuable. Even later, when many healing talents appear, it's still best to see regular doctors for minor injuries because it's cost-effective. People like Ouyang Mo, who are firm in their beliefs and have a sense of compassion, are well understood by Xiaolon. They can't be easily persuaded with small favors. Hiring expensive help? That doesn't seem worth it. After this deal, she can't keep providing large amounts of medicine and supplies to Renha Hospital forever. She's a stockpiler, not someone who spends money freely. Xiaolon carefully considers how to use the least resources to gain Ouyang Mo's trust and even loyalty. Suddenly, her headphones crackle with static. Yi Qi's voice interrupts her thoughts. "How are things on your side?"
he asks.
Xiaolon replies, "Old Song is in surgery, and it looks like it will take at least half an hour."
How about you?
She used the helicopter to send medical staff and left a few behind to help Yi Qi. Then she took the rest of Ouyang Mo and her assistant back to the safe house. Yi Qi has more injured people to treat, and investigators and survivors need help quickly. Yi Qi says it will probably take about an hour to finish treating the seriously injured here. Once you're done, come quickly so we can leave early. His voice sounds weak and tired but firm. Xiaolon quickly responds, "No, Uncle Policeman, you should rest first. With our small team, can we even gather 10 fighters? It sounds like a big base with plenty of weapons and mutated beasts. We shouldn't become easy targets and get caught off guard." There's silence on the line for a few seconds. Finally, a reluctant voice says, "Okay, we're gathering more people." Xiaolon breathes a sigh of relief. Yi Qi is determined to destroy Aunt He's base quickly. He's brave. After she saved him, he immediately brought his team and survivors to stay at the Chu family villa. He's waiting for the right moment, even setting up 2 teams outside to hunt them down. When Xiao Lan and her medical team returned, he had already captured over 10 people. He's actively contacting local military and police to organize and team to strike first at Auntie's base. Despite being heavily injured himself, he's not afraid of exhausting himself. But Xiaolon admires his thinking. His plan to strike first is completely correct. After the Chu family was destroyed, and he didn't know how she would react. Since they found out the enemy's location through interrogation, they should attack first rather than wait to be attacked. Under this idea, staying in the Chu house had more benefits than risks. The living conditions were good, and they could wait patiently. If the enemy knew the address and came looking for trouble, they wouldn't hide in the city for long. It was better to be brave. I live here. If you have the courage, come on. If you don't, I'll go fight you. When Xiaolon heard that Yi Qi wanted to move into the Chu house, she almost clapped for him. Her kind of attitude suited her temper.
But
since he was busy attacking the enemy's door, Xiaolon didn't agree. Although acting quickly was best in a race for the first move, the investigators had too many injuries, and he himself was in a bad state. Was he going to risk sending others to their deaths? At least, they should gather their strength first. As long as they had enough people and weapons, she would gladly help and join the team. Xiaolon reminded him again, Yi. Police officer, you should gather enough people first. Don't go alone, or I won't follow you to die. Okay.
But
there's something I want to ask you.
What?
Xiaolon sensed the hesitation in his voice. She thought, maybe I shouldn't ask. Could it be? Her mind drifted for a moment, and she shivered. Could it be that I've been so heroic in saving him multiple times that I've unintentionally developed some strange feelings? Am I secretly in love? Xiaolan's brain was racing. How do I give a nice rejection? How do I politely turn down a confession without hurting the other person's feelings? She'd never encountered this before in her life and had no experience. Is it still possible to look it up online now? No, there's no internet at the moment. Suddenly, she felt a little anxious. Cough. Xiaolon cleared her throat. But unexpectedly, on the other end of the headset, Yi Qi's tones suddenly turned cold and distant. Miss Xiao, why do you call me dog?